In this world, monstrous beasts invade, and the strong hold dominion. Subai traverses into this realm, awakening the profession of a Beast Tamer, but is told that without funds, he cannot play at all. At that moment, an infinite evolution system emerges. 1 evolution point per second, with the benefits increasing as levels rise. By consuming evolution points, he can enhance his beasts, transforming even the most basic black iron creatures into the highest tier. From a void worm evolving into the cosmic behemoth. From a cat evolving into the cosmic giant cat. From a black python evolving into the star-casting dragon god. From a mantis evolving into the god-slaying mantis. From a sprite evolving into the god of nature. From a pen-child evolving into the world pen-child. Years later, when the demon god descends upon the world, countless supreme deities effortlessly suppress it. Subai remarks, "Where did so many gods come from? They are merely my pets." Chapter 1. 1 evolution point per second. What the heck? Wang Tsong changed to the principal profession and blew up the school on the day of awakening. Zhang Yao transitioned to the dancer profession, recruiting a group of beautiful sisters to explore dance together. Li Fan became a boss, allowing his employees to work only 1 day a week and never exceeding 8 hours a day, with salaries that leave them rich. Compared to these lifestyle professions, I prefer combat professions, especially the dazzling warm magic of a mage. The probability of awakening a combat profession is exceedingly low. Only 1 in 10 can awaken such a path, merely 10, while lifestyle professions account for 90. In the Dragon Kingdom, in the city of Shanghai, on the playground, a group of youthful figures stands, among whom is a young man with striking features. He surveys his surroundings with a bewildered expression. Who am I? Where am I? What on earth is this job transition? Just as Subai is engulfed in confusion, a tide of memories floods into his mind. In a brief moment of distraction, he absorbs this recollection. I have traversed. The original owner also bears the name Subai, sharing his name. This planet is called Blue Star. Blue Star bears some resemblance to the planet of his former life. Decades ago, countless dungeons descended upon the world, prompting humanity to send pioneers to investigate the situation. Suddenly, a peculiar creature burst forth from the dungeons, launching a fierce assault upon humanity. The pioneers, in a bid to combat the monsters, resorted to firearms, but the damage inflicted was negligible. That humanity's front line was continuously compressed, and just as extinction loomed, the consciousness of Blue Star awakened. Upon reaching the age of 18, one could transition to a profession. Professions are divided into 2 categories: combat professions and lifestyle professions. Combat professions further divide into ordinary, rare, and hidden professions. Ordinary professions are also known as the 5 foundational professions: warrior, archer, mage, assassin, and priest. Upon becoming a professional, killing monsters grants experience points, allowing one to grow stronger. With this newfound power, humanity temporarily holds off the monsters. In my past life, I was merely a struggling author. I wrote continuously for 7 days and nights due to a burst of inspiration, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. Who would have thought I would traverse into a novel? Who among the young has not fantasized about becoming the protagonist in a story? Subai begins to feel a swell of anticipation. I wonder what profession I will transition into. I hope to awaken a combat profession, otherwise I might end up in a factory tightening screws. A voice interrupts Subai's reverie. Hello, students. Today marks the annual awakening day. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Hai, the principal of Shanghai No. 1 High School. I now declare the awakening ceremony to commence. When I call your name, please come to the stage. Kai Kuan, clad in suspenders, with a center-parted hairstyle, confidently strides onto the stage, basketball in hand. Jiang Hai instructs, sit on the mat, close your eyes, and feel the fluctuations around you to transition into your profession. Kai Kuan sits down. Kai Kuan awakens the lifestyle profession of trainee. Upon hearing his awakened profession, Kai Kuan leaps in excitement, performing a dunk on stage. Get down, Jiang Hai commands coldly. Is such exuberance warranted for awakening a lifestyle profession? Kai Kuan, eager to showcase his myriad talents, is cut short by this reprimand and scurries off the stage. Chunbo, a little plump, stands under 1.5 meters tall and weighs over 200 pounds, each step seeming perilous. He mimics Kai Kuan's actions and sits on a mat. Chunbo awakens the lifestyle profession of race car driver. Did you all hear that? From this day forth, I, Chunbo, am a race car driver. Chunbo strikes a pose only a baboon could make. Get down. Jiang Hai's expression darkens. What kind of thought process do these students possess? Is such fervor for awakening a lifestyle profession justified? If one were unaware of their awakened professions, they'd assume they had awakened a combat profession. Guang Chong awakens the lifestyle profession of lumberjack. Ma Wenbin awakens the lifestyle profession of actor. Li Ergu awakens the lifestyle profession of security guard. As time passes, the majority of individuals have completed their tests. Jiang Hai glances at the list in his hand, his lips twitching. This current cohort is the worst I've ever taught. The probability of awakening a combat profession is less than 10. Not a single rare profession has emerged. Su Bai. As the name is called, all eyes turn to a young man. What do you think Su Bai can awaken? What else could it be? Certainly a combat profession, given his handsome appearance. Does good looks have any bearing on the profession one awakens? It's all a matter of luck. Look at me, I'm quite handsome too, yet I awakened as a security guard. The youth, only 18, appears to be over 20 years ahead of his peers in appearance. As the crowd converses, Su Bai approaches the awakening platform. Sit on the mat and feel the fluctuations around you to awaken your profession, Jiang Hai reiterates. Understood. Su Bai nods, sitting down and closing his eyes. A pale blue light curtain appears. Opening his eyes, Su Bai silently thinks. Panel. Upon becoming a professional, one acquires their own status panel. Name. Su Bai profession. Beast Tamer level. 100 health. 1000. Every 1 point of constitution corresponds to 100 health points mana. 2000. Every 1 point of spirit corresponds to 100 mana points. Strength, 10 constitution, 10 agility, 10 spirit, 20 skill. Contract art consumes mana 2. Contract beasts. None note. Normal individuals have 3-dimensional attributes of 5 points, with the primary attribute being 10 points. The good news is that he has awakened a rare profession. Rare professions have double the growth potential of ordinary professions. Ordinary professions gain 5 in 4-dimensional attributes upon leveling up and 5 in free attributes, whereas rare professions gain 10 in 4-dimensional attributes upon leveling up and 10 in free attributes. Bad news. The Beast Master has awakened. It is not to say that Beast Masters lack prowess. On the contrary, those who cultivate their skills become remarkably formidable. One individual can embody an entire legion. However, the vocation of a Beast Master is exceedingly costly, far more so than that of a Magibi several magnitudes. In fact, unfortunately, the original owner of this body hailed from a humble background. While summoners begin their journey with a loyal dog, Beast Masters commence with nothing at all. To acquire a beast, one must either purchase beast cards or venture into the wild to forge a contract with a creature. High-tier beast cards are exorbitantly priced. I thought I was starting with a royal flush. Instead, it feels like I'm facing an apocalypse. Beep. Host has been detected to have transitioned to Beast Master. Beep. Infinite evolution system has been activated. Beep. The host can earn 1 evolution point per second, with increasing returns as levels progress. Beep. Evolution points can be utilized to enhance one's own beasts. Evolution points 111. Upon hearing the mechanical voice resonating in his mind, Su Bai couldn't help but smile broadly. No money to play as a Beast Master? Then I shall embrace the advantage. Chapter 2. The Evolution of Beast Masters. In his past life, Su Bai, as a novelist, was well aware of the nature of systems. Among the myriad of extraordinary abilities, the system undoubtedly stood out as the most formidable. The ranks of Beast Mastery were classified as Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Dark Gold, Epic, Legendary, and Mythical. According to the system's description, even if Su Bai contracted the most ordinary Black Iron beast, it could potentially evolve into a mythical beast. However, this came with the prerequisite of consuming evolution points. Just as Su Bai was basking in his joy, a sigh interrupted his thoughts. Alas, he is but a beast master. Jiang Hai regarded Su Bai with a gaze filled with pity. Throughout his 3 years in high school, Su Bai's theoretical knowledge had consistently placed him at the top of his class. As the principal, Jiang Hai naturally took an interest in this child. Su Bai came from a humble background. His parents had departed from his life at a young age, leaving him to fend for himself. Were it not for the scholarship, his life would have been quite challenging. Now, he had awakened to a profession that was even more financially demanding than that of a mage. The students below did not mock him as one might expect in other novels. Instead, they regarded him with sympathy. Despite the Beastmaster profession being among the most prestigious of rare occupations, Su Bai's financial circumstances were far from advantageous. Even the path of a mage seemed more favorable than that of a beastmaster, given the exorbitant costs associated with the latter. Do you have the luxury to worry about others? You should focus on your own concerns first, aware of the gazes of those around him. Subai chose not to elaborate further. Words held no value in the face of reality. No amount of rhetoric would change the facts. Half an hour later, Jiang Hai announced, the awakening ceremony has concluded. Those who have awakened into non-combat professions need not worry excessively. Entering the workforce early is not necessarily a bad thing, as it ensures earlier employment. And those who have awakened into combat professions should not become overly arrogant. The college entrance examination is in 10 days. I wish you all the best in achieving your desired results. The original self had few friends, and there was no need to attend any graduation parties. In the span of just over half an hour, Subai's evolution points had already increased to nearly 2,000. He needed to hurry home to purchase and contract a beast. The primary source of power for a beastmaster lay in their beasts. Their own strength was relatively weak. Riding a shared bicycle, Subai returned to his long-neglected home. The modest dwelling, spanning only a few dozen square meters, was simply furnished. He retrieved a can of soda from the refrigerator, reclined on the sofa, and activated his wristwatch. The watch provided access to a plethora of goods. Subai navigated to the beast section. Name, Void Insect. Rank, Black Iron. Price, 100,000 dragon coins. Name, Earth Exploding Bear. Rank, Bronze. Price, 100,000 dragon coins. Name, Blazing Lion. Rank, Silver. Price, 10,000 dragon coins. The highest ranked beasts available online were of silver rank, while the lowest were black iron. Even the most basic beast required 100,000 dragon coins. Subai glanced at his balance, which was precisely 100,000 dragon coins. Even selling his home would not yield 100,000 dragon coins. And the process of selling a house involved cumbersome paperwork. However, with the system, even the most basic black iron beast could evolve all the way to the highest tier. Mobile number ending in 4594. You have spent 100,000 dragon coins to purchase the Void Insect Beast card from the Beast Shop. Note, the courier will deliver within half an hour. 15 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Subai opened the door to find the delivery person standing outside. Here is your package. Inside a beautifully crafted box, which was evidently of considerable value, lay a beast card. Contract. Subai decisively activated the skill. A 6-pointed star formation appeared on the ground. The probability of successfully contracting the lowest tier beast was 100, rendering failure an impossibility. 2.5 minutes later, Subai successfully contracted his first beast, the Void Insect. As he silently chanted in his heart, a palm-sized insect materialized before him, its purple exterior gleaming with an intelligent light in its eyes. Name, Void Insect. Rank, Black Iron. Level, 1, varies with the level of the Beastmaster. Health, 1000. Strength, 5. Constitution, 10. Agility, 5. Mentality, 5. Skill, none. Master, Subai. Unremarkable would be an understatement. Its initial attributes were even inferior to Subai's own. Judging by the panel, the current Void Insect resembled an ordinary practitioner in strength. The only distinction was that the Void Insect possessed no skills. In a fight, it would be weaker than an average practitioner. It was no wonder that others labeled Beastmasters as the most financially burdensome profession. The cheapest beast cost 100,000, and that was without any training. How many evolution points would be required to evolve a black iron beast to a bronze beast? Let us do it. Beep. You have consumed 10 evolution points. Void Insect, Black Iron, evolves into Void Rock Insect, Bronze. In the next instant, a dark glow enveloped the Void Insect. And while its appearance did not undergo significant changes, its size increased substantially. Its shell appeared to have gained an additional layer of rock. Subai gently touched it. It had hardened, unlike its previous softness. Name, Void Rock Insect. Rank, Bronze. Level, 1. Health, 2000. Strength, 10. Constitution, 20. Agility, 10. Mentality, 10. Skill, none. All attributes doubled. The bronze-ranked Void Rock Insect matched Subai's combat prowess. To procure a bronze beast, one would need to expend 100,000 dragon coins. Yet, Subai had achieved a bronze beast with just 10 evolution points. It was akin to earning 100,000 dragon coins every second. Indeed, having a system was a fleeting delight, but a continuous joy. Why had he not felt this exhilaration while writing novels in his previous life? Subai glanced at his evolution points. Evolution points, 3590 ones. Evolution points, 1, 1, 1. An hour had passed, and his evolution points had soared to 3,600. Evolving a bronze beast to a silver beast required 100 evolution points. Going all in was a form of wisdom. Beep. You have consumed 100 evolution points. Void rock insect, bronze, evolves into void tide insect, silver. Beep. You have consumed 1000 evolution points. Void tide insect, silver, evolves into void queen insect, gold. Beep. Insufficient evolution points to continue upgrading. Gold-ranked beasts could no longer be measured in monetary terms. They belonged to a category where they were valuable yet scarce. Beasts of gold rank were only available through auctions or barter. Subai had acquired a gold-ranked beast with just over 1,000 evolution points in a mere 20 minutes. Let us see how formidable the evolved Void Queen insect has become. Name, Void Queen insect. Rank, gold. Level, 1. Health, 10,000. Strength, 50. Constitution, 100. Agility, 50. Spirit, 50. Skill, Feast, golden. Feast. Consumes 10 mana points to activate the skill, with the range dependent on the size of the Void Mother Bug. Inflicting 1 true damage based on maximum health. If the skill devours an enemy, it can stack up to 1 additional layer, level 11 Beastmaster, with each layer adding 10,000 health and increasing the size by 0.1 meters, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Chapter 3, Epic Beast, Void Terror. The Void Mother Bug boasts an impressive health of 10,000. Its attributes are tenfold that of a Void Bug, making it evident why only the affluent can indulge in the role of Beastmaster. It is no wonder the impoverished are deemed unworthy of this profession. The disparity between Black Iron Tier and Golden Tier beasts is exceedingly vast, with even Silver Tier beasts lagging behind by a staggering fourfold. To elevate the Void Mother Bug to the next level requires a consumption of 10,000 evolution points. Presently, I possess only a few thousand evolution points. I will engage in a few matches first. Subai settled beside his computer and opened the familiar game. 2 hours later, his evolution points successfully surpassed the 10,000 threshold. At last, I can upgrade the Void Mother Bug. Ding! You have consumed 10,000 evolution points. Transforming the Void Mother Bug, golden, into the Void Emperor Bug, dark gold. The appearance of the Void Emperor Bug underwent a remarkable transformation. Its shell became resplendent, colors deepened, and its size increased slightly, yet not to an exaggerated extent. Name, Void Emperor Bug. Realm, dark gold. Level, 1. Health, 100,000. Strength, 500. Constitution, 1,000. Agility, 500. Spirit, 500. Skill, Feast, dark gold. Feast. Consumes 10 mana points to activate the skill, with the range dependent on the size of the Void Emperor Bug. Inflicting 1 true damage based on maximum health. If the skill devours an enemy, it can stack up to 10 layers, level 101 Beastmaster, with each layer adding 10,000 health and increasing the size by 0.1 meters, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Wow! 100,000 health. Upon observing the attributes of the Void Emperor Bug, Subai gasped in astonishment, contributing to the warming of the nation. Exhilarating. The Void Mother Bug has evolved into the Void Emperor Bug, with attributes multiplied by 10. 4-dimensional attributes surpassing 3 digits, with Constitution soaring to 4 digits. What does that signify? The final boss in the Novice Dungeon only possesses 10,000 health, while the Void Mother Bug is 10 times that. This is merely at level 1. I can hardly fathom what would happen if it levels up further. Moreover, the Feast skill, which previously could only stack 1 layer to double the health of the Void Mother Bug while increasing its size by 0.1 meters, can now stack up to 10 layers. At level 1, the health could reach 200,000. The pre-evolution Void Bug had only 1,000 health. A staggering difference of 200 times. A glance at my own health reveals that the current Void Emperor Bug could easily devour me whole. Nevertheless, it still feels somewhat precarious. The final boss in the Novice Dungeon has 10,000 health, while the current Void Emperor Bug can inflict only 1,000 damage per bite. It would require 10 bites to defeat the opponent. The Achilles heel of Beastmasters lies within themselves. Upon their demise, their beasts vanish as well. Unless I can eliminate the enemy in 1 blow, I am reluctant to venture into the dungeon. The Void Emperor Bug requires a full 100,000 evolution points to ascend to the next level. I earn 1 evolution point per second, which amounts to 60 points per minute, 600 points per hour, and 86. 400 points per day. I only need to rest for a little over a day to evolve into an epic beast. Thus, Subai clicked the ranking button once more. A day later, his evolution points finally reached the remarkable 6-digit milestone. Evolution points, 100,000 ones. My efforts over the past day have not been in vain. I can finally upgrade my beast. Evolution. In the beast space, the clouds darkened to a somber black, torrential rain cascaded from the sky, and a bolt of lightning struck the slumbering Void Emperor bug. The Void Emperor bug underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Its eyes turned chillingly cold, teeth sharpened to a lethal point, instilling an illusion of being torn apart at any moment. Its skin turned a deep purple black, and its size ballooned several times. Ding! You have consumed 100,000 evolution points, transforming the Void Emperor bug, Dark Gold, into Void Terror, Epic. Name, Void Terror. Realm, Epic. Level, 1. Health, 1,000,000. Strength, 5,000. Constitution, 10,000. Agility, 5,000. Spirit, 5,000. Skill, Feast Epic. Feast consumes 10 mana points to activate the skill, with the range dependent on the size of the Void Terror, inflicting 1 true damage based on maximum health. If the skill devours an enemy, it can stack up to 100 layers, level 1001 Beastmaster, with each layer adding 10,000 health and increasing the size by 0.1 meters, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Size, 5 meters. 1,000,000 health. The final boss in the Novice Dungeon has merely 10,000 health. The Void Terror is 100 times that. Its constitution surpasses the 10,000 mark. While the other 3 attributes are also impressive, each boasting thousands of points, the stacking capability of Feast has increased from 10 layers to 100 layers. At level 1, if the Void Terror reaches maximum stacks, its health could soar to 2,000,000. My current health stands at only 1,000. If epic beasts are this formidable, what would a legendary beast entail? However, the evolution points required to ascend from epic to legendary are astronomical and currently unattainable. Transitioning from epic to legendary necessitates a full 1,000,000 points. Earning evolution points by merely resting yields only 86 for 100 daily. I would need to lie dormant for nearly half a month to elevate the Void Terror to legendary status. With less than 10 days until the college entrance examination, the minimum requirement is to reach level 10, yet Subai is currently at level 1. Rendering him ineligible to participate. First, I must venture into the Novice Dungeon to elevate my level. The dungeon hall teemed with many professionals. I am a warrior class, currently at level 2. Seeking a robust team. We need one more warrior below level 3, no low-tier players. Can any kind soul assist me? I am a priest with abundant healing capabilities. Upon hearing the discussions around him, Subai had no intention of forming a team. With the Void Terror's panel displayed before him, joining a group would only impede his progress. Teaming up would not only require sharing loot, but also experience points. There is no comparison to the speed of leveling up alone. Subai cast his gaze upon the dungeon before him. Name, Novice Dungeon. Difficulty, Easy. Level, 15. Number of players, 15. Hint, solo entry is not recommended. The dungeon difficulty ranges from low to high. Easy, Normal, Hard, Nightmare, Hell. The Novice Dungeon is solely of easy difficulty. As long as the combat professions meet a minimum of 5 players and the team composition is reasonable, they can generally clear it, merely a matter of time. Subai disregarded the warning and decisively stepped inside, being engulfed by a swirling black vortex. Chapter 4. Increased gains. Now earning 2 evolution points per second. Wow. Subai, the campus heartthrob, dares to venture into the dungeon alone without even a teammate. After all, Beastmasters are a rare profession, with foundational attributes standing firm. Indeed, rare occupational attributes are superior to those of ordinary professions. Yet one must not overlook that a Beastmaster's primary combat prowess stems from their beasts. If memory serves me correctly, Sue, the campus heartthrob, does not hail from a well-off family and can at most afford a black iron beast. The attributes of a black iron beast are akin to those of an average profession, yet its combat capability pales in comparison, lacking any skills. Even with a 5-member team, caution is paramount. Sue is but a solitary figure. Perhaps it is his unwillingness to accept this fate that drives him. I too would feel discontented if I were to awaken a rare profession only to find myself a Beastmaster. Having lingered in the dungeon hall for some time, I noticed that Sue remains at level 1, indicating this is his first foray into the dungeon. With only a few days until the college entrance examination, Sue faces an uphill battle to catch up. We ought to focus on our own progress. Over a day has passed, and we remain at level 2. While the minimum requirement for the entrance examination is to reach level 10, every profession possesses its own weaknesses. Warriors may withstand blows, but inflict minimal damage, rendering their monster-slaying efficiency woefully inadequate. Mages deal high damage, but are perilously fragile, as their skills can lead them into dangerous situations. Consequently, Subai's solitary descent into the dungeon has garnered the attention of many. While they may speculate, their leveling speed has not faltered. For these ordinary individuals, relentless training is imperative. Otherwise, when the examination arrives, they may not even reach level 10, thus being unable to participate. Inside the dungeon, a dense forest stretches infinitely before me. The monsters inhabiting this novice dungeon are goblins, a manifestation of void terror. As the words leave my lips, a rift in space is torn open, and a void terror emerges from within. Standing at a diminutive height, barely reaching its own knees, it exudes a formidable presence. With the void terror at my side, I feel no trepidation. A piercing screech echoes from the underbrush, and upon closer inspection, I behold a goblin creature. Brandishing a spiked club, its visage grotesque. Name, Goblin. Realm, Black Iron. Level, 1. Health, 1000. Strength, 5. Vitality, 10. Agility, 5. Mentality, 5. Skills, none. Description, please call me Goblin. Its attributes are pitifully weak, akin to that of a void worm, lacking any skills. Its panel mirrors that of an ordinary profession. For a level 1 professional, defeating this goblin is no simple feat. Void terror, eliminate it. The void terror lunges forth, akin to a whispering breeze, reaching the goblin in the blink of an eye, leaving it bewildered by the swiftness of its beast. Feast. The void terror opens its massive maw, devouring the goblin whole. Your beast, void terror, has initiated feast, consuming a level 1 goblin. Level 1, health 10,000, size 0. 1M. Your beast has slain a level 1 goblin, earning 1 experience point. A crimson hue marks the goblin's position, indicative of true damage. With only 1,000 health, the goblin could perish tenfold. After consuming the goblin, the void terror does not even emit a belch, its size expanding from 0.5M to 0.6M. If this progress continues, upon reaching level 2, the void terror may surpass 10M in size. The mere thought is exhilarating. The void terror begins its feast. Once the cooldown is complete, it will unleash feast once more. No goblin can withstand its voracious appetite. 10100, 10200, 10300. As the void terror's health increases, so too does its damage output. Not only does its damage rise, but its attack range extends as well. After devouring a dozen goblins, the void terror's height has matched Subai's. Each time it opens its jaw, it spans nearly 2 meters. If 2 goblins are close enough, it could consume them both in one gulp. Your beast, void terror, has initiated feast, consuming a level 1 goblin. Feast level 1, health 10,000, size 0. 1M. Your beast has slain a level 1 goblin, gaining 1 experience point. In less than 10 minutes, the experience bar has surged by over 1/10. At this rate, it will not take half an hour to level up. Leveling up does not seem so arduous after all. This is still under Subai's restraint, as Feast has a 10-second cooldown. With the current attributes of the Void Terror, it could easily crush this horde of green-skinned creatures with a single swipe. In contrast, the goblin's attacks barely manage to breach defenses, although both are level 1 monsters. The disparity is glaring. The forest reverberates with the sounds of their anguished cries, though Subai cannot comprehend their utterances. He merely observes their instinctive flight upon sighting the Void Terror. Are they playing hide and seek with it? The Void Terror feasts upon them. After dispatching dozens of goblins without a single piece of equipment dropping, let alone any materials, Subai is not surprised. It is customary for novice dungeons to facilitate leveling without yielding gear from slain monsters. 20 minutes later, a radiant white light envelopes both Subai and the Void Terror, signaling their ascension in levels. You have reached level 2, gaining 10 attribute points and 10 free attribute points. Without hesitation, he allocates the newly acquired attribute points to mentality. Mentality is crucial for a beastmaster, influencing both sustained combat capacity and the number of contracted beasts. With his current attributes, he can only contract 1 beast. At 0 transition, a maximum of 3 beasts can be contracted. To contract more, one must complete a transition quest and ascend to the first transition. Subai examines his panel. Name, Subai. Profession, Beastmaster. Level, 200. Health, 200. Mana, 400. Strength, 20. Vitality, 20. Agility, 20. Mentality, 40. Skills, Contracting Technique. Beast, Void Terror. Evolution Points, 3,602s. Congratulations, host has leveled up, benefits increased, gaining 2 evolution points per second. With 2 evolution points per second, that amounts to 120 points per minute, 7,200 points per hour, and a staggering 172,800 in a single day. To evolve an epic beast to a legendary one requires merely 1 million evolution points. With just a few days of rest, he could transform the Void Terror into a legendary beast. However, Su-Bai's aspirations extend beyond this, having an advantage. He naturally seeks greater strength. He sets the modest goal to evolve several legendary beasts before the college entrance examination. The acquisition of an epic beast at level 1 is unprecedented, let alone a legendary beast. As long as he amasses sufficient evolution points, legendary beasts are not beyond reach. Even mythical beasts may become a possibility. Su-Bai gazes at the towering Void Terror, now 3 stories high. Chapter 5. The Frenzied Level Up. Half an hour has elapsed since Su-Bai entered the dungeon. Could he truly achieve a successful clearance? How could that be? Given Su-Bai's financial background, he could only afford a black iron beast. So how has he managed to endure in the dungeon for so long? I surmise that Su-Bai must be hiding in some corner, evading detection by the goblins. But what purpose does this serve? It certainly draws our attention. Suddenly, someone emerges. A voice calls out, and all eyes converge upon the entrance of the dungeon. Suddenly, 5 beams of white light flashed, and upon discerning the newcomers, the surrounding crowd buzzed with chatter. It was Qin Feng and his companions. Who is Qin Feng? You don't even know Qin Feng? He is a renowned figure from Shanghai No. 2 High School, who transitioned to a beast master on the day of his awakening, coming from a wealthy family. His elders prepared a silver-grade beast for him. Goodness, that's terrifying. A silver-grade beast is worth a staggering 10 million dragon coins in the market. How long would one have to work to earn such a fortune? No wonder it is said that being a beast master is financially draining. This is merely the first beast, and the number of contracted beasts will only increase, leading to even greater expenditures. In comparison, Su-Bai appears utterly pitiable. Pitiable? At least he has transitioned to a rare profession. What have you transitioned to? I have taken on a lifestyle profession. Impressive, my brother. Even a lifestyle profession dares to venture into dungeons. By the way, what is the strength of Qin Feng's 4 teammates? Although these 4 are of ordinary professions, their affluent families provided them with a full set of beginner gear on the day of their transition, making it relatively easy for them to clear the novice dungeon alongside Qin Feng's rare profession. Look, they've shattered the record. Novice dungeon rankings. First place, Qin Feng's team. Time, 2.5 hours. Second place. Third place. Qin Gu. We are truly formidable. We've managed to break the novice dungeon record. Hee hee. One chubby member of the team chuckled foolishly. Chubby, what you said is quite obvious. With Qin Gu around, breaking records is only to be expected, the thin member added. Noting that the second place team took 3 hours to clear the dungeon, a whole 30 minutes longer than them. Is there truly someone daring enough to tackle the dungeon alone? The only female member of the team exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing that someone dared to venture alone, Qin Feng's interest was piqued. Even he lacked complete confidence in clearing the novice dungeon. However, upon learning that the individual was also a beastmaster but from a less fortunate background, Qin Feng lost interest. He was acutely aware of the disparity between black iron beasts and silver beasts. Inside the dungeon, Su-Bai was on a rampage. The Void Terror, initially measuring 0.5 meters, surged to the height of 5 buildings, its gaping maw stretching over 10 meters wide, rendering the goblins before it as insignificant as ants. It could devour several goblins in one go, and not a single prey escaped its voracious jaws. 35,000, 35, 100, 35, 200. The crimson damage numbers emerged above their heads. The health of the level 2 goblins was significantly higher than that of the level 1 goblins. Yet, they could not withstand the explosive true damage dealt by the Void Terror, which could inflict over 30,000 damage in a single bite. Who could endure that? Your beast. Void Terror has activated the Feast skill, devouring a goblin, layer 1, health 10,000, size 0.1 meters. Your beast, Void Terror, has activated the Feast skill, devouring a goblin, layer 1, health 10,000, size 0.1 meters. You have slain 2 level 2 goblins, gaining 2 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 3. Your attributes are now 10 in all dimensions, and you have 10 free attribute points. It took Su-Bai 20 minutes to level up from 1 to 2. Yet from level 2 to 3, he used barely half that time. Once the feast stacked to 200 layers, the Void Terror surged to a height of 20 meters. Its health exceeded 5 million. After glancing at the panel of the Void Terror, and then at his own attributes, he realized that comparisons only diminished his own worth. As per his usual practice, he allocated all newly acquired attributes to Spirit, ensuring that his beast could battle longer. His earnings per second increased from 2 to 3 points. With 3 evolution points per second, that amounts to 10,800 points in an hour, or 259,200 points in a day. Even if Su-Bai did nothing, he could obtain a legendary beast after just 4 days. Exhilarating. In his past life, Subai had a strong aversion to players who exploited advantages, as it severely disrupted game balance. The Void Terror left no goblins alive. The towering 20-meter Void Terror lunged forward, akin to a tiger among sheep. A buffet, indeed. 50, 000, 51, 000, 52, 000. Your beast, Void Terror, has activated the feast skill, devouring 10 goblins, layer 10, health 100, 000, size 1 meter. You have slain 10 level 3 goblins, gaining 30 experience points. With a single bite, 10 goblins were annihilated, stacking the layers to 10. A massive creature, several dozen meters in size, stood before him, ensuring a sense of security. 5 minutes later, a white light flashed around Subai and the Void Terror once more. He leveled up again. Congratulations, you have reached level 4. Your attributes are now 10 in all dimensions, and you have 10 free attribute points. Congratulations, host. Your leveling rewards have increased. You now gain 4 evolution points per second. Leveling up is remarkably easy. I have been in the dungeon for less than an hour and have already reached level 4. However, leveling too quickly may not be a good thing. The novice dungeon only permits entry for those below level 5. After defeating the boss, my level will surely rise to 5. I recall that before entering the dungeon, there were players at level 2, with only a few reaching level 3. At their current pace, they could possibly attempt the novice dungeon a few more times. After the Void Terror reached level 4, its height soared to 30 meters, exuding an overwhelming presence just by standing there. It was time to conclude this. 2.5 minutes later, Subai encountered the final boss, the Goblin Warrior. This was a bronze boss with a health pool of 10,000. Upon glancing at the health of the Void Terror, the disparity between the two was only a few hundred times. The Goblin Warrior, poised to unleash a roar, was met with the sight of a colossal monster. Goblin Warrior, Void Terror. Who is the beast, and who is the boss here? The Goblin Warrior began to question its own identity as a beast. The Goblin Warrior swung its large iron hammer at the Void Terror. 0. The Void Terror lowered its gaze at the minuscule creature before it. Feast. With its maw stretched to 30 meters, it effortlessly devoured the Goblin Warrior whole. 70, 000. You have slain the Goblin Warrior, gaining 100 experience points. Congratulations, you have broken the novice dungeon record, earning 1,000 experience points and a first clear treasure chest. Congratulations. You have reached level 5. Your attributes are now 10 in all dimensions, and you have 10 free attribute points. Ding, your rewards have increased. You now gain 5 evolution points per second. Chapter 6, 5 points of gain per second. Chingu, we have already reached level 5. We can no longer challenge the novice dungeon. What dungeon shall we attempt next? The Twisted Jungle. Let us rest a while until everyone is in top condition before we proceed. The Twisted Jungle is unlike the novice dungeon. The novice dungeon has protective mechanisms. Even if one is slain by monsters, the worst outcome is being forcibly ejected. However, in the Twisted Jungle, death is final. Even Qin Feng, having transitioned to a rare profession, did not dare to be careless, for life is precious. How is it that, in such a short span, Qin Feng and his team have reached level 5? I am still only at level 2. Before the college entrance examination, they won't become first transition professionals, will they? Look, the leaderboard. What is there to see? Isn't Qin Feng in first place? Goodness, am I seeing things? Qin Feng's team has dropped to second place. The first place now belongs to Subai. Novice Dungeon Rankings. First place, Subai's team. Time, 40 minutes. Number of team members, 1. Second place, Qin Feng's team. Time, 2.5 hours. Number of team members, 5. Third place, the Apocalypse team took 3 hours, consisting of 5 members. Upon witnessing the rankings, an eerie silence enveloped the entire dungeon hall, reminiscent of a profound stillness. After a mere 10 seconds, someone finally shattered this peculiar atmosphere. Did Subai break the record? How could this be possible? Isn't he merely a civilian beastmaster? Could it be that Su Xiaoqiao is actually a hidden wealthy heir? Come on, lay off the novels. Su Xiaoqiao lost his parents at a young age. Are you seriously suggesting he's a rich kid? If it weren't for the scholarship aiding him, he would struggle to make ends meet, let alone afford a beast. But how do we explain this record? Either the dungeon malfunctioned, or Su Xiaoqiao discovered a loophole. Think about it. Qin Feng, despite contracting a silver-tier beast and having 4 teammates, took 2.5 hours, while Su Xiaoqiao accomplished it solo in under an hour. It is said that the better the performance, the more substantial the rewards. It's infuriating. Why can't I uncover this loophole? You, a mediocre student, think you're worthy of competing with Su Xiaoqiao? He has amassed a plethora of scholarships over 3 years of high school. Everyone believed that Subai's ability to break the record must stem from discovering a flaw in the dungeon. After all, an impoverished student completed the dungeon in less than an hour, which is utterly astonishing. The second-place finisher took over 2 hours, a full hour's difference. Brother Chin, our record has been shattered? The hefty individual exclaimed in shock. What level of beast did he contract? Chin Feng fell into contemplation, remaining silent. How on earth did he achieve this? Even if we attempted the novice dungeon again, we couldn't finish in under 2 hours. Yet Subai managed it in just 40 minutes? The novice dungeon has existed for decades, and countless professionals have attempted it without uncovering any luffs. His father once taught him that there is always someone better, but when he first heard this, it went in one ear and out the other without him taking it seriously. Even upon learning that Subai had transitioned into a beast master, his mindset remained unchanged. But now his beliefs are slowly shifting. So what if he lacks the funds to purchase a beast? He still managed to clear the dungeon. Unbeknownst to Subai, a commotion had erupted outside. Even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. It's merely a novice dungeon. Breaking the record is perfectly reasonable, isn't it? Subai examined his rewards. After clearing the dungeon, he ascended to level 5 and received a first completion treasure chest. Upon opening the chest, he discovered 2 items. You have opened the first completion treasure chest 1. You have received 1 invitation letter. You have received 1 skill book, 1 envelope, and 1 skill book. Name, invitation letter. Type, consumable. Effect, upon use, you can challenge the hidden dungeon of the Goblin Kingdom. Contemplating the details of the invitation letter, Subai fell into deep thought. Logically, even if he had broken the record for the novice dungeon, he shouldn't have received an invitation letter. Is it because I completed the dungeon in just 40 minutes that the reward has changed? The hidden dungeon requires the use of an invitation letter to access. The invitation letter was temporarily stored in his backpack. The skill book, however, is a valuable item that allows the learning of skills. A beast master inherently possesses an initial skill, contracting technique. Apart from contracting beasts, it serves no other purpose. Name, skill book. Profession, warrior. Effect, upon use, you can comprehend a charged skill. Regrettably, as a beast master, he cannot learn warrior skills. Movement skills are rare and exceedingly expensive. This single skill book could fetch as much as 100,000. He could sell it upon returning. Professionals earn money swiftly. He had already made a significant profit from the last dungeon. Now that he reached level 5, he could contract a second beast. What type of beast should he contract next? As per tradition, he would allocate all newly acquired attributes to spirit. Subai checked his panel. Name, Subai. Profession, Beastmaster. Level, 5. Health, 5,000. Mana, 10,000. Strength, 50. Constitution, 50. Dexterity, 50. Spirit, 100. Evolution points, 12,600, 5s. His earnings per second had risen to 5 points. At 5 evolution points per second, that amounts to 300 evolution points per minute, 18,000 per hour, and a staggering 432,000 in a single day. An epic beast requires 1,000,000 evolution points to ascend to legendary status. Even if Subai were to do nothing in 2.5 days, he could elevate the Void Terror to legendary level. If an epic beast is already so formidable, what of a legendary beast? Glancing at the Void Terror, which had grown in size by 0.1 meters after devouring a goblin warrior, he noted, name, Void Terror. Rank, epic. Level, 5. Health, 8,010,000. Strength, 25,000. Constitution, 50,000. Dexterity, 25,000. Spirit, 25,000. Skill, Feast Epic. Size, 3.06 meters. Feast layers, 301, 500. A health pool of 8,010,000. What does that even mean? Without points allocated to Constitution, a level 5 professional's health is merely 5,000, the same as Subai. The Void Terror is over 1,000 times stronger. If the Feast skill reaches its maximum layers, the Void Terror's health could exceed 10,000,000. Its size would balloon to 50 meters. Even standing still, it would be exceedingly difficult for others to defeat it. The Void Terror was returned to the beast space. Subai approached the white light curtain, his figure gradually vanishing. Chapter 7. The Recruitment of the 3 Major Guilds. A multitude of individuals congregated at the entrance of the novice dungeon, all awaiting Subai's emergence. Wang Ming is here too? A voice called out. The onlookers' gazes were drawn to a burly man. Standing over 2 meters tall, his arms were thicker than his legs, and his bald head stood out prominently. Who is Wang Ming? Someone inquired, puzzled. You don't know who Wang Ming is? Have you heard of the Xiongba Guild? Isn't Xiongba Guild one of the 3 major guilds? What brings him here? Wang Ming, the president of the Xiongba Guild, must have come personally to recruit talent. Who am I to garner such attention? It must be Subai. After all, he shattered the novice dungeon record. I doubt it, although Subai broke the record. It was through exploiting a loophole. I believe Wang Meng is here to invite Qin Feng to join, considering he possesses a rare profession and a silver-tier beast. As the crowd discussed, Wang Meng had already arrived at the dungeon entrance. Qin Feng glanced at Wang Meng, then at the entrance. The Qin family's financial resources are formidable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to contract a silver-tier beast. If comparing the Qin family to the Xiongba Guild, they wouldn't even be worthy of a glance. In terms of both wealth and strength, the Xiongba Guild far outstrips the Qin family. Even though he had transitioned into a rare profession, would the Xiongba Guild truly send someone to recruit him? Moreover, this was no ordinary individual, but the president of the Xiongba Guild. Wang Meng, look over there. It's Li Yifei, the president of the Beihai Guild. What on earth is happening today? 2 of the 3 major guilds have arrived? This is clearly an attempt to recruit Subai. Why am I not afforded such treatment? It's simply unfair. After all, Subai has merely transitioned to the Beastmaster class. If I could identify a flaw in the dungeon, I would surely clear it faster than he could. What merit does Subai possess to attract the attention of 2 major guilds? Anyone who claims not to feel envy in the crowd is undoubtedly lying. They aspire to join the 3 major guilds, yet they are deemed unworthy. Meanwhile, Subai merely sets a record and has the presidents of 2 guilds come personally to witness. Without comparison, there can be no pain. Li Yifei, clad in a pristine white robe and wielding a folding fan, exudes charm and elegance. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Meng's expression darkens. The Xiongba Guild and the Beihai Guild are competitors with a fraught relationship. What brings you here, Li Yifei? Wang Meng inquires with a hint of hostility. Is it permissible for you to come while I cannot? Li Yifei retracts his fan, proposing, how about you let me have Subai? On what grounds? Our Beihai Guild possesses wealth. Wealth alone cannot sustain one. Wang Meng retorts confidently, his biceps flexing as his shirt bursts. I have muscle, do you? Our Beihai Guild is affluent. Yet our Xiongba Guild boasts greater strength than your Beihai Guild. We have wealth. Wang Meng finds himself at a loss for words. When it comes to strength, the Xiongba Guild surpasses the Beihai Guild. However, in terms of financial resources, even 2 Xiongba Guilds would pale in comparison. Li Yifei is quite confident in his ability to recruit Subai. The Beastmaster class is notoriously costly, and coincidentally, the Beihai Guild lacks nothing except for money. Who is that? She is stunning. And may I say, her legs are exceptionally fair. Brother, you are quite bold. That is Jiang Wanwan, the president of the Shengxin Guild. The woman possesses a captivating figure. With each step, her bosom sways, her long legs encased in black stockings, and her beauty radiates an aura that demands reverence. What is this day? All 3 major guild presidents have gathered. Subai's allure is truly remarkable. I can understand the presence of the Xiongba and Beihai guilds. But isn't the Shengxin Guild exclusively for female members? Could it be that Subai is not a male but a female? Ignoring the murmurs around her, Jiang Wanwan delicately brushes her long hair, a subtle fragrance wafting through the air. What do you mean by this? Wang Meng questions. Isn't your guild exclusively for women? Indeed, we only recruit women, Jiang Wanwan replies sweetly, but I can make an exception for Subai. Anyone who can discover flaws in a dungeon is destined for greatness. The rules are set. As president, do you intend to break them? Li Yifei interjects urgently. The strength ranking of the 3 major guilds is as follows. Xiongba Guild is first, Beihai Guild second, and Shengxin Guild third. However, when it comes to financial resources, Beihai Guild ranks first, Shengxin Guild second, and Xiongba Guild last. While the Shengxin Guild adheres to norms, it lacks the financial prowess of the Beihai Guild. Yet, they possess an advantage. All members are women, each with a beauty rating of at least 80. What man could resist such temptation? Subai, just 18, is at an age bursting with vigor. Joining the Shengxin Guild could lead him to establish a career and a harem. With this thought, Li Yifei realizes he does not have guaranteed success in recruiting Subai. As Jiang Wanwan stated, Subai's future is boundless. To become a president of any of the 3 major guilds is a rare career indeed. Their interest lies not solely in Subai's identity as a beastmaster, but in his potential to identify flaws in dungeons, which would facilitate their future endeavors. Rules are rigid, yet people are not. Jiang Wanwan gestures dismissively. As you stated, I am the president of the Shengxin Guild, and what I say goes. A flash of white light reveals the newcomer, prompting the 3 guild presidents to gaze as if at a divinely beautiful figure. Noticing the attention, Subai appears bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? Wasn't it just a matter of clearing a novice dungeon? Is it really that significant? Just slightly faster than the second place? Subai internally scoffs. You must be Subai, right? A towering figure stands before him, eyes narrowed in contemplation. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Meng, president of the Xiongba Guild. I formally invite you to join us. I decline, Subai states decisively. Shanghai City is merely a level 3 city, with level 2 and 1 cities above it. Although the Shonba Guild is one of the 3 major guilds, their strength is rather mediocre. Had there been no awakening system, Subai might have considered it. But now he thinks better of it. A guild might offer short-term assistance, but the drawbacks outweigh the benefits. There is no such thing as a free lunch, often. The cheaper something is, the more expensive it proves to be in the long run. The notion of carrying a burden is entirely unnecessary. He cannot remain in Shanghai City indefinitely. Surprised by Su Bai's resolute rejection, Wang Ming is taken aback. Li Yifei grins broadly. Su Bai, allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Yifei, president of the Beihai Guild. While our guild may not be the strongest among the 3, when it comes to financial resources, we are second to none. If you sign this contract, I can gift you a silver beast as the guild president. The crowd gasps in astonishment. Hold on, my friend. You can't be serious. Offering a silver beast right off the bat? A silver beast is valued at a staggering 10 million. Do you not regard money at all? The shock is evident on Qin Feng's face. He had to exert considerable effort to secure a silver beast for a contract. 10 million is no trivial sum for the Qin family, which pales in comparison to the Beihai Guild. Others can receive a silver beast upon joining. While Qin Feng has never tasted defeat, could it be that he, Qin Feng, is truly inferior to Su Bai? Absolutely not. He has contracted a silver beast. Just as Qin Feng wrestles with his thoughts, Su Bai's next statement leaves him utterly speechless. Not interested. What is a silver beast? Have you heard of an epic beast? It appears that Su Bai harbors no interest in either of the 2 major guilds. Jiang Wanwan nearly bursts into laughter. Su Bai, our Shengxin guild comprises only women. And we are quite attractive. Wang Ming and Li Yifei shoot her murderous glares. Damn it, this woman has outsmarted us. To their astonishment, Su Bai still declines. I refuse. I have no interest in any of the 3 major guilds. I am accustomed to being alone and dislike constraints. What? Upon hearing Su Bai's rejection of the 3 major guilds, the surrounding crowd is left in disbelief. These are the 3 major guilds. Su Bai has actually turned them down. Wang Ming, Li Yifei, and Jiang Wanwan stand frozen in place, unable to comprehend Su Bai's reasoning for his refusal. Others have lost their opportunity to join the 3 major guilds. However, they did not express anger at Su Bai's refusal. Rather, they were simply perplexed. Su Bai, are you truly not considering this? Such a splendid opportunity may not arise again, they implored. The trio remained undeterred by his decision to forego guild membership. Shaking his head, Su Bai retrieved a skill book from his backpack. Who among you wishes to claim this skill book? Chapter 8. The Second Beast Master, the Extraordinary Cat. Upon glimpsing the attributes of the skill book, Wang Ming and Jiang Wanwan exchanged concerned glances. Jiang Wanwan, a fire mage, found the book irrelevant to her. Although Wang Ming was a warrior, the skill book was of a low level, and acquiring it would merely occupy space in his inventory. I shall take this skill book, Li Yifei said with a grin. However, I lack the currency. Could we perhaps barter? Indeed, Su Bai nodded in agreement. How could one capable of summoning a silver beast possibly be short of funds? Clearly, Li Yifei was attempting to appease him, valuing suitable items more than mere currency. Upon reaching level 5, he would be able to contract a second beast. The item in question was an auxiliary inner beast card. Deal. You have sacrificed charge, skill book, to acquire beast card 1. Su Bai crushed the beast card, immediately initiating the contract. A diminutive cat, no larger than the palm of his hand, materialized before him. Contracting technique. A hexagram array appeared. In a mere 2.5 seconds, the contract was successfully established. You have contracted the beast. Cat. Meow. The cat gracefully rubbed against Su Bai's pant leg. He lifted the small creature to examine its attributes. Name, cat. Realm, black iron. Level, 5, varies with beast master level. Health, 100. Strength, 1. Vitality, 1. Agility, 1. Mental, 100. Skill, healing, black iron. The cat's 3-dimensional attributes were quite dismal, each merely at 1 point, with a meager health pool of only 100. In contrast, the initial health of a void worm was 1,000 points. This was still a level 5 cat. The level 5 void worm boasted a staggering 5,000 health. This beast only increased its mental attribute, while all other attributes remained woefully low. Astonishingly, a black iron beast possessed a skill. If memory serves, the void worm only acquired its skill upon evolving into a void matriarch. After glancing at the evolution points, Su Bai noted they had already increased to over 20,000 in a short span. The cat was returned to the beast space, where its evolution would go unnoticed. Evolving. Within the beast space, a constant influx of spiritual energy converged. The cat was irresistibly drawn to this energy, which surged into its body. After absorbing this energy, the cat underwent a remarkable transformation. Shifting from white to a dark purple hue, its pupils sparkling like stars, yet its size remained unchanged. Meow. The sound signified the conclusion of its evolution. Ding. You have consumed 110 evolution points. Cat, black iron, has evolved into Extraordinary Cat, dark gold. Name, Extraordinary Cat. Realm, dark gold. Level, 5, varies with Beast Master level. Health, 100. Strength, 1. Vitality, 1. Agility, 1. Mental, 10, 0, 0, 0. Skill, Source of Life, dark gold. Source of Life. The Extraordinary Cat can choose one ally to possess. While in this state, it cannot be harmed by enemies. If the possessed ally perishes, the possession will automatically end, and the Extraordinary Cat will restore 10, 0, 0, 0 health per second to all friendly units within a 50-meter radius, 10 times the beast's level. Any excess health will convert into shield value, capped at 10 times the restoration amount. Note, the Extraordinary Cat requires 100,000 evolution points to evolve into a magical cat. Currently, Subai lacked damage output but required a means of survival. The Void Terror could absorb damage effectively. However, as a Beast Master, Subai would be finished if ambushed. The level 5 Extraordinary Cat had surpassed 10,000 in mental capacity. After its evolution, the cat's skills had transformed. Source of Life. This skill was exceptionally powerful. With no cooldown, the cat's vulnerability lay in its low 3-dimensional attributes. With only 100 health, a mere touch from an enemy could be fatal. Yet, it could select an ally to possess, rendering it invulnerable to harm. Furthermore, it could heal at a rate of 10,000 health per second, akin to a moving fountain. In 1 second, it could restore 60,000 health over a minute, an astounding 600,000 health. The Void Terror boasted over 8 million health, requiring over 10 minutes to fully recover. However, Subai's health was low, only 5,000, easily replenished in a mere 0.5 seconds. Most crucially, any excess health would not disappear but convert into shield value, capable of amassing up to 100,000 shield points, equivalent to 20 lives. If the Dark Gold Cat was already this formidable, how powerful would it become upon reaching the epic level? Subai retrieved an invitation letter from his backpack. You have consumed 1 invitation letter. Hidden Dungeon, Goblin Kingdom has been activated. Dungeon, Goblin Kingdom. Difficulty, Hell level. Level, 5 to 10. Description, the Goblin Kingdom is inhabited by many vicious goblins. It is advised to form a team for the challenge. Note, your level is too low for the dungeon, lacking a team. It is recommended you reach level 10 before attempting. Subai disregarded the advisory. With the Extraordinary Cat by his side, it would be a challenge to meet his demise. I reject your suggestion. As his voice echoed, a blood-red gate swung open, and a blood-red skeleton engulfed Subai, causing the gate to vanish along with him. The onlookers displayed expressions of sheer disbelief. A blood-colored gate, a blood-red skull? This was indicative of a hell-level challenge. Goodness. Subai is extraordinarily audacious to challenge the hell level right off the bat. While they acknowledged his prowess in discovering dungeon loopholes, they could not fathom the prospect of a civilian beast master confronting a hell dungeon. Had he lost his mind? Or had they? Alas, Subai is far too arrogant. Had I been in his place, I would have certainly joined one of the 3 major guilds. Now, he has squandered his resources and risks his very life. It was rumored that once one entered a hell dungeon, there was no exit until completion. Did this not imply that Subai was doomed? Absolutely doomed. Brother Chin, do you think Subai can clear the dungeon? The portly one inquired, unable to contain himself. Qin Feng shook his head. Newbie dungeons may have loopholes, but hell dungeons do not. Since the hall's inception, no one has ever cleared a hell dungeon. Those who enter never return alive. If I were in his shoes, I would have joined the Azure Sea Guild. A civilian beast master is destined to go nowhere. Wang Meng and Jiang Wanwan sighed with relief upon witnessing Subai's decision to challenge the hell dungeon. Thankfully, he had not joined their guild. Such a reckless individual, even if he could uncover dungeon loopholes, was fated to fall short. Wang Meng jested, Li Yifei, it seems your wager will yield no returns. Li Yifei waved dismissively. It matters not. Gambling entails both wins and losses, and that is perfectly normal. Such a promising talent, though, is a pity. Upon witnessing Subai's refusal to join the 3 major guilds, the trio initially intended to depart. However, upon observing Subai's decision to challenge the hell dungeon, their plans shifted. Should Subai succeed in conquering the hell dungeon, it would indeed be a miraculous event. Yet, such thoughts remained mere fantasies. Chapter 9, The Goblin Kingdom. Inside the dungeon, a vast expanse of grassland stretched endlessly before them, dominated by a towering castle. The novice dungeon required the defeat of goblin warriors, while the hidden dungeon, the Goblin Kingdom, necessitated the slaying of the Goblin King. Information regarding the Goblin King was scarce, as no one had ever emerged from the dungeon alive. Nevertheless, Subai remained unperturbed, equipped with an epic beast, the Void Terror, alongside a dark gold tier extraordinary cat for protection. If he were unable to clear the dungeon, then surely no one could. The Void Terror unleashed its full might. The space around it suddenly ruptured, and a colossal creature over 30 meters in height emerged from the void, its crimson eyes piercing and its purplish-black exterior formidable, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. The extraordinary cat, while less grandiose than the Void Terror, materialized through the appearance of a hexagram array, choosing to embody Subai. The Void Terror boasted a staggering health pool of over 8 million. Even standing still, it would take considerable time for any adversary to whittle down its health. Life source: 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. Upon the extraordinary cat's possession of Subai, a healing effect radiated within a 50-meter radius. After 10 seconds, the shield stabilized at 100,000. With the Goblin Warrior possessing merely 10,000 health, Subai's defenses were tenfold superior. A glance at his health bar revealed a shield value 20 times greater than his total health, instilling a profound sense of security. The Void Terror began to feast. No longer needing to protect Subai, it unleashed its full potential. From the underbrush emerged the rustling of a goblin, wielding a massive iron hammer and boasting a robust physique. Name: Goblin Warrior. Realm: Bronze. Level: 10. Health: 20,000. Strength: 100. Vitality: 200. Agility: 100. Mentality: 100. Skill: Charge. Indeed, even the weakest monsters in the Hell Dungeon were level 10 bronze creatures. It was no wonder a prompt suggested forming a group, as the minimum level required was 5, yet the monsters within were all level 10. A typical party of 5 at level 5 would undoubtedly face peril against this goblin. Yet it had encountered Subai. The Goblin Warrior was but a plaything. Feast. The Void Terror opened its gaping maw, 30 meters wide, and swallowed the Goblin Warrior whole. 80100. Your beast, the Void Terror, has activated the feast skill, devouring the Goblin Warrior. Layers: 1. Health: 10,000. Size: 0.1 meter. You have slain a level 10 Goblin Warrior, earning 200 experience points. Crimson damage indicators erupted from the Goblin's head, sufficient to end its existence several times over. The mere defeat of a lowly creature yielded 200 experience points, a delightful boon. The Hell Dungeon offered not only abundant experience, but also significantly improved drop rates. You have acquired Goblin Teeth material. Materials can be crafted into equipment or sold for coin. The former requires an enormous quantity of resources, even if crafted. It would yield at most bronze-grade gear, given that the Goblin Warrior was merely a bronze creature, rendering monetary exchange a more prudent option. Upon reaching level 5, the experience requirements increased substantially. Slaying a single Goblin Warrior barely nudged the experience bar, striving to reach level 10 before clearing the dungeon. The Void Terror blazed a trail, while Subai leisurely admired the scenery and looted corpses. Your beast, the Void Terror, has activated the feast skill, devouring Goblin Warrior 5. Layers: 5. Health: 50,000. Size: 0.5 meters. You have slain Goblin Warrior 5, earning 1,000 experience points. You have acquired Goblin Jade Foot material. The Void Terror consumed several foes with each activation of its skill, primarily due to their scattered positions. Otherwise, the number would have been greater. As the Void Terror feasted upon its enemies, its size continued to grow. Over 20 minutes had elapsed since Subai entered the dungeon. Why had he not emerged? It was said that the monsters in the Hell Dungeon bore a striking resemblance to real creatures, possessing territorial instincts that prompted them to pursue any intruder relentlessly. Could it be that Subai had discovered a flaw within the dungeon? Such discoveries were exceedingly rare. Why then could Subai remain within the dungeon for so long? Surely, he must have found a safe haven to hide. What could a novice dungeon offer in terms of safety compared to the Hell Dungeon, where one would be relentlessly hunted the moment they set foot inside? Could it be that the dungeon had malfunctioned? While malfunctions were not unheard of, they were indeed rare. During the teleportation process, if one encountered spatial fluctuations or turbulence, they could become trapped in a limbo, unable to enter the dungeon formally. Those who had not fully entered the dungeon could exit. One must seek the staff and report that someone was trapped within the dungeon. In the manager's office, a corpulent middle-aged man was leisurely sipping tea. Suddenly, the door burst open as a staff member rushed in. The manager's face soured. How many times must I remind you, Xiao Wang, to knock before entering? Do you not understand basic etiquette? Ignoring the manager's reprimands, Xiao Wang hurriedly recounted the events. You mean to say someone broke the novice dungeon record in just 40 minutes, and they are a common beast master? What kind of joke is this? Breaking the novice dungeon record was not unprecedented. However, this speed was astonishing. What was last year's record? A full 3 hours. And this year's record had been shattered by over 2 hours, with no teammates to assist. The price of beasts was exorbitant. Even the cheapest black iron beast cost 100,000 dragon coins. Noticing the manager's reaction, Xiao Wang remained unfazed. He too had been incredulous upon learning the news. Here is the leaderboard from the dungeon hall, Xiao Wang stated. The manager quickly snatched the tablet from Xiao Wang's hands and scrutinized it intently. Novice Dungeon Rankings. First place, Su Bai, time, 40 minutes, participants, 1. Second place, Qin Feng, time, 2. 5 hours, participants, 5. Third place, Tian Qi, time, 3 hours, participants, 5. Upon seeing the first place score, the tablet nearly slipped from the manager's grip. This was no jest. Xiao Wang was not fooling around. This should not be possible. A common beastmaster could hardly be expected to break records, let alone clear a dungeon. Had he discovered a flaw in the dungeon and exploited it to achieve this remarkable feat? The manager could think of no other possibilities. Xiao Wang, is there more to your report? Su Bai cleared the novice dungeon and shortly after challenged the Hell Dungeon, the Goblin Kingdom. An oppressive silence fell. In previous years, there had always been arrogant adventurers daring to challenge the highest difficulty, the Hell level. As the number of challengers continued to rise, yet none returned alive. The spirit of defiance waned, leading to a year of silence. To everyone's astonishment, this year saw a new contender brave enough to face the dungeon. Manager, I suspect Su Bai may be trapped within. Approximately half an hour has elapsed since Su Bai entered the dungeon. Understood. Chapter 10. The Onslaught of the Colossal Beast. Congratulations. You have reached level 6. Attributes. 10 in all 4 dimensions. 10 in free attributes. Ding. Earnings increased, gaining 6 evolution points per second. Inside the dungeon, Su Bai finally ascended to level 6. The experience required to progress from level 5 to level 6 was monumental. He had lost count of how many monsters he had slain. Most of his time was spent traversing the terrain. Any monster that dared to reveal itself did not survive beyond 3 seconds. The Void Terror, with a single bite, instilled fear that was palpable. The Goblin King resided within this castle, where countless goblins stood atop the walls, bows in hand, ready to unleash a storm of arrows upon anyone who dared approach. It was no wonder that this dungeon had never been cleared. The monsters outside were level 10, mere bronze-tier creatures, while those within the castle outmatched them in both numbers and strength. 2 strategies emerged. The first was to engage in guerrilla tactics, luring some goblins and slowly dispatching them. The second was a full frontal assault. Su Bai chose the latter. What are the castle walls? The Void Terror would shatter them to pieces. Soon, the goblins beheld a sight they would never forget. A 50-meter-tall creature advanced toward the castle, and even from a distance, the suffocating dread was palpable. Atop the creature stood a human. A cacophony of arrows rained down upon the Void Terror as the goblins, upon realizing their enemy, hastily released their bows. The sounds of metal clashing rang out. 0, 0, 0. Damage without penetrating defenses appeared above the Void Terror. Its blood-red eyes surveyed the swarm of insects below. Feast. The beast's gaping maw opened wide, a dark abyss seemingly capable of devouring all. The goblins had no chance to react before being obliterated. Your beast, the Void Terror, has activated the feast skill, consuming 20 goblins, stacking to 20 layers, health at 200, 000, size 2 meters. You have slain 20 level 10 goblin archers, earning 2,000 experience points. This single bite not only consumed all the goblins atop the walls, but also demolished the walls themselves. Regrettably, the consumption of entities does not stack layers. Otherwise, Su Bai would have compelled the Void Terror to devour the entire castle. In the early days of the invasion, there were no novice dungeons. They have only emerged in recent years. The Goblin Kingdom was not a product of human creation, but a reality unto itself. Goblins are notoriously cruel creatures with peculiar predilections. Once captured, whether male or female, none could escape their torment. Thus, adventurers seek vengeance against these green-skinned fiends. One party, in an act of misplaced mercy, spared a white rabbit, which, far from expressing gratitude, led to their utter annihilation. Thus, one must be ruthless in dealing with monsters. The commotion attracted a throng of curious goblins, who attempted to encircle the Void Terror. Devour them. With a single command, the Void Terror unleashed Feast once more. Darkness enveloped the area, and though the goblins sought to flee, they were too late. 112, 000, 112, 100, 112, 200. 6-digit damage figures erupted above them. After ascending to level 6, the Void Terror boasted a staggering base health of 6 million, compounded by the 500-plus layers from Feast, pushing its total health beyond 10 million. The damage was formidable, and its area of effect was vast, goblins were devoured before they even drew near. One must concede that these goblins possessed considerable intelligence. The castle, once magnificent, now lay in ruins, and the small houses they constructed crumbled like toys upon collision. Observing the apocalyptic scene below, Subai grinned. Don't run. Hee hee. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, an hour had passed since Subai's entrance, yet he showed no signs of emerging. Even in death within the dungeon, one would be forcibly ejected. The manager arrived. At the sound of a voice calling out, all eyes turned to the two figures approaching. Trailing behind was a portly middle-aged man, while ahead walked an elderly gentleman clad in a flowing white robe, exuding an ethereal presence. Who was that next to the manager? The nominal elder, Li Xiaoyao. It was said that even the guild leader would defer to this man. Is that true? How could it be false? Just look at the three major guilds. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Meng, Li Yifei, and Zhang Wanwan's expressions shifted to one of gravity. Li Xiaoyao was primarily responsible for the normal operations of the dungeons. Rumor had it that he was the creator of the novice dungeon. In the eyes of ordinary people, the three major guilds seemed insurmountable, and Li Xiaoyao was equally beyond their reach, akin to how ordinary folk perceive the guilds. Initially, Li Xiaoyao had no intention of attending. However, upon learning that someone had shattered the novice dungeon record, surpassing the previous year's top time by over 2 hours, and had subsequently challenged the hellish dungeon, the Goblin Kingdom, his interest was piqued. How did Subai achieve this? Could it be that the novice dungeon truly harbored a bug? Elderly, good day. The three spoke in unison, bowing in respect. Li Xiaoyao nodded in acknowledgement, approaching the entrance of the dungeon. The blood-red door, adorned with a crimson skull, elicited a self-deprecating shake of his head. Youthful impetuosity. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. As time ticked away, Li Xiaoyao's pupils contracted as he took note of the situation. The manager, unable to restrain himself, inquired, Elderly, is there a problem with the dungeon? Li Xiaoyao shook his head. I have not detected any issues. Spatial fluctuations and turbulence are absent. What then? How has Subai managed to endure within the dungeon for so long? The manager pressed. This was a question on everyone's mind. Previously, those who had recklessly challenged the hellish dungeon met their demise within 3 minutes, their corpses unceremoniously ejected. Over time, no one dared to challenge the hellish dungeon again, as it was beyond the capabilities of players at this stage. Not even rare or hidden classes could hope to survive such an encounter. Li Xiaoyao remained silent as he continued to assess the novice dungeon. The more he examined, the more startling the revelations became. Everything was functioning normally, no issues were found. This indicated that Subai had not exploited a glitch to clear the dungeon, but rather relied on genuine skill. Beast Tamers are notoriously costly. Even the cheapest black iron beast commands 100,000 dragon coins. The final boss of the novice dungeon is a bronze creature. To clear the dungeon within an hour without any teammates, Subai must have contracted at least one golden beast. In the market, one can only procure silver beasts, while golden beasts remain an elusive rarity. It is no wonder he dares to challenge the hellish dungeon. Unbeknownst to him, Subai's beast is not of the golden tier, but rather of the epic grade. Chapter 11, 10 evolution points per second. Congratulations on reaching level 7. Attributes, 10 in all 4 dimensions, 10 in free attributes. Ding! Host's earnings increase, gaining 7 evolution points per second. Delightful. Having just ascended to level 6, he finds himself leveling up once more. The goblins, faced with the void terror, are as captivated as if at an all-you-can-eat buffet. Aside from the tallest building, everything else lies in ruins. The Goblin King must surely be within. What an unbearable racket. Am I not allowed to sleep? A magnificent figure strides forth from the palace. He is several times larger than the other goblins, adorned with a crown and resplendent robes, wielding a scepter. Name, Goblin King. Realm, Golden. Level, 10. Health, 100,000. Strength, 1,000. Constitution, 1,000. Agility, 1,000. Spirit, 2,000. Skill, Reproduction, Golden. Monster description, the Goblin King is on the brink of rage. Immediate evacuation is advised. Warning, immediate evacuation is advised. Warning, immediate evacuation is advised. The Will of Blue Star issues 3 consecutive warnings. Subai disregards the alerts. Flee. Why should he? A mere 100,000 health is insufficient to even dent the Void Terror. Just as the Void Terror prepares to unleash its skill, Feast, Subai intervenes. An intriguing thought crosses his mind. If realized, he could ascend from level 7 to 10. The Void Terror could also maximize its remaining layers. Clearly, a living Goblin King holds more value than a deceased one. The Goblin King surveys his surroundings. Who am I? Where am I? At this moment, not a single part of the castle remains intact, save for his own palace. His entire populace has perished, leaving not a single corpse behind. Humans disturbing my slumber is one thing, but who dares to slay my subjects? The human tongue? Records and tomes suggest that monsters of higher realms possess greater intelligence. The invasion of Blue Star by monsters has persisted for decades. Goblins have long been known to capture humans, thus acquiring their language is not surprising. They possess a modicum of intellect, albeit limited. Though the Void Terror is only level 7, its realm far surpasses that of its adversary. A mere beast dares to claim kingship? Subai smirks mockingly. Young one, you have successfully provoked my wrath. I shall show you the meaning of cruelty. Reproduction. In a mere 2.5 seconds, the Goblin King produces 10 goblins. Name, Goblin Mage. Realm, Silver. Level, 10. Health, 20,000. Strength, 200. Constitution, 200. Agility, 200. Spirit, 400. Skill, Fireball, Silver. Name, Goblin Warrior. Realm, Silver. Level, 10. Health, 40,000. Strength, 200. Constitution, 400. Agility, 200. Spirit, 200. Skill, Wild Charge. 5 Goblin Mages and 5 Goblin Warriors. 10 Silver Monsters. The Goblin King, merely a golden monster, can summon silver ones. Upon reaching level 10, he could contract a third beast. If he were to contract a Goblin King, would he not acquire a multitude of Goblin Mages and Goblin Warriors? However, that is merely a fanciful thought. To conquer the dungeon, the Goblin King must be slain. Moreover, he is far too unattractive for Subai's liking. It would waste a slot. Children, eliminate him. With the Goblin King's command, several fireballs strike the Void Terror. Dust and smoke arise. The Goblin King sneers. This is the fate of those who offend me. The next moment, as the smoke dissipates, the Void Terror stands unscathed, having suffered not a scratch. How can this be? Goblin Mages lack strong single-target combat abilities. Yet, in concert, they can inflict considerable damage. Yet the behemoth before them has not sustained a single injury. The Goblin Warriors have already charged to the feet of the Void Terror. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. 5 strikes of damage, utterly ineffective, like a mere tickle. Feast. In one gulp, including the distant Goblin Mages, 10 goblins are devoured. Your beast, the Void Terror, has activated the skill Feast, consuming 10 goblins, achieving layer 10, health 100. 0, 0, 0, size 1 meter. You have slain 5 Goblin Warriors, earning 2,000 experience points. You have slain 5 Goblin Mages, earning 2,000 experience points. Layers can stack, and experience can be gained. Splendid. Reproduction is distinct from summoning. The creatures produced through reproduction persist, while summoned beings are temporary. The former can gain experience, while the latter cannot. The Goblin King gazes in bewilderment at his vanished progeny. They were born just 10 seconds ago and devoured in a single bite? Not even a belch was heard. Human, you possess the ability to summon my children. This is delightful. Subai eagerly anticipates several more waves. Feel free, he gestures nonchalantly. Perched atop the Void Terror. Riding a beast that spans dozens of meters is indeed impressive, though the shell is too rigid, making it uncomfortable to sit. 2.5 minutes later, the Goblin King activates his reproduction ability once more. Dozens of goblins emerge. 5 Goblin Warriors and 5 Goblin Mages. This time, their target is not the Void Terror, but Subai. As long as they slay this human, even the mightiest beast before them would be of no consequence. Facing the onslaught, Subai has no intention of evading. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 5 fireballs inflict a mere 10,000 damage. The shield remains intact, barely diminished. The next moment, a healing symbol appears above Subai. 14,000. The excess health converts to shield value. Feast. Your beast, the Void Terror, has activated the skill Feast. Consuming 10 goblins, achieving layer 10, health 100, 000, size 1 meter. You have slain 5 Goblin Warriors, earning 2,000 experience points. You have slain 5 Goblin Mages, earning 2,000 experience points. You have leveled up to 8 attributes, 10 in all 4 dimensions, 10 in free attributes. Ding, host earnings have increased, gaining 8 evolution points per second. I refuse to believe that I cannot vanquish a mere human. Time passed unmeasured as Subai ascended to level 9, now but a step away from level 10. A fleeting glance at the Goblin King revealed its inability to procreate any further. You have bestowed upon me an abundance of experience. Thus, I shall perform a noble deed today and reunite your family. The Void Terror. Feast. You have slain a level 10 Goblin King, earning 1,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 10 with attributes, 10, and free attributes, 10. Ding. Earnings per second have increased. You now gain 10 evolution points per second. Chapter 12. Astonishment grips the room. The rankings of the Goblin Kingdom are as follows. First place, Subai, time taken 5 hours. Second place, none. Third place, none. The dungeon hall was enveloped in a deathly silence. Not a soul dared to utter a word. Some rubbed their eyes vigorously, questioning their own perception. Yet, the glaring score was undeniably resplendent. This bizarre atmosphere lingered for a full 5 minutes. What in the world? Am I dreaming? Someone has completed the hellish dungeon. Impossible, utterly impossible. Isn't Subai merely a civilian beast master? Could it be that he is a hidden rich heir? Wealth can only procure silver tier beasts. What is the level of Subai's beasts? Could they be golden tier? Golden beasts are notoriously rare, and even Qin Feng could not acquire one. Is it possible that Subai has discovered a flaw in the dungeon? Are you a fool? Did you not hear Elderly just state that the dungeon operates perfectly? Without any flaws? Subai's ability to shatter the rookie dungeon record is purely due to his exceptional skill. Yet, I still cannot accept that. Despite awakening in the same profession, Subai excels so remarkably. Indeed, I have only just reached level 3, and Subai has already conquered the hellish dungeon? Without comparison, there is no pain. Is it possible that a civilian beastmaster is the correct approach? It is not the beastmaster who is impressive, but rather Subai. The dungeon hall erupted in a cacophony of disbelief, with some even whipping out their phones to capture the moment, flashes illuminating the room incessantly. My father often brags about the prowess of his classmates. A man scoffed. No one can surpass my brother Su. Qin Feng's eyes dimmed. He felt like a mere jester. Subai not only conquered the rookie dungeon, but also triumphed in the hellish one. Yet, Qin Feng had merely broken past records in previous years and felt self-satisfied. His father's words rang true. There are always greater talents beyond oneself. I am but a frog at the bottom of a well. Nearby, several team members noticed their captain's unusual demeanor and were momentarily at a loss for words. They too were astonished by Subai's prowess. Since the establishment of the dungeon hall, no one had ever completed the hellish dungeon. Today, they witnessed history. Jiang Wanwan's eyes widened as she gazed upon that dazzling score. While Subai had previously declined to join the Holy God Guild, it would be disingenuous to say she bore no resentment. However, at this moment, there was no room for bitterness. She lacked even the opportunity to ingratiate herself. Individuals like Subai would not want for women. It was merely a matter of uttering a single phrase. Wang Ming sighed with a bitter smile. I have come to realize that Subai has no interest in our 3 major guilds. To conquer the hellish dungeon. This individual's future achievements are boundless. No wonder the Beehive Guild's financial resources far surpass those of our Dominance Guild. Li Yifei dismissed Wang Ming's jest. He too had not anticipated that Subai could truly conquer the dungeon. Was it mere idleness that allowed them to witness a miracle? Although Subai did not join the Beehive Guild, establishing a good rapport is still beneficial. The world is not solely about conflict. It is also about human connections. Li Yifei, let us depart. Wang Ming, shouldn't you at least try to recruit Subai? Before he could finish, Li Yifei interrupted. If you wish to try, then go ahead. If Subai truly wanted to join our 3 major guilds, he would have done so long ago. A forced alliance bears no sweetness. Wang Ming understood this principle, yet he felt a sense of unwillingness. The manager exclaimed, Subai has conquered the hellish dungeon. Little Wang nearly leaped for joy. They too had stakes in this. The better Subai performed, the greater the bonuses he would receive. After so many years, someone has finally completed the hellish dungeon. The manager rolled his eyes and chastised. Little Wang, how many times have I told you to be composed? Little Wang pointed to the vial in the manager's hand. If I am not mistaken, isn't that a de-stress potion? Cough, cough. The manager cleared his throat, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Who better understands the dungeon than Li Xiaoyao? Even if Subai had contracted a golden tier beast, it would be implausible for him to clear the dungeon. The Goblin King is a golden boss, capable of summoning goblins. Given the advantageous terrain, at least 2 golden beasts would be required to conquer it. The notion of a dark gold beast was beyond Li Xiaoyao's contemplation. Golden beasts can only be obtained through auctions, and there has yet to be any known instance of a dark gold beast being purchased. At least, Li Xiaoyao had never heard of it. Within the dungeon, Subai did not hasten to leave. Congratulations on completing the Goblin Kingdom, Hell level. You have received 1 Hell chest. You have earned 10,000 experience points. Excess experience has been stored and will automatically unlock upon completing the class transition quest. The reward for clearing the dungeon was 10,000 experience points and a chest. The chest would not be opened immediately. The Goblin King dropped 2 pieces of equipment, a staff forged from gold and a magnificent cloak. Name, Golden Staff. Quality, Gold. Level, 10. Attributes, Spirit 100, Agility 100. Effect 1. The Beastmaster and their beasts deal an additional 10 damage. Description, a staff crafted from the power of kings. There are 2 avenues to gain attribute points. those accrued through leveling up and those provided by equipment. The former yields modest increases. Common professions gain 25 attributes per level, while rare professions gain 50. This staff provides 200 attributes, equivalent to a common profession leveling up 8 times or a rare profession 4 times. Most importantly, it enhances the damage dealt by beasts. Currently, the Void Terror can inflict over 100,000 true damage with a single skill. Even an increase of just 10 would result in over 10,000 damage. After equipping the Golden Staff, his spirit surged to 300 points, and agility reached 200 points. Name, Radiant Cloak. Quality, Gold. Level, 10. Attributes, Constitution 100, Dual Resistance 100. Effect 1. The Beastmaster and their beasts gain 10 to dual resistance. Description, a cloak forged from the power of kings. With the extraordinary shield of the protective cat, Su Bai's defense is formidable. The Void Terror's stats stand firm, rendering silver-tier monsters incapable of breaching his defenses. It is indeed a boon to have, better than the alternative of having none. After donning the 2 pieces of golden equipment, Su Bai retrieved the Hell Chest. As he opened it, 2 beams of dark gold light erupted forth. 2.5 minutes later, the brilliance dissipated. You have opened Hell Chest 1. You have received Dark Ring 1. You have received Dark Hat 1. Chapter 13, Epic Beast, Magical Cat. Both pieces of dark gold equipment are exceedingly rare, with a single piece fetching a price of 1 million in the market. Were Su Bai to sell these 2 items, he would amass 2 million. However, for a Beastmaster, such wealth is merely a trifling embellishment. A black iron beast is valued at 100,000, while a bronze beast is worth 1,000,000. Su Bai examined the attributes of these 2 pieces of equipment. Name, Dark Hat. Quality, Dark Gold. Level, 10. Attribute, Spirit 400. Effect 1. The cooldown of the Beastmaster and their beast skills is reduced by 20. Set, 12. In astonishment, Su Bai gasped upon seeing the equipment's attributes. Truly exceptional. The Dark Hat enhances a singular attribute, but offers a significant boost. It is well known how vital the spirit attribute is for a Beastmaster. The higher the spirit, the greater the probability of successfully contracting a beast. Summoning beasts also consumes spirit, and when beasts cast skills, spirit is expended as well. Most importantly, this is part of a set. Name, Dark Ring. Quality, Dark Gold. Level, 10. Attribute, all attributes 100. Effect 1. The maximum mana of the Beastmaster and their beast is increased by 20. Set, 22. Activated. Shadow. At night, your presence diminishes to a minimum, making it difficult for others to detect you, and your movement speed is increased by 100. Description, I am the Shadow. Invincible. With these 2 pieces of equipment, traveling will save considerable time. However, the set effect can only be activated at night. Isn't this essential gear for the crafty? Su Bai checked his panel. Name, Su Bai. Class, Beastmaster. Level, 10. Requires completion of a job change quest to continue leveling. Health, 30,000. Mana, 80,000. Strength, 200. Constitution, 300. Agility, 300. Spirit, 800. Evolution points, 100, 860. Tens. Beasts, Void Terror, Epic, Extraordinary Cat, Dark Gold. This dungeon expedition proved to be immensely rewarding. Not only did he acquire several high-quality pieces of equipment, but he also reached level 10. His earnings surged to 10 evolution points per second. In 1 hour, that translates to 36,000 evolution points, and in a day, a whopping 864,000. Evolving an epic beast to legendary status requires 1,000,000 evolution points. At this rate, he could elevate a beast to legendary status in just over a day. With only a few days left until the examination, Su Bai's ambitions grew alongside his earnings. What would others think if he could amass a horde of legendary beasts? Would they be stunned or terrified? However, it is premature to dwell on such thoughts. Several hours later, his evolution points had barely surpassed 100,000. 100,000 evolution points were insufficient to upgrade Void Terror. He could only enhance the Extraordinary Cat. The Extraordinary Cat was drawn into the beast space for evolution. Within the beast space, an unceasing flow of elemental power cascaded like a stream. The Extraordinary Cat, as if magnetized, absorbed the elemental energy that surged into its body. Its size remained unchanged, yet its appearance transformed from dark purple to a vibrant orange. As the Extraordinary Cat evolved, the withered branches around it began to rejuvenate at a visible pace. This state lasted a full 2.5 minutes before dissipating. The second epic beast emerged, the Magic Cat. Name, Magic Cat. Realm, Epic. Level, 10 health, 100, Strength, 1, Constitution, 1 agility, 1 spirit, 200, 000, skill, source of life, epic. Source of life. The magic cat can choose a friendly target to possess. While in possession, the enemy cannot attack you. Upon the death of the possessed target, you will automatically exit the possession state and restore 200, 000 health per second to friendly units within a 1,000 meter radius, with a coefficient of 10 for beast level. Any excess health will convert into shield value, which cannot exceed 10 times the restoration amount. Note, the next evolution of the magic cat requires 1,000 evolution points. The three-dimensional attributes remain pitifully low. After evolving from the extraordinary cat to the magic cat, its spirit surged tenfold. What does 200, 000 spirit signify? The Goblin King, as the final boss, possesses merely 2,000 spirit. The magic cat boasts 100 times that. The range of the source of life has also expanded. A radius of 1,000 meters can now benefit from its effects. In battle, the magic cat's impact would rival that of a legendary beast. Of course, this was merely Su Bai's conjecture, as he only possessed 2 epic beasts thus far. It would take more than a day to acquire his first legendary beast. If epic beasts are this formidable, one can only imagine the prowess of legendary beasts. Restoring 200, 000 health per second means that even standing still while being attacked, the damage received would be outpaced by the recovery. Any excess health can also convert into shield value. In just 10 seconds, Su Bai could accumulate a 2,000 shield. Indeed, the thrill of exploiting advantages is intoxicating. It's no wonder that so many succumbed to temptation and joined the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow sect in the past. Su Bai could never comprehend why one would cheat in a game. It seemed to utterly disrupt the balance of play. Now he finally understood the exhilarating allure of such exploits. While others were still navigating beginner dungeons, Su Bai had already conquered the hellish dungeon. What of Qin Feng's affluent background? Is a silver beast truly impressive? An epic beast? Allow me to introduce not one, but 2. Once the magic cat possesses, even death would be a challenge for Su Bai. The Void Terror underwent a significant transformation as well. Prior to the evolution dungeon, it stood at a mere 0.5 meters, barely reaching Su Bai's knee. Now, it towered at a height of 30 buildings. Name, Void Terror. Realm, Epic. Level, 10 health. 19, 000. Strength, 50. 000. Constitution, 100, 000. Agility, 50, 000. Spirit, 50, 000. Skill, Feast Epic. Size, 905 meters. Feast layers, 901, 000. The panel of Void Terror was not as extreme as that of the Magic Cat. Its three-dimensional attributes stood at 50, 000, with a primary attribute of 100, 000. With a staggering health of 19, 000, the Magic Cat can restore 200, 000 health per second, meaning that in just 95 seconds, Void Terror could recover from critical health to full health. Upon reaching level 10, the maximum layers increased to 1,000. If he could stack the layers of this skill to the maximum, Void Terror's size could surpass 100 meters. In the future, there would be no need for him to engage directly. Summoning Void Terror alone would terrify his enemies. You dare claim this is a level 10 Beast Master? You must be jesting. With both beasts returned to the beast space, Su Bai stepped into the white light, his figure vanishing from sight. Chapter 14. 10, 000. Let's go together. Shanghai No. 1 Middle School. In the principal's office, Jiang Hai paced back and forth, consumed by worry. The cause of his anxiety was rather straightforward. Amongst so many students, only one rare profession had emerged, and that was the Beast Master. It wasn't that the role of a Beast Master was undesirable. It simply did not suit Su Bai. The profession was notoriously expensive, even more so than that of a mage. He had just received a piece of alarming news. In the realm of Shanghai 2, a Beast Master had appeared, and in Shanghai 3, a magic swordsman had emerged. The Beast Master was a rare profession, while the magic swordsman was a hidden class. Those who awakened to these two professions typically came from well-off families. How could their school possibly compete with these two institutions? Just then, the door was flung open with a loud bang. Upon recognizing the visitor, Jiang Hai's expression soured. He admonished, "Xiao Jiang, how many times have I told you to be steady in your work? Why can't you learn from my example?" Xiao Jiang, brimming with excitement, replied, "Uncle, I have monumental news." Before he could finish, Jiang Hai interrupted coldly, "Address me by my title while at work." Xiao Jiang complied, "Yes, uncle." Jiang Hai's lips twitched in irritation as he urged, "Just get to the point." Thus, Xiao Jiang recounted the events in full. After hearing the details, Jiang Hai was left utterly bewildered. Who was he? Where was he? You mean to tell me that a commoner beast master shattered the record for the novice dungeon? And alone, no less? But the more outrageous news was yet to come. Subai had completed the hell level dungeon. That was indeed hell level. The dungeon hall had been established for many years, and while some had conquered the nightmare difficulty, no one had ever succeeded at the hell level, not even the city lord. Did this imply that Subai's future achievements might surpass that of the city lord? Noticing Jiang Hai's stunned silence, Xiao Zhang teased, "Uncle, weren't you just saying one should be steady? Perhaps you should take your own advice." "Enough with the chatter," Jiang Hai replied coldly. "Were you joking with me just now? Uncle, surely you know me better than that. I would never joke about something like this." "Then hand me the tablet." Jiang Hai swiftly examined the latest information from the dungeon hall. Novice dungeon rankings. First place, Subai, time, 40 minutes, participants, 1. Second place, Qin Feng's team. Time, 2. 5 hours, participants, 5. Third place, Tianqi's team. Time, 3 hours, participants, 5. Goblin Kingdom rankings. First place, Subai, time, 3. 5 hours. Participants, 1. Second place, none. Third place, none. Upon seeing Subai's results, Jiang Hai nearly dropped the tablet in shock. "Ha! Truly, he is a student from our Shanghai 1. He embodies the spirit of my youth." Hearing his uncle's self-congratulatory remarks, Xiao Jiang interjected exasperatedly, "Uncle, if you don't hurry, Subai will be snatched away by others." Jiang Hai instinctively thought of Wang Taizhu and Li Yongwei, two rivals who never saw eye to eye. Wang Taizhu was the principal of Shanghai 2, while Li Yongwei led Shanghai 3. Would they be able to contain themselves upon learning of such a remarkable talent? The answer was unequivocally no. Jiang Hai hoped it was not too late. In his urgency, he bypassed the front door, shattering the glass as he leaped out. "Subai, you must remain true to yourself," he silently prayed. In the dungeon hall, Subai surveyed the throng, now packed to the brim. The gazes directed at him were as fervent as those cast upon an unclothed beauty. "Subai is out. Do you still remember me? I'm away. We even shared a bathroom back in the day. Subai, I idolized you since high school. You were first every year. Truly impressive. Sugod, would you consider being with me? Sister, you lack both assets and allure. On what grounds would Sugod choose you? Sugod, I am a 36D and have never had a boyfriend. Father, may I take a picture with you? Could you sign my shirt? You lot are utterly shameless. Are you even trying to steal my real father's thunder?" Subai nearly burst into laughter. When he had first awakened as a beast master, these same classmates had not looked at him in such a manner. Their gazes had been filled with pity, as though he were a failure. Now, their change of heart was swifter than the turning of pages, merely because he had conquered the hell-level dungeon. How ugly their true faces were. Back then, they had disregarded him, and now he had become someone they could only aspire to. "Who are you? Are we even acquainted?" The crowd fell silent. Yet Subai paid them no heed. He had a vital task at hand. To continue leveling up after reaching level 10, he needed to complete the job change quest. To undertake that quest, he had to acquire an advancement stone. Otherwise, his gains would stagnate at a meager 10 evolution points per second. "Hello, Subai. I am Wang Taizhu, the principal of Shanghai 2. Wang Taizhu smiled. A hero emerges in youth. "Subai, you are far too talented for Shanghai 1. Why not join us at Shanghai 2? But I have already graduated." "Ah, graduation is no obstacle. You can simply enroll as a nominal student." Wang Taizhu extended a finger. "If you enroll and participate in the college entrance examination, I will personally grant you 10 million. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. As the principal of Shanghai 2, Wang Taizhu's generosity is astounding. 10 million, just like that. He clearly does not regard money highly. If he were Subai, he would undoubtedly accept. After all, who would refuse 10 million? "Can I also enroll at Shanghai 2 for 10 million? You might want to reconsider. Subai has conquered the hell dungeon. And you have what to offer? Without comparison, there is no harm. Just moments ago, the 3 major guilds had sought to recruit Subai. Now, even the high schools were vying for him. Hearing the offer of 10 million, Subai could not help but swallow hard. In his past life, as a struggling novelist, he had never earned such a sum. Now, to acquire such wealth with merely a nominal enrollment, money was not so easily obtained. Clearly, Wang Taizhu recognized his potential. A preemptive investment could lead to great returns should Subai excel in the college entrance examination, thus bringing fame and fortune to Shanghai 2. However, Subai did not rush to agree. Having lived 2 lives, he understood a crucial truth: that which is easily obtained is often undervalued. "Principal Wang, I appreciate your kindness. But I am a student of Shanghai 1. I have formed deep bonds there over 3 years. Subai wore a pained expression. Wang Taizhu's expression twitched. Had any other student heard the offer of 10 million, they would have jumped at the chance. Yet Subai did not. "Old Wang, is Shanghai 2 really that stingy? You think 10 million can entice Subai to join? This seems to be none of your business." "Old Li," Wang Taizhu replied, his expression darkening upon seeing the newcomer. It was Li Yongwei, the principal of Shanghai 3. Li Yongwei chuckled. Of course it's related to me. Our school, number 3, also wishes to recruit Su Bai. We can double your existing offer. Su Bai, if you merely enroll with us and participate in the college entrance examination, I can reward you with 20 million. Wang Taizhu, thoroughly incensed, shouted, Li Yongwei, how dare you? Isn't having a hidden class enough for your number 3? Must you poach students from me? Li Yongwei shrugged, old Wang. Don't blame me. I simply cannot contain myself. Breaking the newbie dungeon record is one thing, but clearing the hell dungeon as well. I ask you, if you were in my shoes, could you hold back? Wang Taizhu fell silent. Had he been able to control himself, he would not have come personally to recruit. The potential of hidden classes was immense, yet Shanghai City, with its million-strong population, had seen hidden classes before. However, in all these years, no one had ever cleared the hell dungeon. The comparison was stark and clear to anyone with a modicum of sense. After much contemplation, Wang Taizhu gritted his teeth and said, Su Bai, if you come to our number 2, I can reward you with 20 million. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide. Seriously, guys? You're throwing around sums like 10 million and 20 million without a second thought? Is it really worth it for just a nominal enrollment? Wang Taizhu and Li Yongwei were not fools. Their positions as principals were no accident. Schools are evaluated based on their performance. And if Su Bai were to achieve outstanding results, they would bask in the glory and resources that would follow. Upon learning of Su Bai's remarkable status, they rushed over without delay. What Wang Taizhu did not anticipate, however, was that even after offering a staggering 10 million, Su Bai remained unfazed. His expression serene and unaffected by the lure of wealth. Such composure was truly rare for one so young. Had others heard that merely participating in the college entrance exam could earn them 10 million, they would have jumped at the opportunity. This delay allowed Li Yongwei to arrive, forcing Wang Taizhu to up his offer. For him, 20 million was no small sum. While Su Bai appeared calm, internally, he was elated. 20 million. He had never seen such a large sum of money. With it, he could purchase 2 silver beasts. Yet, Su Bai was not blinded by greed. He already possessed 2 epic beasts and knew that with time, he could amass 20 million without difficulty. What he truly needed was something more suitable for himself. Wang Taizhu and Li Yongwei, what do you two mean? Jiang Hai interjected angrily. Su Bai is a student of our number 1. Do you intend to poach him without my consent as the principal? Wang Taizhu replied, Principal Jiang, you're misunderstanding. Su Bai is still a student of number 1. He would merely be enrolling with us to participate in the examination. Li Yongwei added, Principal Jiang, while you are in charge, you cannot impede Su Bai's choice of school. Do you intend to forcibly keep him at your institution? Seeing their expressions, Jiang Hai was not surprised. As the saying goes, the enemy knows the enemy best. Without further ado, he produced a red stone, saying, Congratulations, Su Bai, on clearing the hell dungeon. As principal, I have little to offer, but please accept this advancement stone. Complete the advancement task, and you may at least transition to a hidden class. In the blink of an eye, the 2 principals, who had seemed so confident, were now at a loss for words. Advancement stones come in various grades, ordinary, rare, and hidden. The stone Jiang Hai presented was of the highest grade, hidden. It could facilitate a transition to a hidden class, a value that transcended mere currency. Wang Taizhu stammered. I just remembered, I left the gas on. Li Yongwei exclaimed, my son was in an accident. I must return immediately. As the 2 fled in disarray, the onlookers were left with mouths agape, astonished by the sudden turn of events. Initially, they thought 10 million was outrageous, only to have the principal of number 3 double it to 20 million. Even more astonishing was Jiang Hai's willingness to present a hidden advancement stone to a student. I realized that sometimes the disparity between people can be more significant than that between humans and dogs. Clearly, we awakened in the same batch. Yet the difference between us is staggering. How I wish Principal Jiang would treat me with such kindness. The gazes directed at Su Bai transformed, filled with envy, admiration, and resentment. Su Bai, undeterred by their stares, smiled and said, Thank you, Principal Jiang, for your generosity. I am of number 1 in life and in death. Enough with the ominous words. Jiang Hai rolled his eyes and jested. Is there anything else? If not, why not come to my office for some fine tea? No, nothing urgent, Su Bai replied, and they proceeded to the principal's office of Shanghai number 1. Jiang Hai personally brewed tea for Su Bai, his eagerness palpable as he urged. Quick, taste this tea and tell me how it is. Su Bai glanced at the window. Principal, why haven't you repaired the broken window in your office? And why does it look so familiar? Coughing lightly to mask his embarrassment, Jiang Hai replied, I accidentally broke it. Let us not dwell on that. Let us enjoy the tea. As Su Bai observed the shattered window and the principal, he understood the sense of familiarity. It was indeed Jiang Hai who had caused the damage. This is good tea, Su Bai remarked. Though he had never tasted tea before, he offered the compliment out of basic courtesy. If you like it, take some home with you. Jiang Hai smiled. Hurry and use the advancement stone. I obtained this stone from a secret realm by chance. Unfortunately, it is of no use to me, so it's yours now. All right. Subai nodded and crushed the advancement stone in his hand. The sound of heavenly music resonated. You have used a hidden advancement stone 1. Second transition advancement tasks are as follows. 1. Contract a silver beast. Reward, ordinary hidden class. 2. Contract a golden beast. Reward, exclusive hidden class. 3. Contract a dark gold beast. Reward, unique hidden class. Note, once chosen, you cannot change your decision. Subsequent advancement tasks will depend on your contracted class. The 3 options appeared deceptively simple, but were anything but. The Void Fear and Magic Cat were merely black iron beasts before the contract. They evolved into epic beasts only after consuming evolution points. The system's ability to evolve required obtaining the beasts first. One could not simply contract a beast to elevate the tower level and complete the task. Silver beasts could still be purchased in the market, while golden beasts could only be obtained through auction. As for dark gold beasts, there was still no clear path. If the growth rate for ordinary classes is 1 star, then rare classes would be 2 stars, and ordinary hidden classes would be 3 stars. The exclusive and unique hidden classes were unknown, but they surely exceed 3 stars. Now that I have the system, I will undoubtedly choose the most challenging advancement task. I choose option 3. Chapter 16, Shadow Cloak. Task, contract a dark gold beast. Time limit, none. Reward, upon completion, transition to the unique hidden class Beast God. What forever hinders a practitioner is not their level, but the advancement tasks. Many remain stuck at level 10, unable to progress due to these tasks. The first transition allows for the contracting of up to 3 beasts, and Subai has already contracted 2, leaving him the opportunity to contract 1 more. It seems the 3rd beast cannot be below dark gold level. Curious, Jiang Hai inquired, Subai, what is your advancement task? Subai had no intention of withholding. To contract a dark gold beast. What? Jiang Hai questioned, doubting his ears, and asked again, what did you say your advancement task is? To contract a dark gold beast. Uffed. Jiang Hai, having just consumed his tea, abruptly expelled it from his mouth. Fortunately, Subai managed to evade the spray, or he would have been drenched. Subai, do you understand how rare and formidable the dark gold Beast Tamer is? Yes, Subai nodded. There is only a single tier difference between gold and dark gold. Yet their attributes diverge by a staggering factor of 10. Coincidentally, I possess 2 epic beasts. Jiang Hai sighed heavily. I am at a loss whether to commend you or admonish you. In Shanghai City, with a population of 1 million, there is but 1 individual who has contracted a dark gold beast. Who might that be? Who else but the Lord of Shanghai City? If the Lord can achieve it, why can't I? Subai retorted. He possessed a system that rendered him no weaker than anyone else. It is different. Do you realize at what tier the Lord contracted his dark gold beast? Peak of the 4th tier. You are only at level 10. The peak of the 4th tier corresponds to level 40. Principal, may I inquire where the Lord contracted his dark gold beast? Subai asked curiously. In the wild. High-tier beasts can only be found in the wilderness. Jiang Hai realized he had misspoken. Subai, do you intend to venture into the wild? Is there a problem? The wilderness is exponentially more perilous than the city. Before Jiang Hai could finish, Subai interrupted. Principal, I comprehend your meaning. But I have already undertaken the advancement quest and cannot withdraw. Besides, the dangers of the wild pertain to others. I possess means of self-preservation. However, a true champion cannot be nurtured in a greenhouse. Subai thought to himself, I possess not 1, but 2 epic beasts. What do I have to fear? Ha ha. Subai, you are indeed correct. True strength is forged through relentless battles. Jiang Hai retrieved a black cloak from his backpack. This is a treasure I stumbled upon in my youth. Once donned, it renders you invisible to other scrutiny and conceals your true identity. Since I no longer have use for it, I shall bestow it upon you. Thank you, Principal. Subai expressed his gratitude. Throughout his life, Subai had always been solitary, never attracting anyone's concern or care. Strangely enough, this feeling was quite pleasant. If anyone should be thanking anyone, it ought to be me. He said. Why is that? Subai inquired in confusion. Because, without you, our first high school would be in dire straits this year, Jiang Hai lamented. Wang Taizhu and Li Yongwei, those 2 rascals, have paraded their outstanding students before me, and now it is finally my turn to stand tall. I shall have my revenge. Subai's lips twitched. The 3 of them combined were over 100 years old, yet they acted like children, shattering the atmosphere. If there is nothing further, you may take your leave. I wish to take a nap. Jiang Hai gestured for him to exit. Goodbye, Principal. As he watched the youth depart, Jiang Hai muttered. Can he truly complete the advancement quest and transition to the beast god profession before heading to the wilderness? Subai intended to sell all the items in his backpack that he had no use for to procure some living expenses. He retrieved the black cloak. Name, Shadow Cloak. Type, Special Equipment. Required level, Level 1. Effect, upon wearing the Shadow Cloak, enemies cannot probe your information or discern your true form. Description, shadows are omnipresent. Special equipment does not enhance attributes, but does not occupy an equipment slot, allowing one to accomplish many things. The Shadow Cloak was temporarily placed into his backpack to be worn once he exited the city. Inside the shop, two figures stood in confrontation. A red-haired youth wore an expression of arrogance, facing a store clerk. The price your store offers for equipment is exceedingly low, if I recall correctly. This is not the market price. Are you running a black market? The clerk replied, Sir, the transfer day was just a few days ago, and a surge of professionals has emerged. Our store has acquired a significant amount of low-level equipment, which naturally drives the prices down. There is no question of a black market here. All stores are likely offering lower prices than usual. If you find our prices unsatisfactory, you may sell your items in a few days. The red-haired youth was well aware of this. He had just transitioned to his profession 2 days ago. His complaint about the low prices was merely an attempt to secure more money, and now that he had been called out, he felt humiliated. What is your attitude? He fumed. I demand to see your manager. The clerk offered a wry smile. Even if we call our manager, the price will remain the same. Before he could finish, the red-haired youth interrupted. Do you know who I am? I am Long Outyin, a third-year student who has awakened the hidden profession of Demon Sword Master. You can inquire about it. I am the only one in this cohort with a hidden profession. Do you really believe that a genius like me cannot meet your manager? The clerk fell silent. He was merely a worker earning a modest wage and deemed it unwise to offend someone with a hidden profession. Sir, please hold on a moment. I will fetch the manager. Why couldn't you have done that sooner? Must I reveal my identity? Though he spoke with disdain, Long Outyin's head involuntarily rose higher. After disclosing his identity, the clerk's demeanor toward him shifted dramatically. This was the confidence bestowed by a hidden profession. Soon, a young man in a suit accompanied by a blonde youth appeared beside the clerk. You are the manager? Long Outyin inquired. The blonde youth nodded. Indeed. I am the manager of this establishment. Sir, has our clerk offended you in any way? Not particularly, Long Outyin continued. I find your store's purchase prices to be too low. And what would you like us to do about it? The manager retorted. Quite simply. I demand to sell at the original price, Long Outyin declared without a hint of embarrassment. Sir, our store's inventory is already saturated, the manager replied, though he did not make it an absolute refusal. If you can provide high-level equipment, we can purchase it at market price. Otherwise, you may seek other stores. Chapter 17. This is what one calls a Sichuan opera face change. What did you say? For me to leave? Do you know I have awakened as a demon sword master? I am offering your store a favor. If you invest in me and purchase my equipment at the original price, I shall overlook your disrespect. If not, before he could finish his threat, the blonde youth regarded him with a look of incredulity. He had encountered geniuses before, but he had never met someone as arrogant as Long Outyin. Did he truly believe that simply awakening a hidden profession would compel others to cater to his whims? With a population exceeding 1 million in Shanghai City, there were at least a dozen individuals who had awakened hidden professions. Would every store be obliged to grovel before him? Are you threatening me? The manager challenged. And what if I am? Long Outyin raised his prideful head. The blonde youth's aura expanded, revealing him to be a peak third-tier expert. Long Outyin staggered back several steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. Having only recently awakened his profession, he was no match for a peak third-tier opponent. How dare you lay a hand on me? Long Outyin's pride was bruised, and he spoke coldly. The blonde youth nearly laughed in exasperation. What sort of logic did Long Outyin possess? To attempt to swindle someone while also daring to show disrespect to a peak third-tier expert? What will you do if I decide to take action? The manager's gaze turned icy. Had it not been for his professional duties, he would have relished teaching the young man a lesson. If you utter another word, I will throw you out. The pressure of the peak third-tier expert was unrestrained. Long Outyin fell to his knees, his back arched in submission. Long Outyin was on the verge of uttering a few harsh words when he noticed the murderous glare from his opponent. He could only lament in silence. Feeling the pressure on him dissipate, he clumsily stood up. What is the purchase price for equipment at your shop? Just moments earlier, Su Bai had arrived at the establishment. Observing the quarrel between Long Outyin and the young man with blonde hair, Su Bai did not rush them. Instead, he relished the spectacle. Long Outyin's awakened class. The demon swordsman was merely an ordinary hidden profession. Hidden professions are categorized into ordinary hidden, exclusive hidden, and unique hidden. Relying on his newly awakened hidden profession, Long Outyin sought to entice the shop into investment, a classic case of trying to fool the unsuspecting. Although hidden professions are rare, with a population of 100,000 in Shanghai City, it is likely that at least one hidden profession could emerge. Had Long Outyin awakened an exclusive hidden class? He might indeed possess the audacity he displayed. Does this brat not understand the order of things? Long Outyin's mood soured, and he needed to vent his frustrations, fortuitously finding Su Bai in his line of fire. With a resounding slap, Su Bai did not spare him any courtesy. Having leveled up to 10, with a strength of 200 points, that slap was far from gentle. Long Outyin barely managed to keep his balance, touching his reddened cheek. A mixture of shame and anger on his face. Just as he was about to retaliate with a scathing remark, he caught sight of Su Bai's icy gaze. Speak another word, and I'll end you. Long Outyin swallowed hard, feeling an unsettling impression that the young man before him might be even more formidable than the blonde youth. After all, that one was a peak-level third transition powerhouse. Soon. However, he dismissed this notion. Judging by Su Bai's appearance, he seemed to be of similar age, which indicated that he had only recently awakened his profession. Ignoring Long Outyin's clownish antics, the blonde youth reveled in the sight of Long Outyin being slapped, nearly bursting into laughter. Sir, due to the saturation of low-level equipment, we can only offer you 80 of the market price, the blonde youth added. I assure you, this price is consistent across other shops as well. Very well. Su Bai replied without a hint of discontent. He had conducted his research prior to his arrival. Given that the transition day was just a few days ago, a new batch of rookie adventurers had emerged. As they acquired equipment, they would sell it, leading to a natural depreciation in prices. Once the college entrance exams were over, prices would likely stabilize. However, Su Bai could not afford to wait that long. As his strength grew, the equipment in his backpack felt like mere scraps of paper. Before selling the equipment, he needed to register some information. With swift efficiency, Su Bai filled out the basic details on the form. The blonde youth, upon reviewing the contents of the form, blinked in disbelief and double-checked. You are Su Bai. The nearby staff member, puzzled, inquired, who is Manager Su Bai? The blonde youth's breath quickened. Su Bai, like Long Outyin, is a rookie who awakened his profession just a few days ago. The staff member responded. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over a rookie? The blonde youth retorted. Su Bai awakened a rare profession, the Beast Master, on the day of his transition, subsequently breaking the record for the novice dungeon, and later, conquering the Hell dungeon. Not only the staff member, but Long Outyin was also taken aback. He dismissed the significance of the rare profession, considering his own hidden profession as superior. Breaking the record for the novice dungeon was something he could do at will. What truly astonished him was that Su Bai had cleared the Hell dungeon. He had just checked on his phone, confirming that it was indeed Su Bai who had achieved that feat. Reflecting on his own inadequate performance, he felt a wave of self-directed frustration. Why did he choose to provoke this harbinger of doom? What had he just said about killing me? Now, leaving was not an option, and he was constantly on edge. Unbeknownst to him, cold sweat had already soaked his back. The confidence brought by awakening his hidden profession, the demon swordsman, evaporated in that moment. Is there a problem? Su Bai prompted, tapping on the table. Am I allowed to sell my equipment now? Yes. The blonde youth transformed as if he were a different person. However, what is it? We will purchase all the equipment you wish to sell at the original price. How does that sound? Are you certain? Who would pass up a good deal? Of course. With that, Su Bai retrieved the equipment from his backpack. A cascade of sounds filled the shop as the items spilled forth, cluttering the entire space. So much. The blonde youth's expression was one of shock. Is it too much? It's just the reward from clearing a Hell dungeon. Su Bai shrugged nonchalantly. Are you even being polite? By the looks of it, clearing a Hell dungeon seems easy for you. Indeed, the final boss of the Hell dungeon was merely of golden rank. While the Void Terror had already reached the epic tier, the Magic Cat at that time was also of dark gold rank. To say that anyone could clear it would not be an exaggeration. Mr. Su, you have an overwhelming amount of equipment. We will need some time to tally them. How long will that take? About 10 minutes. The blonde youth instructed the staff to count the equipment while pouring Su Bai a cup of tea. Does your shop offer this service? Su Bai asked curiously. We didn't tea before, but now that you're here, we do, the blonde youth replied with a smile. Please accept this black card from our store. Isn't this inappropriate? We've just met, and you're giving me gifts. Su Bai felt a bit embarrassed. There's no need for such formality, Mr. Su. If you don't mind, just call me Xiao Wang or Wang Di. With this card, no matter what equipment you sell, you can do so at the original price in our shop, and you will receive a 20% discount on purchases. Very thoughtful. While verbally refusing, his hands moved swiftly, as to refuse further would be impolite. After all, it was a mutually beneficial transaction. Listening to their conversation, Long Outyin wore a face of existential doubt. Who am I? Where am I? That blonde manager wasn't he saying this just moments ago? I asked for an investment, and he refused. Now, without Su Bai saying a word, he acts like a sycophant, offering gifts. Does the owner of your shop not reprimand you for being such a spendthrift? 10 minutes later, the staff completed the inventory of all the equipment. Mr. Su, a total of 5 million has been transferred to this card. Xiao Wang, you've outdone yourself. Su Bai patted the young man's shoulder. Wait, buddy. You really dare to do this? That blonde manager is a peak level 3rd transition powerhouse. Even if you cleared the Hell Dungeon, you are still just a 1st transition. The audacity of standing up to a 3rd transition was simply mind-boggling. Rather than being angered, the blonde manager was instead elated. Mr. Su, it is my honor. I have other matters to attend to. Let us chat next time. Su Bai bid farewell and departed. Mr. Su, have a safe journey. Do you need me to send someone with you? No need. As he watched Su Bai's retreating figure, the blonde manager's smile faded. Manager Wang, you just purchased Su Bai's equipment at full price and even gifted him a black card. I don't need the black card. It's the equipment that matters. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the blonde manager. Get lost. Chapter 18, Leaving the City. At the Adventurers Association, a staff member clad in cosplay attire stood at the counter. Before one could leave the city, they must first register their information here. On the way, Su Bai had prepared a plethora of supplies. The dark gold beast master was exceedingly rare, and he was uncertain when he would be able to complete that task. However, Su Bai remained unperturbed, for he could now acquire 10 evolution points every second. Over the course of a day, he could amass more than 800,000 points, allowing him to upgrade to a legendary Beast Tamer in just over a day. At that juncture, would the dark gold beast still be elusive? If they were not available in Shanghai City, he would simply venture to other cities. Before leaving the city, one must register their information. Very well. In a matter of moments, Su Bai completed the registration. Name, Su Bai. Age, 18. Identity, student of Shanghai No. 1 High School. Level, 10. Occupation, Beast Tamer. A high school student? The woman glanced at the paperwork in disbelief. Just a few days prior, Su Bai had advanced to level 10. At this rate, he might well reach level 20 by the time the college entrance examination arrives. Yet, why was this young man intent on leaving the city? The dangers outside far exceed those within. A moment's carelessness could lead to fatal consequences. It was perilous for someone at level 10 to venture into the wilderness. The staff member kindly cautioned. I have made up my mind. Su Bai shook his head resolutely. Very well. Unable to dissuade him, the woman refrained from further comment. She had done her duty in warning him, and now it was up to him. Each person must tread their own path, free from external interference, especially as they are all adults responsible for their own choices. Even if Su Bai were to perish in the wild, it would not concern her in the slightest. Mr. Su, our Adventurers Association has launched a new initiative. Anyone who ranks in the top 100 will receive rewards. The first place prize is a dark gold set. The second place receives a golden set, and the third place earns a silver set. The value of dark gold equipment is substantial, with even the least expensive piece costing around 1 million. A complete set is worth far more than its individual components, with a dark gold set fetching no less than 10 million. The Adventurers Association is exceedingly generous. Upon hearing the requirements for the rankings, Su Bai's expression darkened. The leaderboard comprises over 100,000 participants. Almost anyone who has awakened a combat profession will head to the wilderness to level up. This leaderboard refreshes once a month. Today is the 31st. After tonight, the standings will reset. Su Bai has less than a day to prepare. Those capable of ranking within the top 100 are at least 3rd tier, with many even at 4th tier, fiercely competing with one another. Equipped with this wristwatch, one can automatically record points upon defeating monsters. In times of dire peril, it can also be used to call for assistance. The outside world is starkly different from the city. Within the city, peace reigns, while outside, there are no laws. One is free to do as they please. Towering trees bear numerous claw marks, either from being bitten or scratched by monsters. The ground is littered with large footprints, and the air is thick with the scent of blood. Su Bai dared not let his guard down as he summoned the Void Terror and the Magical Cat. The Void Terror shattered the air as a colossal creature emerged from the void, its blood-red eyes surveying its surroundings with overwhelming dominance. The cat leaped onto Su Bai's shoulder. 200,000. 200,000. 200,000. Numbers indicating health regeneration appeared above Su Bai's head. He could automatically recover 200,000 health in a single second. After 10 seconds, a protective shield of 2 million enveloped him, instilling a profound sense of security. Dinner time. Upon hearing this, the Void Terror bolted away with astonishing speed. As it passed, trees were snapped in half, and the ground bore massive footprints. A roar echoed through the air. From the grass, a rustling sound emerged. Looking closer, Su Bai spotted a small tiger. Name, saber-toothed tiger. Realm, black iron. Level, 20. Health, 20,000. Strength, 100. Constitution, 200. Agility, 100. Spirit, 100. Skill, pounce. Monster description, I smell the scent of humans. Wait, what is this creature? Why is it so large? Upon seeing the nearly 100-meter-tall void terror, the saber-toothed tiger was left dumbfounded. It was not just the tiger that was bewildered, but its very essence. Who am I? Where am I? I want to go back and find my mother. In mere seconds, the saber-toothed tiger's mind raced through fleeting memories of the past. Feast. The void terror opened its small mouth, measuring 90 meters. The saber-toothed tiger attempted to evade, only to find the sky shrouded in darkness. 209,000. One bite inflicted over 200,000 points of true damage. The saber-toothed tiger, with its meager health of 20,000, could be dispatched in 10 exchanges. After devouring the saber-toothed tiger, the void terror showed no signs of satisfaction. You have slain a level 20 saber-toothed tiger and gained 1 point. After its demise, the saber-toothed tiger dropped an item. Name: Serrated Dagger. Level: 20. Attributes: Strength 40, Agility 40. Effect 1, Physical Damage 5. Description: crafted from the saber-toothed tiger's sharpest fangs. This was a level 20 item that he could not equip. It was designed for assassins. The serrated dagger was stored in his backpack, destined to be sold upon his return, without leaving a single one behind. Responding to the command, the void terror devoured as if it had been starved for 3 days and nights. 209, 100. 209, 200. 209, 300. Your beast, void terror, has activated the feast skill, consuming 10 creatures, stacking to 10, with a health of 100,000 and a size of 1 meter. You have slain 10 wild rabbits, earning 200 experience points. You must complete the advancement task to continue leveling up. Excess experience has been stored in the experience bar. Points: 10. The efficiency of the void terror in slaying monsters was remarkable. In just a few minutes, it had taken down dozens of foes. This was only due to their scattered formation. If they had been clustered together, it could have consumed dozens of monsters at once. Most of the time was spent on the journey. Subai merely needed to follow closely behind the void terror to collect items. Alas, picking up items was rather exhausting. How he wished for an automatic loot feature, so he wouldn't have to bend down to gather things. Adventurers Association. In the manager's office, a young man with red hair hung up the phone. His name was Wang Xiaoqi, the manager of the Adventurers Association. He had just received a call from the president, instructing him to keep an eye on someone named Subai. Wang Xiaoqi assured that with him around, Subai would face no mishaps. He arrived at the registration desk, and, upon encountering the attendant, she rolled her eyes. What kind of look is that? Wang Xiaoqi said, displeased. Do you know who I am? Is this how you regard your superior? The attendant, with a tone of sarcasm, responded, Manager Wang, it's my first day on the job. My apologies for being presumptuous. Wang Xiaoqi made a face as if he were constipated. Enough, just check for a Subai. The attendant, perplexed, asked, Why are you looking for him? Wang Xiaoqi retorted, during work hours, you should address me by my title. All right, got it, bro. Wang Xiaoqi sighed. Just check without all this unnecessary chatter. Found him. He's headed to the wilderness. Wang Xiaoqi said earnestly, Wang Xiaomei, keep a close watch on him. This is the president's directive. Wang Xiaomei inquired, Dad, why does he care about a newly awakened adventurer? Is he perhaps a love child? Wang Xiaoqi stepped forward and delivered a sharp blow to the man's head, admonishing, Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. Ouch! Wang Xiaomei exclaimed, cradling her forehead and gasping in pain. Must you be so aggressive? I shall refrain from asking. Wang Xiaoqi squinted at the leaderboard, his eyes narrowing in concentration. How long has this individual named Subai been out of the city? About 30 minutes. Why do you ask? Subai has entered the top 100,000. Chapter 19, Decisive Actions. Your summoned beast, Void Terror, has activated the Feast skill, devouring 10 targets at level 10, with a health pool of 100,000 and a size of 1 meter. You have slain a level 20 war rabbit, earning 200 experience points. Excess experience will be automatically stored to unlock after completing the advancement task. You have gained 10 points. Points, 100. After devouring 100 monsters. Void Terror has grown to a staggering height of 100 meters, and the Feast skill has reached its maximum level. It is imperative to complete the advancement task swiftly, otherwise, Void Terror's level will stagnate at 10, and the Feast will not accumulate further. Throughout his journey, Subai encountered only ordinary black iron monsters. Not even a single bronze beast. Had they been frightened off by the presence of Void Terror? With such a formidable ally, even nearby dark gold bosses would be deterred. For now, Void Terror was relegated to the beast space, to be summoned when enemies appeared. 5 minutes later, the surroundings fell eerily silent. Subai had not faced any attacks. How curious, he thought, that it felt so quiet. From the grass came the sound of rustling. But Subai did not hastily summon his beast. As he approached, he discerned their appearance. There were 2 individuals, not ferocious beasts. The one on the left was portly, while the one on the right was slender, both clad in dark robes that obscured their features. The fat man scrutinized Subai, puzzled. Boss, this fellow's attire resembles that of our beast god sect, does it not? The thin man, looking at him as if he were a simpleton, replied, Fool. Just because the clothing resembles ours does not mean he belongs to the beast god sect. The mention of the beast god sect caused Subai's pupils to constrict sharply. Humanity is not unified under a single banner. The beast god sect is an anti-human organization. They revere the beast god and vilify humanity, seeking to eliminate any who cross their path. Compared to the threat posed by ferocious beasts, humans harbor a far stronger disdain for these traitors. When the ferocious beasts first invaded, the vanguard suffered heavy casualties in the battle against the monsters. The beast god sect not only failed to assist their compatriots, but actively aided the ferocious beasts, leading to the destruction of many cities. Subai probed the two individuals' information. Name, Lida. Occupation, assassin. Level, 30, peak of 3rd advancement. Name, Li Air. Occupation, assassin. Level, 30, peak of 3rd advancement. Both were peak level 3rd advancement warriors. The ability to probe another's information is not determined by one's level, but by one's strength. As long as your power is sufficient. Even if you are only level 10, you can investigate the information of a level 40 powerhouse. Though Subai is only level 10, he possesses 2 epic beasts, rendering him no weaker than a level 4 warrior, perhaps even stronger. I cannot glean any information about this kid, the fat man said, his face filled with fear. Name. Occupation. Level. A plethora of question marks. The inability to discern an enemy's information can stem from 2 possibilities. Either there is an insurmountable power gap, or the opponent possesses means to obscure their information. Even level 4 warriors can typically uncover some details. It is improbable that it would all be question marks. The thin man's eyes glimmered with greed. Old 2. This kid must possess a treasure that conceals information. If we eliminate him, that treasure will be ours. The fat man puffed out his chest and said, Boss, just watch as I handle him. The thin man did not oppose this plan. There were so few level 4 warriors, and none matched Subai's caliber. Even if Subai's level equaled theirs, they felt no trepidation. If the fat man faltered, they could always lend assistance. Today, you are unfortunate to have crossed paths with us, the fat and thin duo, the fat man declared, malice flashing in his eyes. Die, void terror. The void rippled violently as a towering 100-meter shadow emerged, its blood-red eyes surveying the fat man with an overwhelming aura. The fat man, charging forward, halted mid-stride. Struck by fear. Who am I? Where am I? Isn't Shanghai City a level 3 city? Even the city lord cannot possess an epic beast. Who then? Was this figure cloaked in black? Predecessor, there must be some misunderstanding between us. Feast. Void terror opened its massive maw, and the fat man was swallowed whole, without a sliver of opportunity for resistance. Subai glanced in the direction where the thin man had stood, only to find his figure had long since vanished. After summoning void terror, the thin man had fled without a thought of fighting. It was absurd to confront an epic beast, not something they could withstand. Did you think you could escape without my consent? Not a single one shall remain. Void terror pursued the fleeing thin man. Not far away. The thin man dashed through the forest, sweat soaking his back. When had such a formidable figure arrived in Shanghai City? Were epic beasts not the domain of only 6th advancement powerhouses? Had they just provoked a 6th advancement expert? Regret washed over him. Why had he chosen to offend such a powerful being? If only he had known Subai's true strength, they would never have approached him. He hoped this formidable entity would dismiss them as inconsequential, lest. The thin man glanced back, relieved to find no pursuer in sight. In the next moment, a shadow obscured his vision. Reacting swiftly, he attempted to use a displacement skill, but all was in vain. Feast. In an instant, the thin man was also devoured. You have slain a peak level 3rd advancement member of the Beast God sect, earning 1,000 points. You have slain a peak level 3rd advancement member of the Beast God sect, earning 1,000 points. The two provided a total of 2,000 points. Killing a normal monster yields only 1 point. Points, 2,100. Indeed, the acquisition of points through slaying humans was far more efficient. In Subai's eyes, whether beast or human, anyone who dared provoke him would meet with the same fate, annihilation. The two lacked wealth, possessing not a single golden piece of equipment, only silver attire. These garments were suited for assassins and were of no use to him, but they could be sold upon his return. On one of the men's fingers was a peculiar item. Name, automatic picker. Type, special equipment. Required level, 1. Effect, automatically collects equipment within a radius of 1 meter when worn. Description, with this, you shall never need to bend down to pick things up again. As the description indicated, the 1 meter range was modest, yet it saved the trouble of stooping. In the future, upon seeing equipment, one could simply stand nearby, and it would be automatically collected into the inventory. Though the two were impoverished, they had dropped items of utility. The Beast God sect was rather generous, bestowing him with 2,000 points and even long-coveted equipment, especially the automatic picker, which acknowledged the effort it takes to collect equipment and thoughtfully provided one for him. Subai was not a villain. In gratitude for their gifts, he resolved to be a benevolent soul, sending them both to the depths of hell, ensuring they would not be bored in the afterlife. How exceedingly kind of me. Chapter 20. A meteoric rise in rankings. Adventurers Association. As they gazed at the steadily rising rankings, both individuals found their minds buzzing with disbelief. Merely a few dozen minutes prior, Subai had entered the top 100,000, and from that moment onward, his ascent was uncontrollable. The rankings fluctuated like a roller coaster. One moment he was in the 90s, and the next he had surged into the 80s. Despite Subai's position being at the tail end of the list, it was crucial to note that he had only just ventured into the wilderness. The leaderboard refreshes once a month, and with today being the 31st, it was astonishing that Subai had surpassed the progress of others who had spent an entire month, all within a matter of minutes. What made this even more outrageous was the fact that Subai was merely at level 10, having only recently awakened his profession. If memory served correctly, the weakest monsters in the wild were at least level 20. Wang Xiaomei remarked, "Brother, this Subai possesses some genuine prowess." Wang Xiaoqi, for once, refrained from admonishing his sister for referring to him by his title during work hours, perhaps too astonished to do so. It became evident why their father held Subai in such high regard. Wang Xiaomei hesitated. "Brother, Subai." Wang Xiaoqi interrupted, displeased, during work hours. "You must address me by my title." "Manager, Subai has entered the top 1,000. This jest was far from humorous. Just a moment ago, Subai was languishing in the tens of thousands, and suddenly, he had breached the top 1,000. Such a feat was beyond belief. "Manager, take a look at the leaderboard. Subai has truly made it into the top 1,000. Wang Xiaoqi instinctively glanced at the rankings, and upon doing so, was taken aback. First place, Wang Meng, 10086 points. Second place, Li Yifei, 9,999 points. Third place, Jiang Wanwan, 8,888 points. 108th place, Subai, 2,100 points. What? Upon seeing Subai's ranking, 3 enormous question marks appeared above Wang Xiaoqi's head. No way. You leapt from the tens of thousands to over 100? Even cheating wouldn't allow for such a rapid ascent. Could it be that there was an issue with the leaderboard? He quickly shook his head. As the manager of the Adventurers Association, how could he question the integrity of the rankings? Wang Xiaomei, however, harbored no such reservations. "Manager, could the leaderboard possibly be malfunctioning? Just a moment ago, Subai was in the tens of thousands, and now he is in the hundreds." Wang Xiaoqi rolled his eyes dramatically. If the leaderboard were malfunctioning, why would no one else's rankings change while only Subai's has? Yet, he had just earned 100 points. And now he has over 2,000. What formidable beast could possibly yield such points? Even a black iron beast would require the defeat of 2,000 of its kind. The means to earn points were not limited to slaying beasts. Eliminating cultists also awarded points. A first transformation cultist yielded 10 points, a second transformation 100 points, a third transformation 1,000 points, a fourth transformation 10,000 points, and a fifth transformation a staggering 100,000 points. The two stared wide-eyed and exclaimed in unison, "Did Subai eliminate a third transformation cultist? Not just one, but two. Hadn't he only recently transitioned into his profession?" Unbeknownst to him, the 2 insignificant Kalami he had casually dispatched had ignited such a commotion. Upon noticing his ranking, Subai intended to elevate his position further, envisioning the possibility of claiming a full set of dark gold equipment. Meanwhile, on another front, 3 figures wielding iron hammers found themselves unable to even approach the ferocious beasts before being swiftly dispatched. "At the rate we're accumulating points, we might just challenge for the top 10, the third member remarked. He was correct. While the top 100 all received rewards, the prizes for the top 10 were incomparable. The points earned from slaying beasts were painfully slow, and if only they could encounter a cultist, a single second transformation kill would grant 100 points, equivalent to the defeat of 100 beasts of the same tier. But then, cultists were not so easily found. The burly man grumbled, "Currently, I rank 13th. The second brother is 15th, and the third is 18th. The rankings will refresh after today. Hey, big brother, it seems there's a cultist over there." Upon hearing the mention of a cultist, they felt a surge of adrenaline. "Here I come." Points. Name, Hu Wu. Profession, Meat Shield Warrior. Level, 30, peak of third transformation. The sight of the opponent's level caused the 3 brothers from the national team to brighten with excitement. Slaying a single third transformation cultist would reward them with 1,000 points, which, when divided amongst themselves, would still net over 300 points each, enough to propel them into the top 10. The cultist, upon seeing the trio, immediately lost all will to fight and attempted to flee. Trying to run? Not on my watch. The third brother charged forward. Initiating his skill, Taunt, the cultist, affected by the skill, found himself compelled to return midway through his escape. The third brother activated his charge skill, crashing into the meat shield warrior and triggering a stunning effect. Yet, this was only the beginning. Before the stun wore off, he delivered another hammer blow. Stun, the national team brothers had awakened their classes as divine warriors, and each of their basic attacks carried a stunning effect, contingent on the enemy's constitution. If the enemy's constitution was too low, they could be completely immobilized. The meat shield warrior, possessing exceptionally high defense and a physique-focused build, found himself facing 3 divine warriors capable of perpetually stunning him. Stun, stun, stun. The meat shield warrior could merely watch helplessly as his health dwindled, unable to mount any resistance. Second brother, third brother, put in some extra effort. This one's defenses are too high. Ha ha ha. Big brother, even if it takes us a while, we'll wear him down. To the meat shield warrior's astonishment, he remained unfazed, his expression one of indifference. Do you really think you can kill me? What do you mean? If you don't come out soon, I'm really going to die. 4 figures emerged from the shadows. Name, Hui. Profession, Thunder Mage. Level, 30, peak of 3rd transformation. Name, Huair. Profession, Shadow Assassin. Level, 30, peak of 3rd transformation. Name, Husan. Profession, Ice Archer. Level, 30, peak of 3rd transformation. Name, Husi. Profession, Divine Priest. Level, 30, peak of 3rd transformation. The 5 of them formed a flawless ensemble of peak 3rd transformation powerhouses. With damage dealers, warriors, and healers, despite their numerical disadvantage, their strength was evenly matched. Run. The national team leader decisively commanded retreat. The second and third brothers, having grown up together, immediately fled at their elder brother's shout. Husi approached Hu Wu, saying, Old 5, you really embarrassed us. Hu Wu retorted, It's not you who's injured. Why don't you take the bait next time? Husi countered, I'm the support. How can I be the bait? All right. Stop arguing and focus on the immediate threat, Hui instructed. Old 3, don't let them escape. Understood, big brother. Whoosh. An ice arrow manifested, aimed and shot. The national team's third brother, being the slowest to flee, was struck by the arrow, triggering a slowing effect as frost crept along his body. Old 3, don't worry about me, just run. None of you will escape. Hui channeled profound magic, summoning the power of thunder. Boom. Lightning struck down, inducing a paralyzing effect. The shadow assassin seized the opportunity to unleash the shadow kill technique, continuously traversing through afterimages. Boom. With a snap of his fingers, the marks on their bodies detonated, leaving the 3 brothers of the national football team in a bloody mess. The Holy Warrior, a hybrid support tank class, could heal himself while absorbing damage, but this also meant that his durability was not as formidable as that of a true tank warrior. Holy Light. The 3 brothers of the national team cast a protective layer upon themselves, managing to recover a fraction of their health. They realized that attempting to flee would only lead to a slow demise. It was better to fight with all their might, even in death. They aimed to take one down with them. They locked onto the assassin, who was elegantly turning away. So you think you can flaunt your prowess before us? Noticing the determined gazes of the 3, the shadow assassin was momentarily startled. He attempted to activate the shadow slip skill, but was a step too slow. Come here, taunted the assassin, and seizing the moment, the national football trio simultaneously unleashed Berserker Charge. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of impact echoed as the shadow assassin's health plummeted. His build, focused on agility and strength, was as fragile as that of a mage or priest. After enduring the trio's skills, his health dropped below half. Heal me quickly. I'm about to die. Holy Light. In the rear, the holy priest cast a spell, and a golden light enveloped the shadow assassin, restoring a portion of his health. Just as the negative effects upon him faded, the second brother of the national team struck again. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Why don't you go after the tank warrior instead? The tank warrior retorted, Thanks a lot. I nearly got crushed by these 3 brutes. The Thunder Mage and Ice Archer continuously harassed the national football trio, causing their health to dwindle rapidly, and they would perish before killing the shadow assassin. After all, they were outnumbered 5-3, and the tank warrior had arrived just in time to prevent the trio from dispatching the shadow assassin in one fell swoop. Big brother, I can't hold on much longer. You must endure. Did you hear that? Due to the disparity in numbers, they were gradually falling into a disadvantage. The shadow assassin, having escaped their focused fire, cursed angrily. Didn't you enjoy hitting me just now? I'll make you regret it. Shadow kill technique. The shadow assassin transformed into an afterimage and charged towards them. Now's our chance. The second and third brothers of the national team understood instantly and activated their final trump card, Iron Wall. The dagger struck flesh, producing a metallic clang. The shadow assassin was sent flying by the recoil. The tank warrior, standing closest, was the first to bear the brunt, sent hurtling back. The thunder mage, ice archer, and holy priest, positioned at the back, had just enough reaction time to sidestep the attack. The shadow assassin stood up, disheveled, having taken no damage. But the humiliation was palpable. Just as he sought to showcase his prowess, he was met with a setback. The tank warrior scolded, "It's your fault, second brother. We could have killed him by now." The shadow assassin retorted, "Fifth brother, don't act high and mighty. You're not any better." "Enough." The thunder mage interjected coldly. "Those three are escaping. We must pursue. We cannot leave any survivors." Meanwhile, the national football trio was dashing through the jungle. After using their life-saving card, their mana was nearly depleted, and all skills were on cooldown. Their only option now was to run, hoping to delay the inevitable. They had already called for help, praying for someone powerful to arrive. "Big brother, they're closing in. Third brother, don't look back. Just keep running." Whoosh! An arrow, encrusted with ice, flew through the air, striking the running third brother. "Why is it always me? Be cautious. There are lightning elements around," the eldest brother warned. But it was too late. The speed at which the lightning elements formed was staggering. A storm of electric fog enveloped the three, triggering paralysis once more. In that brief moment of standoff, their pursuers had caught up. "Run. You think you can just run away after that? There's no escape from me underground." The shadow assassin spat. "Did you ever consider the consequences of your actions when you struck me?" The tank warrior spat on the ground. "Damn it. These three are like turtles." Just as the shadow assassin prepared to strike, a voice interrupted him. "Let me count how many cultists there are. 1, 2, 3. 5 cultists. Killing you will grant me 5,000 points." From the bushes emerged a cloaked figure, his features obscured. The national football brothers felt a surge of hope at the sight of reinforcements, but then a sense of dread washed over them. They were outnumbered, 4 to 5, and had already lost combat effectiveness. Unless this cloaked figure possessed the strength of a fourth-tier warrior, the consequences would be dire. Initially expecting several allies, they were met with just one. A fourth-tier powerhouse could easily be counted on one hand, and this was no ordinary figure. "Little brother, these 5 are peak third-tier warriors. Be cautious." After the paralysis wore off, the 3 brothers approached the cloaked figure. "Little brother, we are in dire straits. But we can still withstand some damage and exert some presence. Just watch from behind. They are my responsibility." Arrogance, pure arrogance. Even a fourth-tier warrior wouldn't have full confidence in taking down the 5 Tiger brothers. How audacious could one be? "Tiger Big, so you've come? Then prepare to die. You think you have what it takes to kill me?" With a snap of his fingers, the void shattered violently, and a 100-meter shadow emerged from the abyss. Blood-red eyes surveyed the 5 like ants. Epic Beastmaster, Void Terror. The moment they laid eyes on the beast, the 5 felt their heads spinning. Who am I? Where am I? When did Shanghai City gain a 6th-tier Beastmaster? They were utterly bewildered. The national football brothers were equally taken aback. "Big brother, did you just call him little brother? He won't hold it against you, will he?" The eldest brother remained silent, drenched in cold sweat. If only he could turn back time, he would slap himself for his audacity. "Am I looking for death? Addressing a 6th-tier Beastmaster as little brother? Run." The 5 Tiger brothers, devoid of any fighting spirit, turned to flee. This was a 6th-tier powerhouse, beyond the reach of their meager abilities. If it were a 4th-tier warrior, they might consider a fight. But against a 6th tier, they would rather retreat. Split up. Tiger Big knew that if they didn't scatter, they would all perish here. They could only gamble on who had the better luck. With good fortune, they might escape. With bad, death awaited. "If you've come, then let us end it all. Feast." The Void Terror opened its massive jaws, and the 5 felt the sunlight vanish, replaced by an infinite darkness. "You have slain Tiger Big, gaining 1,000 points. You have slain Tiger 2, gaining 1,000 points. You have slain Tiger 3, gaining 1,000 points. Points, 7,100. Oh, how exhilarating. The ranking has surged directly from the 108th position to the 4th. The coveted dark gold set is now within reach. The only lament is that the layers of Feast have reached their maximum. After devouring living beings, further accumulation is impossible. It is once again the exhilarating phase of looting corpses. I almost forgot that I now possess an automatic collector, no longer needing to search for corpses manually. Simply standing there allows me to reap the rewards. You have obtained the Shadow Dagger, gold. You have obtained the Ice Bow, gold. You have obtained the Thunder Staff, gold. You have obtained the Blood Shield, gold. You have obtained the Divine Staff, gold. 5 individuals collectively provided 5 pieces of golden equipment. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed senior. The 3 brothers of the national football team clasped their fists in salute, bending their bodies so low that they dared not lift their heads. Subai retracted the Void Terror, a puzzled expression on his face. Am I truly that intimidating? No matter. The cultists are the enemies of all humanity. Even if it were not me, others would take action. Rise. Only then did the three brothers of the national football team dare to look Su-bai in the eye. The eldest brother of the national football team expressed his apologies. Esteemed senior, I did not realize you were a 6th-tier beast master. A 6th-tier beast master? I have yet to complete even the 2nd-tier advancement task. I am merely at the 1st tier for now. However, Su-bai found it tedious to clarify. Let the misunderstanding remain. Do you know where I might find a dark gold beast? A dark gold beast? The three looked at each other in confusion. Esteemed senior, you already possess an epic beast. Why seek a dark gold beast? Although they were puzzled, they did not dare to inquire further. Esteemed senior, dark gold beasts are exceedingly rare. We are merely 3rd-tier professionals. If we were to encounter a dark gold beast, we would have perished long ago. Su-bai sighed. It seemed the advancement task was more challenging than he had anticipated. Seeing the esteemed senior's disappointed demeanor, the three brothers of the national football team hastily added, while we are unaware, the cultists are undoubtedly knowledgeable. Coincidentally, we know the location of the cultists. Upon learning the location of the cultists, Su-bai summoned the Void Terror once more, positioning it directly above them. Even if the cultists are unaware of the precise location of the dark gold beasts, it matters not. Slaying the cultists not only yields their spoils, but also grants points. Observing Su-bai's vanishing figure, the 3rd brother of the national football team murmured, "Should we follow him, boss?" The 2nd brother replied, "With such strength, the esteemed senior can easily handle the cultists without breaking a sweat." The eldest brother of the national football team remarked, "Our current state is rather poor. We were fortunate to encounter the esteemed senior. If we were to run into cultists along the way." Indeed, the top 10 rankings pale in comparison to one's life. They turned back towards the direction they had come from. Chapter 22. Daughter, the Wong family is counting on you. The Adventurers Association. Gazing at the rankings, the two exchanged bewildered glances. Who am I? Where am I? 1st place, Wang Ming, 10,086 points. 2nd place, Li Yifei, 9,999 points. 3rd place, Jiang Wanwan, 8,888 points. 4th place, Su-bai, 7,100 points. The points of the top 3 remained unchanged, except for Su-bai in 4th place. Just a moment ago, Su-bai was ranked 108th. In the next moment, he had ascended to 4th place. If memory serves me correctly, Su-bai has only recently awakened his profession, hasn't he? The speed at which he has amassed points is beyond mere rapidity. It is astonishing. Despite Li Yifei and the others currently ranking higher than Su-bai, this is but a fleeting circumstance. Wang Xiaoqi sighed. Wang Ming, Li Yifei, and Jiang Wanwan. What date did they venture into the wild? Wang Xiaomei replied. Manager, they set out to the wild at the beginning of the month. Wang Xiaoqi refrained from inquiring about Su-bai. Su-bai had spent less than a full day in the wild. Yet he had already surpassed the efforts of the majority over the course of a month. Given a little more time, he might truly claim the top spot. Slaying a 3rd-tier cultist awards 1,000 points, while a 4th-tier cultist yields 10,000 points. Just now, Su-bai received 5,000 points in a single instance, clearly having slain 5 3rd-tier cultists. A 3rd tier could enter the top 100 rankings. Such experts, in Su-bai's presence, are akin to experience packs. It has barely been a while, and Su-bai has already dispatched 7 3rd-tier powerhouses. A 1st tier transcending 2 major realms to confront 3rd-tier powerhouses? What a farce. As the two pondered their thoughts, a hearty laugh echoed from outside the door. Upon recognizing the visitor, Wang Xiaomei exclaimed, "Dad." Wang Tung reprimanded. "How many times must I tell you to address me by my title during work hours?" "All right, Dad." Sighing heavily, Wang Tung turned to Wang Xiaoqi. "Manager Wang, how have the matters I entrusted you with progressed?" Wang Xiaoqi hesitated, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Observing the expression on the other's face, Wang Tung's heart sank. Could it be that Su-bai has encountered misfortune? Jiang Hai and Wang Tung share a close bond, having grown up together. This was a task Jiang Hai had implored him to undertake, and now, having failed before even seeing the person, how could he explain this to his old friend? Wang Xiaoqi felt too embarrassed to speak, but Wang Xiaomei had no such reservations. "Dad, let me tell you, this Su-bai is truly remarkable." "Remarkable?" Wang Ting shook his head. A newly awakened professional for just a few days. How remarkable could he be? The weakest monsters in the wild are at least level 20. I wonder what old Jiang was thinking when he allowed this fellow to leave the city. Monsters are not the most dangerous. It is the cultists. They are a group of anti-human organizations. Wang Ting asked, "How remarkable?" Wang Xiaomei pointed to the leaderboard. "You'll understand once you take a look." Wang Tung instinctively glanced over. Not looking was one thing, but upon seeing, he was taken aback. How many? 4th place. Even though Wang Tung has witnessed many grand spectacles, He has never encountered anything so outrageous. How long has Su Bai been a newly awakened professional? Has it even been 3 days? And he's south already in 4th place? Wang Teng turned to Wang Xiaoqi, his gaze icy. What did that expression of yours mean? I thought Su Bai had met with disaster. Wang Xiaoqi was startled by the intensity of his gaze and lowered his head, unwilling to refute. Wang Teng, disregarding the reprimand of his own son, hurriedly pulled out his phone and dialed a number. The call was soon answered. Zhang Hai, speak quickly, let me sleep. Wang Teng, old Jiang. Su Bai is simply a genius. Zhang Hai, that is no lie. In a city with a population of millions, only Su Bai has cleared the Hell Dungeon. Wang Teng, what? Why didn't you tell me this? Zhang Hai, you didn't ask. Wang Teng, no wonder this kid can slay 3rd-tier cultists. Zhang Hai, wait, what did you just say? Su Bai has slain 3rd-tier cultists? Wang Teng, Su Bai is more formidable than we imagined. I suspect his current strength is at the 4th tier or even beyond. A profound silence fell on the other end of the call. You're telling me that a newcomer who has only recently awakened has the strength of the 4th tier? Or even surpasses it? The strongest in Shanghai City is merely at the 5th tier. Does that not imply that with a little more time, Su Bai could surpass the city lord? The silence persisted for a full 10 minutes. Jiang Hai, haha, I see the vigor of my youth reflected in him. Wang Teng, old Jiang, in your youth, you were inferior to even a single hair of Su Bai. Jiang Hai, as his principal, I may not have contributed 99 of the effort, but I certainly have my one of hardship, right? A few minutes later, Wang Teng hung up the phone. He cast a glance at his foolish daughter, who had just graduated from university. My dear daughter. Upon hearing Wang Teng's address, Wang Xiaomei instinctively took a few steps back. Dad, I'm scared when you say it like that. Didn't you mention that during work hours, we should address positions? Wang Teng chuckled. What do you think of Su Bai? Wang Xiaomei pondered for a moment. Aside from being a bit younger, he is undeniably handsome, on par with the school heartthrob. His talent speaks for itself. Having awakened only a few days ago, he possesses strength rivaling that of a 4th transition. Quite impressive, but Su Bai is younger than me. And I've already graduated from university, while he has just finished high school. Before she could finish, Wang Teng interrupted. Age is but a number. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than a man brings fortune. The future of our Wang family relies on you. It dawned on Wang Xiaomei that she had been sold off, by her own father, no less. She cast a pleading glance at Wang Xiaoqi, who merely tilted his head and ignored her. So I'm the outsider here? Wang Xiaomei was confident in her looks. She had been regarded as a campus beauty during her college years. However, Su Bai, in terms of both appearance and talent, was exceptionally gifted. If Su Bai sought a partner, he would have no shortage of admirers willing to flock to him with just a beckoning finger. Feeling insecure, she murmured, I'll do my best. Wang Xiaoqi, look at your sister. Can't you learn a thing or two from her? Wang Teng reproached. Wang Xiaoqi retorted, Dad, I'm not a girl. Wang Teng replied, who says only girls can get close to Su Bai? Wang Xiaoqi regarded Wang Teng with a peculiar expression. If you think you can do it, then you should. Wang Teng nearly choked with frustration. Just build a good rapport with Su Bai. It's not what you think. In the wilderness, hundreds had gathered. The leaders were Wang Ming, president of the Xiongba Guild, Li Yifei, president of the Bihai Guild, and Zhang Wanwan, president of the Shengxin Guild. Wang Ming declared, now that our 3 guilds are assembled, it is time to strike. Li Yifei added, brothers of Bihai, prepare for battle and let these cultists know our might. Zhang Wanwan encouraged, sisters, charge with me. Chapter 23, Dark Gold Level Beast Tamer? Master, something terrible has happened. Our Beast God sect is under attack. When has our Beast God sect ever endured such humiliation? If we can tolerate this, we might as well find a block of tofu to smash our heads against. Those who voluntarily joined the Beast God sect are a bunch of ruthless individuals who disdain constraints and act on a whim. Seated in the highest position was a man clad in red robes, the leader of the Beast God sect, Shui. Shui commanded, Vice leaders, accompany me. Since they have come, let us ensure none escape. The 2 vice leaders replied, understood. Meanwhile, the 3 guilds had already engaged in combat with the cultists. Wang Ming, Li Yifei, and Zhang Wanwan had no intention of joining the fray. They had conducted investigations beforehand. This stronghold housed hundreds of cultists, along with 3 high-ranking individuals, 2 vice leaders, and 1 sect leader. All 3 were 4th transition experts. And if they rashly intervened in the battle without a way to restrain those 3, it would be catastrophic. Wang Ming remarked, it is a rare occasion for our 3 guilds to unite. We must break through the Beast God sect. Zhang Wanwan lamented, it's a pity we couldn't recruit Su Bai. It would have been so much more interesting. Li Yifei scoffed, Su Bai, capable of clearing the Hell Dungeon, would never join our 3 guilds. Besides, he has only recently awakened his profession. He cannot possibly engage in battles meant for high-level professionals. Zhang Wanwan replied, I was merely making an observation. Wang Ming cautioned, The three leaders are approaching. We must deal with the current enemies before you continue your bickering. Name, Shui Yi. Profession, Blood Knight. Level, 37, late 4th transition. Name, Shui Air. Profession, Blood Summoner. Level, 35, mid 4th transition. Name, Shui San. Profession, Blood Mage. Level, 33, early 4th transition. 3 4th transition experts. 1 at late stage, 1 at mid stage, and 1 at early stage. Wang Ming stated, I will handle the late 4th transition. The other 2 are up to you. Li Yifei replied, leave the mid 4th transition to me. Jiang Wanwan shrugged, that leaves me with the early 4th transition, so I have no choice. Ice Frost. Her black hair turned a pale blue, her eyes cold and piercing, grasping chains of ice. Let us see whether your blood mage is more formidable than my ice mage. The chains, when swung, produced a piercing sonic boom. As you wish. Shuesan did not evade, swinging his blood-soaked robe, before the chains could approach. They were halted by a wall of blood. The collision of blood and ice sent clouds of dust swirling, and a figure burst forth, Jiang Wanwan. She conjured an increasing number of ice chains, ultimately manifesting 10 at once before they dissipated, each chain behaving as if it were alive, relentlessly assaulting the opposing blood mage. The blood mage, a 4th transition early expert, was not easily defeated. As one progresses in levels, the disparities become more pronounced. The blood solidified, forming a thick blood shield to block the incoming attacks. Jiang Wanwan abandoned defense, focusing solely on offense, believing that the best defense is a good offense. The blood mage, under relentless pressure, could only expend his own blood to fend off Jiang Wanwan's vigorous assaults. On the other side, 2 figures stood in opposition. Shui Air, a Beast Tamer. Is it? Let us see whether your beasts are superior to my summoned entities. Blood Summoner. The summoner triumphs in quantity, while the Beast Tamer excels in quality. As nurturing beasts requires considerable resources. Even with Beehive Guild's ample finances, Yifei could only manage 1 golden beast. Silver beasts could be purchased, but golden ones could only be obtained through auctions. Underworld Spirit Cat, Li Yifei summoned his beast. This was a mid-4th transition beast. A golden beast? This could be interesting, the blood summoner sneered. Heed my call and tear apart the human before you. Shui Air refrained from commanding the blood servants to attack the beast. The rationale was simple. If Li Yifei were killed, the Underworld Spirit Cat would fall apart without needing to attack. Li Yifei had become the defensive side, altering his strategy to eliminate the blood summoner first. Underworld Spirit Cat, shred these blood servants. Meow. The Underworld Spirit Cat transformed into a shadow, taking down a blood servant with a single claw, but the sheer number of blood servants was overwhelming. Shui Air continued to summon more blood servants. Is that all you can summon? Flame Lion, Immovable Battle Turtle, Ice Snow Queen, Bloodthirsty Cheetah. Li Yifei summoned 4 beasts in one go. A 4th transition Beast Tamer can contract a maximum of 6 beasts. Li Yifei had contracted 5, reserving 1 for an advancement task. With the addition of 4 beasts to the battlefield, the number of blood servants began to plummet. Damn it! At this rate, in less than 2.5 minutes, all the blood servants will be wiped out. I must accelerate my summoning. Shui Air gritted his teeth, retrieving a blood-colored dagger from his bag, slashing his palm to let his blood drip. Previously, he could only summon 1 blood servant at a time, but now he could summon 2, doubling his output. It all boiled down to who could endure longer. Simultaneously, on another battlefield. Blood One, is your axe harder, or is my greatsword stronger? Blood One, behold my blade. The crimson great sword was fiercely swung forth. Wang Ming, with no intention of retreating, charged forward recklessly. My mighty axe had long been yearning for battle. Witness my axe. The collision between the axe and the great sword revealed the axe's superiority. Blood One felt the immense force coursing through his hands, yet he knew he was outmatched in strength by Wang Ming. The berserker leaned towards offense, while the Blood Knight favored defense. Relinquishing his full force, Blood One found himself at a disadvantage. Wang Ming seized the opportunity, relentlessly swinging his axe. Behold my axe. Behold my axe. Behold my axe. The axe sliced through the air, leaving behind afterimages, forcing Blood One to raise a crimson shield to deflect the assault. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal colliding echoed as Blood One staggered backward, the durability of his shield rapidly depleting, while Wang Ming grew increasingly emboldened, even intensifying his strikes. Blood One surveyed the battlefield. The cultists were gaining the upper hand, while his side was at a disadvantage. He was uncertain if continuing in this manner would lead to victory, but even if they triumphed, he would surely perish. Blood One spoke coldly. Wang Ming, I admit you are formidable. Wang Ming retorted with disdain. Are you contemplating surrender? Even if you do, I shall not spare you. All cultists must die. Blood One replied. Surrender? You misunderstand. It will not be so easy to take my life. Wang Ming, Reveal your trump cards. I, Wang Ming, shall accept your challenge. Blood 1 crushed the token of the Hall Master in his hand. The two Vice Masters, witnessing this act, hesitated not a moment. The crimson token transformed into a teleportation altar. Lord Black Python, annihilate these humans. Alarmed, Wang Ming and his companions sought to destroy the altar, but were a step too late. A surge of bloodlight erupted from the altar, and when it faded, a figure emerged. It was a colossal black python, measuring several dozen meters, its pupils glimmering with a blood-red hue, as if assessing its prey. An epic-grade beast? Chapter 24, Void Terror vs. Black Python. Name, Black Python. Rank, Epic. Level, 40. Peak of the 4th transformation. Health, 2,000,000. Strength, 20,000. Vitality, 20,000. Agility, 20,000. Mentality, 40,000. Skill, Lightning Whip of 5 Thunderbolts. Epic. An epic beast at the peak of the 4th transformation? Upon witnessing the attributes of the Black Python, Wang Ming and his companions were taken aback. Although golden and epic ranks differ by only 1 tier, their attributes vary immensely. At the same level, epic attributes are a staggering 10 times greater than golden. The Black Python raised its proud head. You insignificant humans dare to provoke me? You are truly pathetic. In the face of the Black Python's derision, Blood 1 and the others dared not retaliate. Despite being a Hall Master, he understood that provoking the Black Python could easily lead to his replacement. Blood 1 humbly stated, our strength is meager. We can only implore Lord Black Python to take action. A bunch of worthless fools. The Black Python exclaimed, leave these 3 to me. You deal with those ants. Yes. Witnessing Blood 1 and the others retreat, Wang Ming attempted to intervene, but was obstructed by the Black Python. You shall face me. It has been long since I last fought. I hope you can endure a bit longer, or else it would be dreadfully dull. Wang Ming glanced at the battlefield. With 3/4 transformation experts now on the cultist side, their advantage had grown even more pronounced, and it wouldn't be long before the 3 major guilds were utterly slaughtered. Yet, they had no means to counter the threat. Their own survival was at stake. The Black Python first fixed its gaze on the Nether Spirit Cat. The Nether Spirit Cat was taken aback, and Li Yifei's eyes widened in shock. For the first time, he witnessed fear etched upon the face of the Nether Spirit Cat. Was this the oppressive aura of an epic beast? Hiss! The Black Python wasted no time and launched a decisive attack. The Nether Spirit Cat, with commendable attack power and speed, felt as though it were moving in slow motion before the Black Python. Wang Ming quickly realized that losing a key ally at the onset of battle would spell doom for their side. He had to intercept the Black Python. It would have to pass over his corpse to proceed. Get lost. The Black Python swung its tail, producing a piercing sonic boom in the air. Wang Ming was sent flying like a mere ball, crashing against a nearby boulder. Splash. Blood erupted from Wang Ming's mouth and nose. How powerful! With just a single strike, his bones felt as though they might shatter, and this was without the Black Python even utilizing its skills. If it unleashed its abilities, even survival would be a tall order. Was this the oppressive aura of an epic beast? Frost. Seeing Wang Ming being struck away, Jiang Wanwan remained composed, refusing to succumb to fear. Calmness was essential for any chance of victory. Jiang Wanwan aimed to freeze the Black Python, but the disparity in attributes rendered her efforts futile. Not even the most basic slowdown effect could be achieved. She instinctively pondered whether this was truly an adversary a 4th transformation practitioner could contend with. Even 5th transformation practitioners would struggle against the Black Python with complete certainty. If Frost proved ineffective, then perhaps ice chains would suffice. Jiang Wanwan channeled her mana, summoning chains of ice. Ultimately, she conjured a total of 20 ice chains. Previously, in her battle against the Blood Mage, she had only managed to create 10. Now, she had doubled her efforts. The 20 chains launched their assault on the Black Python simultaneously, and it showed no inclination to evade. Within less than a second, the chains ensnared the Black Python, leaving behind traces like a spider's web. An opportunity. Wang Ming and Li Yifei were not idle. Wang Ming advanced while the Nether Spirit Cat followed, launching their attack. The axe cleaved through the air as the Nether Spirit Cat unleashed its claws. However, the anticipated outcome did not materialize. The Black Python, faced with the impending strike, swiftly activated its skill. Lightning Whip of 5 Thunderbolts. The chains binding it were violently shattered as the Black Python became enveloped in a crackling aura of thunder. 5 successive whips lashed out at both man and cat. This was dire. By the time they realized the danger, it was already too late. The Nether Spirit Cat, with its relatively low vitality, could not withstand even 3 strikes and was swiftly annihilated. Wang Ming fared slightly better, enduring the 5 strikes without perishing, though his health plummeted to a critical point. The berserker's combat prowess increased as his health dwindled. Yet, the black python's strength far surpassed his own. Even unleashing his full potential would be futile. Li Yifei and Jiang Wanwan were not faring well either. The former, as a beastmaster, would suffer backlash upon the demise of his summoned beast. The latter, having expended nearly all her mana in summoning the chains, found herself nearly devoid of power. A mage without mana is but a shadow of their former self. One cannot simply wield a staff as a weapon. To perish at my hands is a privilege, the black python proclaimed as it charged towards the nearest target, Wang Ming. Wang Ming refused to surrender. He hurled his axe. Die. The axe missed its mark, easily evaded by the black python. Without his axe, Wang Ming's combat effectiveness plummeted to less than 50%, and a dark whip lashed out towards him. Wang Ming instinctively shut his eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time passed slowly, yet he felt no pain. Could it be that I have perished? When Wang Ming finally opened his eyes, he witnessed an unforgettable scene. A colossal beast, 100 meters in length, stood before him, intercepting the black python's attack. Could it be an epic beast? Is it the lord of the city? Swiftly, he dispelled such conjectures. Although the lord of Shanghai City was a 5th-tier beastmaster, he had no contract with an epic beast. Was it only 6th-tier beastmasters who could command epic beasts? When had Shanghai City acquired a 6th-tier beastmaster, and how was he oblivious to it? Could it be that someone from another city had arrived? Li Yifei and Jiang Wanwan widened their eyes, nearly popping them out in astonishment. Wang Ming had not witnessed the unfolding events, but they had. When the black python delivered its final blow, a towering figure appeared, effortlessly blocking the attack. Wang Ming approached the two, puzzled. What is going on? Li Yifei shook his head. I have no idea. To control an epic beast, one must be at least a 6th tier. Speaking of 6th tier, he felt a pang of envy, as he was merely a 4th tier. Despite the seeming proximity of their tiers, the disparity in power was immense. A 4th-tier beastmaster needed to forge a contract with a dark gold beast to ascend to 5th tier. It was said that transitioning from 5th to 6th tier required a contract with an epic beast. Currently, he possessed only a single gold beast, while the rest were silver beasts. Jiang Wanwan smiled. We are saved. The black python's previously arrogant demeanor vanished upon encountering the void terror. Who am I? Where am I? It had barely begun its display of bravado when it was abruptly interrupted. The void terror disregarded the bewildered black python and opened its massive maw to strike. 209,000. With a single bite, it inflicted 1/10 of the black python's health. The black python's earlier strike had barely grazed a fraction of the void terror's health. Subai stood atop the void terror, surveying the black python below. You are the first to withstand a blow from the void terror without perishing. A dark gold fiend. Perhaps. It seems the mission will be accomplished. Chapter 25, The Third Beast, the Black Python. Although the Black Python was merely dark gold tier, its level was significant. The Void Terror was only at level 10, while the Black Python boasted level 40, a staggering 30 levels higher. Clearly, subduing it quickly was unrealistic. The Black Python swung its long tail repeatedly, each strike failing to even reach 5-digit damage, as the Void Terror's defense was simply too formidable. 100,000 vitality. Just to be understood. Conversely, the Void Terror's attacks began to take their toll on the Black Python. 30,000. 986. The first damage was inflicted by the Void Terror, while the second came from the Black Python. The pride that had once filled the Black Python dissipated in an instant. It now understood the feeling of being utterly outmatched. At this rate, not only would it fail to kill the Void Terror, but it would be fortunate to even reduce its health by 1/10. The Black Python locked its gaze on Subai, realizing that if it could eliminate him, the Void Terror would be rendered powerless. The skill was ready. Like a coiled spring, the Black Python lunged forward. The distance between man and serpent diminished rapidly. Be careful. Senior. Wang Ming and the others expressed their concern. The vulnerability of beastmasters lay within themselves. They could not comprehend why Subai chose to remain atop the beast's head instead of seeking shelter. Was this not an invitation for the enemy to strike? Yet, it was too late to voice such thoughts. The Black Python was now before Subai. Lightning 5 whips. In the face of the assault, Subai exhibited no fear, instead revealing a gleaming smile. To kill me is not so simple. I stand here inviting your blows. If you can slay me, then you may indeed be formidable. The Black Python was incensed. It acknowledged its inferiority to the Void Terror. Yet, how could a mere beastmaster display such arrogance? 39,900. 39,900. 39,900. 5 damage numbers appeared above Subai, all absorbed by his shield. 2 million shield points, to be understood. The Black Python's health was only 2 million, meaning Subai was equally resilient. No, he was even more resilient. In 1 second, he could automatically recover 200,000 health. Unless one could deal over 200,000 damage in a single blow, even if Su-Bai stood still, the black python would be unable to slay him. 200,000. 200,000. 200,000. Wang Ming, Li Yifei, and Jiang Wanwan witnessed a 6-digit healing number above their heads. Wang Ming, having been reduced to a mere 10 health points during the earlier skirmish, now found himself restored to peak condition. Aside from some skills being on cooldown, he was even stronger than before, upon noticing the overflow in health. It had transformed into shield points. He calculated that he could gain 200,000 shield points per second, with a maximum of 2 million. He glanced at his health bar. His shield points exceeded his total health by more than 10 times. Now, he could overpower 10 versions of himself. Li Yifei, are all you Beastmasters this powerful? With such group healing, I'm tempted to switch to being a Beastmaster myself. Li Yifei rolled his eyes. With your guild's financial prowess, you wouldn't be able to bear the costs of becoming a Beastmaster. Remember this, it's not the Beastmasters who are strong, but the seniors. He possesses not one but 2 epic beasts. Upon hearing that Su-Bai had 2 epic beasts, Wang Ming and the others gasped, having overlooked this detail due to their earlier shock. Indeed, aside from the absurd auxiliary capabilities of epic beasts, there seemed to be no other explanation. Jiang Wanwan stated solemnly, the senior does not require our assistance. We should deal with the 3 guild leaders. Agreed. The trio focused on another battlefield. The 3 major guilds were suffering heavy losses. The cultists already held the upper hand. With the arrival of 3 4th-tier powerhouses, it was akin to a tiger entering a den of wolves. In less than 10 minutes, the 3 guilds would be annihilated. Initially, they had not understood. Were the 3 leaders not detained by their own guild leader? Why could they still intervene here? However, upon glancing at the other side of the battlefield, they realized the truth. It was not that their guild leader did not wish to assist, but was instead trapped in a life-and-death struggle, facing a peak 4th-tier fiend. One strike could annihilate a gold beast, and even Wang Ming had sustained serious injuries. They had intended to catch the cultists off guard, but instead fell into the enemy's trap. Now, escape was impossible, and they could only fight to the death. Slaying 1 cultist would not be in vain. Taking down 2 would be a profit. Just as they were about to launch a desperate counterattack, a sudden change occurred. As Wang Ming was on the verge of dying at the hands of the black python, a towering figure appeared. It was an epic beast. Initially, they believed this was the limit of Su-Bai's prowess. But who would have thought that the senior possessed not 1, but 2 epic beasts? Within a radius of 1 kilometer, all allies benefited from the enhancement of the aura, recovering 200,000 health per second, let alone 4th tier. Even 5th-tier powerhouses would find it difficult to inflict over 200,000 damage per second. A thick shield enveloped them, providing a profound sense of security. Just as they had been utterly beleaguered before, now they stood resolute. A mere 4th tier was not incapable of inflicting damage. They could wear you down as well. The morale of the 3 major guilds skyrocketed to its peak, even as they grew indifferent to dodging skills, brazenly embracing their health. Where in the world did this 6th-tier Beastmaster emerge from? Was Shanghai City not a mere 3rd-tier city? Blood couldn't fathom why such a small place could harbor a 6th-tier powerhouse. 6th-tier beings should be residing only in high-level cities. Despite his calculations, he never anticipated that a single 6th-tier powerhouse would shatter his plans. The Black Python, unable to contend even with the Void Terror, now faced an auxiliary beast. Remaining here would undoubtedly lead to its demise. The 3 Hall Masters decisively chose to flee. Did you even think to ask us before making your escape? Weren't you just brimming with arrogance moments ago? Emboldened by their newfound aura, they forsook defense for offense. The 3 Hall Masters found themselves in a dire predicament, their health plummeting rapidly. Now, they were neither able to fight nor escape. After a grueling minute of battle, the Black Python's health dipped below 10. In stark contrast, the Void Terror remained unscathed, shielded by an impressive 2 million points of protection. A single more use of the feast ability would seal the deal. Su-Bai halted the Void Terror, directing his gaze towards the Black Python. I offer you a chance. Submit to me, and I shall spare you. Do you truly believe a mere human can compel my submission? Such folly. I would sooner die than yield to you. Then you may meet your end, Su-Bai declared, preparing to strike. Wait. The little snake, in its blind ignorance, has trespassed against you, my lord. I am willing to submit. This time, Su-Bai was taken aback. Just a moment ago, the Black Python had been fiercely defiant. Now, it seemed to have transformed, suddenly compliant. Soon, Su-Bai comprehended that the Black Python's pride had evaporated upon realizing he possessed 2 epic beasts. There is a reason people bow their heads when under a roof. Release your consciousness and allow me to form a contract. The Black Python lowered its head in submission, offering no resistance as a surge of contractual power coursed into its body. You have contracted the dark gold Black Python. The Black Python's level has decreased from 40 to 10. Congratulations. You have completed the advancement task and have transitioned to the unique hidden class, Beast God. You have leveled up to 12, gaining 100 in 4-dimensional attributes and 100 in free attributes. Ding! Host level increase detected. You will receive 12 evolution points per second. The Black Python stared in bewilderment at its diminished level. The level of a beast is determined by its beastmaster, and it had plummeted directly from 40 to 10. Did this imply that its master was merely level 10? No way, buddy. You mean to tell me that someone with 2 epic beasts is only level 10? Are you joking? Regretful now? Subai teased. My lord, you jest. This little snake harbors no regrets, but rather, it is quite pleased. The Black Python was not joking. A 6th transition beastmaster with epic beasts versus a 1st transition beastmaster with epic beasts. One would be foolish not to choose wisely. Perhaps by following this human. It could also become an epic beast. Since you have chosen to follow me, your performance will be scrutinized. Those individuals are yours to manage. Understood, my master. After its level decreased to 12, its combat power was significantly reduced. Nevertheless, it could still contend with 4th transition professionals, albeit at a slower pace. Void Terror. Lend a hand as well. Subai's lack of faith in the Black Python stemmed from concerns that it might not be swift enough. After all, rescuing Wang Meng and the others to collect a bit of interest seemed reasonable. Subai had not forgotten that he was still only 4th among them. Unfortunately, slaying professionals did not yield experience, or else he might have reached level 15 or 16, even if he could not attain level 20. The primary distinction between 1st and 2nd transitions lies in attributes. A 1st transition player gains 10 in 4-dimensional attributes and 10 in free attributes with each level up, totaling 50 attributes. In contrast, a 2nd transition player gains 20 in 4-dimensional attributes and 20 in free attributes, totaling 100 attributes. Ordinary professions have a potential of 1 star. Rare professions have 2 stars, ordinary hidden professions have 3 stars, exclusive hidden professions have 5 stars, and unique hidden professions boast a potential of 10 stars. For me to gain as many attributes as a regular person, I would need to reach level 10. Chapter 26. The unique hidden profession, Beast God. 2.5 minutes later, the battle concluded. This skirmish netted over 40,000 points, with the 3 Hall Masters contributing 30,000 points, while the remaining points came from vanquishing 3rd and 2nd transition cultists. Countless spoils were also collected. Wang Meng and the others bore no ill will towards Subai for appropriating their points. Without his intervention, they would be cold corpses by now. The members of the 3 major guilds could not remain here any longer. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your assistance. Without you, we would have perished. Li Yifei glanced at the Black Python, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Had it so quickly become another's beast? Were dark gold beasts so easily contracted? Upon recalling that Subai possessed 2 epic beasts, he felt reassured. Dark gold beasts were indeed rare, yet they paled in comparison to epic beasts. Not at all. Subai waved his hand dismissively. Cultists are enemies of all humanity. Even if I hadn't encountered you, I would have intervened. You are indeed a hero. Li Yifei and the others praised. To express our gratitude, we shall bestow all these spoils upon you. Please do not feel compelled to refuse. Although they may be of little value to you, they are a token of our appreciation. The high-tier combat power had been claimed by him, but the majority were low-tier professionals. With hundreds of individuals, there were several hundred pieces of equipment, the highest quality being dark gold, while even the lowest were bronze. Even if he found them unworthy, they could be sold for some coin. 5 million is a considerable sum for an ordinary person, but for a professional, it is hardly sufficient. A single silver beast costs 10 million. I graciously accept your goodwill. Esteemed senior, we have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Given the heavy casualties from this battle, if it weren't for the impolite nature of departing without a word, the 3 would have left much sooner. Upon returning, they would need to reassure their subordinates. Rewards for the surviving members and compensations for the deceased were essential to maintain morale. This experience had also imparted a lesson. Without absolute certainty, one should avoid recklessly attacking cult organizations, lest they fall into the enemy's trap. With Subai's presence this time, who knows what may happen next time? Once again, it was time for the exhilarating looting phase. You have acquired the blood-red greatsword, dark gold. You have obtained the blood-red staff, dark gold. You have received the blood-red gloves, dark gold. These 3 pieces of equipment were only wearable by 4th transition professionals, while Subai was still only a 2nd transition, rendering him unable to equip them. Upon returning, he would package them for sale. In addition to these, Subai also obtained a high-level automatic looter and a storage ring. Name, high-level looting device. Type, special equipment. Effect, automatically collects equipment within a 10-meter radius when worn. Description, with this, you will never have to bend down to pick up items again. The range increased from 1 meter to 10, making collection 10 times more convenient. Name, Space Ring. Type, Special Equipment. Effect, contains 100 cubic units of space. Description, a ring imbued with space. Note, cannot contain living beings, only inanimate objects. With so many items acquired, without the space ring, his backpack would have been overflowing, unable to accommodate all the gear. After completing these tasks, Subai opened his panel. Name, Subai. Profession, Beast God, Unique. Level, 12. Health, 100,000. Mana, 150,000. Strength, 900. Constitution, 1000. Agility, 1000. Mentality, 1500. Free attributes, 700. Evolution points, 432. 12s. Exclusive skills, enslavement, life sharing, infinite beast mastery. Beast mastery, void terror, epic, magic cat, epic, black python, dark gold. Aside from strength, all other attributes have surpassed 1000 points. The newly acquired attributes have all been allocated to spirit. Spirit, 1500, 2200. After the beast master transitions to the beast god. In addition to changes in attributes, 2 new skills are acquired. Life sharing, infinite beast mastery. The initial skill contract has now transformed into enslavement. Wait, my newly assigned class is beast god. The first 2 characters of the beast god sect are also beast god. Is there a connection? Soon. Subai ceased to ponder this. Overthinking would yield no benefit, only increasing his troubles. What mattered to Subai was that the beast god class was undeniably powerful. Enslavement. Regardless of whether they are ferocious beasts or humans, as long as they are living beings, you can enslave them. The enslaved target will be absolutely loyal to you and will never betray you. The worse the enemy's condition, the higher the success rate of enslavement. Note, the success rate of enslavement is determined by one's own strength as well as that of the opponent. Is this still the contract I once knew? In comparison to enslavement, the contract seems utterly inferior. The contract has many limitations, only allowing the binding of ferocious beasts. However, enslavement can bind not only ferocious beasts but also humans. Any living being can be enslaved. Moreover, they will be absolutely loyal to you. Whereas there exists the possibility of betrayal among the beasts. Although such instances are rare, they are not non-existent. Now, with the skill of enslavement, Subai no longer needs to worry about his beasts defecting. Subai then examined the second skill, life sharing. Upon activation of the skill, you can gain the maximum health of all your beasts. The description of life sharing may not be as extensive as that of enslavement, but this does not imply that the skill is lacking in strength. After Void Terror reaches level 12, its health surpasses 20 million. By sharing its health, Subai becomes more resilient than even the warriors. The most crucial aspect is that this skill can share the health of not just one beast, but all of them. As the number of his beasts increases, so too will Subai's health. However, the magic cat's shield has its flaws. It cannot withstand true damage. Low-level monsters rarely deal true damage, but that is not guaranteed with high-level monsters. With Subai's own health not being particularly high, without the protection of a shield, he is at great risk of sudden death. This is not a conventional game. Death here is irreversible. If memory serves, upon completing the second job transfer, a standard Beastmaster would acquire the skill Life Chain. This skill does not guarantee a complete transfer of damage, but can transfer up to 80 to a beast. After obtaining this skill, Beastmasters typically contract a resilient beast to ensure their safety. Life sharing. Subai activated the skill. Health, 22, 700, 100. Over 21 million. Which profession of the same level boasts such health? How exhilarating. Cheating is a thrill, and the thrill lasts as long as one continues to cheat. Subai then examined the final skill. Infinite Beast Mastery. There is no upper limit to the number of beasts. In the first transition, one can contract a maximum of 3 beasts. In the second transition, 4 beasts can be contracted. In the third transition, 5 beasts can be contracted, and so forth. With this skill, the number of beasts is limitless. Even though Subai is currently only at the second transition, he can still enslave an infinite number of beasts. However, the more beasts he enslaves, the greater the test on his spirit. Quantity does not always equate to quality. Otherwise, even a multitude of enslaved beasts would stand no chance against a single mythical beast. Chapter 27, Dark Dragon. Within the beast space, there are a total of 3 beasts. The first 2 have evolved into epics, leaving only the black python yet to evolve. Subai currently possesses over 400,000 evolution points. To upgrade an epic beast to a legendary one requires a staggering 1 million evolution points. Given his current gains, he can earn 12 evolution points per second, amounting to 43,200 in an hour and 1,036,800 in a day. Accumulating over 1 million evolution points in a day makes upgrading an epic beast to legendary status quite feasible. It would be more prudent to first enhance the Black Python's strength, which would also facilitate his own advancement and continue to increase his gains. The system consumes 100,000 evolution points to upgrade the Black Python. Subai silently recited a phrase. The slumbering Black Python suddenly opened its eyes. It felt a surge of energy within and looked skyward. The once clear blue sky had turned black with ominous clouds. Rain poured down relentlessly as if it were free. A force split the clouds, continuously gathering power. This was the Thunder Tribulation. Upon seeing the Thunder Tribulation, the Black Python did not flee. Rather, it was filled with exhilaration. It summoned all its strength, shrouded in dark smoke, ready to face the baptism of the thunder. Oddly, when Void Terror and the Magic Cat evolved into epic beasts, they did not provoke such a phenomenon. Although there were unusual signs, they only lasted for 2.5 minutes. However, the Thunder Tribulation for the Black Python had been gathering for over 10 minutes. Just as Subai was pondering this, rumbling thunder struck down after the lengthy build-up. When the lightning struck the Black Python, smoke and dust erupted. Once the dust settled, the Black Python had absorbed this energy. Its body began to transform at a visible rate. It had become a black dragon, stretching over 100 meters, with dark red eyes that exuded an air of oppression. 2 long horns atop its head, and razor-sharp claws. The only drawback was its inability to fly. Ding! You have consumed 100,000 evolution points. Black Python, Dark Gold, has evolved into Dark Dragon, Epic. The Dark Dragon let out a roar of joy upon seeing its new appearance. After being tamed by Subai, its level had dropped from 40 to 12, significantly diminishing its combat power. The transformation from Python to Dragon is incredibly challenging. Yet, under the guidance of this human, it had successfully transformed into a dragon in less than a day. Feeling a continuous flow of power within, the Dark Dragon felt exponentially stronger. If it were to encounter its former self, it could easily subdue it. Its attitude towards Subai shifted to one of utmost respect, devoid of any arrogance. Dark Dragon, thank you, Master, for enabling my breakthrough. Subai waved his hand. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. If anyone else had said this, the Dark Dragon would have dismissed it as nonsense. But when Subai says it, it carries significant weight. Perhaps one day, it could transform from dragon to true dragon. Subai then reviewed the attributes of the Dark Dragon. Name, Dark Dragon. Realm, Epic. Talent, Dragon Bloodline, Epic. Level, 12, changes with the Beast Master's level. Health, 6 million. Strength, 60,000. Constitution, 60,000. Agility, 60,000. Spirit, 120,000. Skill, Meteor, Epic. Meteor, consumes 100 mana points. Radius of 1200, 100 coefficient multiplied by 12 for beast level. Meters, enemies within the range suffer 600,000, 5 coefficient multiplied by 120,000 spirit. Damage. Cooldown time of 3 seconds. Dragon Bloodline, skill range increased by 100, skill damage increased by 100. Note, the Dark Dragon undergoes an upgrade in its bloodline with each evolution. Tip. The Dark Dragon requires 1 million evolution points to evolve into the Radiant Dragon. The attributes of the Dark Dragon are rather unremarkable. Its health is a mere 6 million. However, upon evolving from a python to a dragon, it has developed a new ability, Dragon Bloodline. The range and damage of its skills have significantly increased. Meteor now boasts a radius of 2,400 meters, with a total damage output reaching an impressive 1.2 million. The actual damage will be slightly lower due to the creature's inherent resistances. The skill has a brief cooldown of just 3 seconds. With the equipment worn by Subai, the cooldown is reduced by 20 seconds, resulting in an effective cooldown of only 24 seconds. The Void Terror serves as a frontline tank, while the Magical Cat aids in support. The Dark Dragon occupies the role of a magical damage dealer. If only a ranged archer and a beast-controlling assassin could join, it would be absolutely perfect. After upgrading the beast, only a little over 300,000 evolution points remain. If the serpent has become so formidable, how much stronger will the dragon be? The Adventurers Association is approaching the ranking conclusion. Wang Teng, Wang Xiaoqi, and Wang Xiaomei are fixated on one name. In the next moment, the rankings shift, and Subai leaps from 4th place to 1st. Moreover, his rate of accumulating points shows no signs of slowing down, reaching 50,000 before finally stopping. The points leaderboard is as follows. 1st place, Subai 50,000 points. 2nd place, Wang Ming, 15,086 points. 3rd place, Li Yifei, 12,999 points. 4th place, Jiang Wanwan, 10, 888 points. The score amassed by the first place is greater than the combined totals of the second and fourth places. Achieving such heights in less than a day, while accumulating so many points. Wang Meng and his companions are no slouches. They are all fourth transformation powerhouses. For Su Bai to overtake them, he must possess at least the strength of a fifth transformation. Are you telling me someone who awakened less than 3 days ago possesses fifth transformation strength? If anyone had dared to speak such words to Wang Tung in the past, he would have merely chuckled and dismissed them. How many years did it take him to reach the fifth transformation? Yet, since encountering Su Bai, his worldview has been gradually dismantled. Genius is merely the threshold for Su Bai. The so-called geniuses he had previously encountered seemed trivial in comparison. Awakening a hidden class and boasting about it pales in comparison to Su Bai. When placed side by side, these so-called talents lack even the qualification to carry his shoes. A profound silence envelopes the room, with not a single soul daring to speak. Even the sound of breathing can be distinctly heard. It takes a full 10 minutes for Wang Xiaomei to shatter this unnerving stillness. Dad, could the point-counting device have malfunctioned? Otherwise, how could Su Bai, who has only recently awakened his class, have accumulated so many points? Wang Xiaoqi looks at her, as if she were a fool. The device has never malfunctioned. Even if it did, it wouldn't only affect one person. This merely indicates that Su Bai is stronger than we had imagined. Wang Tung glances at the leaderboard and then at the two of them, letting out a heavy sigh. Without comparison, there can be no pain. Su Bai has only recently awakened his class, and yet possesses such power. Look at you two. Wang Tung feels an overwhelming sense of envy towards his old friends. To have such an extraordinary student must mean he saved the galaxy in his past life, right? Noticing the disdainful look in Wang Tung's eyes, the two of them retort, Su Bai is a genius. No, a prodigy, beyond comparison. Wang Xiaoqi mutters softly, Dad, after living for so long, do you not feel ashamed to be on par with a young man? What did you say? Wang Tung, seeking an outlet for his frustration, finds Wang Xiaoqi has unwittingly stepped into the line of fire. Has the little brat grown wings? Daring to mock your own father? Do you not know to address me properly during work hours? Call me president. Wang Tung pulls out a large 45-size slipper from seemingly nowhere and delivers a swift smack to Wang Xiaoqi's backside. Slap. Wang Xiaoqi gasps in shock. It's the president. I will never dare again. Chapter 28. Enhanced gains. 20 evolution points per second. The Tsang wolf forest is thick with the pungent scent of blood, punctuated by the occasional wolf howl. The trees are in a state of disrepair, and numerous footprints mar the ground. The void terror, the magical cat, and the dark dragon stand ready. As the void fractures, a massive gap appears, and a 100-meter shadow emerges from the void, restoring the rift. A hexagram formation manifests, summoning the magical cat. In an instant, darkness envelopes the surroundings, and a pair of crimson eyes open. It is a 100-meter-long dragon, cloaked in black. Its pupils sharp and fierce. The void terror takes the lead, absorbing damage. The magical cat melds with Su Bai, and upon initiating life-sharing, Su Bai's health nears 30 million. Yet he still allows the magical cat to merge with him, not because of bravado, but out of fear of death. The dark dragon remains positioned for damage output. With the ranking conclusion drawing near, Su Bai could secure the first position even without taking action. His venture into the Tsang wolf forest is not merely to accumulate points. It is to level up. Earning only 12 evolution points per second is far too meager. He aims to elevate this yield to 20 evolution points per second within the day. A howl echoes as a pack of wolves bursts forth from the underbrush. Their appearance is pitch black, with blood-red eyes surveying their prey. Name, Bloodthirsty Wolf. Realm, Silver. Level, 30. Health, 60,000. Strength, 1,200. Constitution, 600. Agility, 600. Spirit, 600. Skill, Tear. Description, bloodthirsty wolves are pack creatures. The attributes of the bloodthirsty wolves are so low that it would not be an exaggeration to describe them as pitiful. Their true strength lies in their numbers. Where there is one bloodthirsty wolf, there are at least a dozen more. Sensing the presence of living beings, they become exceedingly agitated. This tenacity is merely a challenge for other adventurers. Su Bai eagerly anticipates more creatures to slay, as it would accelerate his leveling process. The Void Terror is eager to feast. The Void Terror has long been ready to indulge. Feast. Before the bloodthirsty wolves can react, they are devoured by a massive maw. Your beast, the Void Terror, has activated the feast skill, consuming 10 bloodthirsty wolves, level 10, with health totaling 100,000, each measuring 1 meter. You have slain 10 level 30 bloodthirsty wolves, earning 12,000 experience points. The materials dropped are automatically collected. The dark dragon wishes to demonstrate its prowess, but finds all the monsters before it have perished. Patience, there will be opportunities for you to shine. Delving deeper into the Tsang wolf forest, the number of monsters multiplies exponentially. Just as the Void Terror finishes its meal, another wave of bloodthirsty wolves arrives. The Dark Dragon springs into action. The Void Terror's pace of killing is far too sluggish. Reaching level 20 is a distant prospect. Thus, the two beasts shall join forces. Meteor. A radius of 2,400 meters is enveloped in stellar power. The stars explode. 1, 199, 400. 1, 199, 400. 1, 199, 400. A torrent of damage erupted from above them. The bloodthirsty wolf, possessing a mere 60,000 health, was struck by a skill that dealt over 1,000,000 points of damage, enough to annihilate it several times over. Within a few kilometers, not a single living wolf could be seen. Such is the staggering efficiency with which the Dark Dragon spawns monsters. Congratulations, you have reached level 13. Attributes, 100 in all 4 dimensions, 100 in free attributes. Congratulations, you have reached level 14. Attributes, 100 in all 4 dimensions, 100 in free attributes. Ding! Host's earnings have increased, gaining 14 evolution points per second. With a single skill, Subai soared 2 levels higher. Spending 100,000 evolution points to upgrade the Dark Dragon was a profitable endeavor. At this rate, it would not be long before he reached level 20. The Dark Dragon's monster spawning speed was truly remarkable. Before long, Subai had carved a path to the heart of the Tsanglong Forest, leveling up to 16 in the process. In the central area of the Tsanglong Forest, numerous monsters lurked, including a formidable Wolf King, the bloodthirsty Wolf King, a level 40 creature capable of summoning others to fight. Before he could even glimpse the Wolf King's appearance, the Dark Dragon unleashed Meteor, with a radius of 200 meters, raining destruction upon the area. Kill notifications flooded the screen. You have slain a level 30 bloodthirsty wolf, gaining 200 experience points. You have slain a level 40 bloodthirsty Wolf King, gaining 4,000 experience points. You have reached level 17. Attributes, 100 in all 4 dimensions, 100 in free attributes. You have reached level 18. Attributes, 100 in all 4 dimensions, 100 in free attributes. Goodness! Before he could even catch a glimpse of the boss, it was obliterated. Though the Dark Dragon was only level 18, the disparity in realms was evident. The golden creatures didn't even have the right to cast a glance at it. As he surveyed the aftermath, he noted that even the lowest tier bloodthirsty wolves were level 30. The spoils dropped were beyond his capacity to equip. He glanced at his storage ring. The rapid monster slaying was proving to be a double-edged sword. In no time, his spatial ring would be filled to the brim. He envied his classmates who could scarcely comprehend the troubles of insufficient inventory space. Furthermore, the gear that dropped was unattainable due to his low level. Unlike those classmates still grinding in lower-level dungeons, able to don the equipment on the spot. Upon returning, he resolved to purchase a larger storage ring. Otherwise, he would soon find himself selling off gear, which was a significant waste of time. The range of his automatic pickup was insufficient. 10 meters was hardly adequate. After reaching level 18, the Dark Dragon could affect an area spanning 600 meters with just a single skill. Thus, the beast was entrusted with slaying monsters. While Subai focused on collecting the loot, collecting was a misnomer. Merely standing near the monsters caused the spoils to be automatically absorbed into his storage space. He had long lost count of how many items he had acquired. Upon returning, he would at least have a small target to aim for. Earning money as a professional seemed exceedingly effortless. It had only been a day since he left the city. Subai had not only contracted a dark gold beast to complete the advancement task, but had also amassed a trove of spoils. One small target per day, after a year. Wouldn't he be the wealthiest person in the world? However, the things that money could buy were limited. The market only offered silver beasts. To acquire higher-tier beasts, one must either participate in auctions or venture into the wild to contract them. The former depended on luck and financial resources, while the latter required strength. Beasts are categorized into 2 main types: artificially bred beasts and wild ferocious beasts. The former are easier to contract and tend to be gentler. The Void Terror and Magical Cat are examples of artificially bred beasts, albeit enhanced slightly by the system into their current forms. The latter are significantly harder to contract unless they are subdued. The Dark Dragon serves as a prime example. One moment, it was invincible. The next, it was humbled. The speed of its transformation was swifter than turning a page. Subai reviewed his status panel. Name, Subai. Profession, Beast God, Unique. Level, 20, must complete advancement task to continue leveling up. Health, 180,000. Mana, 320,000. Strength, 1,700. Vitality, 1,800. Agility, 1,800. Mental strength, 3,200. Evolution points, 1,000. 520, 20s. over the course of several hours. Subai ascended from level 12 to level 20, increasing his earnings to 20 points per second and breaking through the 7-digit mark in evolution points. The Void Terror was his first beast, while the Magical Cat served as a supportive protector. Subai decisively upgraded the Dark Dragon. The reason was simple. The Dark Dragon possessed the greatest potential for growth, being the only one of the 3 beasts with a bloodline. Each evolution would elevate its bloodline. With the Dark Dragon already so formidable, how powerful would it become when evolving into the Holy Light Dragon? Chapter 29. The First Legendary Beast, Holy Light Dragon. Within the beast space, the Dark Dragon opened its cold eyes, feeling a familiar power surge as it transformed from a serpent into a dragon. This was the harbinger of evolution. Was it truly about to transform into a dragon? Even in its wildest dreams, the Dark Dragon never dared to believe it would attain such a transformation within a day. How had its master accomplished this? Suddenly, the clear sky darkened, engulfed by ominous clouds. A torrential downpour began to fall, as if the heavens themselves were weeping, lightning crackling and gathering strength. The Dark Dragon summoned the power within, billowing black smoke escaping from its form. Faced with the impending thunderstorm, it felt no fear, only exhilaration. The gathering of thunder took an unusually long time. After half an hour, the lightning descended, reminiscent of divine tears. Struck by the thunder, the Dark Dragon swiftly refined this power, its form visibly changing at an astonishing rate. The thunder continued to gather strength, and witnessing this, Subai was unsurprised. Golden beasts could be acquired through auctions, while dark gold beasts were found only in the wild. As for epic beasts, they were exceedingly rare. Legendary beasts of even higher tier had yet to be seen by anyone on Blue Star. Once the Dark Dragon evolved into a legendary beast, Subai would be proclaimed the world's foremost beast master. Are beast masters weak? With 1 evolution point gain per second, and with increasing returns as levels rise, legendary beasts are not the end, but merely the beginning. The second thunderstorm began to coalesce. With a resounding boom, the lightning struck down. This time, the Dark Dragon's refining speed was noticeably slower. After assimilating the power, its form grew even taller, and the energy within transformed from a dark hue to a radiant gold, the surrounding black smoke dimming as if it had transformed into a different beast altogether. The third thunderstorm took the longest to gather. The Dark Dragon mobilized all its power to withstand the thunder. When the final thunderbolt struck, illuminating the pitch-black sky, the Dark Dragon refined all its inner strength. Before them stood a golden dragon, approximately 1,000 meters long, with blazing eyes radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Name: Radiant Dragon. Realm: Legend. Level: Level 20, changes with the Beastmaster's level. Talent: Dragon Bloodline, Legendary. Health: 100 million. Strength: 1 million. Constitution: 1 million. Agility: 1 million. Spirit: 2 million. Skills: Meteor, Legendary. Dragon Breath, Legendary. Meteor consumes 100 mana points. Radius of 20,000 meters. 1,000 coefficient x 20 Beastmaster level. Enemies within the range suffer 10 million. 5 coefficient x 2 million spirit. Damage, cooldown time of 3 seconds. Dragon Breath consumes 10,000 mana points. Locks onto a target dealing 30 million. 10 coefficient spirit, 10 coefficient strength. True damage, cooldown time of 30 seconds. Dragon Bloodline. Skill range increased to 1,000. Damage increased to 1,000. Note: the Radiant Dragon's bloodline evolves with each upgrade. Hint: to evolve the Radiant Dragon into the Divine Dragon King, 10 million evolution points are required. Is this truly a legendary beast? Subai could only utter 2 words: invincible. Indeed, it is invincible. Upon transforming from the Dark Serpent Dragon to the Radiant Dragon, its attributes multiplied tenfold. A new skill has also emerged: Dragon Breath. This skill combines spiritual power for immense damage, and most crucially, it inflicts true damage. What is true damage? No matter how high your defense or how thick your shield, you will still suffer the specified damage. Even more astonishing is the bloodline evolution. The Dragon Bloodline's range increases to 1,000, and damage escalates to 1,000. The meteor's impact extends to a radius of 200,000 meters, equating to a staggering damage potential of 100 million. Who could withstand such an onslaught? Although Dragon Breath is a single target attack with a lengthy cooldown, a single use can inflict 300 million in true damage. As a legendary beast, the Radiant Dragon possesses merely 100 million health. A single skill could easily bring it to its demise multiple times over. While the distinction between epic and legendary beasts is merely a level apart, their power resides in entirely different realms. Although it may be conceivable to acquire an epic beast, Legendary beasts exist solely in the realm of myth. Yet, what does this have to do with me? With an exploit at my disposal, one need not even mention legendary beasts. Just give it some time, and I could summon a mythical beast. Currently, I can earn 20 evolution points per second, amounting to 72,000 in an hour and 728,000 in a day. Evolving a legendary beast into a mythical beast necessitates 10 million evolution points. In just 6 days, Subai could transform the Radiant Dragon into the Divine Dragon King. Today marks the 4th day since my awakening to my profession. This implies that by the time of my college entrance examination, I would at least possess a mythical beast. With a population of billions on Blue Star, not a single soul has claimed even a legendary beast until now. Yes, someone now possesses a legendary beast. That someone is Subai. Exiting the beast space, Subai examined his advancement tasks. Third advancement task as follows. Task: slay a million beings. Current progress: 010000000. Time limit: none. The instant he glimpsed the task, the joy of acquiring a legendary beast evaporated. The second-tier task requiring him to contract a dark gold beast was one thing. But the third-tier task demanding the slaughter of a million beings was quite another. Where on earth was he to find so many beings? Even if he were to hunt ferocious beasts, he could scarcely fathom how long it would take to complete this task, unless a horde of savage beasts assembled. Accomplishing this task seemed nearly impossible in the short term. Subai glanced at the points leaderboard. Points ranking as follows. First place, Subai, 666 points. Second place, Wang Meng, 888 points. Third place, Li Yifei, 888 points. Fourth place, Jiang Wanwan, 888 points. Reward distribution. First place, Subai, receives a complete set of dark gold equipment. Second place, Wang Meng, receives a complete set of gold equipment. Third place, Li Yifei, receives a complete set of silver equipment. The points earned from slaying ferocious beasts are limited, and the advancement task's completion timeline remains uncertain. It would be wiser to return and claim his first-place reward along with the spoils of battle. The Radiant Dragon. A golden door swung open, and the Radiant Dragon emerged. The Radiant Dragon let out a proud roar, lifting its head high. Upon seeing Subai, the Radiant Dragon instinctively lowered its head. Master, thank you for aiding my transformation into a dragon. As long as you obediently follow, there will be no shortage of good things in the future. At these words, the Radiant Dragon was nearly compelled to kneel and embrace Subai's legs, bellowing in joy. If anyone else had spoken such words, he would dismiss it as mere grandiloquence. However, the speaker was Subai. In a single day, he had evolved from a python to a serpent, and then from a serpent to a dragon. The significance of this statement is beyond measure. It is an honor for this little dragon to follow you, Master. Subai twitched his lips. The speed of this transformation was rather too rapid. Before the contract, the black python had exuded an air of superiority, claiming no one could rival it. Now, it was as if it were trying to wear its shamelessness like a badge. Subai, I preferred your former rebellious demeanor. Do restore that. As you wish, Master. The Radiant Dragon lifted its proud head, adopting a cold demeanor. This was the feeling he desired. Subai nodded in satisfaction. Radiant Dragon, allow me to experience the sensation of flight. You may simply call me Little Dragon from now on, Master. Little Dragon? Subai glanced at the creature's massive form, stretching 1,000 meters long, and questioned, You call this a little dragon? The Radiant Dragon lay down, conjuring a golden seat for Subai, who settled upon it. Exuding an air of superiority, with a wave of his black robe, take flight. The Radiant Dragon flapped its enormous wings, soaring forth like a fleeting shadow. Perched on the dragon chair, Subai gazed down, the buildings appearing as tiny ants, feeling the gentle breeze flow around him. Is this the sensation of flight? It felt quite delightful indeed. No man could resist the allure of riding a dragon. Previously, riding the Void Terror was akin to enduring a hard seat, leaving his backside sore. Riding a bug could never compare to the grandeur of riding a dragon. Chapter 30. The Million Beast Tide 1. Who has disrupted my plans? If I catch you, I shall drink your blood and crush your bones. The gray-robed elder shattered the jade pendant in his grasp. The pendant transmitted a critical piece of information. The cult stronghold has been annihilated. That stronghold was guarded by 3 Hall Masters, all of whom were 4th-tier powerhouses, and they possessed a trump card to wield. A pinnacle 4th-tier ferocious beast, the dark gold black python. Without deploying a 5th-tier powerhouse, it would be exceedingly difficult to breach the cult stronghold. Although Mountain Sea City boasts a population exceeding 1 million, the number of 5th-tier powerhouses could be counted on one hand. Logically, if Mountain Sea City had dispatched a 5th-tier gray-robed elder, he should have sensed it. Yet, He only learned of this significant news after the stronghold's destruction. Could it be that other high-level cities have sent someone? If so, my plans must be advanced. Originally, I intended to gather 1,000,000 ferocious beasts to instigate a beast tide. Now, it seems I must attack Mountain Sea City ahead of schedule. Within the city lord's mansion, an elder reclined comfortably, sipping tea, a newspaper in hand. With a resounding bang, the door was forcefully flung open, and the secretary rushed in, beads of sweat adorning his forehead. The lord of the city lowered the newspaper in his hand and reprimanded, "Little Wong, how many times must I remind you? Must you not even adhere to the most basic etiquette of knocking before entering?" "Lord, I have significant news to report," the secretary interjected, only to be coldly interrupted by the lord. "No matter how important your news may be, it must not disrupt our established protocols. Without rules, chaos ensues. Little Wong, you are still too young. Cannot you learn to be a bit more composed like me?" As the personal secretary to the lord, Little Wong was acutely aware of his superior's temperament. Once he began speaking, he could easily ramble on for no less than half an hour. "Lord, there is truly an extraordinary matter," he interjected. "A prodigy has emerged in Shanghai City. No, to label him merely as a genius would be an understatement. He is a veritable marvel." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan's interest was piqued. Little Wong had been by his side for 3 years and had never bestowed such high praise upon anyone. Even in his own case, he had merely been called a genius, but never to the extent of being deemed a marvel. Shanghai City was merely a level 3 city. The prerequisite for elevating a level 3 city to level 2 was the emergence of a level 6 practitioner. Despite Jiang Chuan having been at the pinnacle of level 5 for many years, he was still a considerable distance away from that next step. Achieving level 6 required a contract with an epic beast. Not only were epic beasts exceedingly rare, but even if he were to encounter one, he would not stand a chance against it. Thus, Jiang Chuan could only turn his attention to others. Over the years, Shanghai City had indeed seen its share of prodigies. Every few years, there would be instances of individuals awakening hidden professions. Yet, even among those awakened, there were varying levels of distinction. The professions they awakened to were merely the most commonplace among hidden vocations. Should an exclusive hidden profession arise in Shanghai City, it would not be long before the city ascended to level 2. As Little Wong continued to speak of this prodigy, Jiang Chuan nearly leapt with joy. However, considering his position, he maintained his composure and listened intently. This individual is named Su Bai, a student from Shanghai No. 1 High School, who has recently awakened his profession and already possesses level 5 strength. With a resounding clap, Jiang Chuan struck the mahogany table before him, leaving an imprint of his palm due to the force. Was Little Wong mad, or was he the one losing his mind? Are you telling me that someone who has only just awakened a few days ago possesses level 5 strength? What a jest. If what you say is true, then what have I been doing in my cultivation for these years? Am I to be outdone by a mere child? Seeing the Lord's reaction, Little Wong was not surprised. He had been even more astonished upon first learning of this news. "Lord, this is the ranking from last month." Jiang Chuan snatched the tablet from Little Wong's hands. He was taken aback by the sight before him. The points accumulated by Su by far exceeded the combined total of the 2nd to 4th places. Wang Meng and the other 3 were well-known figures, the heads of the 3 major guilds, yet they had been utterly overshadowed by a newcomer? Surely, even novels would not dare to depict such an event. "Incredible, incredible, incredible!" Jiang Chuan exclaimed 3 times in succession, his face awash with disbelief. Little Wong teased, "Lord, just moments ago you were advising me on the importance of composure, and now look at you." Cough, cough. Jiang Chuan cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. "Su Bai possesses the vigor reminiscent of my youth." Little Wong's lips twitched. He had never encountered someone as shameless as Jiang Chuan. "How old are you? Over 50? And you dare to compare yourself to an 18-year-old? Unless there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," Jiang Chuan instructed. "If Su Bai returns to the city, inform me immediately. I wish to meet him in person." Understood. The secretary had barely reached the doorway when numerous red dots appeared on the radar. The beast tide. Shanghai City had faced beast tides fewer than 100 times, yet it felt as if they had encountered them a dozen times. Almost every year, they faced such crises, dispatching practitioners to eliminate the surrounding ferocious beasts to prevent their gathering. However, this tide was entirely different. The sheer number of red dots exceeded 1 million. 1 million beasts. The good news was that most of the red dots were faint. These dim dots represented level 12 ferocious beasts, while the slightly brighter ones belonged to levels 3 and 4. The largest and most radiant was a level 5 beast. Little Wong, seeing the radar's red dots, was taken aback. "Lord, what shall we do now?" Jiang Chuan's smile faded, his expression turning grave. "Little Wong, summon all the higher-ups and inform them that I am convening a meeting. I will contact the Dragon Temple for assistance." "Understood, Lord." As soon as Little Wong departed, Jiang Chuan sank into the sofa, feeling as if he had aged a decade. He took out a communication talisman, channeling his mental energy into it, and relayed Shanghai City's plight in full. He hoped it was not too late. In the conference room, though no one had taken their seats at the head table, the lower seats were already filled. These individuals were the upper echelon of Shanghai City, whose every footfall could send tremors through the city. They were perplexed as to why the Lord had summoned them all at this juncture. Why do you think the Lord has called us together? Surely, it must be to announce something of great importance. I was in the midst of fishing when the Lord summoned me. What a disappointment. Oldly, have you ever caught a fish in all this time? Old Joe, you understand nothing. For us older folks, fishing is about cultivating one's character. Catching a fish is one thing, but the act of fishing itself is another. Enough, both of you. The Lord has called us for a significant reason. The moment Jiang Chuan entered the conference hall, an eerie silence fell, not a soul uttering a word. Jiang Chuan sat at the head of the table, surveyed the room, and sighed, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have convened you all for an important announcement. Shanghai City is under siege by a beast tide of unprecedented scale, with numbers exceeding 1 million. Chapter 31, The Million Beast Tide, 2. A silence so profound it felt dead enveloped the room. No one dared to speak, for they were all paralyzed with fear. Since its establishment, Shanghai City had encountered beast tides countless times, but never had they faced such a multitude. The most devastating beast tide occurred a decade ago when the number of ferocious beasts surpassed 10,000. The demon suppression army suffered countless casualties, if 10 went out. Returning with even one was considered fortunate. Although Shanghai City had developed significantly over the years and was among the strongest of level 3 cities, what could they possibly do against tenfold the number of beasts? Not to mention that this tide included level 5 ferocious beasts. Shanghai City had only a handful of level 5 practitioners. In this battle, they saw no glimmer of hope. Despair, resentment, and fear began to spread like a contagion. Finally, someone could no longer bear the weight of this pressure. Is Shanghai City truly destined for annihilation? This is my home. The Lord is a pinnacle level 5 practitioner. Surely, he must have a plan. All eyes turned to Jiang Chuan. Facing their gaze, he smiled gently. The war has yet to commence. We need not surrender just yet. I have already contacted the Dragon Temple, and you won't believe it. Zhao Chuanqi will come in person. To join the Dragon Temple, one must be at least level 9. Zhao Chuanqi, whose original name was Zhao Wuji, was known as the legendary level 9 practitioner. Among the many legends, he was among the most prominent. With his presence, not to mention a million beast tide, even a tide of 10 million could be withstood. Ha ha ha, may the heavens bless our Shanghai City. A mere million beast tide hardly occupies my thoughts. But wait, why would the crisis of Shanghai City attract a 9th-tier powerhouse? And Zhao the Legend, no less? Such eminent figures surely have more pressing matters to attend to. The Dragon Kingdom boasts over 1,000 Tier 3 cities. Almost daily, one of these Tier 3 cities falls prey to ferocious beasts. If legendary powerhouses were to personally intervene in such matters, who would guard the borders? The Dragon Kingdom would have long since crumbled. Jiang Chuan did not conceal the unfolding events, stating, "Our Shanghai City has encountered a prodigy, nay, a monster." Upon hearing this, the high-ranking officials gradually widened their eyes, astonished. What did they just hear? A recently awakened youth possesses 5th-tier strength? Apart from the city lord, the rest are merely at the 4th tier. This implies that they cannot even best a newcomer who has only recently awakened. How could they accept such a reality? Have these years turned them into mere dogs? Without comparison, there can be no pain. Would Zhao the Legend truly come to their aid, not for them, but for Subai? Subai's potential is boundless. As long as he does not perish, he is destined to become a legendary powerhouse. Perhaps even ascend to that most exalted realm. Seeing the expressions of these individuals, Jiang Chuan was not surprised. When he first learned of this matter, he too wore an incredulous expression. He remained in shock for quite some time. Were it not for the impending million beast tide, upon Subai's return to the city, he would have surely popped champagne to celebrate. Jiang Chuan rapped his knuckles on the table, speaking gravely. Before Zhao the Legend arrives, we must defend Shanghai City. However, the disparity in numbers between the ferocious beasts and our demon-subduing army is vast. Do you have any viable strategies? A young man wearing golden-rimmed glasses raised his hand. Jiang Chuan gestured for him to speak. The young man straightened his attire, addressing them earnestly. First, we must call back those still in the wilderness. Second, we must issue a declaration. All combat professionals must participate in the fight, and life professionals should contribute within their capabilities. Only by doing so can we protect our homeland from the onslaught of ferocious beasts. Jiang Chuan nodded. Is there anyone who wishes to add to this? I find this course of action rather unwise, interjected another. While I can understand recalling combat professionals from the wilderness to resist the ferocious beasts, mandating that all combat professionals engage in battle seems a tad reckless. Remember, The awakening was only a few days ago. Most are at first tier, with only a select few having reached second tier. Cases like Su Bai are exceedingly rare. Before the city lord could respond, the young man continued, I grasp your concerns. But do you think to inquire of those ferocious beasts if they will grant us time? They will not. If Shanghai City falls, it will not only be the individuals present who perish. Every single inhabitant will be doomed. Our deaths matter little, but Su Bai must not die. He is the future of our dragon kingdom. Those who had voiced doubts lowered their heads, returning to their seats. The father of an only son, who had only recently awakened his profession, found himself unwilling to watch his child perish before his eyes. Yet what could he do? As the young man had articulated, the beast tide is not a personal crisis. It is a crisis for all. Failure to withstand it would mean total annihilation. Their only recourse is to defend their homeland, even at the cost of their lives. Citywide announcement. Shanghai City is facing a beast tide exceeding 1 million in scale. All combat professionals are required to report to designated locations and prepare for battle. Life professionals should also contribute as much as they can. The announcement echoed 10 times before finally ceasing. Whether in the wilderness or within the city, all professionals received this message. Within the Qin family estate, Qin Feng was brimming with excitement. He had just completed his second-tier task and became a second-tier professional. With only 6 days left until the college entrance examination, he aimed to make a final push to reach level 20. Yet, before he could revel in his joy, a dire news arrived. Shanghai City had been attacked by a beast tide. This wave was more terrifying than in previous years, with numbers surpassing 1 million. Qin Feng, once proud and dismissive of Su Bai, came from a lineage of military families. Upon graduating from university, he too would enlist. His parents had perished 10 years prior during a beast tide, sacrificing themselves to protect the rear. As a child, Qin Feng had struggled to comprehend why one would fight ferocious beasts for the sake of strangers. Now, he understood, if everyone in this world refused to stand up, it would have long been doomed. The beast tide was never an individual affair, but a collective one. Even though he had only recently awakened his profession, even though he had just reached second tier, Qin Feng would not retreat by an inch. Facing it was merely a matter of time. In contrast to Qin Feng's resolve, Long Outyin was far less composed. Initially believing that awakening a hidden profession would earn him widespread admiration, he soon found himself overlooked by investors and even beaten by Su Bai. In recent days, Long Outyin had reached second tier, thinking revenge was just around the corner, only to learn of the million beast tide threatening Shanghai City. The city lord, Jiang Chuan, had issued a statement mandating that all combat professionals must participate in battle, with no one permitted to flee. Was he destined to be the most beleaguered genius of all? Not only Long Outyin was dissatisfied with this announcement, many others felt the same. Yet, shortly after their messages were sent, personnel from the demon-subduing army arrived, and those grievances quickly dissipated. More individuals were prepared to risk their lives to protect their homes. When I had just awakened my profession, I was mocked by countless individuals. Now, at 30 years of age, my level remained stagnant at 10, unable to complete the advancement tasks. But even if I am deemed useless, so what? In the face of ferocious beasts, I will not flee. Killing one is not a loss. Killing two is a gain. Brother, our experiences are nearly identical, though mine is even worse. At least you awakened a combat profession capable of slaying ferocious beasts, while I am merely a life professional. What of life professionals? We can still perform our duties. If you are an apothecary, provide restorative potions to those in need. If they slay ferocious beasts on the battlefield, does that not count as your merit? Indeed, I had not thought of that. You are quite astute, brother. I am a blacksmith and have forged many weapons, albeit of mediocre quality. Those in need, please reach out to me. My profession is demolitionist. I used to help others blow up bridges. I have yet to try my hand at demolishing ferocious beasts, but it seems applicable now. I have created C4 explosives. Who dares to use them? I do. As long as they had something useful, no one held back. The reason was simple. Money could be earned again, but life is singular. Chapter 32, The Million Beast Tide, 3. Within the city lord's mansion, Jiang Chuan paced back and forth, deeply troubled. Bang! The door swung open, and his secretary entered. Jiang Chuan, is everything prepared? The secretary nodded, then shook his head. Preparations are complete. The latest wave of beast tide will reach us in 5 minutes. However, many awakened combat professionals are reluctant to engage. Jiang Chuan sneered, if Shanghai City falls, not a single soul will escape. Secretary, the radar indicates that the first wave of the beast tide consists solely of Tier 12 ferocious beasts. Jiang Chuan, deploy the Tier 1 and Tier 2 professionals to engage them. The secretary, puzzled, remarked, my lord, we could send some higher-level professionals to minimize casualties. This is merely the first wave. There will be a second and a third. If we dispatch high-level professionals now, who will confront the high-tier beasts? The secretary lowered her head, awkwardly scratching her scalp, having forgotten such a simple yet critical detail in her anxiety. Lower-tier professionals are meant to combat lower-tier beasts, while higher-tier professionals should face higher-tier beasts. The rationale is straightforward. Assigning high-tier professionals against low-tier beasts may indeed minimize casualties, but it would also drain their energy, limiting their effectiveness against high-tier beasts. Warfare is not merely a mindless charge, it requires strategy. The ground outside the city trembled violently. A sea of ferocious beasts stretched endlessly before them. Some individuals trembled in fear, their legs shaking uncontrollably, causing their weapons to clatter to the ground. The overwhelming number of these beasts instilled a pervasive sense of dread, a collective despair that we would all perish. Nearby, the demon-slaying army shook their heads and coldly stated, "Retrieve your weapon. It is your only support. If you wish to survive, you must slay these beasts. Either they die, or we do." The beasts drew ever closer, their outlines becoming discernible. Qin Feng summoned his beasts, 3 silver beasts of the realm. Did his father not fear these terrifying creatures? Qin Feng pondered. At 1,000 meters, then 500 meters, then 100 meters, they did not retreat against such overwhelming odds. Qin Feng commanded, "Tear them apart." The frontline beasts surged forth, tasked with halting the advance of the ferocious beasts. Attacks struck the beast, and Qin Feng commanded one of his beasts, "Heal." A surge of holy light enveloped the injured beast, restoring its vitality. The final beast was not idle either. It chanted a foul incantation. With a hum, a fireball erupted, striking the nearest beast, which instantly turned into a charred husk. This marked Qin Feng's first engagement in such a battle. It was a stark contrast to the dungeons, where one could select difficulty. Here, failure meant death. Meanwhile, Long Outyin felt a surge of fear as the monstrous creature loomed near. "Damn it, I am a hidden class. How dare you challenge me? Do not let me grow stronger." Before he could finish his thought, a fierce tiger lunged at him. Long Outyin attempted to draw his magic sword, but it was too late. The tiger clamped down on his arm, eliciting a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. Fortunately, this beast was merely of tier 1, otherwise, his arm would have been lost. He retaliated with a fierce kick, sending the tiger flying like a ball, bursting into a mist of blood. A tier 1 beast sought to kill him? In his dreams. But his moment of bravado was short-lived, as a tier 2 beast set its sights on him. This time, Long Outyin did not dare underestimate the threat and drew his longsword. As he touched the blade, dark smoke billowed forth. Kill! The sword cleaved through the equally ranked beast, severing it in two. This was the terrifying prowess of a hidden class, invincible against foes of the same rank. Ha ha ha, mere beasts are still beasts. I have awakened a hidden class. Do you dare to slay me? Can you kill me? His display attracted the attention of numerous beasts, including a peak tier 2 beast. In one moment, Long Outyin felt invincible. In the next, cold sweat dripped from his brow. He had just recently ascended to tier 2. He was no match for even that tier 2 beast, let alone the multitude surrounding him. Did you believe I was jesting? The beasts offered no reply. Faced with such overwhelming adversaries, Long Outyin sought to flee, but the chaos of battle left no room for retreat. He could only fight to the death, his pupils darkening as he wielded his massive sword. Kill, kill, kill. His demeanor transformed into one of furious aggression, determined to slay every enemy before him. Yet, all his efforts proved futile. After dispatching 2.5 beasts, he was ultimately struck down by the peak tier 2 beast. On the battlefield, death occurred every second. Warriors bore the brunt of damage while mages and archers provided ranged support. Those in poor condition resorted to potions. The ground was littered with countless corpses, both human and beast alike, as blood flowed freely, permeating the air with a metallic stench. A member of the demon-slaying army cleaved through a beast before him, grinning with bloodied teeth as he exclaimed, "Ha! I have slain 2 beasts." Before he could finish, a claw pierced through his chest. The young man gazed at the blood-stained paw, words failing him as life slipped away. Such instances were common on the battlefield. The secretary, observing the chaos, could not help but inquire, "My lord, will you not intervene?" Jiang Chuan shook his head. There is no rush. Though he spoke of patience, his hands betrayed him, blood dripping from his palms due to the intensity of his grip. He was a peak tier 5 powerhouse and the lord of Shanghai City. If he were to lose composure now, what would the others think? He had considered this when dispatching lower-tier professionals. In war, there is no absence of casualties. As time slipped away, although the professionals faced disadvantages, they understood the importance of cooperation. Warriors knew their roles, priests their duties, while mages and archers executed their strategies, leading to significant casualties among the beasts. Some even produced explosives developed by demolition experts. Instead of throwing C4 bombs, one man grasped a bomb and charged into the oncoming horde of beasts. In his final moments, he laughed maniacally. Throwing a bomb to kill a few beasts was simply too mundane. If one is to play, let it be grand. Explosions are art. Boom. The C4 detonated with tremendous force, annihilating nearby beasts. Even those on the periphery suffered minor injuries. The most terrifying aspect was that the explosions did not cease. Instead, they continued to erupt across the battlefield as they charged into the horde. The beasts, undeterred, lunged at them, but they did not release their grip, even as their arms were torn asunder. Explosions are art. Chapter 33, The Million Beast Tide 4. The second wave of the Beast Tide is imminent. Notify the Tier 34 professionals to prepare for battle. It is the Lord. Outside the city, high-level professionals rallied under the banner of the three major guilds. Jiang Wanwan remarked, "If only that esteemed elder were here. He is a Tier 6 Beastmaster and commands 2 epic beasts." Wang Ming concurred, "With a Tier 6 powerhouse among us, we could surely defend Shanghai City." Li Yifei rolled his eyes. A Tier 6 is indeed formidable. But let us not forget, this beast tide numbers in the millions. Even a Tier 6 cannot turn the tide. Our task is simply to slay as many beasts as possible. The three major guilds suffered heavy casualties in that fierce battle, and now they are confronted with a beast tide. The second wave of the beast tide draws ever closer. Wang Ming, unyielding, charged forth. My great axe, long starved for action, swung with the swiftness of a phantom, cleaving through the hide of a ferocious beast with each strike. Even after sustaining injuries, my wounds healed rapidly. The berserker's prowess grows as my health diminishes, allowing me to inflict greater damage while simultaneously restoring a portion of my vitality. In my earlier confrontation with the dark gold-black python, this ability scarcely manifested. Throughout the entire engagement, I failed to even graze my adversary's hide. Li Yifei summoned his beast companion. Following its demise, his combat power diminished significantly. Jiang Wanwan was not idle either, channeling her ice magic to encase and slow the nearby beasts. Ice elements coalesced into chains, and she lashed out with them like a whip, striking with fervor. Witnessing the ferocity of the trio, the morale of the others soared. The significance of morale on the battlefield cannot be overstated. Once it plunges into despair, instances of rout inevitably arise. Conversely, when morale peaks, combat prowess can exceed its usual limits. Within the city lord's mansion, several figures emerged, all of whom were fifth-tier powerhouses. Principal Zhang Hai of the Mountain Sea Academy, Honorary Elder Li Xiaoyao of the Dungeon Hall, and Wang Teng, President of the Adventurers Association. Jiang Chuan cautioned, "The third wave of the beast tide approaches, and it shall be the final wave. I implore you to hold back the fifth-tier beasts, otherwise, all other adventurers will perish." Zhang Hai thumped his chest, assuring, "Rest easy, City Lord. With us here, Mountain Sea City shall not fall." Curiously, Wang Teng inquired, "City Lord, what is your task? This beast tide is surely no mere coincidence. Someone must be orchestrating it from behind the scenes." In previous years, Mountain Sea City has encountered beast tides, but none have been of this magnitude. Li Xiaoyao sighed, "Alas, if only Su Bai were here. With his fifth-tier strength, his presence would greatly bolster our efforts." Before he could finish, Jiang Hai interrupted, "It is best that Su Bai is absent. If the cultists were aware of such a formidable individual, they would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him." Wang Teng nodded in agreement. Even if Mountain Sea City were to fall, Su Bai must not perish. Li Xiaoyao, with a wry smile, remarked, "I was merely expressing my thoughts. I hope Xiao Chuan arrives swiftly, for without him, defending Mountain Sea City will be a formidable challenge." Soon, the third wave of the beast tide arrived. Jiang Hai, Li Xiaoyao, and Wang Teng exchanged knowing glances before, in unison, they shattered the glass and leapt out. Observing their retreating figures, Jiang Chuan quipped, "Why choose the window when there's a perfectly good door? Who are they trying to emulate?" The number of fifth-tier beasts was relatively scarce, with only a dozen or so present. On average, each person would only need to contend with a few beasts. Li Xiaoyao declared, "I shall take down 4. Wang Teng asserted, "I shall take 5. Jiang Hai challenged, "You both cannot possibly compete with me. I shall slay 10. Wang Teng retorted, "Elderly, Principal Jiang, dare you wager on who can slay more beasts? Loser treats the winner to drinks." Li Xiaoyao boasted, "Among fifth-tier adventurers, I claim the second position with no one daring to contest my claim." Jiang Hai interjected, "Elderly, are you implying you are superior to the city lord?" Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, he added, "Let us compete then. Who is afraid?" Noticing Jiang Hai's sudden silence, they turned to find he had vanished from his original spot. From across the way came the cry, "Watch out, it's old 6. Sword come." Li Xiaoyao directed his flying sword towards a ferocious beast. With a piercing sound, the sword pierced the beast's flesh, blood cascading down. Several fifth-tier beasts turned their gaze toward him in unison. "How dare so many beasts gang up on just me?" He scoffed, "You may have the numbers, but I have never feared quantity." 10,000 swords returned to the sect, though it was named thus, with Li Xiaoyao's current fifth-tier prowess. He could only conjure a maximum of 99 flying swords. Beyond that, he could not sustain the effort. The flying swords surged forth toward the beasts. A heart-wrenching roar echoed through the air. Wang Tong engaged in close combat with a beast, wielding a dagger and activating his stealth skill, vanishing from the beast's sight. The bewildered beast sought the nearest target, which was Li Xiaoyao. Suddenly, Wang Tong emerged from the shadows, plunging his dagger into the rear of a beast, which promptly clamped its legs together, rolling its eyes in sheer agony. Nearby beasts instinctively tightened their own legs. Enraged, the wounded beast lunged at Wang Tong. After landing his strike, Wang Tong deftly sidestepped the counterattack. Once his stealth skill cooled down, he activated it again. The beast, having been struck twice, wept tears of regret. "Why do you keep stabbing me?" Wang Tong replied, "I would rather not. It is simply that you are the easiest to bully." Zhang Hai enveloped himself in a water shield, directing waves to crash against the advancing beasts, repelling them. The trio, facing dozens of fifth-tier beasts, not only maintained their footing, but even gained the upper hand. Meanwhile, an elderly figure cloaked in gray, hidden in the shadows, pondered, "Why struggle? Is it not easier to await death?" To him, their resistance seemed futile. "Since you wish for death, I shall oblige." The gray-robed elder targeted the three fifth-tier adventurers. Once they were slain, it would not be long before Mountain Sea City fell. Jiang Chuan, unable to contain himself any longer, shattered another window. Mid-flight, the gray-robed elder was intercepted by Jiang Chuan. The elder chuckled, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Jianren, the leader of the Beast God cult. And you, City Lord, do you not wish to introduce yourself?" "A dead man has no need for such knowledge," Jiang Chuan retorted, summoning his dark gold beast companion. The nether white tiger? Among dark gold beasts, it possesses formidable offensive capabilities. However, it is unfortunate for you that you have encountered me. In a clash between the tiger and the polar turtle, the nether white tiger unleashed its claws, while the turtle withdrew into its shell. The sound of metal clashing rang out. Despite several attempts, the tiger could not penetrate the turtle's defenses. Jiang Chuan found himself at a loss. Previously, summoning the nether white tiger would swiftly conclude battles. Yet, after multiple assaults, it had failed to breach the defense. Both the nether white tiger and the polar turtle were dark gold beasts, and the weakness of beast masters lay within themselves. Jiang Chuan decisively commanded the nether white tiger to attack Li Jianren. What good were high defenses if the beast master fell, leading to the beast's demise alongside them? Li Jianren had long anticipated Jiang Chuan's strategy. As the tiger lunged toward him, Li Jianren stepped toward the polar turtle. The tiger redirected its assault toward the turtle. In terms of raw defense, the polar turtle did not rank among the top dark gold beasts, yet in terms of protective capability, it was undeniably peerless. The enemy would need to eliminate the polar turtle before they could strike at Li Jianren. It was akin to a lifelink chain, albeit even more perverse. While the lifelink chain could only transfer a majority of damage, the polar turtle could draw all enmity toward itself. Coincidentally, the other contracted beasts Jiang Chuan possessed were solely for survival. Defeating Li Jianren within a short time frame was virtually impossible. Despite Zhang Hai and the others gaining the upper hand, once their mana was depleted, their demise would be inevitable. Meanwhile, Wang Meng's side was suffering casualties by the minute due to the overwhelming numbers. Bloodshot eyes glimmered within Jiang Chuan's gaze as he clenched his fists. He despised his own impotence. Had he been stronger, many lives could have been spared, and the defense of Shanghai City could have been secured. Yet now, no amount of words could alter the fate that loomed ahead. Within 10 minutes, the city would inevitably fall. Behind him were mere civilians, devoid of any combat prowess. Although Shanghai City boasted a population of over 1 million, only a scant few 100,000 had awakened combat professions. The rest either pursued livelihoods or had yet to reach the age of awakening. Jiang Chuan summoned all his contracted beasts, but the shell of the polar Xian turtle was impervious, rendering any attempts to breach it futile. After 2.5 minutes of combat, only then did cracks begin to mar the turtle's shell. It was in vain. Even if one could vanquish him, Shanghai City would still meet its demise. Was it so? He refused to believe it. Chapter 34. The Million Beast Tide. And, "Do you think you are?" Li Jianren's voice dwindled to a whisper, eventually resembling the incessant buzz of a mosquito. The cause was simple. He beheld an unforgettable sight. A colossal dragon, stretching 1,000 meters, fixated upon him. Even more bewildering was the figure perched atop its back, the source of that voice. Upon the dragon's emergence, the polar Xian turtle retreated into its shell. How could this be possible? The polar Xian turtle was a dark gold beast. It would not cower even before an epic beast. Unless this beast was not merely epic, but legendary. Were there not legendary beasts in the Dragon Kingdom? Such creatures were said to exist only in tales. Who am I? Where am I? At that moment, Li Jianren's mind buzzed. rendering him speechless, overwhelmed by an instinctive reverence that nearly compelled him to kneel. Jiang Chuan opposite him fared no better. He had called for reinforcements from the Dragon God Temple, but the arrival was none other than Zhao Wujia. Yet Zhao Wujia was not a beast master. Jiang Chuan had never heard of anyone capable of contracting a legendary beast. His own dark gold beast lacked even the courage to raise its head in the presence of a legendary creature. Zhang Hai, too, was drawn by the commotion. Recognizing the familiar silhouette upon the dragon, he murmured, "That black robe seems oddly familiar. It's the one I gifted to Su Xiaozai." Suddenly, clarity dawned upon him. No wonder Su Bai had awakened with strength rivaling that of a fifth-tier combatant in just a few days. The elder commanding this dragon must be Su Bai's master. Su Bai had encountered an extraordinary mentor in the wilderness, who had accepted him as a personal disciple. Su Bai had recounted the plight of Shanghai City, and his master had arrived riding the dragon to provide aid. In mere 2.5 seconds, Jiang Hai envisioned the scenario, imagining the black-robed figure as Su Bai's master. You ask why the black-robed figure wears that attire? Surely it is a gift for accepting a disciple. Wang Ming, Li Yifei, and Jiang Wanwan exchanged bewildered glances. Who am I? Where am I? The elder before them was not merely a 6th-tier beast master, nor a 7th tier, but a 9th-tier beast master. In their understanding, the pinnacle for beast masters was the 8th tier. Ascending to the 9th tier required contracting a legendary beast. If Su Bai knew their thoughts, he would surely laugh, for he was still merely at the 2nd tier, having yet to complete the 3rd-tier task. As all present were engulfed in shock, confusion, and terror, the holy light dragon took action. A colossal meteor appeared in its grasp, spanning a radius of 200,000 meters, engulfing all. Strike! The meteor descended as though heralding the apocalypse. Li Jinren's expression morphed into one of sheer horror upon witnessing the meteor. He turned to flee, disregarding Jiang Chuan entirely. Not only him, but other fierce beasts were equally taken aback. Since the emergence of the holy light dragon, their fighting spirit had evaporated. Yet, against the meteor, their movements resembled those of snails. With a skill range of 200 kilometers, how could they escape? They were merely awaiting death. 1099900000, 1099800000, 1098900000. Damage exceeding 1,000,000 surged above their heads, with the lowest damage surpassing 100 million. Silence reigned, an eerie stillness enveloping the scene. After what felt like an eternity, someone finally shattered the strange atmosphere. Am I dreaming? The million beast tide had simply vanished. Gasp! The legendary beast master was indeed terrifying. Was there not a 9th-tier beast master in the Dragon Kingdom? Even across the entire Blue Star, a single legendary beast master could not be found. Did this not mean I had witnessed history? Ha! In the future, I could boast to my companions. Alas, my companions are already gone, forever lost. Was it merely an illusion? Damage exceeding 100 million. As a mere 3rd-tier combatant, I could barely inflict over 1,000 damage. Brother, is it not natural for a legendary beast master to be formidable? From this moment forth, this elder would be my idol. Anyone who spoke ill of him would face my wrath. He had saved us and the entirety of Shanghai City. Without him, I would be a cold corpse now. If the elder would accept me as a disciple, how splendid it would be. I could brag about having a legendary beast master as my master. Just thinking of it brings joy. Brother, are you not fooling yourself? You are 30 years old and still at the 1st tier, having yet to complete your advancement task. Why would the elder take you in? Surely he would choose me, for he bears an uncanny resemblance to my deceased father. What? How is it possible that you can recognize someone as your father without even seeing his face? Enough said. Elder, please accept my humble bow. You all have no shame. Are you trying to claim my real father? Do you not have parents of your own? Elder, are you in need of a girlfriend? I could serve as a junior partner. Qin Feng gazed at the figure upon the golden dragon throne, mouth agape, as if one could fit an egg inside. Are beast masters truly this powerful? How was I unaware of this? If only I could become a legendary beast master. Yet, that remains but a dream. With a population of billions on Blue Star, not a single legendary beast master exists. To witness one in the Dragon Kingdom is enough to die without regrets. Li Xiaoyao observed the slain fierce beasts before him, swallowing hard. The strength of these beasts was no trifling matter, otherwise they would not have engaged him in battle for so long. Yet, even 5th-tier beasts appeared as ants before the elder. Was there truly a difference between 1st-tier and 5th-tier beasts? In any case, it was a single strike to annihilate them. Wang Tung surveyed the ravaged battlefield. Old Jiang, am I dreaming? Our Dragon Kingdom has a legendary beast master. Were not legendary beasts said to exist only in myth? Jiang Hai smirked. Old Wang, do you wish to verify whether you are dreaming? Wang Tung instinctively responded, of course. Jiang Hai pinched him vigorously. Ah! Wang Tung howled like a slaughtered pig. Old Jiang, what are you doing? Jiang Hai shrugged. Did you not say you wanted to verify if you were dreaming? If it hurts, it is real. If not, you are dreaming. Wang Tung hesitated, unsure of what to say, feeling as though he had been outsmarted. Ultimately, he managed to utter a few words. Could you not pinch yourself? Only a fool would pinch themselves. That would hurt too much. Damn it. Old Jiang. You must treat me to drinks when we return. All right. Jiang Hai appeared in high spirits. Not only had Shanghai City been saved, but he had also learned that Su Bai possessed a formidable master, whose future achievements were boundless. Old Jiang, have you truly agreed? This is not in keeping with your usual style. Wang Tung jested. In the past, whenever I suggested you treat, you would concoct all manner of excuses, sharing tales of joyous encounters instead. This senior, I feel, is Su Bai's mentor. Ha ha ha. I even jested that he is my father. Wang Tung was nearly amused to laughter. The sole legendary beast master. And you claim he is Su Bai's mentor? I concede that Su Bai possesses remarkable talent. But this is a 9-turn legend. Observing the mocking expression of his old friend, Jiang Hai recounted the events. Wang Tung's pupils gradually dilated. Having just awakened a few days prior, he already possessed the might to rival a 5-turn practitioner. Were he a 9-turn legend, he might indeed consider taking the other as a disciple. Most critically, that black robe was a gift from Jiang Hai to Su Bai. How could a legendary beast master possibly have an eye for such trinkets? Clearly, it was a parting gift from Su Bai. No wonder the senior would come in person. It all makes sense now. The fallen star not only had the power to vanquish the invading beasts, but could also obliterate them, potentially leveling the entire city of Shanghai. Jiang Hai, gazing at Su Bai seated upon the golden dragon throne, lacked even the courage to meet his gaze, stealing only furtive glances. Every beast master yearns to attain a legendary beast. However, that remains a mere dream. He had yet to possess even a single epic beast. In the absence of comparison, one cannot feel the pain of disparity. Why is the gap between people so vast? He could not comprehend. Chapter 35. I am a legendary beastmaster. How could I be unaware? The city of Shanghai is besieged by a tide of beasts. Does that warrant troubling your esteemed master? The Dragon Kingdom boasts over 1,000 third-tier cities alone. Zhao Wujing is a legendary powerhouse, among the most elite within the realm of legends. If such trivial matters were to summon him, the Dragon Kingdom would have long since ceased to exist. Each individual has their role to fulfill. Zhao Wujing has far more pressing matters at hand. Previously, Wu Yong had refrained from inquiring, but now he could no longer contain his curiosity. Zhao Wujing had no intention of withholding the truth. A genius has emerged in Shanghai. Genius? In a third-tier city, the strongest would barely reach the pinnacle of 5 turns. This so-called genius is merely a threshold to meet him. Wu Yong, having become Zhao Wujing's disciple, naturally possessed considerable talent. At not even 25, he had already reached 8 turns, earning him the title of genius among others. Yet, even after 3 years of following his master, he had never once proclaimed himself a genius. Even if Wu Yong were to step into 9 turns before 30, formally joining the Dragon Temple, the concept of genius carries its own pride. Wu Yong was no exception. How formidable is your master? Zhao Wujing glanced at Wu Yong and shook his head. As Wu Yong's master, Zhao Wujing understood his disciple all too well. This individual, named Su Bai, had only awakened a few days ago, yet already possessed the strength to rival 5-turn practitioners. A look of disbelief flickered in Wu Yong's eyes. It was not mere exaggeration. This was beyond comprehension. You mean to tell me that someone who has only recently awakened possesses the strength of 5 turns? Even he, Wu Yong, had not reached such monstrous prowess at this stage. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The records must be erroneous. Unaccustomed to setbacks, Wu Yong struggled to face this reality. He could accept those with greater talent, for the Dragon Kingdom's population exceeds 1 billion, and it is only natural that some would surpass him. What he could not accept was someone with such an overwhelming advantage. Compared to this Su Bai, he did not even qualify as a genius. Witnessing Wu Yong's reaction, Zhao Wujing was not surprised. Upon learning of these developments, he volunteered to journey to Shanghai. A third-tier city may suffer losses, but Su Bai must not perish. He is the future of the Dragon Kingdom. Still in a state of bewilderment, Wu Yong instinctively glanced towards the direction of Shanghai. It was a startling sight. A colossal dragon, 1,000 meters in length, radiating a divine light. Even more astonishing was what followed. The dragon was manipulating a massive star. The descent of the star was akin to the apocalypse. Dust soared into the sky, shockwaves rippled, and the oppressive force could be felt from a distance. The gale stung his face unbearably, rendering his eyes nearly unopenable. After a considerable time, Wu Yong finally managed to pry his eyes open. Master. Zhao Wujing did not respond, but murmured, Legendary beast? How could I be unaware that the Dragon Kingdom has a legendary beast master? Zhao Wujing had encountered 8-turn peak beast masters, yet none possessed such power. This was undoubtedly a legendary beast. Wasn't he the upper limit for Beast Masters set at 8 turns? How could a 9-turn Beast Master exist? The emergence of Su Bai was remarkable enough. And now there was yet another legendary Beast Master. This journey to Shanghai was proving exceedingly worthwhile. Unbeknownst to Zhao Wujing, the 9-turn Beast Master he spoke of was none other than Su Bai himself. You have slain the level 41 Slime King, gaining 41,000 experience points. You have slain the level 43 Flame Bird, gaining 43,000 experience points. You have slain the level 45 Goblin General, gaining 45,000 experience points. You have slain the level 50 Practitioner Li Jianren, gaining 0 experience points. Congratulations, you have completed the 3-turn advancement task, slaying 1,000,000 beings. You have leveled up to level 21. You have leveled up to level 22. You have leveled up to level 30. Excess experience is automatically stored and will unlock upon completing the advancement task. The notifications of kills flooded the screen. Not only had he completed the advancement task, but he had also ascended from level 20 to level 30. His earnings per second surged from 20 points to 30 points, with 30 evolution points per second. That equates to 108,000 in an hour, and 592,000 in a day. Evolving a legendary beast into a mythical beast requires 10 million evolution points. At this rate, it would take merely 4 days to upgrade the Holy Light Dragon King to the Holy Divine Dragon King. Su Bai examined his panel. Name, Su Bai. Class, Beast God Unique. Level, 30, requires completion of job change task. Health, 380,000. Mana, 700,000. Strength, 3,700. Vitality, 3,800. Agility, 3,800. Mentality, 7,000. Evolution points, 72, 520, 30s. Beasts, Void Terror, Epic, Magical Cat, Epic, Holy Light Giant Dragon, Legendary. Exclusive skills, Enslavement, Life Sharing, Infinite Beast Mastery, Eye of Insight, Heart of Anti-Scrying. Upon reaching the 3rd turn, each level gained 200 to all attributes, with an additional 200 to free attributes. Additionally, 2 new skills were acquired. Eye of Insight, Heart of Anti-Scrying. Eye of Insight. You can disregard both parties' levels to view each other's information. Disguises, stealth, and invisibility become meaningless before you. This was a scouting technique inherent to practitioners. It could only reveal the information of opponents weaker than oneself. If the opponent were stronger, one would only see a multitude of question marks. Hence, if 2 practitioners encountered each other in the wild, they would utilize the scouting skills. If they could see each other's attributes, it signified they could overcome them. If they could not, turning and fleeing was the only option. Of course, this applies only to select cases. Not only do stronger opponents obscure one's view of their attributes, but if an opponent possesses anti-scrying capabilities, one would also be unable to glean any information. Everything still requires discernment. The ability to fight or not hinges upon experience. However, the skill, Eye of Insight, resolves this issue. Regardless of whether your power surpasses mine or you possess abilities to evade detection, none can escape Su Bai's discerning gaze. It far exceeds mere X-ray vision. Not only can it reveal the attributes of the opponent, but it also unveils their latent powers, disguises, and invisibility. Heart of Anti-Detection. Enemies cannot perceive your attributes or those of your summoned beasts. The description of the Heart of Anti-Detection is straightforward, but this does not imply that the skill is weak. The black cloak worn by Su Bai can only shield against practitioners below the 6th transition. Should he encounter someone of the 6th transition or higher, they would instantly see through it. Neither of these skills enhances combat prowess, yet they are perfectly suited for Su Bai in his current state. Let me examine the 4th transition mission. The 2nd transition task requires forming a contract with a dark gold summoned beast. The 3rd transition task necessitates the slaughter of 1,000,000 beings. What could the 4th transition task entail? 4th transition advancement task. Form a contract with an epic summoned beast. Time limit, none. It seems accustomed to destruction. Other beast masters must contract an epic beast only after advancing from the 5th to the 6th transition, while Su Bai must do so from the 3rd to the 4th. Comparatively, the difficulty has escalated significantly. Reflecting on his beast god profession, Su Bai felt a sense of relief. If the transition tasks did not increase in difficulty, it would be absurd. After all, this is the only hidden profession, and unless Su Bai perishes, it is impossible for another to arise. Chapter 36. Is Su Bai a legendary beastmaster? The holy light dragon descended, its enormous wings unfurling. Su Bai stepped down from the golden dragon throne. Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving Shanghai City, Jiang Chuan said, cupping his fists and bowing. Elder? Upon hearing the city lord's address, Su Bai was taken aback. Can you believe that a man in his 50s would call someone who has only recently awakened an elder? It is unlikely even a novel would dare to write such a scenario. I am no elder. Subai shook his head. Jiang Chuan remained in that position, hesitant to rise for fear of inciting the ire of this formidable being. Subai surveyed the surroundings and noticed that everyone was mimicking the city lord's gesture, cupping their fists and bowing. As long as Subai did not instruct them to rise, they would maintain this posture. You may rise. Subai withdrew his black cloak. Upon seeing Subai's appearance, Jiang Chuan and the others were left dumbfounded. In their minds, someone capable of commanding a legendary summoned beast must be an elderly figure exuding an ethereal aura. Yet, they could hardly fathom that the legendary beast master was, in fact, Subai. Was there some mistake? How long had Subai been awakened? It had barely been 4 days, with only 6 days until the college entrance examination. You claim to be a legendary beast master? The only individual in Blue Star with a legendary summoned beast. This silence was deafening, so quiet that even the sound of breathing could be heard. Observing their astonishment, Subai felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. I would prefer to remain low-key, but my strength does not permit it. He mused internally. After an indeterminate time, someone finally shattered the peculiar atmosphere. No way. Am I dreaming? Subai is actually a legendary beast master. Breaking the record for novice dungeon clearance, I can understand. Completing a hellish dungeon is already unfathomable. And now you tell me Subai possesses a legendary summoned beast? Damn it. Without comparison, there is no suffering. We are all beast masters. Yet why is the disparity so vast? I can hardly afford to summon even the most basic summoned beast, while Subai has contracted a legendary one. Wasn't it said that Blue Star had no legendary summoned beasts? They only existed in legends. While the average person was still in shock over Subai's prowess, the clever ones among them were already pulling out their phones to document the moment, eager to boast about having a legendary beast master as a classmate. Subai, are you still in need of a girlfriend? How about me? Foster father, do you need a son? I would be honored to be your adopted child. Biological father, I am your long-lost child. Look at me. Grandfather, I am a child of 360 days. Initially, the crowd reacted normally, merely astonished by Subai's abilities. However, soon, the absurdity escalated, with not less than 1,000 people vying to be Subai's girlfriend, while others proclaimed their desire to be his adopted son, and even more claimed to be his biological children or grandchildren. Damn it, you are already 30. How can you call an 18-year-old grandfather? Aren't you embarrassed? Jiang Chuan's face turned as dark as coal upon hearing this. Did they no longer regard him as the city lord? Silence. The crowd finally quieted down. Jiang Chuan turned to Subai, his expression resembling that of a wilted flower. Legendary Su, I have failed in my duty as a guardian. He had initially intended to call Subai by name, but after witnessing Subai's power, the word Su seemed impossible to utter. Despite being the city lord of Shanghai, if Subai wished to take his life, no one would be able to stop him. In fact, others would likely give him a thumbs up and praise him, saying, "Well done." Such is the harsh reality. This is a world where strength reigns supreme. As long as your power is sufficient, you can achieve anything. The strong dictate the rules, while the weak must abide by them. You need not call me legendary, simply address me by my name. That would be inappropriate. It would disrupt the hierarchy. Jiang Chuan continued, if you do not mind, I shall call you Su God, and you may call me Xiao Jiang. Xiao Jiang. Subai's lips twitched. Asking a 50-year-old man to call him Xiao Jiang would only make him seem older. Indeed, being too powerful is not always a blessing. It may alienate others. Reluctantly, Subai decided to withdraw the holy light dragon into the beast space, as it was too conspicuous. Soon, Subai spotted Principal Jiang high among the crowd. Principal Jiang also wished to address Subai by name, but hesitated upon considering his displayed strength. Principal, I will always be a student of Shanghai No. 1, Subai stated earnestly. If you treat me like them, I will be quite upset. Jiang Hai had aided him greatly. Prior to awakening his profession, he had relied on scholarship funds for his livelihood. The swift and smooth processing of his scholarship application was largely due to Jiang Hai's support. Even after learning about Subai's family background, Jiang Hai helped him secure poverty assistance. Not long ago, he had gifted Subai a hidden transition stone and a black cloak. Without that transition stone, Subai would never have been able to switch to the beast god profession, nor would he have progressed so rapidly. Subai never considered himself a good person. He remembered those who had treated him kindly, but he would show no mercy to those who sought to harm him. Subai, you are the pride of Shanghai No. 1, Jiang Hai remarked, as if recalling something amusing. Let me tell you something interesting. I just thought that the one capable of summoning a legendary summoned beast must surely be your master. Huh, this time. Subai was the one left bewildered. Goodness, I'm my own master now, aren't I? Without you, I cannot imagine what Shanghai City would have become. Jiang Hai turned to Jiang Chuan. City Lord, do you not wish to express your thoughts? Su God, as a token of gratitude for your assistance during this beast tide, Everything dropped by the ferocious beasts will belong to you. Jiang Chuan, being the city lord, quickly grasped Jiang Hai's intent. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Others also fought against the beasts, Su Bai replied, feeling genuinely embarrassed. I truly feel bad about this. In their quest to protect the rear, some individuals even sacrificed their own lives. To be candid, Su Bai finds himself unable to reach such heights, yet he harbors immense admiration for those capable of such selflessness. As for the others, I have my own plans, Jiang Chuan stated earnestly. I vow that anyone participating in this war will not be treated unjustly, and I shall also provide compensation for our fallen comrades. In that case, I shall not hold back. Su Bai is not one to dither. The mere 5 million in his account is woefully insufficient. Upon hearing Su Bai's agreement, Jiang Chuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Su Bai is truly the good fortune of Shanghai City. He has held the position of city lord for over 20 years. The path to upgrade from a level 3 city to a level 2 city is fraught with challenges. Yet now he sees a glimmer of hope, not merely for the upgrade to a level 2 city, but for something even greater. The prospect of becoming a level 1 city had never crossed his mind. The Dragon Kingdom boasts thousands of level 3 cities, hundreds of level 2 cities. Yet only 10 level 1 cities exist. Shanghai City is poised to become the 11th. Achieving level 1 status would exponentially amplify the city's overall strength. Jiang Chuan envied Jiang Hai. Had he known Su Bai's talents were so extraordinary, he would have made his investment sooner. A little embellishment is often overlooked. Wang Ming, Li Yifei, and Jiang Wanwan were utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? The senior is Su Bai? Su Bai is the senior? This is simply absurd. Remembering the scene of recruiting Su Bai not long ago, they felt utterly embarrassed, as if they could dig their toes deep enough to unearth a 3-bedroom apartment. The awkwardness was palpable. They wished they could vanish into the ground. Qin Feng gazed at Su Bai's retreating figure, his expression more contorted than one of anguish. Can I truly surpass such a person? Soon, however, Qin Feng found solace. Losing to Su Bai may not be a misfortune after all. In the future, he could boast, I have been bested by the god of Su. Indeed, being defeated by another can be a matter of pride. Li Xiaoyao and Wang Tung regarded Jiang Hai with newfound envy, wishing they could take his place. That old fellow is simply too fortunate. Upon his return, he must treat us generously. I have arrived late. Chapter 37. The Acquisition of Dark Gold Equipment. Upon encountering Zhao Chuanqi, I am the lord of Shanghai City, Jiang Chuan respectfully declared. Rise, Zhao Wuji commanded with a gentle gesture, enveloping Jiang Chuan in an invisible force that lifted him effortlessly. I have inquiries regarding that legendary beastmaster of yours. To report, my lord. There is no such legendary beastmaster. Zhao Wuji's eyes narrowed slightly. Could Jiang Chuan be deceiving him? He had clearly witnessed the legendary beast. How could there be no corresponding legendary beastmaster? Noticing the shift in Zhao Wuji's demeanor, Jiang Chuan hastily clarified, My lord, we truly do not have a legendary beastmaster. The beast you saw earlier belongs to the god of Su. The god of Su? Zhao Wuji's gaze locked on his Su Bai. Judging by his appearance, he cannot be over 20. Su Bai? Could the god of Su and this individual be one and the same? That legendary beast is yours. Indeed, senior. He had just utilized his eye of insight to ascertain the information of the two individuals. Name, Zhao Wuji. Level, 90, peak of 9th transition. Class, body enhancer. Name, Wu Yong. Level, 74, mid-stage of 8th transition. Class, body enhancer. This Wu Yong possesses average strength and poses no threat to him. However, upon seeing Zhao Wuji for the first time, Su Bai experienced a gut feeling. Should the two engage in combat, he would soon find himself defeated. Zhao Wuji could obliterate him with ease. The terror of a peak 9th transition is formidable. Legendary beasts correspond to 9th transition classes. Yet the Holy Light Dragon is of a mere level 30. At present, my strength can be considered pseudo 9th transition. Below the 9th transition, I am invincible. Above it, I surrender unconditionally. Nevertheless, this is merely temporary. Once the Holy Light Dragon evolves into a mythic beast, I shall be able to rub Zhao Wuji's head into the ground. Upon seeing Su Bai, Zhao Wuji was momentarily taken aback. Is that beast summonable? Yes. Su Bai found a secluded corner and summoned the Holy Light Dragon. A golden portal opened, revealing a colossal dragon measuring 1,000 meters in length. Roar. The resounding roar echoed throughout the vicinity. Upon seeing Zhao Wuji, the Holy Light Dragon's voice diminished to a whisper, instinctively retreating behind Su Bai. Master. Su Bai rolled his eyes, exclaiming, You are embarrassing the dragon, at the very least. You are a legendary beast. Zhao Wuji maintained a calm exterior, yet internally, he was in turmoil. The newly awakened young lad possesses a legendary beast? While this beast may be of low level, it is still of legendary classification. For the first time, Zhao Wuji began to doubt his own talents. Compared to Su Bai, he felt like an ordinary person. Had all these years of training been for naught, rendering him inferior even to a mere child? Wu Yong had seen far less of the world than Zhao Wuji. Upon witnessing Su Bai summon the holy light dragon, his eyes widened in disbelief. Who am I? Where am I? Just moments ago, he had not even regarded Su Bai with proper attention. Now, he realized the fool was himself. He even felt as though that dragon could squash him with a single swipe. His worldview crumbled in an instant. Seeing the two remain silent, Su Bai inquired, "May I retract it?" "You may." Zhao Wuji refrained from questioning Su Bai regarding the origins of the legendary beast. Everyone has their own secrets. They had only just met, and to inquire further would be discourteous. Such a question would not only fail to endear him to Su Bai, but could also yield adverse effects. "Su Bai, I formally invite you to join the Dragon God Palace." Zhao Wuji extended his hand in invitation. Su Bai did not hasten to clasp Zhao Wuji's hand. "What benefits would I gain from joining the Dragon God Palace?" Zhao Wuji was taken aback by Su Bai's composure. Others would leap at the opportunity to join the Dragon God Palace, leaping for joy without a moment's hesitation. Any delay would be seen as disrespect to the palace. Yet Su Bai remained unfazed. His talent is remarkable, yet he displays a level of maturity that belies his 18 years. There are numerous benefits to joining. Using your beast masters as an example, in a standard auction house, one can bid up to a golden beast, while in a supreme auction house, one can bid for an epic beast. Additionally, certain dungeons and secret realms are accessible only to members of the Dragon God Palace. There are many advantages that I shall not enumerate. You will discover them once you join. While being a member of the Dragon God Palace does not confer tangible benefits, it grants numerous privileges. The fourth transition advancement quest requires a contract with an epic beast. Previously, one could only search aimlessly for a beast to contract. However, the Supreme Auction House offers epic beasts. As long as you have sufficient funds, you can acquire one. This alone is something Su Bai cannot refuse. Nonetheless, Su Bai did not immediately agree. "If I join the Dragon God Palace, will there be any constraints?" "Yes." Zhao Wuji did not conceal the truth. Should a problem arise that a ninth transition or lower class cannot resolve, the Dragon God Palace will dispatch personnel to assist. Generally speaking, the Dragon God Palace allows for a great deal of freedom. If you could become a member of the council, these constraints would merely be ornamental. What does it take to become an official? Yet, you are still too young, aspiring to achieve that without even joining the Dragon God Temple. However, upon contemplating the other party's talent, Zhao Wujin felt a sense of relief. Were he in Su Bai's position, he would likely be even more audacious. As long as one possesses the strength of the 10th transition, they can ascend to the council. The 10th transition? That doesn't seem too difficult. The 9th transition corresponds to legendary Beast Tamers, so the 10th must be mythical Beast Tamers. Su Bai accumulates over 2 million evolution points daily, in just 4 days. He could attain strength rivaling that of the 10th transition. Although it may be a pseudo-10th transition, it is still 10th transition strength. Observing the expression of the other, Zhao Wujin mistakenly believed Su Bai was intimidated. "Do not be deceived by my current pinnacle of the 9th transition. The path to the 10th transition is fraught with challenges. I agree to join the Dragon God Temple. Su Bai, this virtual helmet will be activated for you once we return." "Very well." Witnessing their conversation, Wu Yong couldn't help but feel envious. As Zhao Wujin's direct disciple, he had yet to join the Dragon God Temple. Upon seeing the three return, Jiang Chuan greeted them with a broad smile. "You two must be weary from your journey. Why not rest at the city lord's residence for a while?" Zhao Wujin replied, "No, we have something of great importance to attend to." Jiang Chuan, "Safe travels to you both." Jiang Chuan added, "Su Shun, why not take a moment to rest at my city lord's residence?" Su Bai did not decline. He understood the wisdom in accepting kindness. "That can be arranged. But I have yet to claim my reward." Wang Tong immediately grasped the implication. "Su Shun, what level are you currently?" Su Bai responded, "Level 30. Ha ha ha, what a coincidence. I happen to have a set of equipment perfectly suited for you." Wang Tong retrieved a set of gear from his storage space. This was a level 30 set. Name, Sage's set. Quality, dark gold. Level, 30. Attributes, Spirit 4200, Agility 4200. Entry 1, cooldown time 20. Entry 2, maximum mana 20. Entry 3, maximum health 20. Entry 4, movement speed 20. Entry 5, damage 20. Entry 6, healing effect 20. Entry 7, resistance 20. Note, the above entries provide bonuses to both the Beastmaster and their beasts. Set effect, 77. Heart of the Sage. Entry effects increased by 50. The Sage's set, while inferior in attributes to epic equipment, is otherwise indistinguishable from epic components. Once all 7 pieces are gathered, the potency of the entries is directly amplified by 50%. The increase in attributes is somewhat extreme. lacking even a modicum of constitution and strength. Nonetheless, this is not a flaw. Rather, it is exceptionally suited for Su Bai at this moment. After all, one cannot simply wield a staff to strike others, right? With the skill of life sharing. Constitution becomes superfluous. Having it or not makes little difference. It is far more beneficial to enhance his spirit, allowing for greater endurance. Su Bai promptly donned the sage's set. Chapter 38. Please view the VCR. In the imperial capital, at the Dragon God Temple, a young man clad in a white robe sat leisurely at the entrance, sipping tea with an air of tranquility. How delightful. The clear tea invigorated him immensely. Just then, a voice shattered the silence. Old man, I toil tirelessly while you seem to revel in comfort. With that, Zhao Wujin plopped down beside Nangong Xian and poured himself a cup of tea. Ah, the familiar flavor. Nangong Xian rolled his eyes. Old Zhao, didn't you go to Shanghai City to subdue the ferocious beasts? Back so soon. The beast tide was resolved. So I returned. With your prowess, even a multitude of low-level ferocious beasts poses no threat. Nangong Xian was well aware of his old friend's strength. Excluding council members, he ranked among the very top of the Dragon God Temple. Few could rival him. If the ants are numerous enough, they can take down an elephant. This merely indicates the elephant is not sufficiently strong. In the presence of the powerful, numbers become mere fodder. A single strike can obliterate a vast multitude. While these pawns fail to even breach defenses, this is reality, not a game. There is no concept of forced damage. If one cannot win, then numbers are of no use. Zhao Wujin, feeling awkward, shook his head. I did not resolve the beast tide. If not you, then who? Nangong Xian instinctively inquired. By the time I arrived, the beast tide had already been dealt with. Nangong Xian recalled the scale of the beast tide in Shanghai City. There were at least over 1 million, with the most formidable beast reaching tier 5. Not even a level 3 city could withstand such an assault, let alone a level 2 city, especially considering Zhao Wujin had not yet arrived when the beast tide was vanquished. His first thought was that other cities must have intervened to assist Shanghai City. Yet, this speculation was extinguished in under a second. The cities surrounding Shanghai were all level 3. Setting aside the issue of whether help could arrive in time, even assistance would merely prolong the inevitable, buying time until Zhao Wujin's arrival. Seeing that Zhao Wujin was not taking further action, Nangong Xian grew anxious. Old Zhao, how is the beast tide resolved? Old Nan, I know you're anxious, but do not fret. Zhao Wujin took another sip of tea, refreshing. Observing Zhao Wujin's infuriating demeanor, Nangong Xian instinctively clenched his fists, itching to smash his head. Noticing the murderous intent in his gaze, Zhao Wujin made no attempt to conceal the truth. The beast tide was indeed not vanquished by me, but by a little fellow. A little fellow? Old Nan, what I am about to say may profoundly challenge your worldview. Before he could finish, Nangong Xian interrupted. Spit it out. What have I not seen in this life? You yourself said that a mere fledgling resolved the beast tide. Nangong Xian nearly burst out laughing in disbelief. You expect me to believe that a newcomer quelled the beast tide? Setting aside the sheer number of beasts, there was a tier 5 among them. Are you suggesting this individual is stronger than a tier 5 beast? Nangong Xian spat out a single word. Roll. Old Zhao, do not bother me. I wish to bask in the sun. Seeing Nangong Xian recline back into his chair, Zhao Wujin was not surprised. To see is to believe. To hear is to doubt. Alas, Zhao Wujin lamented. Old Nan, I initially intended to show you the footage, but you do not believe me. He emphasized the last part with intent. Noticing Zhao Wujin preparing to leave, this time it was Nangong Xian who grew anxious. Hey, old Zhao, I was merely joking. After all these years of growing up together, how could I possibly doubt you? Enough of the banter. Please, view the VCR. The screen displayed 2 figures making their way to Shanghai City. Suddenly, a colossal dragon appeared above Shanghai City. The dragon wielded the stars in its claws, striking downwards, the shock waves radiating outwards, creating a palpable pressure even from a distance. This is a legendary beast. Nangong Xian's eyes widened, nearly popping out of his head. Even someone as worldly as he was taken aback. A legendary beast truly existed in this world. Were they not merely the stuff of legend? Nangong Xian longed to inquire of Zhao Wujin regarding the dragon's nature, yet the footage continued to play. So he restrained his curiosity. The scene shifted to Zhao Wujin arriving at Shanghai City, where the beast tide had been resolved. Even more outrageous was the summoning of a colossal dragon by a single youth. The scene abruptly concluded. Lao Nan, did you not claim to have experienced the world? Why do you appear in such a state? Zhao Wujia jested. In the past, had Zhao Wujia dared to speak to him in such a manner, he would have retorted fiercely. Yet, for reasons unknown, he refrained from doing so this time, perhaps overwhelmed by shock or simply oblivious to the words of his counterpart. Lao Zhao, is this the young lad you mentioned who recently awakened? To be precise, it has only been 4 days since he awakened to his vocation. Zhao Wujia extended 4 fingers. In just 4 days, he has attained strength rivaling that of a 9th-tier legend. In comparison, he feels like an ordinary person. Lao Zhao, is your purpose in seeking me to recruit him into our Dragon God Temple? Indeed. Nangong Xian primarily oversees logistics, while Zhao Wujia is responsible for frontline operations. Recruitment is under the purview of Nangong Xian. Ha ha ha. It seems we have stumbled upon a treasure in the Dragon God Temple. Nangong Xian, disregarding his own image, allowed his persona to crumble completely. There are no legendary beast tamers across the entire Blue Star, yet our Dragon Nation possesses one. Lao Zhao, give me this lad's information. I shall ensure he joins the Dragon God Temple without delay. Zhao Wujia produced a ledger. Name, Su Bai. Age, 18. Identity, student of Shanghai City No. 1 High School. A mere high school student, yet he possesses such strength before even taking the college entrance examination. With the information in hand, Nangong Xian's demeanor grew serious. Lao Zhao, let me inform you of something. Soon, the Eternal Tower will descend. Upon hearing the name of the Eternal Tower, Zhao Wujia's eyes sparkled with interest. Lao Nan, do you intend for Su Bai to venture into the Eternal Tower? Indeed. However, Su Bai is but 18 years old. Nangong Xian was well aware of Zhao Wujia's concerns. Though he possesses a legendary beast, his low level would hinder its full potential, placing him at a disadvantage. If only he had more time to elevate his level, his strength would undoubtedly increase. Lao Zhao, Su Bai's rapid growth may not necessarily be a good thing. I have never heard of anyone achieving strength on par with a 9th-tier legend merely 4 days after awakening. Encountering setbacks is entirely normal, and such experiences can propel Su Bai further along his path. Zhao Wujia understood Nangong Xian's perspective well. He too had faced numerous failures and obstacles to reach his current stature. I fear that Su Bai may develop a fear of failure. What if he succumbs to despair? Lao Zhao, you underestimate Su Bai, though we have yet to meet. One who can obtain a legendary beast is hardly ordinary. Chapter 39. Women only affect the speed at which I draw my blade. In Shanghai City, within the Lord's mansion, a grand dining hall was adorned with an array of exquisite dishes: Australian lobsters, caviar, abalone. Su Chuanqi announced that he had invited only a select few for this banquet: the city lord Jiang Chuan, Principal Zhang Hai, elderly Xiaoyao, President Wang Teng, and Su Bai. A total of only 5 individuals. Su Bai nodded in acknowledgement. He was accustomed to solitude and found it difficult to relax in the presence of too many people. Su Chuanqi, please take the seat of honor. Is that appropriate? These 4 individuals combined exceed 200 years of age, while I have only just turned 18. Before Jiang Chuan could interject, Zhang Hai spoke. Su Bai, your current status is no longer what it once was. You have joined the Dragon God Temple. Do not underestimate Jiang Chuan, a mere 3rd-tier city lord. Even a 1st-tier lord would bow before you. Jiang Chuan, initially inclined to agree, suddenly realized the implications. What do you mean I am merely a 3rd-tier city lord? Even a 3rd-tier city lord is still a lord. The most disheartening truth in Zhang Hai's words was that they were indeed accurate. Given Su Bai's current standing, even he would have to address him as legend. Bowing and scraping. Should he provoke Su Bai's displeasure, his title as city lord could be revoked on the spot. The reality is harsh. As long as one's strength is formidable, one can do as they please. Li Xiaoyao remarked, what old Zhang says is true. Even if you were to thrash the city lord, he would surely commend your prowess. Wang Teng added, Su Chuanqi, you have joined the Dragon God Temple and now represent its prestige. With everyone voicing their sentiments, it would be impolite to refuse further. Very well, I shall not be modest. This chair is quite comfortable, though it pales in comparison to the Golden Dragon throne. Jiang Chuan cast a glance at the amused expressions of Zhang Hai and the others. How infuriating. My entire reputation has been undermined. Jiang Chuan, ever the city lord, quickly regained his composure. Everyone, please enjoy the meal before it cools and loses its flavor. As Su Bai gazed at the delectable spread before him, he could not help but swallow hard. In his previous life, he had subsisted on instant noodles, with the most extravagant meal he had ever consumed barely surpassing 3 digits. This feast alone undoubtedly cost over 10,000, if not more. The lobster was no ordinary crustacean. It was the flesh of a fearsome beast. Regular consumption of such meat could enhance one's attributes. 2.5 hours later, having feasted to satisfaction, Su Chuanqi inquired, are you pleased with this meal? Quite satisfied. Su Chuanqi, I have an unusual request. Jiang Chuan hesitated momentarily. Speak plainly. You are the hero of Shanghai City. Without you, it would not exist. Get to the point. I wish to erect a statue in your honor within Shanghai City, so that every time one gazes upon it, they will be reminded of you. Creating a statue is no simple task. Shanghai City is Jiang Chuan's domain. Not only is there no one to oversee the establishment of a statue, But even the construction of facilities is neglected. Jiang Chuan intentionally raised this matter to inform future generations of Su Bai's origins. As long as Su Bai does not fall, no one would dare to threaten Shanghai City. A first-tier city is merely the beginning, not the end. This is also why Jiang Chuan has chosen to invest in him. Without any benefit to gain, why would others lend their assistance? Simply because he is handsome and talented? Hardly a dream to entertain. There are interests at stake here. Talent is, after all, a form of profit. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Understanding, without speaking, is crucial. Little Jiang, as the city lord, you need not consult me on such trivial matters. Very well, Su Gu, Su Chuanqi. After Jiang Chuan finished speaking, Wang Teng raised his hand. May I ask you a more personal question, Su Chuanqi? Go ahead. Do you have a girlfriend? No. Ha ha, what a coincidence. My daughter is also without a boyfriend. This time, Su Bai was left utterly bewildered. Wait, I've traversed realms only to be urged to find a partner? Jiang Chuan's previously jovial expression abruptly stiffened. Damn, he had not anticipated this. If Su Bai were to be with Wang Xiaomei, Wang Teng would become Su Bai's father-in-law. A legendary son-in-law. Unthinkable. Jiang Chuan cursed himself for not being a woman, otherwise. Li Xiaoyao's gaze towards Wang Teng shifted. How had he not noticed before that this old man was so cunning? Did he wish for Su Bai to become his son-in-law? Wang Teng, what qualifications do you have? Jiang Hai, who had known Wang Teng for many years, understood his nature all too well. Old Wang, what are you implying? Trying to steal my student? Old Jiang, do not be agitated. How can this be termed as stealing? Wang Teng defended himself. If my daughter were to be with Su Chuanqi, wouldn't that mean we could be family? Get lost. Witnessing the two squabble over him, Su Bai smiled wryly. President Wang, I appreciate your kind intentions. But the world is still chaotic. How can one discuss romance? There was one thing Su Bai refrained from saying. Women only affect the speed at which I draw my blade. Wang Teng's gaze towards Su Bai transformed entirely. What a profound statement. In a world still fraught with turmoil, how can one ponder matters of love? It seems he had been rather superficial. It is no wonder that Su Bai's achievements are so remarkable. There is indeed a rationale behind it. Su Chuanqi expresses his gratitude with clasped hands. Huh. Su Bai is perplexed as to why the other party is thanking him. Ultimately, it is a positive development that he is not being urged to find a partner. After exchanging a few brief words with several individuals, Su Bai bids farewell and departs. He has another significant matter to attend to. After vanquishing 1,000,000 ferocious beasts, not only did he complete his advancement task, but he also acquired an abundance of spoils. Su Bai plans to sell these spoils in order to enhance his combat prowess. He has not forgotten Zhao Wujia's words, which stated that joining the Dragon God Temple would grant him access to the Supreme Auction. The Supreme Auction features epic beasts. The fourth-tier advancement task requires the contract of one epic beast. A single silver beast is valued at 10 million, and the price of an epic beast will only escalate. Glancing at his balance, he finds a mere 5 million, insufficient to purchase even a single silver beast. As he walks through the streets, passers-by greet Su Bai. Su God, you are our hero of Shanghai City. I wish my child could be like you. One person laments, when I return home today, I will take out my 7 wolves and show my son, look at Su God, and then look at you. Another chimes in, brother, have you looked in the mirror lately? You're over 40 and still haven't reached the second tier. Faced with the flattery surrounding him, Su Bai feels somewhat helpless. Having an exceptional talent is not always advantageous. It means he is recognized wherever he goes. This sensation feels quite odd, and Su Bai finds himself ill at ease. Seeking solitude, he finds an unoccupied corner, dons a black cloak, and re-emerges in public view. Only then do people cease to pay him heed. He finally understands why celebrities in his past life wore masks to disguise themselves. In Shanghai City, there is no one who does not recognize Su Bai. Shaking his head, Su Bai makes his way to a familiar shop. Welcome, the shopkeeper exclaims. Sir, to sell or purchase equipment, we need to register some information. With a grand sweep of his hand, Su Bai dispels his black cloak. Upon recognizing him, the shop assistant gasps in astonishment. Su God. Chapter 40, a windfall of 30 billion. Hearing the title Su God, the manager promptly exits his office. Su God, long time no see. Long time. It has only been 2 days. Yet, much has transpired in that brief span. Firstly, Shanghai City was besieged by 1,000,000 beast tide. And just when everyone believed the city would fall, Su Bai transformed into a savior. With 1 man and 1 dragon, he quelled the beast tide. Who could believe that this was accomplished by a newly awakened practitioner? Once the leaders learned of this, they praised him profusely, lauding his keen insight and recognizing Su Bai's exceptional nature. Had he not gifted Su Bai a black card, would he still have business at his own shop? The answer is unequivocally no. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Su Bai can sell equipment at original price, while they earn a modest profit. With this black card, Any equipment purchased in your store is acquired at original price, correct? Rest assured, Su God, my reputation is synonymous with that of the store. Please hold for a moment while I make a call. After a brief conversation over the phone, 10 minutes later, a figure strides into the shop. It is Guiyong, the commander of the Demon Suppression Army. A pinnacle 4th-tier powerhouse, he stands just a step away from the 5th tier. What could he possibly want? Guiyong approaches Su Bai, kneels on one knee, and clasps his fists in salute. Commander of the Demon Suppression Army pays respects to Su Chuanqi. Rise. Yes. Guiyong hesitates momentarily. Have you brought what I requested? I have, he replies, though he seems troubled. However, there is quite a lot. Su Chuanqi. May we step outside to take a look? Very well. The blonde manager and the black-clad shop assistant accompany them as they exit the store. It is a sight to behold. The area outside is teeming with people, at least 10,000. The members of the Demon Suppression Army are nearly all present. Su Chuanqi, excellent. 10086. Guiyong continues. Let us reveal what we have brought, shall we? Indeed. 10086. Over 1,000 backpacks are laid bare. The blonde manager trembles as he points at the backpacks. He was unaware of the conversation between the city lord and Su Bai. All he knew was that Su Bai had resolved the beast tide. Naturally, these backpacks are filled with equipment, totaling no less than 1,000,000 items. What? 1,000,000? The manager's eyes widen in disbelief, nearly popping out of their sockets. Acquiring equipment also comes with a commission. Although Su Bai possesses a black card that allows him to sell equipment at original price, the profit margin is slim. However, the sheer volume is staggering. This is 1,000,000 pieces of equipment. The combined acquisitions over the past decade do not amount to this much. Fortune has come unexpectedly. Observing the manager's expression, Su Bai quips, is this too much to handle? Why yes. The manager nods vigorously. We can manage, but the volume is overwhelming. I need to inform the owner and call in more people to tally the equipment. Not a problem. Soon, reinforcements arrive. Upon learning of the situation, a portly middle-aged man is so ecstatic he nearly breaks into a dance. Su God, I am the owner of this shop. Are you able to handle all this equipment? Su God, you underestimate me. In Shanghai City, if I say I am the second richest, no one would dare claim the first. Su God, counting the equipment will take some time. I've brought some fine tea. Very well. Su Bai does not refuse, since the other party is purchasing at original price. He must extend this courtesy. Half an hour later, all the equipment has been accounted for. The total comes to 168,000,000 pieces, valued at 30 billion. 30 billion. How long would one need to work to earn such an amount? Earning money as a practitioner is astoundingly easy. Just a short time after awakening his profession, Su Bai has amassed such wealth. The saying that awakening a favorable profession can alter one's destiny is undeniably true. Had he awakened a mundane profession, he would only make a few thousand a month, and earning 100,000 a year would be considered fortunate. While 30 billion appears to be a fortune, it is, in reality, quite modest. A single silver beast is worth 10 million. With such an amount, he could acquire only 3,000 silver beasts. However, Su Bai has no intention of frivolously purchasing so many silver beasts. The skill, Infinite Beast Mastery, imposes no limit on the number of beasts he can command. Yet, acquiring beasts incurs the consumption of evolution points. Rather than contracting lower-tier beasts, it is wiser to invest evolution points judiciously. Once all his beasts reach their highest level and can no longer evolve, he will then consider the matter of quantity. This is what it means to first grow prosperous and then uplift the impoverished. Mobile number ending in 4594, 30 billion dragon coins received. Current balance, 30,005 billion. Having wealth feels absolutely exhilarating. Riding a shared bicycle back to his long-missed home, one might question why he rides a dilapidated bike despite having 30 billion. This is called sentiment. Ding ding ding. Just as he returns home, his watch indicates an incoming video call. It is Zhao Wujia. Apparently, he has resolved matters concerning the Dragon God Temple. Upon clicking the interface, Zhao Wujia's outline appears. Su Bai, congratulations on officially joining the Dragon God Temple. The permissions for the virtual helmet have been activated for you. Thank you, Brother Zhao. I have more than just this matter to discuss with you. There is another crucial issue. The Eternal Tower is set to open in just a few days. What is the Eternal Tower? Su Bai inquired, perplexed. His knowledge acquired during high school was limited. The Eternal Tower appears once every decade, and anyone under the age of 25 is permitted to enter. Exceptional performance within the tower can yield substantial rewards. However, I must caution you, the Dragon Kingdom is not lacking in prodigies. It is rumored that this time, even the personal disciples of politicians will participate. Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's introduction, rather than feeling intimidated, Su Bai found himself filled with anticipation. His current strength already surpassed that of his peers. Engaging with mere children felt trivial. He preferred formidable opponents to truly relish the experience. Are the politicians truly formidable? They are merely at the 10th transition. And as for their direct disciples, should any politician lacking discernment dare to provoke Su-bai, he could easily press their heads into the ground and rub them back and forth. However, that would require a few days of waiting until he could evolve his beast into the mythical tier. At present, he could hardly contend even with ordinary members, let alone politicians. Alas, I am still too weak. Seeing Su-bai's silence, Zhao Wuji assumed he had been frightened. Do not be overly anxious, Su-bai, with your prowess. Even if you are not a match for the politician's personal disciples, few would surpass you, Zhao Wuji reassured him. Su-bai's lips twitched. Such consolation felt more discouraging than uplifting. You seem to lack faith in me. This was not entirely Zhao Wuji's fault. It was primarily due to Su-bai's brief awakening period. He had only just reached level 30. The personal disciples of politicians were often at level 80, an entire 50 levels apart. One at the pinnacle of the 3rd transition, and another at the pinnacle of the 8th transition. It was clear which side had the advantage. However, Zhao Wuji overlooked one critical point. Su-bai possessed a system that enabled him to grow stronger with each passing moment. In just a few days, he had ample time to elevate his beast to the legendary tier. Chapter 41, the 2nd legendary beast, Abyssal Terror. Ending the call, Su-bai reclined on his bed and donned his virtual helmet. A cold, mechanical voice resonated within his mind. Codename not detected. Would you like to default to your real name, Su-bai? No. Those familiar with online gaming know that most individuals prefer using a pseudonym over their real names. What codename should he choose? After 2.5 minutes, Su-bai settled on a codename after contemplating over a dozen options. Once confirmed, the codename could not be changed. Ultimately, he decided on Azura. Esteemed Mr. Azura, do you wish to enter the virtual world? Transmitting to the virtual world. 10, 9, 8, 0. As the countdown reached 0, the scenery around him shifted. Glancing down, he found himself standing upon an altar. The visuals were indistinguishable from reality. Instinctively, he touched his cheek, and the sensation felt remarkably real. The virtual helmet truly lived up to its reputation, offering an experience akin to a second world for humanity. Hello, Mr. Azura. Is this your first visit to the virtual world? Just as Su-bai was enveloped in awe, a sweet voice interrupted his reverie. A woman stood before him, clad in a bunny girl costume. Her legs were extraordinarily long, accentuated by enticing black stockings, with a generous bosom that obscured her shoes. And atop her head were a pair of rabbit ears. Noticing Su-bai's indifferent demeanor, the bunny girl was not overly surprised. It was not a lack of confidence in her appearance, but rather the understanding that only significant figures could enter the Dragon Temple, which had a threshold of the 9th transition. Mr. Azura, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Xia Shui, and I am an employee of the Dragon Temple. My primary role is to assist newcomers in navigating the virtual world. How much? 10,000 for an hour. Xia Shui replied, extending a slender finger. Prior to this, Su-bai had conducted thorough research. Members of the Dragon Temple were divided into 2 categories, combat members and support members. Combat members dealt with frontline disturbances, while support members encompassed a broad range of roles, including potions, forging, and guiding newcomers. Xia Shui was fulfilling the latter role. While 10,000 seemed exorbitant, to a 9th transition member, it was akin to a mere dollar. Coincidentally, Su-bai was still quite unfamiliar with the virtual world and required guidance. Azura pays 10,000 dragon coins. Lead the way. Certainly, boss. Upon seeing the payment come through, Xia Shui transformed into an eager guide. This is virtual beverage. Though the price is a tad steep. How much for a drink? Su-bai was unconcerned. He knew a drink outside cost only a few coins. Even if it were 10 times the price, it would only amount to a few dozen coins. 1 cola, no ice, please. Sir, that will be 1,000 dragon coins. How much? You charge me 1,000 for something that costs 3 outside? That is a difference of several hundred times. Nevertheless, Su-bai still forked over the money for a cup. The taste was not particularly delightful, but it was quite unique. A few minutes later, the two arrived at the arena. Boss, why not give it a try? Su-bai did not reply to her question, but instead inquired. Do you employees participate in the arena? Not at all. Xia Shui shook her head, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Our strength is too weak. We awaken to life skills. Then what's the point of sparring? Su-bai was not a masochist. Combat members were at least 9th transition. With Su-bai's current prowess, he found them unworthy opponents. Unless he possessed overwhelming strength, he had no intention of engaging. It wasn't cowardice, it was simply unnecessary. Changing the subject, Su-bai asked, Isn't there an auction house in the virtual world? Indeed, boss, I'll take you there. Before long, they arrived at the Supreme Auction House. The structure was grand, and even its exterior radiated magnificence. When does the auction begin? There's an auction tomorrow. The Supreme Auction House holds one every month. And this time there will be an auction for epic beasts. Upon hearing about the epic beasts, Subai's eyes sparkled. The fourth transition mission required him to contract an epic beast. His purpose for entering the virtual world was to participate in the auction and tame an epic beast. Do you wish to explore other places? No need. Having confirmed the auction's timing, Subai decisively logged off. In the real world, Subai removed his helmet and glanced at his evolution points. Evolution points. 1, 0, 52, 0, 0, 0, 30s. After nearly 10 hours, his evolution points had surpassed 1 million. The Void Terror served as a tank capable of absorbing damage at the forefront, while the magical cat could provide support and protect itself, thereby enhancing its margin for error once leveled up. Subai promptly chose to upgrade the former. The reasoning was simple. Without the skill, life sharing, he would have contemplated upgrading the cat. With this skill, the health of the Void Terror effectively equated to an increase in Subai's own health. Evolving the epic beast into a legendary one was a transformative leap. He wondered just how powerful the Void Terror would become upon reaching the legendary tier. In the beast space, a strange and terrifying force manifested. The surrounding flora wilted instantly, and upon sensing this power, the Void Terror did not flee. Instead, it charged towards it. Dark energy surged into the body of the Void Terror. After refining this power, the appearance of the Void Terror began to transform gradually, even its size significantly increasing. Yet, this was only the beginning. An unceasing flow of energy continued to pour into its body, causing the Void Terror's stature to rise continuously, ultimately reaching several kilometers in height. Its previously purple-red exterior morphed into a vivid crimson, particularly its eyes, which appeared fierce and terrifying. Ding! You have consumed 1 million evolution points. Void Terror, Epic, evolves into Abyss Terror, Legendary. Name, Abyss Terror. Realm, Legendary. Level, 30, varies with the Beastmaster's level. Talent, Giant Elephant, Legendary. Health, 3, 2 billion. Strength, 1, 5 million. Constitution, 3 million. Agility, 1, 5 million. Spirit, 1, 5 million. Skills, Feast, Legendary. Thorned Heart, Legendary. Feast, consumes 10 mana points to activate the skill, with range determined by the size of the Void Motherbug, dealing true damage equal to 1 maximum health point. If this skill devours an enemy, it can stack up to 30,000 layers, 1000 coefficient 30 Beastmaster level, each layer granting an additional 10,000 health and increasing size by 0.1 meters, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Thorned Heart reflects 10 of the damage taken back to the attacker with no cooldown. Giant Elephant. Health increases to 1,000. Size increases to 1,000. Size, 2,005 meters. Feast layers, 200,030. Note, Abyss Terror requires 10 million evolution points to evolve into Abyss Behemoth. Tip, each evolution of Abyss Terror will also upgrade the Giant Elephant talent. Chapter 42, the third legendary beast, Guardian Cat. Wow, how much health? 2 billion. Subai had anticipated that the Void Terror would evolve into the legendary level and that its health would increase significantly. But he never expected it to soar to such heights, from several million health to tens of billions. The newly acquired talent, Giant Elephant, multiplied the Abyss Terror's health tenfold while also increasing its size by the same factor. This was still in the scenario where Feast had not reached its maximum stack. If Feast were to stack to 30,000 layers, the health would surge to 6 billion. Its size could expand to 30,000 meters. Just imagine the thoughts of others when they see such a formidable beast with such immense health and size. The battle would already be half won before it even commenced. Most crucially, the Abyss Terror had gained a new skill, Thorned Heart. This skill would allow it to reflect damage back at its foes, resilient and capable of dealing damage. Subai activated Life Sharing. Health, 5 billion. His health surpassed that of the Abyss Terror. Even while standing still, enemies would have to contend with a portion of his health. Could any warrior match my resilience? Exiting the Beastmaster space, Subai lay on his bed and gradually drifted into slumber. As dawn broke, the sun rose in the east, its rays penetrating the window to illuminate his cheek. The first thing Subai did upon waking was check his evolution points. Evolution points, 1,004, 594 30s. His evolution points had once again surpassed the million mark. He could elevate his final beast to the legendary level. The Holy Light Dragon and Abyss Terror evolving into legendary strength represented a profound qualitative leap. The magical cat would undoubtedly not be weak upon its evolution to legendary status. In the Beastmaster space, the palm-sized cat was soundly asleep. Each of these three beasts possessed their own distinct personalities. The Holy Light Dragon craved power, The Abyss Terror was a glutton that could consume anything, while the magical cat adored sleep, nearly dozing for a full 24 hours. Meow! A surge of vitality coursed through its body, instantly awakening the magical cat. Sensing this newfound power, it decided against returning to sleep. It padded about, reviving the withered flowers and plants in its vicinity. The flora stood taller than before, impervious to the fiercest storms. Protected by the magical cat, they would remain unharmed as long as it was present. The aura expanded until it enveloped all the plants, ceasing only when every last one was included. The rain intensified. 2.5 minutes later, the torrential downpour subsided, revealing a clear sky that bathed the earth in renewed light. The cat's size remained unchanged, still no larger than a fist, but its appearance altered from brown to gold. Golden legend. Ding! You have consumed 1 million evolution points. Magical cat, epic, evolves into guardian cat, legendary. Name, guardian cat. Realm, legendary. Level, 30. Talent, guardian, legendary. Health, 100. Strength, 1. Constitution, 1. Agility, 1. Spirit, 6 million. Skills, source of life, legendary. Redemption, legendary. Source of life. The guardian cat can choose a friendly target to possess. While in possession, the enemy cannot attack you. If the possessed target dies, the possession will automatically end, restoring 6 million health per second to friendly units within a radius of 30,000 meters. 1000 coefficient, 30 Beastmaster level. Excess healing converts into shield value, which cannot exceed 10 times the healing amount. Redemption. If the possessed ally perishes, they can be revived once, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Guardian. Aura range increases to 1,000, and healing effects enhanced to 1,000. Note: the Guardian Cat requires 10 million evolution points to evolve into Life Cat. The Guardian Cat's attributes are quite extreme. Even the Holy Light Dragon pales in comparison to the Guardian Cat's spirit. At level 30, its spirit reaches an astonishing 6 million, while the Holy Light Dragon King is only at 3 million, twice as much. The trade-off is that its other attributes remain permanently at just 1 point. This negative effect is fatal on any beast. After all, with only 100 health, it would shatter upon the slightest touch, rendering even the strongest support abilities useless. Furthermore, its movement speed is slower than that of even the newly awakened practitioners, akin to a snail, or even slower. Nevertheless, the Guardian Cat can possess allies. As long as the target it possesses does not fall, it will not incur any damage. The faster the ally moves, the quicker it can keep pace. The issues of frailty and sluggishness are thus resolved. Some may inquire how to compensate for its lack of strength. The answer is simple: there is no need for compensation. The Guardian Cat serves as a support and does not require damage output. That responsibility is left to the Holy Light Dragon. The effect of Source of Life remains unchanged. With the increased spirit, it can restore 6 million health per second. In just 10 seconds, that amounts to 60 million health. While 60 million shields may seem modest, considering the Holy Light Dragon can casually deal several 100 million damage with a single skill, the Guardian Cat's newly acquired talent amplifies healing effects tenfold. It can now restore 60 million health per second. Over 10 seconds, that's a staggering 600 million shield. Who can comprehend that? With life sharing at his disposal, Subai found it nearly impossible to perish. The range of the halo has been significantly enhanced, extending to a radius of 300,000 meters, which translates to an impressive 300 kilometers. Upon the game's arrival on Blue Star, the land area has expanded exponentially. Prior to the game's inception, an area of 3 million kilometers could have covered a vast expanse. Not only has the land area of Blue Star increased, but its defensive capabilities have also strengthened considerably. To alter the terrain, one would require formidable strength. What concerns Subai the most is not the talent of favor, but rather the skill of redemption. Unlike conventional online games, where one can respawn after defeat, this is the real world. Death here is irrevocable. There is no second chance. This underscores the formidable nature of the redemption skill. No one would ever lament having too many lives. In this world, resurrection items exist, albeit in scarce supply, with the lowest quality being legendary grade. Moreover, they are consumables, usable only once. Although the cooldown for the redemption skill is somewhat lengthy at 24 hours, it can be utilized perpetually. Thus, I effectively possessed 2 lives. Glancing at the time, the auction was about to commence. Subai donned his helmet and reclined on his bed. As darkness enveloped him, he found himself in the virtual realm. The Supreme Auction House was not the bustling scene he had envisioned. Only members of the Dragon God Temple were allowed to participate in the bidding. These individuals were typically too occupied to spare much time. Subai selected a vantage point where he could behold the entire stage. The anticipated banter and mockery did not ensue. The auction soon commenced. "Welcome, everyone, to the auction. I am your auctioneer, Bing Bing. Allow me to present the first item for bidding." The staff wheeled in a cart draped with a crimson cloth. Bing Bing pulled back the cloth, revealing a large iron cage containing a beast. This creature is known as the Void Mantis, an epic tier beast. The starting bid is 10 billion, with increments of no less than 1 billion. Let the bidding begin. Chapter 43, The Fourth Beast, the Void Mantis. It is no surprise that an epic tier beast is featured at the Supreme Auction House. While ordinary auctions typically showcase only golden tier beasts, a stark contrast. However, the former has stringent entry requirements, permitting only Dragon God Temple members to participate. To the average person, reaching the 9th transition is a distant dream. Even a level 1 lord would bow and scrape before a Dragon God Temple member. Subai was determined to acquire this beast, as securing it would allow him to complete an advancement quest. He pondered whether 30 billion would suffice, considering the starting bid for epic tier beasts was already set at 10 billion. I bid 10 billion. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated frenzy for the item did not materialize. Instead, numerous gazes turned towards Subai's direction, leaving him perplexed. "Why is everyone looking at me?" Bing Bing surveyed the audience. "Is there anyone willing to raise the bid?" Silence ensued. 10 billion once. 10 billion twice. 10 billion thrice. "Congratulations to bidder number 18. The auction item has been won. Our staff will contact you post-auction." Subai was taken aback by how effortlessly he secured the bid. The sudden fortune left him speechless. He had prepared himself to bid extensively, willing to exhaust all 30 billion. To others, this was merely an epic tier beast, but for him, it held greater significance. Wait, I overlooked a crucial detail. To gain entry into the Dragon God Temple, one must possess at least 9th transition strength, while Beast Masters peak at 8th transition. To advance to the 9th transition, one must contract a legendary beast. There are rare instances of individuals surpassing levels, but to reach 8th transition pinnacle, a legendary beast is required, not an epic tier 1. Since most participants are not beast masters, this creature holds little value for them, resulting in Subai inadvertently acquiring it for the starting bid. No wonder they looked at him with such strange expressions, as if he were an easy target. Little did they know, I possess a system that can infinitely evolve beasts. After the bidding, Subai had 20 billion remaining. The auction was far from over, and he was in no rush to leave. 2.5 hours passed, and he had lost track of how many items had been presented. He found himself unable to afford the ones he desired, while purchasing those he did not like would be a waste of money. Consequently, he had only bid on the first item during this span. It seemed that 30 billion was not much after all, at least for a 9th transition individual. The next item was the penultimate offering of the auction. As you all must have seen, this is an automatic picker. Bing Bing smiled sweetly and continued. This device can collect all equipment within a radius of 10,000 meters. With it, you will not only avoid bending down to pick up gear, but also save considerable time searching for items. The starting bid is 1 billion, with increments of no less than 100 million. Let the bidding begin. I bid 1 billion. I bid 1 billion. I bid 2 billion. The bidding was fierce, with prices continuously rising. If Subai could secure this automatic picker, collecting gear would become much more convenient. The Falling Star skill has an extensive reach, capable of inflicting damage over a radius of 300 kilometers. Walking to gather equipment would be exceedingly tedious. As the price hovered around 3 billion, the number of bidders noticeably dwindled. After all, the automatic picker does not enhance combat power, making the price already substantial. I bid 5 billion. Following Subai's declaration of 5 billion, the room fell silent. No one dared to raise the bid. 5 billion once. 5 billion twice. 5 billion thrice. Congratulations to bidder number 18. The auction item has been won. Next came the final item, and anticipation filled the air. This is a spatial ring that contains an internal space of 100,000 cubic meters. The starting bid is 3 billion, with increments of no less than 300 million. Let the bidding begin. I bid 3 billion. I bid 3 billion. I bid 6 billion. The price soared within mere seconds, surpassing 5 billion. At this rate, it would soon exceed 10 billion. The synergy of the automatic picker and the spatial ring presents a significant advantage. Without the former, the latter's utility diminishes, as one cannot collect gear quickly without sufficient space. Conversely, without the latter, filling the spatial ring would require exponentially more time. Time is of the essence for a 9th transition powerhouse, and while Subai is not of that caliber, possessing 3 legendary beasts allows him to contend with them. He was determined to acquire this spatial ring. After bidding for these 2 items, he had 15 billion remaining. Clearly, 15 billion would not suffice for a 100 billion bid on the next item. It was time to go all in. I bid 15 billion. Once again, the room fell into silence, not out of fear of the price, but rather from contemplation of the value of the bid. The supreme auction is held once a month. If one misses this opportunity, they can always wait for the next. Seeing no further bids, Bing Bing struck the gavel. 15 billion once. 15 billion twice. 15 billion thrice. Congratulations to bidder number 18. You have won the auction item. Those without winning bids may leave at their discretion, while those with winning bids are to remain in place as our staff will contact you. The auction concluded. Shortly thereafter, the staff confirmed Su Bai's information. After completing the payment of 30 billion, he glanced at the balance in his card. In an instant, he found himself back in the pre-liberation era. Merely a desolate few million points. Exiting the virtual realm and removing his helmet, he glanced at the evolution points. Several hours had passed, and he had accrued yet another hundreds of thousands. The legend spoke of evolving a beast into a mythical creature requiring 10 million points. Currently, gaining 30 evolution points per second implied it would take 4 days to upgrade a single mythical beast. With time to spare, Su Bai settled at his computer desk and launched the familiar game. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Ding! Evolution points 30, evolution points 30, evolution points 30. Meanwhile, a transport vehicle was making its way towards Shanghai City. Did Brother Dong's information perhaps contain an error? Shanghai City was merely a Tier 3 city, its strongest inhabitant being at the pinnacle of the 5th transition. Those eligible to participate in the Supreme Auction House must at least be at the 9th transition. Naturally, Wang Dong discerned the implication behind his colleague's words. How could such a diminutive Tier 3 city possibly house a legendary master? Xiaoyi, we are only responsible for transporting the goods. Refrain from inquiring about matters beyond our purview, Wang Dong advised. Though laborers, they belonged to the Dragon God Temple. Their capabilities paled in comparison to the combat members. Should they offend the other party, even their lives would go unheeded. Such was the cruel reality of this world. Weakness was a sin, and only the strong evaded scrutiny. Brother Dong, I was merely venting my thoughts, Xiaoyi mumbled. Wang Dong responded sternly. Xiaoyi, this is your first delivery. Do not be disrespectful in the presence of a legendary master. Brother Dong, even if I dared, I lack the strength. The two bantered lightly as the vehicle approached Shanghai City, drawing the attention of many onlookers. I have seen this transport vehicle on television. It can withstand damage from beasts below the 9th tier. What could possibly warrant such a vehicle for delivery? I cannot say what was purchased, but I know who the buyer is. Who? Need you even ask? It must be Su Shun. It is only natural that something special was acquired after joining the Dragon God Temple. Let us go and see what Su Shun has bought. The citizens of Longhua have always had an affinity for lively spectacles, regardless of the era. Before long, the vehicle halted outside Su Bai's residence. Upon learning of the delivery's arrival, Su Bai promptly exited the game. Upon encountering him, Wang Dong and his companions scrutinized Su Bai. Their initial indifference transformed into astonishment. You can't be serious. You're not even 20 and already possess 9th transition prowess? What have we been doing all these years? While life professions do not necessitate combat, they offer alternative means of advancement. Xiaoyi was a newcomer, and this was his inaugural delivery. Wang Dong had been a laborer for 3 years, witnessing countless prodigies, yet Su Bai's case was unprecedented. Wang Dong gulped, confirming, You are sure? Is there a problem? No, none at all. Wang Dong hastily shook his head, realizing the folly of his question. You have successfully bid on 3 items, all contained within this vehicle. Recognizing Su Bai's amiable nature, Wang Dong found himself less tense. As the transport door swung open, it revealed its contents, an epic beast confined within an iron cage, and 2 exquisite boxes that hinted at considerable expense. The sight of the epic beast left bystanders in shock. What am I witnessing? An epic beast? Ordinary auction houses only offer golden beasts. If only I could join the Dragon God Temple. What a privilege that would be. Surely you jest. To enter the Dragon God Temple, one must possess 9th transition strength, while our city lord is merely at the pinnacle of the 5th transition. Su Shun has already acquired a legendary beast. Is it not expected that he would also possess an epic one? Shura, please sign here, and these 3 items will be yours. Wang Dong produced the acquisition order. After signing, neither party lingered. Su Bai dispersed the crowd and opened one of the boxes. Name, Super Looting Device. Type, Special Item. Effect, activates automatic looting function. All loot within a 10,000 meter radius will be collected into your backpack, automatically ceasing should the backpack reach capacity. Description, with this device, you need not bend down to collect equipment, saving considerable time. The advanced looting device could only gather items within a 10-meter radius. The super looting device had expanded this range 1,000-fold. Su Bai opened the second box. Name, Extraordinary Ring. Type, Special Equipment. Effect, this ring contains an internal space of 100,000 cubic units. Description: a ring imbued with spatial properties. Note: can only hold inanimate objects, not living beings. Donning the extraordinary ring allowed the super-looting device to be stored within, triggering its effects while contained. Su-bai's gaze lingered upon the final item, the epic beast, Void Mantis. Noticing Su-bai's attention, the Void Mantis scoffed. "Human, I shall never submit to you. Abandon such thoughts." "Are you quite certain?" Su-bai replied with a playful smile. "Even in death, I would not bow to a human." Who was it that last uttered such a vow? The Black Python. The Black Python's evolution from Dark Gold Beast to Legendary Beast served as a cautionary tale. "I prefer to win hearts through virtue, never by force." The Holy Light Dragon. A golden portal swung open, revealing a palm-sized dragon with large, soft eyes that seemed almost ethereal. "Master." Curious, Su-bai inquired, "Little dragon, can you transform like this?" The Holy Light Dragon, bashfully scratching its head, responded, "Master, you have always referred to me as Little Dragon. My true form is far grander. So I assumed this appearance. Can you grow larger?" The Holy Light Dragon thumped its chest. "As long as I desire, I can expand at any moment. However, this city is too small, and it would be quite inconvenient. Now is sufficient, no need for enlargement." Su-bai pointed at the Void Mantis within the cage. "Subdue it." "At once, master." As the Holy Light Dragon prepared to act, the Void Mantis was startled. "Wait, this little frame cannot withstand a blow from the Holy Light Dragon. It is a legendary beast." It was not fear of death that gripped it, but rather the realization that legendary beasts existed only in tales. If it were to ally with Su-bai, it might ascend further. As long as it could grow stronger, it would do anything. "Were you not the one who claimed to disdain becoming a human's beast?" Su-bai teased. "I do not believe in coercing others. My compliance is voluntary." This time, the Void Mantis grew anxious. It yearned for advancement, dreaming of becoming a legendary beast. The difference between epic and legendary was but a hair's breadth. Yet the gap in strength was immeasurable. Su-bai remarked, "I prefer your untamed demeanor. Please revert to that." The Void Mantis replied, "Human, should we forge a contract?" "I will not resist." The tone of its speech had indeed softened, yet it lacked the regal bearing one would expect. Nevertheless, Su-bai dismissed the concern. Enslaved. The Void Mantis felt disoriented, as if confronted by a great terror. It harbored an illusion that even should it resist, Su-bai could enforce the contract. How could a human possess the prowess of a legendary beast master? Wasn't the limit for beast masters the pinnacle of the 8th transition? And what on earth was this ability? 2.5 seconds later, Su-bai established a connection with the Void Mantis. "You have acquired your 4th beast." Void Mantis, epic. The Void Mantis promptly expressed its allegiance. "I have met the master." Su-bai instinctively glanced at the Holy Light Dragon. These two beings bore an uncanny resemblance, their expressions shifting faster than a turning page. Noticing the gaze of his master, the Holy Light Dragon hastily defended itself. "Master, there is an ancient saying among humans, one must bow one's head beneath the eaves." However, it seemed that this phrase was not quite applicable in this context. The Holy Light Dragon quickly amended, "Master, the little dragon is drawn to your charismatic persona." Enough of the nonsense, Su-bai rolled his eyes. The Void Mantis felt a pang of anxiety. Unable to flatter effectively and lacking the strength to compete, it feared for its future. Ignoring the creatures, Su-bai began to examine the attributes of the Void Mantis. Name: Void Mantis. Realm: Epic. Level: 40. Health: 20 million. Strength: 400,000. Constitution: 200,000. Agility: 200,000. Mentality: 200,000. Skill: Isolated and Helpless. Epic. Note: the Void Mantis requires 1 million evolution points to evolve into the Crimson Mantis. Upon completing the advancement task, Su-bai ascended directly from level 30 to level 40. Largely thanks to the million-strong beast tide. Otherwise, he would never have accumulated such experience, soaring 20 levels in succession. His per second gain also increased from 30 to 40 points. Su-bai glanced at the evolution points. Evolution points: 1000. 090, 40s. Chapter 44. The 4th Legendary Beast, Crimson Mantis. Beastmaster Space. A palm-sized cherished cat was soundly asleep. The abyssal terror, towering at 2,000 meters, was ravenous for grass. The Holy Light Dragon transformed into its true form, a radiant 1,000-meter golden figure. 3 legendary beasts. The Void Mantis was on the verge of existential collapse. Wasn't the limit for beast masters the pinnacle of the 8th transition? How could one contract legendary beasts? While beasts do not engage in combat with one another, they can be intimidated by the aura of other beasts. For instance, a legendary beast in the presence of a black iron beast would leave the latter trembling on the ground, unable to even open its eyes. The Void Mantis, though not as dramatically affected, was still startled. It dared not move an inch, fearful of 3 pairs of eyes turning toward it. The clear sky was suddenly shrouded in ominous clouds. These clouds were not black, but crimson. Even the moon in the sky transformed into an eerie blood-red hue. The grass beneath vanished, and the surrounding scenery underwent a radical transformation. Drip drop. Rain began to fall, not ordinary rain, but blood. The heart of the void mantis raced, beating at a frantic pace of 180 beats per second. It was not fear, but exhilaration. Power. This was power. The void mantis gazed up at the moon. The blood rained down to its ankles. Evolution, power, slaughter. 3 emotions danced across the face of the void mantis. It opened its mouth in wild laughter. I feel the power. Its azure skin gradually transformed into a shade of crimson. This metamorphosis continued for 2.5 minutes before subsiding. Its stature remained unchanged at 1.8 meters, yet its appearance had turned a striking crimson, with its pupils glimmering with a blood-like sheen, and a set of razor-sharp claws that reflected its own silhouette. Merely standing there exuded an aura of death. Ding! You have consumed 1 million evolution points. The Void Mantis, epic, has evolved into the Crimson Mantis, legendary. The Void Mantis did not succumb to the intoxication of power. Instead, it bowed toward the void. Thank you, Master, for aiding my breakthrough. You're welcome. The gaze of the Crimson Mantis towards Su-Bai transformed. Initially filled with astonishment at why Su-Bai possessed so many legendary beasts, it was now imbued with respect. A master who could bestow power could just as easily withdraw it. Let me see your attributes. Yes, Master. The Crimson Mantis offered no resistance, allowing the inspection. Name: Crimson Mantis. Realm: legendary. Level: 40. Talent: hunting, legendary. Health: 200 million. Strength: 4 million. Constitution: 2 million. Agility: 2 million. Mentality: 2 million. Skills: isolated and helpless, legendary. Crimson Moon, legendary. Isolated and helpless. Consumes 100 mana points. Locks onto a target to inflict 40 million. 10x coefficient of 400, 000 strength. Damage. If only one enemy is nearby, damage increases by 50, and 50 skill cooldown is refunded. Cooldown time: 3 seconds. Crimson Moon consumes 1 mana point. Allows any displacement of 40, 000, 1000 x coefficient of 40 beast level, meters. Cooldown time: 120 seconds. This skill refreshes upon killing an enemy. Hunting. Physical damage increases to 1000, and displacement distance enhances to 1000. Note: the Crimson Mantis requires 10 million evolution points to evolve into the Darkstar Mantis. Description: change is a good thing. The Abyssal Terror serves as a tank, the Cherished Cat as support, the Holy Light Dragon as a mage, and the Crimson Mantis as an assassin. What remains is a marksman. The skill, Isolated and Helpless, is the sole offensive ability of the Crimson Mantis. When facing only one target, it can inflict 60 million damage, with a cooldown reduced to 15 seconds. The talent, Hunting, amplifies damage by tenfold. Thus, Isolated and Helpless can deal up to 600 million damage. What does this signify? The Crimson Mantis possesses only 200 million health, and a single skill could potentially eliminate 3 of its kind. The actual damage would be somewhat lower due to the inherent resistances of monsters. High damage alone is insufficient. The Crimson Mantis is too fragile and may perish before reaching the enemy. Crimson Moon compensates for this weakness. It allows a maximum displacement of 40, 000 meters, not accounting for talent enhancements. With talent boosts, it can displace 400, 000 meters, equating to 400 kilometers. Imagine an enemy positioned 400 kilometers away. In the next moment, the Crimson Mantis employs its displacement skill, executes an Isolated and Helpless to eliminate the target, and then uses Crimson Moon to return to its original location. Merely envisioning this is exhilarating. Upon exiting the Beastmaster space, Su-Bai found himself in possession of 4 legendary beasts. He examined his panel. Name: Su-Bai. Profession: Beast God. Level: 40, Pinnacle of the 4th Transition. Health: 9, 88 million PS. Data for life sharing has not been activated. Mana: 24, 18 million. Strength: 7, 600. Constitution: 7, 600. Agility: 11, 800. Mentality: 18, 600. Evolution points: 12, 090, 40s. Cooldown time: 30. Mana: 30. Health: 30. Movement speed: 30. Damage: 30. Treatment effect: 30. Resistance: 30. Beasts: Abyssal Terror, legendary. Cherished Cat, legendary. Holy Light Dragon, legendary. Crimson Mantis, legendary. Exclusive skills: Enslavement, Life Sharing, Infinite Beast Mastery, Eye of Insight, Heart of Anti-Spying, Beast Mastery Frenzy. Beast Mastery Frenzy consumes 1 mana point per second, enhancing all attributes of all contracted beasts by 100. Agility and Spirit have surpassed the monumental threshold of 10,000, with Spirit approaching an astounding 20,000. Upon reaching the 4th transformation, each level up grants 400 to all 4 attributes, and an additional 400 to free attributes. Ascending just 1 level bestows an impressive 2,000 attributes. Of course, this is closely tied to Subai's profession. The growth potential of the Beast God is rated at a remarkable 10 stars. While ordinary professions languish at a mere 1 star, leveling up grants only 200 attributes. As one progresses, the disparity becomes increasingly pronounced. With 40 evolution points per second, that amounts to 144,000 in an hour and 456,000 in a day. Over 3 million evolution points. To evolve a legendary beast into a mythical one requires a staggering 10 million. Within just 3 days, Subai can elevate a legendary beast to the mythical tier. Beyond the enhancement of attributes, he also acquires an exclusive skill, Beast Mastery Frenzy. This skill dramatically amplifies the combat prowess of his beasts several-fold, and I assure you, it is indeed several-fold. The comprehensive enhancement of 100 applies to all aspects. Health, mana, strength, constitution, agility, and spirit will all be multiplied. Take, for instance, the Abyssal Fear. When it reaches level 40, its feast can stack up to 40,000 layers. If this skill is maximized, its health could soar to 8 billion, and upon activating Beast Mastery Frenzy, its health would double to a staggering 16 billion. It would be nearly impossible to perish. As of now, at level 40, after activating Beast Mastery Frenzy, the combat power of his beasts rivals that of level 80. All 4 beasts possess strength comparable to level 80, and they are legendary beasts. Subai estimates that, even among those at the 9th transformation, few could match his might. It is quite vexing. Being overly powerful is not always advantageous. Some in his cohort have yet to complete their 2nd transformation tasks. Almost forgot about the advancement task. 5th transformation advancement task, clear the Eternal Tower. Time limit, none. Chapter 45, Wu Yong is astonished. The Eternal Tower descends once every decade, and one must be no older than 25 to enter. Zhao Wujin had previously mentioned that this time, a direct disciple of a council member would participate, boasting a peak level of the 8th transformation. Even when faced with a 9th transformation legend, they would be formidable adversaries. Just a few days ago, Subai felt some trepidation. However, with 4 legendary beasts and the Beast Mastery Frenzy skill now at his disposal, he feels more than prepared. He muses that even a council member's disciple would find it challenging to compete with him given a little more time. The only uncertainty lies in the exact timing of the Eternal Tower's arrival. Just then, a knock at the door disrupts his contemplation. Upon opening it, he is greeted by a familiar figure. Brother Su, the Eternal Tower has descended. The visitor is none other than Wu Yong, Zhao Wujin's disciple. The last time they met, Wu Yong was brimming with arrogance, yet now he seems like a completely transformed individual. Wu Yong's inner turmoil is evident. Being a prodigy, a touch of pride is natural, but it does not imply foolishness. Subai's ability to contract legendary beasts hints at an immeasurable future. Upon returning, Zhao Wujin had sought out Wu Yong and advised him, one should befriend Subai, but never provoke him. Subsequently, when the Eternal Tower descended, Zhao Wujin instructed Wu Yong to accompany Subai. Wu Yong had visited Shanghai City before, albeit briefly. He was taken aback to discover that Subai's background was rather ordinary, devoid of the contempt often depicted in tales. On the contrary, Wu Yong found himself increasingly admiring Subai. What remarkable talent it takes to contract legendary beasts, especially coming from such humble beginnings. In comparison, he felt a sense of inadequacy. Lead the way. All right, Brother Su. At the city lord's mansion stood 2 figures, Jiang Chuan and Jiang Hai. Jiang Chuan remarked, Subai is leaving. Aren't you going to try to persuade him to stay? Jiang Hai replied, with his talent, he should not be confined to this small Shanghai city. Jiang Chuan's lips twitched. While Shanghai City is a Tier 3 city, it is among the finest of Tier 3 cities. And you think Shanghai City can escape my notice? It makes me, as the city lord, lose face. However, Jiang Hai spoke the truth. Not only Tier 3 cities, but even Tier 1 cities cannot contain Subai. The path he treads is destined to be extraordinary. Outside the city gates, Subai glanced back at the city. It has only been a few days since he traversed into this world, yet inheriting the memories of the former owner. It is impossible for him to feel no attachment to Shanghai City. Who knows how long it will be before he returns? Brother Su, aren't you going to bid farewell to the city lord and the others? Wu Yong inquired curiously. No, I prefer to come and go quietly, Subai replied, shaking his head, averting his gaze from the place he had lived for 18 years. He shifted the topic, asking, how do we reach the Eternal Tower? By warplane. Of course. Before Su Bai could fully comprehend, Wu Yong snapped his fingers, and a pink warplane approached at high speed. Wu Yong explained, this is a king-class warplane, capable of withstanding attacks from beasts below the 9th tier. I owe this to you, Brother Su. Otherwise, my master, that old fossil, would never allow me to touch such a thing. While the warplane is indeed impressive, it pales in comparison to the Holy Light Dragon. It lacks the golden seats. Riding a dragon is far more glamorous than sitting in a plane. Nevertheless, accepting this gesture from Wu Yong and the others would be a display of courtesy, and to refuse would be quite disrespectful. The world of martial arts has never been solely about conflict. It is also about human connections and social etiquette. The interior of the warplane is spacious, and the controls are straightforward, featuring both automatic and manual driving options. Wu Yong chose the former and set the coordinates for the Eternal Tower's arrival. The journey would be somewhat lengthy. Wu Yong, how much do you know about the Eternal Tower? Just call me Xiao Wu, Brother Su. Wu Yong confidently patted his chest. The Eternal Tower descends every 10 years. This marks the third occurrence. Each descent has a random location and lasts up to 3 days. The tower consists of a minimum of 1 floor and a maximum of 100 floors. Each floor is guarded by spirits of the brave, the origins of whom are quite remarkable, being the remnants of powerful beings from the past. To ascend the tower successfully, one must defeat these spirits. Indeed, the advancement task is proving more challenging than he had anticipated. If he were to face the council member's disciple, Su Bai is confident in his chances. However, the Eternal Tower has thus far descended 3 times, and it is possible that a 9th transformation powerhouse lurks within. Xiao Wu, do you know who the guardian spirit of the 100th floor is? The founder of the Dragon God Temple. Wu Yong did not understand why Su Bai asked this, but answered nonetheless. That individual is shrouded in mystery. Even the council members have scarcely encountered him. It is said that during the first descent of the Eternal Tower, he ascended to the 100th floor with absolute strength, his power unfathomable. Su Bai smiled, not out of fear, but excitement. Battling lesser opponents has become rather tedious. With the current gains, one can acquire over 3 million evolution points in a day. Within just 3 days, he could elevate a beast to the mythical tier. Regardless of how powerful the founder may be, he cannot possibly reach the 10th transformation before the age of 25. If that were the case, it would be utterly preposterous. This is no longer a matter of mere talent. It is akin to wielding an extraordinary power. Observing Su Bai's silence, Wu Yong mistakenly assumed his companion was intimidated, and hurried to offer reassurance. Brother Su, even if you don't secure first place, your legendary beast guarantees a spot in the top 3. Su Bai's lips twitched in disbelief. Was this truly how one comforts another? Although the advancement task had no time constraints, the Eternal Tower only descended once every decade. Missing this opportunity would mean waiting another 10 years. Su Bai's ambition had never been to claim the top spot. Rather, it was to conquer the Eternal Tower. Xiao Wu, ahead lies the Skeleton Mountains. Please bring the aircraft down. What is the matter, Brother Su? It's nothing, Su Bai replied, providing no further explanation. Wu Yong steered the aircraft down, knowing full well that the Eternal Tower would remain for 3 days, allowing for this brief interlude. The desolate landscape was dotted with tomb mounds, and the commotion had drawn the attention of numerous monsters. Suddenly, a pair of pristine white hands emerged from the earth, followed by the explosive rupture of a tomb mound. A skeletal figure emerged, its eyes ablaze with eerie green flames. The sound of bones grinding echoed ominously as they casually picked up a bone dagger from the ground. A glance around revealed they were encircled by a legion of skeletons. Wu Yong remained unperturbed. These skeletons were merely low-level creatures, posing no threat. Was Su Bai planning to level up amidst the skeleton mountains? Unfazed by the skeletal army, Su Bai exhibited no trepidation. The abyssal terror manifested, a crimson mist enveloping the surroundings and obscuring the vision of all creatures nearby. A pair of scarlet eyes glimmered within the mist, revealing an imposing form, a colossal beast standing at 2,000 meters. Upon witnessing this behemoth, Wu Yong was rendered speechless. Who am I? Where am I? Is this truly a legendary beast? He recognized Su Bai's strength, but had never anticipated it to be so formidable. 2 legendary beasts. What Wu Yong did not realize was that Su Bai possessed not merely 2, but 4 legendary beasts. Chapter 46, The Eternal Tower, 1. Your beast, Abyssal Terror, activates the feast skill, consuming 100 skeletons. Feast level, 100, health, 1,000,000, size, 10 meters. Your beast, Abyssal Terror, activates the feast skill, consuming 520 skeletons. Feast level, 520, health, 5,200,000, size, 52 meters. Your beast, Abyssal Terror, activates the feast skill, consuming 1314 skeletons. Feast level, 1314. Health, 13, 140, 000. Size, 1,314 meters. Wu Yong's worldview shattered. Good heavens. Legendary beasts were thought to exist only in myth. Subai possesses not one, but two. This made other beast tamers ponder. As beast tamers, why is there such a vast disparity in our capabilities? The skeletons could barely approach, while Abyssal Terror, with its gaping maw measuring 2,000 meters, devoured hundreds in a single bite. After consuming these skeletons, its size continued to grow. In under a minute, Abyssal Terror expanded to 3,000 meters, showing no signs of ceasing. Unable to contain his curiosity, Wu Yong inquired, Brother Su, just how many legendary beasts do you possess? Subai replied with a smile, if I were to claim that all my beasts are of legendary caliber, would you believe me? Wu Yong chuckled bitterly, Brother Su, please don't jest with me. Sometimes, speaking the truth elicits disbelief. Wu Yong glanced at the feasting Abyssal Terror, then back at Subai. Initially believing Subai would place in the top 3, he now realized he had underestimated him. With such strength, securing first place was not out of reach. 10 minutes later, Feast reached its maximum level. Abyssal Terror had grown several times larger than it was 10 minutes prior. Name, Abyssal Terror. Realm, Legendary. Level, 40. Talent, Colossal Elephant, Legendary. Health, 8 billion. Strength, 2 million. Constitution, 4 million. Agility, 2 million. Mental, 2 million. Skills, Feast, Legendary. Thorned Heart, Legendary. Size, 40,000 meters, rounded down for any fraction under 1 meter. Feast level, 4,000,040,000. With 8 billion health and a size of 40,000 meters, who could rival such a creature? Upon activating the Beast Frenzy, its health skyrocketed beyond 10 billion. Abyssal Terror was then absorbed into the beast space. Let us go? Wu Yong finally snapped out of his stupor, his gaze fixed resolutely upon Subai's figure. His master was right. Subai was someone to befriend, not to offend. The Eternal Tower soared into the heavens, and beneath it gathered numerous figures, each a paragon from various cities. I am a paragon from Luoyang City. ISNT the Eternal Tower comprised of 100 floors? I shall conquer it shortly. Conquer? Brother. Don't dream too grandly. Dreams can be quite fanciful. Do you know who guards the 100th floor? The founder of the Dragon God Temple. If you can conquer the Eternal Tower, I shall take your surname. Boasting without fear of falling back. If you manage to conquer the Eternal Tower, not only will I take your surname, I shall call you Father. Even the first floor's guardian spirits were no ordinary foes. Enough of the chatter, let us charge. Brothers. 3 seconds later, the one who had spoken of charging abruptly retreated from the Eternal Tower. Brother, that was rather swift. A man who is too quick is not a good thing, he replied, a frown marring his features as he sighed heavily. The Eternal Tower is not meant for mere mortals to breach. Brother, come join us and share your experience within the tower. Someone produced a cigarette and offered it to the youth. The young man, now with a cigarette in his mouth, nodded appreciatively as he lit it. Surrounded by a haze of white smoke, he earnestly stated, do you know who guards the first floor? Wang Biao. Wang Biao? You don't even know Wang Biao? Wang Chuanqi is a 9th-tier powerhouse who joined the Dragon God Temple. Good grief, I'm only a 6th tier. How can I possibly contend? What is there to fear? He is merely a guardian spirit. By the way, what tier is Wang Biao's spirit? Early 7th tier. Upon hearing 7th tier, many began to reconsider their chances. The majority were 6th tier, with some even at 5th tier. Having come this far, returning now would be utterly humiliating. As challengers began to multiply, their resolve strengthened. I only lasted 5 seconds. Wang Chuanqi is simply too formidable. I surpassed you, lasting 8 seconds. You lot are pathetic. I lasted a full 10 seconds. Eventually, they began competing over who could endure the longest. The highest record was someone who lasted 2.5 minutes. The first floor is so challenging. What lies ahead? One lamented. Look who is coming. Someone shouted, drawing everyone's gaze to the newcomer. A man stood nearly 1.9 meters tall, with a robust physique. A menacing scar across his face, dual axes in hand, and a piercing gaze. It was Wang Hu. None expected the Wang family to send someone as well. Do you think Wang Hu can defeat Wang Chuanqi? Even if Wang Hu is strong, he couldn't possibly rival Wang Chuanqi. One person being defeated is embarrassing. But if a group is, it's less so. Wouldn't it be a point of pride if even the scions of great families were defeated? Wang Hu disregarded the gazes around him and stepped into the Eternal Tower, his figure vanishing as the surrounding scenery shifted. The vast expanse of the prairie stretched endlessly before me, where a man bearing a striking resemblance to Wang Hu, approximately 70% alike, stood ahead. Clutching a massive axe, he emanated an aura of murderous intent. Name, Wang Biao. Level, 61. early stage of 7th Transcendence. Status, Heroic Spirit. Class, Berserker. My own axe was already yearning for battle. With that, Wang Biao charged towards Wang Hu. In the face of the enemy's onslaught, Wang Hu did not falter. Both warriors had awakened as Berserkers, a class known for their fearless embrace of combat. Fleeing before the fight commenced was a disgrace to their kind. Wang Hu, wielding his own great axe, felt the air cleave as he swung. The sound echoed, a sharp whoosh. Both combatants discarded their defenses in favor of an all-out assault. The best defense is indeed a good offense. Let us see whose axe reigns supreme. Wang Hu's eyes gleamed with the fire of battle. As they clashed, numerous wounds adorned their bodies, blood flowing freely, yet neither showed a decline in their combat prowess. Rather, they grew increasingly emboldened. The strength and speed with which they wielded their battle axes surged. For a berserker, one must remember a singular principle: charge forth. Whoever falters first shall taste defeat. It is a test of endurance. Receive my strike. Wang Hu leapt high, aiming for Wang Biao's crown, as thunder rumbled down the shaft of his axe. This blow inflicted significant damage. Wang Biao retaliated with a similar maneuver, a leap, a charge, and a fierce chop. Minutes passed. 1, 2, 3. Yet their vitality remained intact, even thriving. They fought for a full half-hour. Eventually, Wang Biao's mana was depleted first. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Hu launched himself again, gathering strength for another mighty swing. The axe struck home, causing Wang Biao's health to plummet. The axe flew from Wang Hu's grasp, striking a crucial point on Wang Biao's body. After another 10 minutes, Wang Hu finally vanquished Wang Biao. What a thrilling battle. Chapter 47, The Eternal Tower, 2. Outside the Eternal Tower, many eyes were fixated on the fluctuating rankings. The tower had descended for some time, yet no one had cleared the first level. Suddenly, a change in ranking occurred. Wang Biao's name vanished, replaced by Wang Hu's. Eternal Tower rankings as follows. First level, Wang Hu. The audience, eager to see Wang Hu falter, fell silent, fully aware of the formidable nature of the heroic spirits inhabiting the first level. Among the multitude, the longest duration of survival was a mere 2.5 minutes. While some perished almost instantly, never even glimpsing Wang Biao, felled by a single axe strike to the forehead, dissipating into a beam of light. At last, someone had cleared the first level. Truly, Wang Hu was a prodigy of the Wang family. How far do you think Wang Hu can advance? Over half an hour had elapsed since Wang Hu entered the Eternal Tower, and the subsequent challenges would only grow more arduous. Look, Wang Hu is emerging. As anticipated, Wang Hu opted not to continue his trials. Defeating Wang Biao's heroic spirit had been a stroke of luck, depleting the opponent's mana before gradually wearing him down. Brother Wang, I was blind before. Do not hold my earlier skepticism against me. I always knew you would conquer the first level. Even the legendary Wang Chuanqi could not match your prowess. Amused by the flattery surrounding him, Wang Hu found it rather laughable. Just moments ago, they had wished for his downfall. Now, they had transformed completely. Their duplicity was as clear as day. Once indifferent to him, now they sought his favor. Although he had only cleared one level, those who could ascend the Eternal Tower were all exceptionally talented, each possessing legendary potential. The Wang family, though considered a second-rate clan in the Holy City, had limited resources available to Wang Hu, who had yet to fully showcase his capabilities. However, this triumph over Wang Biao's heroic spirit had already validated his worth. Upon returning to his family, he would be entitled to multiplied resources. Perhaps even more, a primary reason for his venture here. Another prodigy had arrived. A voice called out, drawing the attention of the crowd. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Wang Hu's expression soured. Lin Xiaodao. The Lin family also belonged to the second tier of families and had a strained relationship with the Wang family. If the Wang family could be likened to a band of brutes, then the Lin family epitomized cunning strategists. The tension was palpable. An explosive confrontation was imminent. Lin Xiaodao was the strongest of the younger generation from the Lin family, while Wang Hu held the same title among the Wang family youth. I placed my bets on Wang Hu. After all, he just defeated the legendary Wang Chuanqi's spirit. Let the battle commence. Someone jeered. Old dog, keep your laughter down. You might attract their attention, murmured a voice among the crowd. The instigator's tone was low, yet both Wang Hu and Lin Xiaodao heard it. They exchanged no words. After all, to dare engage in combat here was to court disaster. Even with their families backing them, it would amount to naught on this territory. Lin Xiaodao smirked. Congratulations, Brother Wang, on clearing the first level. Wang Hu scoffed. Save your feigned sincerity. I am not swayed by your words. If you possess the ability, defeat my heroic spirit, and then you shall witness the disparity between us. Then I shall take my leave. With a single stride, Lin Xiaodao entered the Eternal Tower. Though he feigned indifference, Wang Hu felt a surge of tension. Having grown up together, they had crossed paths a few times, yet had never truly clashed. Now, They were set to face off in this manner. Lin Xiaodao versus Wang, whose heroic spirit. Time passed. 2.5 minutes later, the rankings shifted. Wang, whose name vanished, replaced by Lin Xiaodao's. Did my heroic spirit only endure for 2.5 minutes? Wang, whose countenance darkened. Though he harbored disdain for Lin Xiaodao, he had to concede one undeniable truth. Lin Xiaodao was stronger. Was this the might of the Lin family's greatest young champion? To defeat Wang Hu in such a brief span? Another legend was rising. Does anyone know who the heroic spirit of the second level belongs to? I do. It's Lin Feng, Lin Chuanqi, the one reputed to single-handedly command an army. Recently crowned as a legend, he had single-handedly decimated an enemy stronghold. Lin Xiaodao also appeared to have awakened a summoning class. Who would prevail? As Wang Hu's name disappeared from the board, the onlookers offered no mockery. Defeating Wang Chuanqi's spirit had already established Lin Xiaodao's strength. It was not that Wang Hu was weak. Rather, Lin Xiaodao was overwhelmingly powerful, remaining as Wang Hu's adversary. He did not depart. Instead, he gazed intently at the rankings. How far could this fellow advance? Inside the Eternal Tower, after vanquishing Wang Hu's spirit, Lin Xiaodao resolutely challenged the next level. His status had returned to peak condition. The surrounding scenery shifted, transforming from the prairie into a desolate graveyard. A seemingly endless expanse of tomb mounds. A chilling wind swept through the air. Seated beside one of the graves was a solitary figure, cloaked in black, obscuring his features. Grasping a skeletal staff. Name, Lin Feng. Level, 62, early stage of 7th Transcendence. Status, Heroic Spirit. Class, Necromancer. Just like my own class, Lin Xiaodao mused inwardly. Lin Feng tilted his head to regard the newcomer. Stand up. From countless graves arose a cacophony, as pale arms emerged from the earth, followed by entire bodies. The ancient skeletal frames were still coated in soil, with azure flames flickering in their eye sockets as they grasped weapons strewn upon the ground. The skeletal army began to encircle him. Lin Xiaodao remained undeterred, summoning several skeletal minions, each brandishing shovels. Their excavation was swift, and within mere seconds, a grave pit was formed. Lin Xiaodao then retrieved a coffin, opening its lid to lie within. The skeletons proceeded to finalize the arrangements. The interior of the coffin was spacious enough to inscribe a hexagram. He then summoned more skeletons. What is the weakness of a summoner? It is, of course, their very existence. Thus, Lin Xiaodao entombed himself alive. With the enemies unable to strike him, he could summon skeletons with peace of mind. This was no ordinary coffin. Its durability was remarkable, capable of withstanding considerable damage. Skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, skeleton mages. The hexagram spun relentlessly. The skeleton warriors, wielding great swords, charged forth. The skeleton archers and mages provided support from behind. Whoosh! Arrows sliced through the air, striking the skeletons, their eye sockets dimming instantaneously. This was Lin Feng's domain. Defeating him was not as effortless as one might presume. First, the surrounding skeletons had to be dealt with. The skeleton mages waved their staffs, unleashing white, ghostly flames. The flames detonated amidst the skeletal horde, causing several frontline skeletons to perish instantly. Each blow from a skeleton warrior felled a foe. Though both were necromancers, their paths diverged. Lin Feng triumphed through sheer numbers, while Lin Xiaodao excelled in quality. After several minutes of combat, Lin Xiaodao's elite skeletons were gradually exhausted. Yet, instead of panic, he felt a thrill, for his skills had refreshed, allowing him to summon skeletons anew. The skeleton warriors, archers, and mages were called forth once more. Now, it was a test of endurance. The elite skeletons drained resources far more than ordinary ones. In terms of consumption, Lin Xiaodao was inferior to the current Lin Feng. A swift resolution was imperative, preventing his opponent from having the time to summon skeletons. The skeleton warriors positioned themselves at the forefront, while the more fragile skeleton archers and mages disregarded their wounds, adopting a strategy of trading damage. As elite skeletons fell, the ordinary ones were noticeably diminished. Thus, with each summoned creature's demise, Lin Xiaodao would immediately utilize his skills. After a relentless exchange of 23 waves, there were hardly any ordinary skeletons left. The remaining ones sacrificed themselves to protect their master. The skeleton warriors cleaved through foes, their bodies severed in twain, while the skeleton archers and mages followed up with damage. The ordinary skeletons were obliterated, leaving only a solitary commander amidst the chaos. Bereft of his summoned minions, Lin Feng became an easy target, vulnerable to the whims of others. Congratulations, you have cleared the second level. Chapter 48, The Eternal Tower, 3. Outside the Eternal Tower, everyone closely monitored the leaderboard. Suddenly, a shift occurred. Lin Feng's name plummeted to the first level. Eternal Tower rankings. First level, Lin Feng, level 62, Necromancer. Second level, Lin Xiaodao, level 62, Necromancer. An eerie silence enveloped the crowd, so profound that even the sound of breathing could be heard. They could not even clear the first level. Lin Xiaodao had not only defeated Wang Hu but also triumphed over Lin Chuanqi. Lin Feng had once obliterated an entire city single-handedly. However, at that time, Lin Feng had already surpassed the legendary realm. The spirit of Lin Feng was only at the early stage of the 7th transformation. But that did not imply Lin Xiaodao was weak. In terms of equal levels, Lin Xiaodao was even stronger than Lin Feng. Did this not suggest that as long as he did not falter and continued to grow, he could become the next Lin Feng, perhaps even surpass him? While the surrounding crowd was stunned, Wang Hu wore a face of dejection. He had thought that defeating Wang Biao was impressive enough, only to realize this was merely the beginning. Lin Gu had emerged. Lin Gu, once you prosper, do not forget your younger brother. Who would have thought that even Lin Chuanqi was no match for you, Lin Gu? Regrettably, they could not witness the battle. Upon hearing the previous remarks, Lin Xiaodao struggled to suppress a smile more challenging than an AK. As a prodigy, who would refuse to be praised? After all, who among them was not a prodigy? Yet, there were still disparities among prodigies. However, when he heard the final words, Lin Xiaodao's expression darkened. Was the battle process something they could witness? If they knew that at the onset of the fight, Lin Xiaodao had commanded his skeletons to entomb him alive, would they not mock him? In any case, Lin Xiaodao could not afford to lose face. Who would willingly bury themselves alive? Ahem. Lin Xiaodao coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment, shifting the topic. Brother Wang, it seems I have won this time. You may lead for a moment, but not for eternity. Next time, I, Wang Hu, shall not be defeated, Wang Hu retorted. A glimmer of battle intent in his eyes. Is that so? I look forward to it. Just as the two were conversing, another figure approached. A young man clad in military attire, towering at nearly 1.8 meters, exuded an aura of intimidation merely by standing there. Zhou Long, the Zhou family. Alongside the Wang and Lin families, ranked among the second-tier families. In terms of strength, the Zhou family surpassed the combined might of the other two. With the three prominent families gathered, only the Qin family was absent. Zhou Long was also the strongest of the younger generation in the Zhou family. An intriguing spectacle awaited. How far do you think Zhou Long can advance? Difficult to say. Only by attempting can one ascertain. The surrounding crowd buzzed with speculation. It has been too long since we last met. The four families have never truly competed. Let this time determine which of our younger generations can surpass the most levels. It is an obligation, they echoed in unison. Zhou Long laughed heartily as he stepped into the Eternal Tower. 30 seconds later, Lin Feng's name vanished from the leaderboard. 1 minute later, Lin Xiaodao's name slipped to the bottom. Zhou Long dispatched both adversaries in a mere minute. Wang Hu and Lin Xiaodao exchanged glances, astonished at the disparity. Why was there such a vast difference among the prominent families? Indeed, no wonder he is the strongest of the younger generation in the Zhou family. His pace is astonishingly rapid. In such a brief time, he had defeated 2 spirits. It was terrifying. Have you noticed that Zhou Long's speed has not diminished, but rather accelerated? 3 levels, 4 levels, 5 levels. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Long reached the 5th level. Wang Hu chuckled ruefully. Among the younger generation of the 4 families, I shall be at the bottom. I am not much better. I am second to last. Lin Xiaodao seemed to have an epiphany, teasing, thank goodness for you. Otherwise, I would be in last place. Get lost. Wang Hu rolled his eyes. Truly, the 6th should perish. Upon reaching the 5th level, Zhou Long's pace noticeably slowed. What once took seconds to finish now required over a minute. At times, it even took 2.5 minutes to conclude a battle. Soon, Zhou Long triumphed at the 9th level. If memory serves, the spirit at the 10th level is Zhou Pujuan. Zhou Chuanqi seems to belong to the Zhou family as well. Doesn't he? Not only is Zhou Chuanqi a member of the Zhou clan, but he is also the elder brother of Zhou Long. It's quite intriguing to witness a younger brother confront his elder sibling. One wonders who will emerge victorious. Within the Eternal Tower, a solitary figure stands upon the tranquil lake's surface, gazing up at the starry sky with hands clasped behind his back. Name, Zhou Pujuan. Level, 67, late stage of 7th transmutation. Status, Spirit of Valor. Class, Radiant Knight. This time, brother, I shall not be defeated, Zhou Long declares, retrieving a demonic mask from his satchel and donning it over his face. In the blink of an eye, a thick cloud of black smoke envelopes his weapon, altering even Zhou Long's aura. Prior to wearing the mask, Zhou Long appeared amiable. Once adorned, he transformed into a figure of lethal intent. Kill, kill, kill. Without waiting for Zhou Pujuan to strike, Zhou Long launches an immediate assault, propelling himself forward like a cannonball with unrivaled speed. In an instant, he stands before Zhou Pujuan, his great sword drawn, a flash of darkness illuminating the air. Even in his spirit form, Zhou Pujuan reacts with commendable swiftness, raising his radiant shield to deflect the oncoming blow. The sound of metal clashing resonates through the air. Zhou Long grins widely. How delightful. Let us continue. The frequency of his sword strikes escalates, igniting sparks as Zhou Pejuan can do naught but defend. In mere minutes, the two have exchanged hundreds of blows. And Zhou Pejuan's shield lies in tatters. Opting for offense, Zhou Pejuan draws his great sword. The clash of light and darkness painting the lake's surface in stark contrast of black and white. Now this is getting interesting. Being a turtle and merely enduring is exceedingly dull, Zhou Long taunts with a devilish smile. The dark sword strikes intensify, while the white sword remains undeterred. The battle escalates into a fierce exchange, with sparks flying as the intensity of their combat reaches a fever pitch. Despite Zhou Pejuan's transition to offense, he finds himself continually on the defensive. In Zhou Long's eyes, only one word reigns supreme: kill. His abandonment of defense signifies an all-out assault. For the best defense lies in a potent offense. Even as wounds mar his body, Zhou Long pays them no heed, knowing that Zhou Pejuan too would sustain injuries in his assault. Though both have awakened as knights, their paths diverge significantly. Zhou Pejuan's class, the Radiant Knight, emphasizes defense with secondary offense, while Zhou Long's class, the Dark Knight, prioritizes aggressive strikes devoid of defensive capabilities. This discrepancy results in the latter unleashing devastating damage. A single cut from his sword unleashes a torrent of energy that invades the enemy's being, inflicting ruinous harm. As holy light envelopes Zhou Pejuan, his health regenerates slowly, yet the damage he endures far exceeds his recovery. In contrast, Zhou Long flourishes. After a series of collisions, Zhou Pejuan's great sword is sent flying. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Long delivers a decisive strike to Zhou Pejuan's throat. Brother, I have won. Chapter 49, The Eternal Tower, 4. Outside the Eternal Tower, onlookers fixate on the leaderboard, not daring to blink, lest they miss the unfolding drama. The leaderboard refreshes once more, revealing Zhou Pejuan's name has plummeted to the 9th tier. The Eternal Tower rankings are as follows. 1st tier, Lin Xiaodao, level 62, Undead Sovereign. 9th tier, Zhou Pejuan, level 67, Radiant Knight. 10th tier, Zhou Long, level 67, Dark Knight. What do I see? Zhou Long has triumphed over Zhou Pejuan. It seems the younger generation is indeed surpassing the older. The Zhou family is poised to produce two legends. The prospect of a brotherly duo is tantalizing, with the Wang, Lin, and Zhou families present. Only the Qin family remains absent. One wonders how far the Qin family can ascend and whether they can rival the Zhou's prowess. The crowd buzzes with excitement. Though none have managed to clear even the 1st tier, their eagerness to witness the spectacle unabated. Opportunities like this are rare, perhaps only to be encountered once in a decade. Wang Hu remarks, Zhou Long is even stronger than I had anticipated. Despite their similar ages, the disparity is vast. Wang Hu has only recently broken through to the 7th transmutation, while Zhou Long is already in the late stages. It won't be long before he ascends to the 8th transmutation. The Zhou family has always outshone the Wang and Lin families. And with Zhou Long's emergence as an extraordinary talent, the gap will only widen. Look, Zhou Long is emerging. The crowd casts envious and resentful glances his way. Ignoring their stares, Zhou Long approaches the two. This time, victory is mine. Wang Hu and Lin Xiaodao harbor no bitterness. When one's strength is comparable, one strives to surpass the other. However, with such a significant gap, one can only look up in admiration. Zhou Long stands in the latter category, as even Lin Xiaodao is merely at level 62, a full 5 levels behind. As they progress, leveling becomes increasingly arduous. It is entirely possible that it may take a year to bridge this gap. I didn't expect you to clear the 10th tier. Impressive. A voice interrupts, growing softer as its owner approaches. It is none other than Qin Shen. The Qin family, a prominent lineage, leads among 2nd-tier families. Qin Shen, what brings you here? Zhou Long inquires. Are you suggesting I lack the right to be here? Qin Shen teases, Zhou Long, do you not welcome me? We've known each other for quite some time, yet we've never sparred. The Eternal Tower presents the perfect opportunity for you all to witness my true prowess. Qin Shen dismisses the two with a wave, considering them unworthy of his attention. Such arrogance is astounding. Wang Hu, known for his fiery temper, would have taught Qin Shen a lesson were it not for the prohibition against fighting here. It is not that he cannot win. Rather, he sees no necessity in doing so. Observing Lin Xiaodao's nonchalant demeanor only infuriates Wang Hu further. Are you not angered that Qin Shen has humiliated us publicly? And what good would anger do? Lin Xiaodao gestures to the leaderboard. Look at the rankings. His name has vanished from the list. Qin Shen had entered the Eternal Tower for less than a minute. Indeed, not even 10 seconds. Wang Hu falls silent, realizing the disparity in strength. He knew Qin Shen surpassed Lin Xiaodao, but not by such a wide margin. Lin Xiaodao managed to last approximately 30 seconds against Zhou Long. while Qinshin fell in less than 10. How formidable is Qinshin? As mere minutes pass, Qinshin ascends to the 20th tier. The pace continues, 20th, 30th, 40th. Observing the shifting rankings, Zhou Long's expression darkens. The joy of his recent victory over Zhou Pujuan dissipates, overshadowed by the stark reality of the gap between them. When Qinshin reached the 10th tier, he barely lingered for a minute. Wang Hu wore an expression of numbness. After all, arrogance often comes with the backing of power. 50 floors already. Was that not astonishingly swift? It had only been half an hour since Qinshin entered the Eternal Tower. The spirit on the 50th floor was known as Qin Tianyu, a legend of the Qin clan. Qinshin was regarded as the strongest among the younger generation of the Qin family, yet it remained uncertain who was truly more formidable in comparison to Qin legend. Within the Eternal Tower, a flicker of combat intent ignited in Qinshin's eyes as he faced a young man standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Name: Qin Tianyu. Level: 70, Pinnacle of 7th Transition. Status: Spirit. Class: Dragon Transformation. Today, the junior Qinshin would experience the might of the clan leader. With a resolute declaration, Qinshin commanded, "Transform." Red scales erupted across his skin, 2 horns sprouted from his head, his irises blazed a fiery crimson, and his hands morphed into rough claws, razor-sharp and lethal. 100-meter-long fire dragon materialized with a roar, the sonic wave shattering nearby trees. Yet, Qin Tianyu remained immobile, a stoic observer. Dragon Transformation. The 2 dragons locked their icy gazes, launching simultaneous assaults. The fire dragon unleashed a torrent of flames from its gaping maw, while the water dragon countered with a powerful jet of water. Their opposing forces collided, producing a thunderous explosion. The fire dragon surged forward like a cannonball, its claws slicing through the air. A splatter of blood fell as the water dragon retaliated, the 2 dragons entwined in a fierce struggle. Claw against claw. Both were marred with gruesome wounds, blood gushing as if it were inconsequential. The fire dragon lashed its tail, directing a fire tornado towards the water dragon, which in turn unleashed a water tornado to meet it. The clash of elemental forces was evenly matched. They employed additional skills: fire blast, water blast, fire blade, water blade. No matter the technique the fire dragon wielded, the water dragon effortlessly neutralized it. Qinshin felt a headache surging. It was his first time confronting the tenacity of the Dragon Transformation class. Why had he never perceived this class as so troublesome before? Perhaps others felt similarly when facing him. With skills of multiple attributes greatly enhanced, Qinshin inwardly lamented as all his abilities were thwarted. He resolved to engage in basic attacks, testing whose claws were sharper. The 2 dragons continued their brutal conflict, their health steadily depleting. Whenever a skill was available, Qinshin used it not to inflict damage but to provoke a response. In the absence of skills, it was a battle of endurance and damage output. After 10 minutes, Qin Tianyu fell first. I have triumphed over the clan leader. Chapter 50, Eternal Tower, 5. Eternal Tower Rankings. 49th floor, Qin Tianyu, level 70, Dragon Transformation class. 50th floor, Qinshin, level 70, Dragon Transformation class. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. They recognized Qinshin's exceptional prowess. After all, the strength of the Qin family was well established. Although they were all prominent clans, the Qin family held the preeminent position among the 4 great families. Those who had previously doubted were now met with undeniable evidence. Qinshin was astonishingly powerful, reaching the pinnacle of the 7th transition at such a young age. It wouldn't be long before he broke through to the 8th transition. Meanwhile, I am still at the 5th transition. Who could argue otherwise? I am regarded as a prodigy. Yet I cannot even conquer the 1st floor. Without comparison, there can be no injury. Even prodigies have their disparities. Brother, you are mistaken, in Qinshin's eyes. We are merely ordinary individuals, unworthy even to carry his shoes. It was precisely this demeanor of Qinshin that irked me. He exuded an air of supreme arrogance. What is wrong with a prodigy possessing a bit of haughtiness? If I had Qinshin's strength, I would be even more audacious. The emergence of a single Qin Tianyu was already terrifying. Now another has arisen. Those who previously harbored grievances against Qinshin swiftly changed their demeanor, their expressions shifting faster than turning pages in a book. This world is unforgiving. Power reigns supreme. As long as one possesses formidable strength, no one dares to interfere. Just as Qinshin does now, he disregarded those around him, including Wang Hu and Lin Xiaodao. Everyone anticipated seeing him humbled, yet the tables had turned. Reluctantly acknowledging this young man's might, Wang Hu added, "Nevertheless, I shall not relent. One day, I will surpass him." Lin Xiaodao placed a reassuring hand on Wang Hu's shoulder, gazing pensively towards the entrance. "What do you mean?" Wang Hu retorted, discontented. "Being unwilling to concede is commendable, But consider the vast chasm between the two of you. Wang Hu discerned the underlying message in Lin Xiaodao's words. The disparity between him and Qin Shun was insurmountable, akin to an unbridgeable divide. The level difference alone was a staggering 9 tiers. Even with 2 years of effort, he might not catch up. Surely I can level up, can Qin Shun not? In 2 years, their gap would only widen further. Wang Hu was reckless, but he was not a fool. This time, I concede defeat, but I will not again. Wang Hu directed his ire towards Lin Xiaodao, targeting him as the easiest among the other 3 clans to bully. Zhou Long, however, deemed Qin Shun a formidable opponent not to be trifled with. Zhou Long surveyed the rankings with mixed emotions. To outsiders, the Zhou family appeared as the second strongest. Yet in his eyes, they were eternally second best. During this gathering of prodigies, Zhou Long yearned to prove his worth. The Zhou family was not inferior to the Qin family, yet that aspiration now seemed like a fleeting dream. The divide between them was simply too vast, one at the 10th floor, the other at the 50th. Brothers, look at that woman. She is stunning, as if a celestial being descended to earth. Upon hearing this, the male companions were instantly invigorated. The lady donned a sea blue dress, her legs exquisitely long, accentuated by blue high heels. Her cascading blue hair framed her figure, her bosom swaying as she lowered her head, obscuring her shoes, her countenance cold and distant, exuding an ethereal allure. With such beauty and those legs, she could easily be deemed a goddess. If only I could marry someone of such caliber. I would gladly drive a luxury car and reside in a villa. Brother, do you expect to escape hardship? Old chap, you are far too audacious. Do you dare to flirt with her? Who is she? Gu Qinghan. The utterance of those 3 syllables left them aghast, hastily averting their gazes, fearful of being remembered. They may not have encountered Gu Qinghan's appearance before, yet they were well aware of her status as a disciple of a council member. To aspire to become a council member, one must achieve at least the 10th transition. How could the disciple of such a prominent figure be trivial? Taking Wang Hu and others as examples, their ceiling was the 9th transition as legends, whereas Gu Qinghan's potential soared to the 10th, surpassing legendary status. Should Gu Qinghan hold them accountable for the earlier gossip, none would escape unscathed. Fortunately, Gu Qinghan paid them no heed, not even a glance. A flash of white light appeared at the entrance. Qin Shun surveyed his surroundings, sensing an oppressive atmosphere that starkly contrasted with his expectations. Shouldn't you be astonished by my strength? The situation had deviated from the script. Qin Shun inquired, what is the matter with Zhou Long and the others? Zhou Long replied, look over there. It was best not to glance, but upon doing so, one would be taken aback. Before his exit, the clan leader had cautioned him to maintain a degree of arrogance, yet he must never display unruliness before the council member's disciple. Should he incite their ire, the Qin family would be unable to shield him. I had thought I was the first to arrive. Why is it that so many people are present, yet not a single word is spoken? Are you all inherently disinclined to converse? This simply will not do. The world of martial arts is not merely a realm of conflict and bloodshed, but a domain where the intricacies of human relationships hold significant value. The young man spoke at length, his words flowing in a continuous stream, each sentence distinct from the last. Yellow-haired one, you are quite the chatterbox. They all thought of someone, Shang Xiaodian. He, like Gu Qinghan, was a protege of a council member. Qinghan, are you waiting for someone instead of challenging the Eternal Tower? It dawned on me that Lin Guangdao had yet to arrive. The 3 of us had never officially faced off against one another, and it remained uncertain who was the stronger. Gu Qinghan cast a cold glance at Shang Xiaodian, remaining silent. Shang Xiaodian spoke for a full 2.5 minutes without receiving a single word in reply from Gu Qinghan. The solution to silencing a talkative individual is quite simple. One need only refrain from speaking. Once the other party feels the conversation is lacking in interest, they will cease their soliloquy. How dreadfully dull. Shang Xiaodian fixed his gaze upon a target. Qin Shun. Qin Shun, I have heard of you. You are the strongest among the younger generation of the Qin family. Shang Xiaodian, ever the familiar one, placed a hand on Qin Shun's shoulder. Qin Shun, however, dared not emulate Gu Qinghan's silence. After all, she had a council member as her mentor. What did he possess? Compared to you, Tiangu, I am but a shadow. Qin Shun's words were not flattery, they were simple truth. Wasn't the protege of a council member an 8th-tier powerhouse? The difference between a pinnacle 7th tier and an 8th tier may seem a mere step apart, yet the journey to surpass that threshold is fraught with uncertainty. Just as Shang Xiaodian was about to speak, a voice interrupted him. Shang Xiaodian, are you bullying others again? Li Guangdao, be careful, I might accuse you of slander. A figure adorned with a black blade at his waist stood with an air of authority, exuding an oppressive presence merely by his stance. The 3 council member proteges had gathered. Since Li Guangdao has arrived, why don't we have a friendly competition among the 3 of us? How shall we compete? They asked in unison. It's simple. We shall see who can clear the most levels. Who will go first? I will. Gu Qinghan stepped forward. For her intent in being there was to challenge the two, to prove who among the council member Prot GS was truly the strongest. Upon witnessing the impending competition, the onlookers could hardly contain their excitement, practically itching to produce popcorn. Wang Hu, Lin Xiaodao, Zhou Long, and Qin Chun remained silent, all harboring curiosity about the true extent of the trio's strength. With a single step, Gu Qinghan vanished from view. Chapter 51, The Eternal Tower, 6. All eyes were riveted upon the leaderboard, not a single eyelid fluttering, fearful of missing any moment. The rankings shifted wildly. Just a moment ago, Gu Qinghan's name had not graced the list. Now she had vanquished the spirit of the first level. But that was merely the beginning. 3 seconds later, she ascended to the second level, third, fourth, fifth level. Within a mere few minutes, Gu Qinghan had surged to the 40th level, averaging under 3 seconds per level. Faster than Qin Chun, indeed. Truly, my goddess is not only stunningly beautiful, but possesses formidable strength as well. At this rate, it won't be long before she defeats Qin Chun's spirit. In Gu Qinghan's eyes, the members of the 4 great families were no different from ordinary folk. Level 50. How long do you think Qin Chun can hold out? I wager 2.5 minutes. Even lasting 30 seconds would be impressive. I guess Qin Chun will last 20 seconds. I guess. Before the words could fully escape, Gu Qinghan had already reached the 51st level. Qin Chun's expression darkened. He knew Gu Qinghan was powerful, but had not anticipated her to be this formidable. Level 150. None of the levels took her more than 3 seconds. The 51st level marked a watershed moment. The spirits of the former were 7th tier peak, while the latter were 8th tier. In their encounters, Qin Tianyu's spirit had barely triumphed. How much more daunting was the spirit of level 51? Yet Gu Qinghan did not slow her pace, maintaining the same speed as before. In under 3 seconds, she arrived at the 52nd level. An eerie silence enveloped the crowd. It took over 10 seconds before someone broke the strange atmosphere. The ice goddess is simply too powerful. Even the weakest spirits above level 50 are at least 8th tier. To instantly slay an early 8th tier powerhouse, the ice goddess must be at least a late 8th tier. Indeed, an 8th tier late-stage powerhouse is fearsome indeed. In comparison to the ice goddess, I feel utterly inadequate. Who can argue with that? I am only a 5th tier while she is 8th tier. Without comparison, there is no harm. How far do you think the ice goddess can go? At least level 80. The spirits before level 80 posed no threat to her. They were all in awe of Gu Qinghan's prowess. The gap between Qin Chun and the others was stark. It was not that they were weak, but rather that Gu Qinghan was too extraordinary. It was no wonder the council member took Gu Qinghan as his disciple. Lin Xiaodao jested. Wang Hu, aren't you fond of challenging the strong? Why not try and defeat her? Me? Wang Hu pointed at himself. Skepticism written all over his face. Did you not see how quickly Qin Chun was dispatched? I think I'll pass. Zhou Long gazed at Qin Chun's retreating figure and sighed. Qin Chun, do not compare yourself to Gu Qinghan. Otherwise, you will only end up questioning your own existence. I know, Qin Chun replied with a bitter smile. I had long foreseen that I was not their match. I just didn't expect the disparity to be this vast. Genius is merely a threshold to their realm. Shang Xiaodian whispered to Lin Guangdao. Guangdao, how far do you think Qinghan can reach? I do not know. Had I known Qinghan was this formidable, I would not have agreed to compete with her. If I lose, my mentor will surely reprimand me. Guangdao, Qinghan has reached level 80. It's over. Lin Guangdao cast a glance at Shang Xiaodian, who wore a look of trepidation. If one were unfamiliar with the other's temperament, they might have been deceived. The Eternal Tower. Upon reaching level 80, Gu Qinghan's speed noticeably diminished. What once took her 3 seconds per level now required tens of seconds, or even longer. The weakest spirits at level 80 possessed late 8th tier strength, making the encounters quite challenging. Several minutes later, Gu Qinghan arrived at level 87, where she encased her opponent in ice. The ice sculpture shattered, vanquishing the enemy. Gu Qinghan did not immediately challenge the next opponent, but instead awaited her condition to stabilize. After each duel, her mana, health, and skills could be replenished, but her mental fortitude could not be restored. In battles against such elite opponents, even a slight misstep could lead to disaster. It was not a matter of chance. Gu Qinghan teleported to the next level. Surrounding her were rivers of lava. The temperature soaring, steam rising all around. A silhouette sat upon the rocks. Name, Xiaohua. Level, 78, late 8th tier. Status, Spirit. Class, Ethereal Flame. Gu Qinghan reacted swiftly. The terrain was disadvantageous for her. Her pupils transformed to a pale blue, snowflakes beginning to fall from the sky. The ambient temperature dropped significantly. Even the lava ceased to flow, frozen in place. Gu Qinghan's delicate feet touched the surface, and her slender hands conjured numerous ice crystals. Go. The ice crystals were launched forth like cannonballs. Xiaohua remained seated, showing no intention of rising. The ice crystals approached ever closer. At a distance of 10 centimeters, they were melted by a surge of heat. With a flick of her hand, Gu Qinghan dissipated the ice crystals. In the realm of legends, Xiaohua claimed to be unrivaled in the art of fire. Although he was merely a spirit, his level of 78 was formidable in its own right. To vanquish him, one must summon a spirit of 12 points. Dozens of icy chains surged toward the adversary. Xiaohua opened his eyes, which were ablaze with flames. Before the icy chains could draw near, they were engulfed by the fire and transformed into droplets of water. Xiaohua surged forth like a cannonball, moving with unparalleled speed. His fist, enveloped in violet flames, melted the frost beneath him, a testament to the infernal heat emanating from his being. A punch, laden with tremendous force, was unavoidable. Gu Qinghan had no intention of evading. As his fist approached within 10 centimeters, it was met by an ice shield. The flames rapidly consumed the ice shield. Yet, Gu Qinghan did not remain passive. With a swift incantation, she invoked Ice Seal. The oncoming fist was encased in frost, dimming even the flames. The melting of the ice shield took but a second. Though a mere second may seem fleeting, in the midst of a duel between masters, even a fraction of a second could alter the tide of battle. Not only was her arm encased in ice, but her legs were also frozen. In previous encounters, Gu Qinghan had utilized Ice Seal to annihilate her foes instantaneously. However, she could only achieve this much now. Her once snow-white legs were now encased in ice. The Ice Seal could not only affect her enemies, but also herself, reducing damage taken from enemy strikes, while inflicting heightened harm upon her own frozen limbs. That kick was no trifling matter. Xiaohua was struck in the abdomen and sent hurtling backward. In the instant of his flight, his fist landed upon Gu Qinghan as well. Both were sent crashing against the nearby rocks. With a splutter, a mouthful of blood trickled from her lips. She glanced at her injuries and felt relieved. Had it not been for the protection of ice crystals, that punch would have resulted in severe harm, if not death. Xiaohua fared no better. Fire Lotus. A violet lotus flower coalesced into form. Upon sighting the lotus, Gu Qinghan's beautiful eyes sparkled with fervor. Xiaohua was now deadly serious. Absolute Ice Seal. The frigid winds howled as the magma around them froze. Gu Qinghan was shielded by ice crystals. Feeling insecure, she expanded her defenses with ice shields and walls. The magma where Xiaohua stood roiled violently. The lotus absorbed the magma, becoming even more resplendent. Once charged, the lotus shot forth toward Gu Qinghan with lethal intent. Chapter 52, The Eternal Tower, 7. The lotus collided with the ice shield, dissolving it instantaneously. The flower's core dimmed. Its potency significantly diminished. The final layer of ice crystals bore the marks of a spider's web before shattering into countless droplets. As the white smoke billowed, Gu Qinghan appeared disheveled, her dress tattered, her alabaster legs exposed, and her bosom temptingly displayed, evoking a sense of sinful desire. With a cough, blood erupted from her mouth and nose, her complexion as pale as death. Summoning her remaining strength, Gu Qinghan coldly declared, "It is my turn now." With a step, her jade foot broke the ice seal, expanding outward in a fan-shaped arc. Xiaohua, having unleashed the fire lotus, exhibited clear signs of depletion. Even the surrounding magma appearing drained. He concentrated the last vestiges of his power in a futile attempt to counter the ice seal. The dim shield disintegrated in an instant, encasing Xiaohua in ice. Gu Qinghan approached him, parting her delicate lips to release a fragrant breeze. The ice sculpture shattered. The clash between Gu Qinghan and Xiaohua was fierce, leading many to believe she would falter here. Suddenly, the rankings shifted. Eternal Tower rankings as follows. 87th floor, Xiaohua, level 78, Elemental Fire class. 88th floor, Gu Qinghan, level 78, Absolute Ice Seal. Truly, my goddess surpasses even the legendary Xiao. None dare claim to be her superior. In the realm of legends, Xiaohua is famed for his mastery of fire, second to none. Yet, one must not forget that the ice goddess has the backing of the council. Her strength is only natural. With her beauty, coupled with such remarkable talent, I can barely clear the first floor. Without comparison, one cannot grasp the disparity. I once doubted the saying that the gap between people is vast. But now I believe it wholeheartedly. I thought Qin Chen's achievement of clearing the 50th floor was astounding, yet there exists an even greater marvel. Should I be granted the opportunity to marry the ice goddess, to drive luxury cars, and reside in a villa, I would gladly accept. 1. Shang Xiaodian remarked earnestly. It seems I must also get serious. Li Guangdao, shall you go first, or shall I? Shang Xiaodian gestured to himself. I shall go first. At the entrance, a stunning woman appeared. Gu Qinghan disregarded the gazes of those around her as she approached Li Guangdao. Did Shang Xiaodian enter? Li Guangdao nodded in tacit agreement. The rankings shifted wildly. with an average time of under 3 seconds per floor. They had grown numb to the realization that no one among the council's Prot GS was a simple adversary. For them, foes that seemed insurmountable were swiftly eliminated. Soon, Shang Xiaotian reached the 88th floor. Gu Qinghan felt a surge of anxiety. The three had never formally crossed blades before. This battle would determine their fates. Minutes later, the rankings shifted again. Gu Qinghan plummeted to the 87th floor. Li Guangdao remarked, "That guy Xiaotian may act frivolously, but he possesses considerable strength." Gu Qinghan replied, "To be defeated by him once would subject me to a lifetime of mockery." She recalled Shang Xiaotian's tale. Years prior, shortly after awakening his class, he had defeated a prodigy. That prodigy's nightmare had begun in earnest. Shang Xiaotian frequently boasted about that victory, declaring he had bested a renowned prodigy, slaying him in battle. Such words had echoed for 6 years. A person like that was the most terrifying. You may triumph over him countless times, but should you lose once, your nightmare would commence. Eternal Tower, 99th floor. Before him stood a figure, back turned to Shang Xiaotian. Though his face was obscured, his imposing stature and red gloves were unmistakable. Name, Wang Yi. Level, 79, late stage of 8th transmutation. Status, heroic spirit. Class, martial artist. To stand before me is already a matter of pride, Wang Yi proclaimed, still facing away from Shang Xiaotian. Shang Xiaotian's expression darkened immediately. Who are you taunting? Are you the infamous Wang Yi? Do you know who I am? Shang Xiaotian lifted his head with haughty defiance, grinning widely. I am Shang Xiaotian. I once defeated Ma Chao, slaying him in combat. Even if I take this seriously, I regard legends with little concern. Ma Chao is the finest example. Are you afraid? His laughter abruptly ceased as he realized something crucial. Heroic spirits were devoid of meaning. That opening line had been left by Wang Yi himself. Wang Yi, are you not aware that silence is a most impolite behavior? Drawing his long sword from his waist, Shang Xiaotian lunged at Wang Yi with fervor. Wang Yi executed a remarkable display of bare-handed sword catching. Damn, I've been humiliated, Shang Xiaotian exclaimed. If he could endure this, he might as well seek a block of tofu to smash his head against. With a flying kick, Shang Xiaotian sent Wang Yi sprawling. You've been played this time. I want to grant you another chance. Performing agile lateral hops, Shang Xiaotian moved with blinding speed. Wang Yi did not afford his opponent a moment to gather strength. Boom. As the fist came crashing down, it seemed as though time itself had come to a standstill. Faced with the imminent assault, Shang Xiaotian was compelled to abandon his charge. The pristine long sword sliced through the air, clashing against the force of the punch with a resounding metallic ring. Both combatants staggered back a few paces, a spark of determination igniting in Shang Xiaotian's eyes. Prepare yourself, for I shall now fight seriously. The sound of successive collisions echoed, sparks flying, as Wang Yi's fists proved as formidable as the sword in Shang Xiaotian's grasp. I shall draw a circle and curse you, he thought, recognizing the disadvantage of prolonging the fight. Without hesitation, Shang Xiaotian unleashed a control skill, temporarily ensnaring Wang Yi. Dancing around the perimeter, Shang Xiaotian sprang left and right. Wang Yi relentlessly battered the circle, the surface soon marred with spiderweb-like cracks, indicating that it would not be long before he shattered the binding. Moments later, the circle crumbled, and Shang Xiaotian had completed his charge. Wang Yi, I, Shang Xiaotian, am a man of principle. You have two choices. First, we shall engage 10 against 1. Second, you shall face us tenfold. With Wang Yi remaining silent, Shang Xiaotian took it as a tacit acceptance of the first option. Since you have chosen not to speak, I shall assume you agree to 10 against 10. Behold my blade. The longsword lunged toward Wang Yi, who once again exhibited the audacity to catch the blade with his bare hands. Shang Xiaotian's expression faltered. I cannot believe you managed to catch one. I doubt you can catch them all. Brothers, let us overwhelm him. The phantoms surged forth, stabbing wildly at Wang Yi. Bloodied skeletons appeared across his form, crimson droplets cascading from his wounds. You were so boastful just moments ago, why the silence now? Wang Yi retaliated with a punch aimed at Shang Xiaotian's true form. Unable to withstand the assault, Shang Xiaotian swiftly swapped places with an illusion, which was promptly obliterated by the blow. That was close. Ultimately, Wang Yi succumbed to the relentless onslaught and was beaten to death. Chapter 53, The Eternal Tower, 8. The rankings of the Eternal Tower are as follows. Layer 88. Wang Yi, Level 79, Martial Artist. Layer 89. Shang Xiaotian, Level 79, Sword Immortal. Truly, as a disciple of a council member, his rate of advancement is astonishing. I am merely at the 5th transition, while others are nearing the pinnacle of the 8th. Despite his verbosity, Shang Xiaotian's prowess is undeniable. He seeks to dispatch his opponents underfoot. How unfortunate. I have heard that any genius defeated by Shang Xiaotian will be remembered for a lifetime. Isn't that a good thing? You have misunderstood my intent. Shang Xiaotian's memory is one of a lifetime. Upon learning of Shang Xiaotian's past, their expressions turned oddly incredulous. No, my friend. 6 years ago, you clearly remember every enemy you vanquished. Should I commend your memory or caution against your grudges? Just the thought is terrifying. Defeating such a person multiple times bears no fruit. Lose to him once, and you become a frequent topic of his conversation. Fortunately, their own skills were too meager for them to be remembered. At the entrance, Shang Xiaotian strode out with an air of arrogance, his head held high, as if it were emblazoned with praise me. Once, I, Shang Xiaotian, bested Gu Qinghan. He pondered his words carefully. Gu Qinghan, with a demeanor so dismissive, could likely scrape out a 3-bedroom apartment with just his toes. Exhausted, he thought, let it all end. Why did he ever agree to that duel? Winning would only bring fleeting joy. Losing would bring lifelong regret. Seeing the expression on the other's face, Shang Xiaotian nearly burst into laughter. Directing his jibe at the nearby Li Guangdao. Guangdao, it is your turn now. Your aspirations have been dashed. You must possess the strength to back them up, otherwise. Haha. Suddenly, an idea struck Shang Xiaotian, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Li Guangdao disregarded Shang Xiaotian's taunts and stepped forward, vanishing in an instant. He navigated through the challenges at an astonishing pace, averaging less than 3 seconds per layer. Soon, he reached layer 89. In under a minute, Shang Xiaotian's spirit was vanquished. The ranking shifted, but this was not the end. Li Guangdao cleared layer 90 in merely 5 minutes. Shang Xiaotian sighed, alas. It is a pity I cannot mock Guangdao now. Gu Qinghan remarked, his strength surpasses our expectations. He shall undoubtedly claim the first position this time. Eternal Tower, layer 90. Li Guangdao sat cross-legged, eyes closed. His 9th transition task was to conquer layer 90 of the Eternal Tower. Now was the moment for a breakthrough. Break for me. A radiant white light enveloped him, and Li Guangdao's aura surged exponentially. Is this the essence of the 9th transition legend? Immersed in the newfound power coursing through him, Li Guangdao felt terrifyingly formidable. Having defeated Shang Xiaotian consumed some time. Now, should he encounter Shang Xiaotian again, he would need but a single strike to lay him low. At the pinnacle of the 8th transition, he could rival the 9th transition legends. Resolutely, Li Guangdao challenged the next layer. On the arena stood 2 figures, Li Guangdao and a young man. The youth wielded a 2-meter crimson spear, his gaze icy and imposing, radiating an air of overwhelming pressure merely by his presence. Name, Long Zhan. Level, 81, early 9th transition. Status, Spirit. Occupation, Weapon Master. Long Zhan. Li Guangdao had heard his master speak of him. He broke through to the 9th transition at 25, and at 35, he ascended to the 10th, becoming a council member. Although Li Guangdao possessed the ability to fight beyond his level, who above layer 90 did not. Just having broken through, his stability was still in question, making him an ideal sparring partner. Kill. Long Zhan's opening line was succinct, a single word, kill. The spear shot forth like a dragon, the wind howling in its wake, and Li Guangdao felt a bone-chilling cold on his cheek. The blade met the spearhead as they collided with a clang, sparks erupting. With just one thrust, Li Guangdao found himself struggling to maintain his ground, retreating several steps before halting. Long Zhan offered no respite, unleashing a flurry of stabs, sweeps, and thrusts, each unique in its execution. Li Guangdao found himself in disarray, unable to counterattack. If he maintained this state, defeat would be imminent within a minute. He had to strike first. With dark electric currents dancing along the blade, Li Guangdao transformed, his aura surging, eyes ablaze with crimson fury. Kill. The blade sliced toward Long Zhan, who deftly countered the strike with his blood spear. Without granting his opponent a moment's pause, Li Guangdao bent his legs and executed a fierce downward slash. The blade's energy expanded in a fan-like arc. Long Zhan wielded his spear with lightning speed, forming a golden shield. The circular blade struck the shield, creating spiderweb-like fissures but failing to shatter it. Long Zhan proactively dismantled the shield, thrusting with force. Buzz. The spear was hurled forth, arriving before Li Guangdao in the blink of an eye. Instinctively, Li Guangdao raised his blade to block. But the power behind the strike was overwhelming. He was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing against the edge of the arena. His hands tingled with numbness. Yet Long Zhan offered no reprieve, charging toward him with the spear poised to strike. Li Guangdao rolled on the ground, narrowly evading the thrust aimed at him. Before he could steady himself, the long spear was violently hurled forth, striking Li Guangdao in the abdomen. He was sent crashing backward once more, this time sustaining severe injuries, with even fragments of his internal organs expelled from his body. Yet, Li Guangdao refused to concede. Surrender was an alien concept in his lexicon. One could not deny the formidable strength of Long Zhan, who stood as the most powerful opponent he had ever encountered. Throughout the entire confrontation, He had failed to inflict even the slightest wound upon his adversary, while his own injuries were considerable. Ha ha ha, what a thrill. It had been ages since he had felt such exhilaration. Die! Li Guangdao charged forth like a furious beast. Golden light flickered in Long Zhan's pupils. This was dire. By the time he realized the impending danger, it was too late. Suddenly, Li Guangdao staggered mid-run, succumbing to a brief bout of dizziness lasting merely 0.5 seconds. However, in the brutal dance of life and death, even a fraction of a second could alter the course of battle. The spear pierced through his opponent's chest, obliterating the heart within. Li Guangdao transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from sight. Long Zhan returned to the position he was meant to occupy. His name remained on the 91st floor, while Li Guangdao was halted at the 90th. Remarkably, Li Guangdao's aura was several-fold stronger than it had been before entering the Eternal Tower. Had he achieved a breakthrough to the 9th transformation? If even the 9th transformation could not contend with Long Zhan, did that imply Long Zhan was also at that level? No, my friend. I am merely at the 5th transformation, and you speak of someone at the 9th transformation? This is absurd. It appeared that the title of first place was undoubtedly Li Guangdao's. Although he had been defeated, not a single soul mocked him. This was, after all, a fierce individual who had conquered the 90th floor, now a legendary powerhouse. Yet, despite the accolades ringing in his ears, Li Guangdao found no joy. Having never faced defeat before, he now grasped the reality that there were indeed individuals far superior to himself. Chapter 54, The Eternal Tower, 9. Observing Li Guangdao's expression, Shang Xiaoyan's lips twitched. A breakthrough to the 9th transformation, and yet he remained unsatisfied. Were it not for their long-standing acquaintance, one might think he was engaging in a display of vanity. Gu Qinghan's beautiful eyes dimmed. The gap between us and him is widening. Shang Xiaoyan shook his head. It seems that this time, first place belongs to Li Guangdao. As he prepared to voice a quip, the roar of an engine echoed in their ears, abruptly interrupting the chatter. Who? A pink warplane, resplendent in its exterior, descended. A royal-level warplane. The Dragon God Temple possessed but a handful of such aircraft. Even for those at the pinnacle of the 9th transformation, acquiring a royal-level warplane was no simple feat. Not only was it convenient for travel, but it also provided protection against beasts below the 9th tier. Li Guangdao and his two companions, as direct disciples of the council, had not arrived aboard a royal-level warplane. As the aircraft landed, dust swirled around it, and the hatch opened automatically, revealing two figures. The person on the left was instantly recognizable, Wu Yong, a direct disciple of Zhao Wuji, rumored to possess strength second only to Li Guangdao. The individual on the right, clad in a black trench coat, bore a cold demeanor, his gaze reminiscent of one scrutinizing refuse. Unfamiliar, yet by Wu Yong's positioning, it was evident that this person held a significant status. Wu Yong deliberately lagged behind Su Bai by a single step, instantly elevating his status. Wu Yong, you go challenge the Eternal Tower first. Understood, Brother Su. Witnessing Wu Yong's unexpectedly obedient demeanor, those around were left bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? Why does Wu Yong seem like a different person? Has he been possessed? In their memories, Wu Yong had always exuded arrogance. Even in the presence of Li Guangdao and his companions, he would never show them any respect. Now, however, he appeared as a compliant subordinate. This person is not to be underestimated. Could he be the illegitimate child of a council member? I have never heard of anyone named Su among the council members. This was perplexing. Based on what they knew, even as a direct disciple, Wu Yong would never deign to acknowledge someone as his superior. Just look at the expression in this guy's eyes. It's delightful. Get lost, you love-struck fool. We're discussing his identity, not your fantasies. Their curiosity about Su Bai's identity intensified, even drawing the attention of Shang Xiaoyan and the others. Shang Xiaoyan remarked, this fellow looks to be under 20. On the path to strength, not only talent matters, but luck plays a crucial role as well. Luck is an ethereal concept. Those with poor fortune may never encounter opportunities, while the extraordinarily lucky might find money simply lying in their path. The Eternal Tower descends once every decade, but not everyone can challenge it. For instance, if it descends when you are 17, you must be 18 to awaken your profession. Thus, you would be unable to access the Eternal Tower. 10 years later, at the age of 27, you still would not be eligible as the age limit is 25. Such is the cruel fate. Su Bai's luck was not the worst, yet it was hardly favorable either. Awakening a profession at under 20, how much time would he have? How could he possibly compete with them? Their voices were hushed. But Su Bai still caught wind of their conversation. The moment he obtained the system, his strength had transcended age as a measure. If they were aware that he had only recently awakened and had already secured the first rank, their expressions would surely be priceless. Su Bai felt a surge of anticipation. Soon, the rankings shifted once more. Wu Yong ultimately reached the 84th floor, unable to surpass the 85th, where Xiao Huang's spirit awaited. Wu Yong lowered his head and quietly said, "Brother Su, I only made it to the 84th floor." Su Bai patted him on the shoulder. "That is quite impressive. Now it's my turn. Go for it, Brother Su." Upon hearing Wu Yong's words, those around exchanged glances, bewildered. Only the 84th floor? Is this even a human statement? We can't even breach the first floor. Aside from the 3 direct disciples, Wu Yong was the strongest. Were it not for his identity, they would have already rolled up their sleeves to confront him. It was not that they could not defeat him, but rather that they respected Zhao Wuji, who stood at the pinnacle of the 9th transformation. Who is this Wu Yong? Shang Xiaodian had long been curious, but had been holding back. "Let me inform you. He is my elder brother, Su Bai." Wu Yong lifted his head high, regaining his former arrogance. "This time, first place belongs to my elder brother without a doubt." A profound silence enveloped the area. They initially thought their ears were deceiving them. Although Li Guangdao had not breached the 91st floor, his illustrious record was evident. Su Bai challenging them. Moreover, he was barely past the age of 20. Some noticed Su Bai's level. Challenger, Su Bai, level 40 beast god profession. 4th transformation? The weakest among them was already at the 5th transformation. To say nothing of claiming the first rank, merely passing the first floor would be absurd. The first floor's spirit was at the 7th transformation. A 4th transformation facing a 7th transformation. Everyone knew how that would play out. Li Guangdao's face betrayed his discomfort. Wu Yong's words were akin to rubbing his face in the dirt. If he could tolerate this, he might as well resign himself to being a turtle. "Wu Yong, I do not know who this Su Bai is to you, but for a 4th transformation to aspire to first place, I can only offer you 2 words. Haha." Contrary to expectations, Wu Yong did not express anger. Rather, he remained calm, as if he had anticipated their reaction all along. "How about we place a wager?" Wu Yong suggested with a grin, extending a single finger. "What shall we bet on?" Shang Xiaodian inquired, suddenly intrigued. "Let us bet on whether Su Bai can secure the first place." "What's the stake?" "It must be substantial, otherwise, it lacks excitement," Wu Yong taunted. "How about 10 billion? Shang Xiaodian added. "Let us not just settle for first place. If this Su Bai can defeat my spirit, the 10 billion is yours." I concur with Shang Xiaodian. "If Su Bai can triumph over my spirit, I shall concede. Yet, if he falters, I shall emerge victorious," Gu Qinghan interjected, his rare words drawing attention. Wu Yong, though uncertain of their motivations, maintained skepticism, asserting, "I still cannot believe that a mere 4th transition could be my rival. I will join the wager as well." Seeing all 3 engage in the bet, Wu Yong nearly burst into laughter. A bunch of fools, blessed with talent, yet devoid of intellect. How could Su Bai, wielding 2 legendary beasts, possibly lose to Li Guangdao? "This is the betting contract," Wu Yong declared, retrieving several documents from his backpack. "Violation of the stipulations within will incur penalties 10-fold, or even 100-fold. Do you not trust us, Wu Yong?" Shang Xiaodian retorted, his frustration palpable. The Shang family may lack many things, but financial resources are certainly not one of them. 10 billion is neither too much nor too little, he continued. "This bet is mutually beneficial." Wu Yong gestured toward the other 2. "See, they have signed the contract." Reluctantly, Shang Xiaodian inscribed his name on the document. With the contract in hand, Wu Yong's true nature was unveiled. "You are all destined to lose." Chapter 55, The Eternal Tower, 10, in the Dragon God Hall. 4 figures occupied the conference room, 1 woman and 3 men. "Xiaoxue, Lao Chun, your disciples are lacking." A middle-aged man chuckled, revealing a triumphant smile. "This time, my disciple has emerged victorious." The elegant woman and the blonde-haired middle-aged man exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their discomfort. The speaker was Yi Shuangluo, one of the 10 esteemed counselors, and his disciple was none other than Li Guangdao. Though it appeared to be a contest among 3 juniors, it was, in truth, a clash among 3 counselors. Morong Shue's disciple was Gu Qinghan, while Jian Qin's disciple was Shang Xiaotian. Any discerning observer could see Yi Shuangluo's smugness, yet they were powerless to refute it. After all, defeat is defeat. No amount of explanation can change that reality. This world is unforgiving, where martial prowess reigns supreme. Victory is a testament to one's ability, and while pressure is a factor, it must not be excessive. Otherwise, the repercussions from these 2 could be even more severe. "Defeat is merely a reflection of our inadequacy," Jian Qin praised. Guangdao performed splendidly, not only reaching the 90th floor, but also successfully transitioning to legend. At under 25 years of age, he could ascend to the 10th transition within 2 decades. "Old Yi, you are fortunate to have such a remarkable disciple." Morong Shui expressed her envy. If only Qinghan could attain a similar level as Guangdao. Their sudden reversal in attitude left Yi Shuangluo feeling a bit bashful as they continued their banter. Cough, cough. Yi Shuangluo cleared his throat to mask the awkwardness, then turned to Zhao Wujia, asking, "Who do you favor?" Initially a jest, It was clear to all that Li Guangdao's victory was a foregone conclusion. Surprisingly, however, Zhao Wujie did not mention Li Guangdao's name, instead stating, "I favor Su Bai." Yi Shuangluo could no longer contain his disbelief. "Old Zhao, think carefully before answering. Although Guangdao has not yet reached the 91st floor, he has conquered the 90th. That Su Bai is merely at the 4th transition, isn't? He left unspoken the thought that the disparity between the 4th and 9th transitions was akin to that of the bright moon and an ant. A mere breath from a 9th transition could extinguish a 4th transition's life. Zhao Wujie, a legendary figure and among the elite, should surely understand this logic. "How about we make a wager, gentlemen?" Zhao Wujie proposed. "What sort of wager?" "Let us bet on whether Su Bai can secure the first place," Zhao Wujie suggested with a smile. "If he does, you grant him a chance at the ancient god ruins." Indeed. Yi Shuangluo did not immediately acquiesce, but looked at the two beside him. Upon receiving their nods, he continued, "If Su Bai achieves first place, we will provide him a spot at the ancient god ruins. However," he added, "Old Zhao, you have yet to specify what you will offer should Su Bai lose." "Su Bai cannot possibly lose," Zhao Wujie asserted, his gaze resolute. "If he does, I shall provide you with a royal-grade battle machine." Silence enveloped the group. No one spoke. A royal-grade battle machine was inconsequential for them, yet it did not imply that it lacked value. For a peak 9th transition, acquiring a royal-grade battle machine would require depleting all financial resources, and even then, one might not succeed. While they could not utilize it, it could be given to a disciple. Very well, the three counselors conceded. "Please sign this contract." Zhao Wujie skillfully produced several contracts from his backpack. Yi Shuangluo and the others exchanged peculiar glances, their expressions revealing their discomfort. "Old Yi, Old Chun, Old Shui," he began, but before he could finish, the temperature around them plummeted dramatically. Despite it being summer, the atmosphere felt more frigid than winter. Murong Shui's gaze turned icy in an instant, and Zhao Wujie realized his misstep. "Old Murong, please sign." Murong Shui finally reined in the energy surrounding her, smiling sweetly. "Old Zhao, I didn't mean to earlier. Do you believe me?" Zhao Wujie managed a smile that was more akin to a grimace. "Do you think I would?" he thought, recognizing the peril of provoking her. At nearly 50, she still endeavored to maintain a youthful facade. The mention of old would invariably ignite her fury. There was once a 9th transition heretic who had referred to Murong Shui as an old woman, only to be frozen into a statue, with the body preserved as a grim reminder. Xiao Xue was frightened, and Zhao Wujie felt a chill. Yi Shuangluo quickly shifted the topic. "Su Bai has begun his challenge. Let us hope he does not disappoint us." All eyes were fixated on the fluctuating rankings. To their astonishment, Su Bai not only avoided elimination at the outset, but began to ascend rapidly in the rankings. In mere moments, he reached over 30 floors, with each layer taking no more than 3 seconds. Like Li Guangdao and the others, he was executing swift eliminations. The onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions rife with disbelief. "Who am I? Where am I?" If it were a 7th or 8th transition, their astonishment might have been lessened, but Su Bai was neither. He was merely in the 4th transition. It was worth noting that the weakest spirits within the Eternal Tower were at least 7th transition. The notion of a 4th transition defeating or even annihilating a 7th transition was ludicrous. What, then, was the true extent of Su Bai's strength? Some even suspected they were dreaming, pinching themselves to confirm reality. Ouch, that hurts. This was no dream. The existence of a 4th transition overcoming a 7th transition was indeed real. Previously, there had been doubts regarding Su Bai's prowess. After all, how powerful could a youth not yet 20 truly be? No matter how exceptional, he was still merely at the 4th transition. Yet, they had never considered the possibility of him vying for first place. After all, Li Guangdao was a fierce competitor, having reached the 90th floor at the 9th transition. Now, they had no choice but to entertain that thought. Su Bai might genuinely attain the title of top genius. Just contemplating it sent shivers down their spines. The prowess of a beastmaster who has achieved the 4th transformation by the tender age of 20 is beyond their comprehension. Yet, they find themselves in a lamentable predicament. Having lived for many years, they are unable to best even a junior, and it would be more dignified to meet their demise against a slab of tofu. Most of their heads hang low, their faces aflame with embarrassment. Such disgrace is utterly unfathomable. They have never encountered a moment of such humiliation in their lives. To others, they are regarded as paragons of excellence. Yet in the presence of Su Bai, they are rendered inconspicuous, barely rising above the status of the most woeful of failures. And some are deemed even less worthy than that. It is no wonder that Wu Yong acknowledges Su Bai as his elder brother, given the talent Su Bai has displayed. As long as he does not falter, he is destined to transcend the realm of legends. Indeed, there is a pervasive illusion among them that Su Bai might reach such heights before the age of 25. A feat even the founder of the Dragon God Temple could not achieve. Should they consider themselves fortunate or unfortunate? Fortunate to witness the rise of a prodigy, yet unfortunate to exist in an era destined to render them mere stepping stones for his ascent. To be a stepping stone for Su Bai is a supreme honor, one that they will boast about to their friends. I once faced Su Bai in battle, though I was defeated. Observing the despondent atmosphere around him, Wu Yong chuckled. This is only the beginning. The real spectacle is yet to unfold. Chapter 56, The Eternal Tower, 11. I lost. Gu Qinghan's beautiful eyes flashed with disbelief, shock, and existential doubt. The reason was simple. Just moments ago, Su Bai had triumphed over Gu Qinghan's spirit. How could this be possible? It is common knowledge that a fourth transformation cannot prevail against an eighth transformation unless one is a fool. Yet, against all expectations, the unimaginable occurred. Su Bai emerged victorious. A fourth transformation had conquered an eighth transformation, transcending multiple dimensions. Their worldview shattered in an instant. When Li Guangdao broke through to the ninth transformation, Gu Qinghan had not been as astounded as she was now. Shouldn't beast masters be inherently weak, with an upper limit firmly established at the pinnacle of the eighth transformation? Why then was Su Bai so formidable? Though it felt as if an eternity had passed, only mere seconds had elapsed. Gu Qinghan remained in a daze. The next victim emerged, Shang Xiaotian. I lost to a mere fourth transformation junior. Shang Xiaotian's expression was wretched, almost as if he might weep. He could accept being defeated by Li Guangdao. After all, the latter was a direct disciple of an esteemed council member and had achieved the ninth transformation. But falling to a fourth transformation beastmaster felt akin to consuming excrement. Were it not for his status, he would have cried out in despair. Who am I? Where am I? Surely, I must be dreaming. This cannot be real. Shang Xiaotian bit his lip and pinched himself hard. Ouch, that hurts. This was indeed reality. He, Shang Xiaotian, had been vanquished by a fourth transformation beastmaster. He wished he could find a crevice to hide his face. The shame was unbearable. If Su Bai were to fall to the same fate as him, it would be catastrophic. Shang Xiaotian envisioned a scenario. Su Bai, I once defeated the eighth transformation Shang Xiaotian with my fourth transformation. He isn't even worthy to carry my shoes. Ha ha ha. It was over. Shang Xiaotian nearly fainted from the shock. Today's experience was destined to become his lifelong embarrassment. Whenever the Eternal Tower was mentioned, it would inevitably recall the tale of a fourth transformation beastmaster defeating the eighth transformation Shang Xiaotian. Wait, perhaps I can salvage this. Shang Xiaotian instinctively locked eyes with Li Guangdao. Li Guangdao could no longer contain himself. Why are you staring at me, Shang Xiaotian? Shang Xiaotian replied with a sly grin. If you were defeated by Su Bai. Before he could finish, Li Guangdao interrupted him. I admit Su Bai is formidable, but he could never defeat me. Li Guangdao smiled confidently. I am at the ninth transformation. Being defeated by a fourth transformation beastmaster would be preposterous. Shang Xiaotian wanted to retort, but he realized Li Guangdao was speaking the truth. It was common knowledge that epic beastmasters represented the pinnacle. Legendary beastmasters existed solely in myth. Unless Su Bai possessed a legendary beastmaster, it was inconceivable that he could defeat Li Guangdao. Could Li Guangdao have lost as well? Someone shouted. And it was as if a missile had been thrown into a tranquil lake, stirring the crowd into a frenzy. Is there anyone who can confirm this isn't real? Initially, the notion of a fourth transformation defeating an eighth transformation was absurd enough, but now, the drama escalated. Li Guangdao was at the ninth transformation. How could this be? Are fourth transformation beastmasters truly this powerful? The strength lies not in the beastmasters, but in Su Bai himself. No wonder Wu Yong regards him as an elder brother. He is no mere elder brother. He is my adoptive father. Father, allow your child to pay my respects. Had they forgotten their original intentions? In the eyes of others, they were regarded as paragons, boasting their own pride. Su Bai, despite his incredible strength, was still a youth under 20. How could they call him adoptive father? Do they feel no shame? Do they honor their own parents? Do they respect their educators? Do they honor their ancestors? Thus, let this burden rest upon me. Father, allow your child to pay my respects. Hearing the man's admonition, they involuntarily bowed their heads, overwhelmed by shame. Yet, this individual immediately revealed his true nature. Ceasing to refer to Su Bai as adoptive father and instead calling him dad. With a visage of grand eyebrows and bright eyes, his heart harbored mischief. I lost. Li Guangdao's face was a portrait of despair. Being defeated by Long Zhan had not shaken his resolve, but now he felt his spirit fracturing. If this news were to spread, he would have no face left to show the world. He could already visualize the scene. Aren't you Li Guangdao? A direct disciple of a council member? I remember you being defeated by a fourth transformation beastmaster. Observing Li Guangdao's gradual breakdown, Shang Xiaotian nearly burst into laughter. One person's humiliation is a solitary shame. Collective shame is a uniquely shared experience. Li Guangdao was a ninth transformation legend. After Su Bai vanquished Li Guangdao, he would never boast of his own name. He would instead proclaim, I, as a fourth transformation, defeated the ninth transformation legend Li Guangdao. Ha ha ha. Gu Qinghan was the first to regain her composure. What level is the beast Su Bai has contracted? The moment those words were spoken, even the raucous crowd fell silent. They were all keenly curious about the level of Su Bai's beast. Wu Yong raised his head high, arms crossed over his chest. Do you wish to know? Indeed. Then first, pay the wager, 100 billion per person, a total of 300 billion. The three had no intention of reneging. 100 billion was neither too much nor too little. It was not worth tarnishing their reputation as direct disciples for such a sum. Upon receiving the 300 billion, Wu Yong nearly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, today is your day. Now can we speak? Li Guangdao urged. Su Bai's contracted beast is of legendary caliber. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Eyes widened in astonishment, as if their very orbs might drop to the ground. With a population of billions on Blue Star, the number of beast masters was countless, yet not a single one possessed a legendary beast. In their minds, legendary beasts existed only in myth. If anyone else were to utter such words, they would undoubtedly be met with disbelief. However, these words were spoken by Wu Yong, and moreover, the prowess of Su Bai was undeniable. The formidable spirit of Li Guangdao had been vanquished. Just moments ago, there had been speculation that Su Bai's contracted beast was likely not of the epic grade, but rather of the legendary grade. Yet, speculation is but a distant cousin to the truth. Witnessing the astonishment of those around him, rendered speechless, Wu Yong could only express one sentiment: exhilarating. When he first beheld the legendary beast, he too had been taken aback, his worldview shattered in an instant, his childhood perceptions collapsing. Li Guangdao took a significant pause, managing a wry smile. No wonder you hold Su Bai in such high esteem. This lad is undoubtedly an anomaly, possessing the strength of a fourth transition, yet exhibiting the capabilities of a ninth transition. It makes one question if he is employing some form of cheat. Shang Xiaodian lamented. I once believed myself to be the pinnacle of excellence among the gifted, only to discover that the true threshold of greatness is merely to stand in Su Bai's presence. Perhaps this is not entirely a negative outcome. Witnessing Su Bai's ascent will afford us tales to regale for a lifetime. Even the typically taciturn Gu Qinghan found himself articulating an abundance of thoughts. They gazed at the eternal tower, as if witnessing the rise of an unparalleled genius. Chapter 57, The Eternal Tower, 12. In the Dragon God Hall, within the conference room, three legislators exchanged glances, each assessing the other's reaction. Observing their discomfort, Zhao Wujie remained unperturbed, leisurely pouring himself a cup of tea. While he remained calm, the tension in the room was palpable, akin to a cat's claws scratching at him. A restless anxiety that would deny him sleep if clarity was not attained today. Coughing lightly to mask her embarrassment, Yi Shuangluo said, Old Zhao, you know Su Bai best, please enlighten us. I understand your urgency, but please, do not rush, Zhao Wujie replied, motioning to his empty teacup. A hint of irritation crossed Yi Shuangluo's face as she turned to Jian Chun. Old Chun, pour tea for Old Zhao. Me? Jian Chun pointed incredulously at himself, questioning whether he had misheard. It was customary for members to serve the legislators, not the other way around. Such an inversion of roles was unthinkable. Are you suggesting that I should pour? Yi Shuangluo's eyes glinted with icy resolve. Old Shen, are you not curious about Su Bai's experiences? I'll do it. Jian Shen snatched the teapot with determination. It was not that he could not contend with Yi Shuangluo. Rather, he was eager to hear about Su Bai's journey. Jian Shen reassured himself internally. Now can I speak? He asked coldly. Patience, esteemed legislators. It seems you have overlooked a crucial detail, Zhao Wujie prompted deliberately. We previously mentioned that Su Bai has secured the first ancient god relic. Leave the matters of the ancient god relics to us, Yi Shuangluo interjected. If Su Bai lacks the strength to enter the ancient god relics, it would be tantamount to seeking death. However, considering the power he has displayed, self-preservation appears to be well within his grasp. With the assurance from the others, Zhao Wujie ceased his rambling. Where shall I begin? Should I recount my first encounter with Su Bai or his beast? Let us speak of our first encounter, he continued. Not long ago, I received a mission. There was a beast tide in Shanghai City, and I was dispatched for support. And guess what happened? Zhao Wujie teased, allowing suspense to build in the air. Noticing the legislators' eager gazes, he quickly added, Esteemed legislators, please watch the VCR. The screen revealed a colossal dragon hovering over Shanghai City, conjuring a massive meteor with its claws, which descended upon the beast tide, obliterating it in an instant. A legendary beast. The three legislators, seasoned as they were nonetheless taken aback by the sight. Truly, legendary beasts existed in the world, and Su Bai was a legendary beast master. No wonder he had triumphed over Li Guangdao. Yet, a thought struck them. It was well known that the level of a beast was contingent upon its master. Su Bai was merely at the 4th transition. Even a legendary beast should not be capable of contending with Li Guangdao, unless Su Bai possessed more than one legendary beast. This notion startled even them. Zhao Wujie chuckled, "Indeed. Esteemed legislators, your assumptions are correct. Su Bai does not possess merely one legendary beast, but two." As they ascended to the 90th floor of the Eternal Tower, Su Bai noticeably slowed his pace. The earlier trials had barely delayed him, each level taking no more than 3 seconds, an effortless slaughter. Yet upon reaching the 90th floor, he faced 9th transition legendary spirits, a challenge even for him, requiring considerable time to overcome. After defeating the spirits on the 97th floor, Su Bai arrived at the 98th floor. Surrounding him were soil, rocks, and ruins, amidst which stood a solitary figure. The man was rugged, with a burly stature, ragged clothing, a menacing scar across his face, and a cigar clenched between his teeth. Name: Wan Feiping. Level: 84, mid-9th transition. Status: Spirit. Profession: Earth Affinity, at level 84. Su Bai noted the stark difference of 44 levels between them, a daunting disparity. With primordial dread, he summoned his companions, the Affinity Cat, the Holy Light Dragon, and the Crimson Mantis. As the black mist enveloped, a massive figure surged forth from the smoke, a beast towering 40 meters high. The Affinity Cat effortlessly manifested. Appearing as a tiny entity that merged with Su Bai, a golden gate swung open, revealing a dragon that emerged, its head followed by its entire body, wings unfurling to obscure the sky. Su Bai leaped onto the dragon's back, settling upon a golden throne, surveying the spirits below. As the crimson mist spread, a blood silhouette emerged, standing at 1.8 meters tall, its razor-sharp claws reflecting its outline, cold eyes appraising its prey. All 4 legendary beasts were assembled. 80 million. 80 million. 80 million. Healing numbers erupted above Su Bai's head, restoring 80 million health per second. Any excess healing transformed into shield value. With a maximum shield capacity of 800 million, combined with the skill, life sharing, it would be nearly impossible for him to perish. Attack. Wan Feiping clasped his hands together, golden light flickering in his pupils. A derelict building hurtled towards Su Bai. The Holy Light Dragon reacted swiftly, evading the strike, but the Crimson Mantis was not so fortunate. The building plummeted toward it, and should it be struck, even survival would be a matter of chance. Crimson Moon. The Crimson Mantis vanished from its position, leaving behind a blood-red crescent. Wan Feiping felt a chill run down his back and attempted to evade, yet it was too late. Isolated and helpless, the claws tore through flesh. With a splatter, blood dripped from the wound. Having landed a successful blow, the Crimson Mantis sought to retreat. But Wan Feiping was not to be trifled with. He seized its ankle. Smash! Wan Feiping slammed it into the ground with tremendous force, creating a gaping chasm over 100 meters wide. As the dust settled, the shield of the Crimson Mantis shattered. Had it not been for the support of the Affinity Cat, the diminutive Crimson Mantis would have been utterly defenseless. This showcased the might of an 84-level powerhouse. A single strike inflicted damage in the billions. Through their exchanges, Su Bai discerned Wan Feiping's capabilities, able to manipulate rock and possessing formidable physical strength. He had endured a blow from the Crimson Mantis without sustaining serious injury. The skills of the Crimson Mantis were still on cooldown. As long as Wan Feiping seizes the opportunity, he can resolve the situation concerning one of his formidable generals. It is evident that those capable of reaching the top 3 are not to be underestimated. Su Bai sensed the challenge ahead, yet he remained unfazed. Your damage output isn't particularly high, is it? Can you truly eliminate me with your 8 billion health? He taunted. Abyssal Terror, tear him apart. Abyssal Terror opened its maw, immense in size, and swallowed the opponent whole. However, Wan Feiping was no ordinary foe. Prior to Abyssal Terror unleashing its feast skill, he encased himself in a layer of rock armor. Yet, to his astonishment, even with the protection of the rock armor, he suffered devastating damage. True damage is notoriously indifferent to defenses. Regardless of how high your armor or shield may be, the damage inflicted remains uncompromised. Wan Feiping was promptly expelled, drenched in saliva. An 84-level combatant proved to be inconsequential against 4 legendary beasts. In the midst of this, Wan Feiping controlled the rocks to hurl them towards the advancing Abyssal Terror. Due to its massive size, this strike was unavoidable. Furthermore, Abyssal Terror had no intention of evading. Can you truly eliminate me with 8 billion health? The blow was powerful enough that if it struck the Scarlet Mantis, it would be instantly obliterated. Yet, Abyssal Terror only sustained superficial injuries and activated the skill, Thorned Heart, reflecting 10 damage back at Wan Feiping. A crimson aura of true damage erupted above Wan Feiping's head. Subsequently, he triggered his passive skill, Heart of the Earth, enabling him to regain health and mana while standing on solid ground. It was akin to a perpetual motion machine. If one's damage output was too low, they would be unable to outpace their opponent's recovery. As Juan Faping's condition deteriorated, the amount of recovery increased correspondingly. At the 9th evolution, every level difference represented a qualitative disparity. This is intriguing. I wonder how long you can endure. Is your recovery faster, or does my beast deal more damage? Little Dragon. Upon hearing his master's command, the Holy Light Dragon's eyes gleamed brightly. At last, it was his turn to strike, and he was eager to unleash his power. Meteor. The Holy Light Dragon conjured a colossal star with a radius of 400,000 meters, equivalent to 400 kilometers. Can you evade this? Juan Faping did not remain passive. He controlled the rocks to envelop himself in armor once more. The star descended from the heavens, transforming the desolate terrain into a bright daylight, heralding the impending doom. A tremendous shockwave radiated from the center of the explosion, felt even from a great distance. Truly, the Eternal Tower was a realm unto itself. Each floor an independent world composed of hundreds of core worlds. A billowing cloud of black smoke surged skyward, and when the haze dissipated, a massive crater spanning hundreds of kilometers marred the ground. In the center, Juan Faping lay in disarray, his rock armor having shattered, leaving his upper body exposed. Remarkably resilient. He had managed to endure for so long against 4 legendary beasts. However, this was where his endurance would meet its end. The Holy Light Dragon unleashed its ultimate skill, Dragon Breath. Its massive maw opened, emitting a golden beam of light. Juan Faping attempted to conjure rocks to shield himself from the impending damage, yet against true damage. These rocks were mere decorations. 618E. Crimson damage surged above Juan Faping's head, and his health bar was instantly depleted. Outside the Eternal Tower, everyone fixated on the leaderboard, scarcely daring to blink. The reason was simple. Just moments ago, Subai had challenged the 4th-tier reverse law against the 9th-tier legendary Li Guangdao. They had presumed Subai would falter at this point. Yet, he chose to press on, advancing to the 97th floor. Should he defeat Juan Faping, he would secure a place among the top 3. The notion of a 4th-tier contender reaching the top 3 was exhilarating. At that moment, the leaderboard shifted. Eternal Tower rankings as follows. 97th floor, Juan Faping, level 84, Earth Affinity class. 98th floor, Subai, level 40, Beastmaster class. They exchanged glances. Emotions ranging from shock to disbelief, and ultimately despair. They had never imagined that a level 40 Beastmaster could reach the 98th floor. Even Li Guangdao, having surpassed the 9th tier, only made it to the 90th floor. Weren't Beastmasters supposed to be weak? Who would dare claim that Beastmasters are a useless profession in their presence? They would immediately challenge such a statement, asserting that they were far from being considered worthless. One of the characters often lamented that today's youth were inferior to previous generations. He could not agree more. In this era, when it comes to talent, no one would dare claim superiority over Subai. Admittedly, he had once thought of Subai as merely a showman. What power could a level 40 possess? Now, it was evident that he was the fool. From this day forth, Subai would become his idol. He envied Wu Yong immensely. If he could cultivate a good relationship with Subai, he would be willing to marry a beautiful wife. How far do you think Subai can go? Given a little more time, not only the 99th floor, but even the 100th may not be beyond his reach. However, Subai was still quite young. Not even 20 years old. Luck is also a form of strength. Having witnessed Subai's prowess, they felt no jealousy, only admiration and respect. When one's strength is comparable, one seeks to surpass the other. Yet, when the disparity is vast, one can only look up in awe. Shang Xiaodian chuckled bitterly. I cannot compare myself to Subai, otherwise I will only feel increasingly despondent. Li Guangdao nodded in agreement. If I cannot secure first place, then second place will suffice. How many legendary beasts do Wu Yong and Subai possess? Not only Gu Qinghan was curious, but others were as well. To reach the 98th floor, it was evident that he must have more than one legendary beast. Wu Yong did not answer immediately, for he was uncertain about the exact number of legendary beasts Subai possessed. He only knew that the giant dragon and the colossal insect were legendary beasts. Beyond that, he was unsure. Could it be that Subai possessed more than 2 legendary beasts? In the conference room, the 3 council members wore peculiar expressions. Yi Xuanlu could not help but inquire. Old Zhao, please tell me the truth. How many legendary beasts does Subai truly have? Zhao Wujin sighed. It's not that I wish to withhold information, but I genuinely do not know. What I can confirm is that Subai possesses at least 2 legendary beasts. The 3 council members had witnessed countless grand spectacles, yet they were now repeatedly astonished by a level 40 Beastmaster. They felt somewhat numb. Had it not been for their status, they would have been shouting in disbelief. Legendary beasts were merely the stuff of legends, and here was someone with not just one, but multiple? They glanced up at the ceiling, realizing that they had been living under a rock for years, unable to see the truth even when it stood right before them. Chapter 59, The Eternal Tower, 14. The Eternal Tower, 98th floor. A man clad in a white robe stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing skyward. Name, Ling Tianyu. Level, 87, late 9th evolution. Status, Spirit. Class, King of the Skies. Level 87. Subai had anticipated that as one ascends, the strength of the spirits would only grow more formidable. Unexpectedly, the 99th level of the Eternal Tower possesses such formidable strength. Wan Feiping stands at level 84, while Ling Tianyu is at level 87. A full 3 levels above his opponent. One must not underestimate the significance of these 3 levels. Even at the 9th rebirth, the disparity in power can be immense, let alone a difference of 3 levels. Subai promptly summoned for beasts. The cat was tasked with self-protection, despite possessing the skill, life-sharing, which brought its health close to 10 billion. Subai felt a tinge of unease. Should the beast master fall, their beasts would vanish alongside them. Fortunately, the cat had a resurrection skill, significantly enhancing its survivability. Abyssal Terror was designated to absorb damage, while the Crimson Mantis was to execute sneak attacks. The Holy Light Dragon remained by Subai's side to deal damage. As the battle commenced, Abyssal Terror charged towards Ling Tianyu. Faced with the colossal beast, Ling Tianyu opted not to clash head-on, but to leverage his advantages. A pair of azure wings sprouted from his back, allowing him to soar into the skies, rendering Abyssal Terror powerless against him. A dire situation. If Abyssal Terror failed to restrain the enemy, Ling Tianyu would target the Crimson Mantis and the Holy Light Dragon. Despite the cat's assistance, Ling Tianyu's level ensured he would inflict greater damage than Wan Feiping, with high mobility and substantial damage output. Should either the Crimson Mantis or the Holy Light Dragon be swiftly eliminated, the battle would turn dire. However, Subai remained devoid of anxiety or distress. When confronted with challenges, he focused first on finding solutions. Tension only muddled the mind. Both the Crimson Mantis and the Holy Light Dragon were capable of flight, and it was imperative to bring Ling Tianyu down from the skies to avoid unfavorable circumstances. The Holy Light Dragon, being a mage, could not engage in close combat, and thus relied on the Crimson Mantis. Yet, with a staggering 47-level gap between Subai and Ling Tianyu, he needed to devise a strategy to bridge that divide. Subai's gaze fell upon his newly acquired skill, Beastmaster Frenzy. This was his trump card. Upon activation, the attributes of all beasts would double. However, the cost was considerable. He would lose 1 mana point per second. The battle had to conclude within 100 seconds. With the invocation of Beastmaster Frenzy, Subai's pupils transformed into a crimson hue, for beams of blood surged into the bodies of his beasts. Abyssal Terror's health skyrocketed from 80 billion to a staggering 160 billion. The healing output of the cat doubled, restoring over 100 million health per second and capable of generating shields exceeding 10 billion. The attributes of the Crimson Mantis and Holy Light Dragon also doubled, enhancing their damage output. Crimson Mantis, bring him down. After activating Beastmaster Frenzy, the Crimson Mantis's combat power rivaled that of an 80-level legendary beast. Kill. Empowered by the surge within, the Crimson Mantis was elated. It transformed into a blood crescent and vanished from sight, reappearing behind Ling Tianyu. Ling Tianyu attempted to evade, but was still too slow. Blood-red claws tore through his wings. Just before his wings were shredded, Ling Tianyu activated Turbulence. Abyssal Terror's health plummeted perilously low. Had it not been for the attribute doubling, the Crimson Mantis would have been obliterated. The terrifying prowess of an 87-level expert was palpable. A mere spell could inflict true damage, disregarding the shield on the Crimson Mantis. After landing a hit, the Crimson Mantis chose not to linger in battle and returned to Subai's side. 1648E, 1648E, 1648E. In mere seconds, the Crimson Mantis regained its full strength. Without its wings, Ling Tianyu's power diminished significantly. He sought to regenerate his wings, but Subai would not afford him such an opportunity. Abyssal Terror opened its enormous maw, measuring 40,000 meters, and swallowed Ling Tianyu whole, forcibly interrupting his casting. Yet, this was not the end. Upon being expelled, Ling Tianyu was met with a colossal star. As the star descended, Ling Tianyu found himself gravely injured. Wan Feiping specialized in strength and physique, while Ling Tianyu excelled in speed and power. Though Ling Tianyu did not concede defeat, he wielded the elemental winds of this realm to significantly enhance his attack power and speed. Like a fleeting shadow, he evaded Abyssal Terror, moving with unparalleled swiftness, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Subai. Should the Beastmaster perish, even the mightiest beasts would be rendered useless. He unleashed a wind blade aimed at Subai, yet the anticipated scene of devastation did not materialize. Subai sustained only minor injuries. Had that strike not been directed at him, he might have felt some discomfort. But alas, it was he who was targeted. With the health of his 4 beasts, Subai's health soared above 100 billion, bolstered by the cat's resurrection skill. Now, Subai was even more resilient than Abyssal Terror. To think of eliminating him? A mere fantasy. The Holy Light Dragon unleashed its ultimate skill, Dragon Breath. Ling Tianyu was engulfed by a golden light, his health instantly obliterated. The rankings of the Eternal Tower are as follows. 98th level, Ling Tianyu, level 87. Sky King class. 99th level, Subai, level 40, Beast God class. A wave of astonishment swept through the arena. The initial disdain transformed into sheer dread. Could it be that I am hallucinating? Su God has defeated Senator Ling. Brother, you're not mistaken. Though this is merely a spirit, it still boasts level 87. A staggering 47 level gap, and yet Su God has emerged victorious. Just 1 level away, and Subai could conquer the Eternal Tower. If Subai were to succeed, Li, vow to single-handedly forge our family tree upon returning. Are you not afraid of your father breaking your legs? What is there to fear? My father often recounts tales of the prodigies he encountered in his youth, boasting about their greatness. Can those prodigies compare to Su God? I ask you, which beast master could defeat an 87-level legendary expert at level 40? Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. A 4th rebirth overcoming a 9th rebirth legend. This lifetime has been worth it. Su God is astounding. 1. The notion that geniuses attract one another is not without merit. Gaining their recognition is neither excessively easy nor overly difficult. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, acknowledgement will follow. These individuals did not disdain beast masters as portrayed in other novels. To put it bluntly, if they were to look down upon Subai, labeling him as worthless, what difference would that make? Subai has ascended to the 99th level. What of them? They cannot even breach the 1st level. This is the chasm that separates them. Having witnessed Subai's prowess, Shang Xiaodian felt not resentment, but a flicker of anticipation. He had even prepared his words. I was once vanquished by Subai. And you heard correctly. It was Subai of the 99th level of the Eternal Tower, the formidable one who defied the norms of the 4th rebirth against the 9th. At first glance, this may seem like a derogatory remark, but upon closer examination, it takes on a different light. If even the 87-level Ling Tianyu could not contend with Subai, is it not natural for me to lose? Others would not mock him, but rather envy him for having faced Subai. Regrettably, it was merely a spirit. Had it been otherwise, it would have been even more magnificent. If Subai could conquer the Eternal Tower, it would be nothing short of perfect. That fellow is a monster. Li Guangdao mused inwardly. This casts me in a rather unfavorable light. He glanced at the rankings. Falling from the 90th floor to the 89th. Subai remains on the 99th floor, creating a gap of a full 10 levels between the two. Wu Yong, please be honest with us. How many hidden cards does Subai possess? Even the typically aloof Gu Qinghan has become curious, eager to unveil the secrets concealed beneath Subai's sleeves. I have only encountered Subai twice. The first time was in Shanghai City, and the second was also there. Wu Yong recounted the events, and as he spoke, a profound silence enveloped the room. What had they heard? Subai was even younger than they had imagined. He had only just awakened his profession a few days ago. You tell me Subai is a newcomer? What kind of newcomer possesses the strength of a level 9 transition? Even Subai's level was rendered insignificant in comparison to the awe-inspiring prowess he displayed. Even more astonishing was the fact that Subai hailed not from the Holy City, but from a remote tier, 3 town where the strongest individual barely reached the peak of 5 transitions. In terms of resources and time, they had far surpassed Subai, yet he still proved to be mightier than anyone present, and not merely at a 1-star level. Could it be that Subai was cheating? Chapter 60, The Eternal Tower, 15. At the 99th floor of the Eternal Tower, Subai did not immediately challenge the final level. The reason was simple. With his current strength, passing through the Eternal Tower was nearly impossible. He had only barely triumphed in his battle against Ling Tianyu by utilizing the skill, Beast Tamer's Frenzy. The souls of the 100th floor would undoubtedly be even stronger. To ensure absolute certainty, Subai decided to accumulate evolution points first. He planned to challenge the 100th floor only after amassing 10 million evolution points. The Eternal Tower descends once every decade and remains for 3 days. Subai could earn over 3 million evolution points each day, making it possible to evolve a mythical beast within those 3 days. With only one chance, he could not afford to be careless. During this waiting period, which was exceedingly dull, Subai refused to remain idle. He retrieved a PS5, chips, chilled soda, comic books, and a folding bed from his spatial ring. Showcasing the benefits of the spatial ring, Items placed within it do not experience the passage of time. The soda remained cold upon retrieval. There was no greater joy than sipping cola while indulging in comics. Ding! 40 evolution points, 40 evolution points, 40 evolution points. The system's notification echoed in his ears. Growing impatient, Subai remarked, "System, please remind me when the evolution points reach 10 million. Understood, host." In the conference room, the three council members widened their eyes. Initially expecting a mere personal showcase from their disciple, they were taken aback by the emergence of a dark horse. In just a single hour, they were repeatedly astonished. Who could have anticipated the Beast Tamer to be this formidable? A level 4 transition defeating a level 9 transition was one thing. The most critical revelation was that Subai had not merely reversed one level 9, but had done so for 10. If this were to be revealed, it would be hard for anyone to believe. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have dismissed it as mere fantasy. The strength of a Beast Tamer was truly astonishing. Ultimately, Jian Chun broke the peculiar atmosphere. "Old Zhao, tell me honestly, how old is Subai?" 18. Zhao Wujing lifted his proud head like a chick pecking at grains, clarifying that it had only been a few days since he awakened his profession. The conference room fell silent once more. "You mean to tell me he is 18? Which family produces a prodigy of level 9 legendary strength at such an age? In this day and age, it's as though he is not even pretending to play fair." Reflecting on the performance of his own disciple, he thought, without comparison, "There is no pain. Can't you all learn from Subai? Look at others and then at yourselves. When we return, we must double our training efforts." Witnessing their astonished expressions, Zhao Wujing's smirk was more pronounced than ever. "Today, you are experiencing what it's like to shine before others, especially in front of these three." Zhao Wujing pointed at the teacup in front of him and arrogantly commanded, "Pour the tea." "Zhao Wujing, you are going too far." Jian Chen's forehead bulged with veins. "Hey, old Jian, don't be angry." Beside him, Yi Shuanglu chuckled as he poured a half cup of tea for Zhao Wujing. "Old Zhao, is this tea to your liking?" Zhao Wujing shot a cunning glance at him, fully aware of Yi Shuanglu's motives. With such a fawning demeanor, it was evident he harbored no good intentions. "Old Yi, just speak plainly. You know I dislike beating around the bush." Yi Shuanglu replied with a smile. "It's nothing major. Just mention me a bit more in Subai's ear." Jian Chun and Murong Shui reacted swiftly. "Old Zhao loves tea, so take a little more back with you. I remember you enjoy wine. This is my treasured collection from many years past, which I have yet to indulge in." As council members, the three were not to be underestimated. Although they appeared to others as lofty figures, they alone understood the challenges of ascending to such heights. They had not considered vying for the position of the Dragon God Temple's master, but the vice master was certainly within their reach. With the strength displayed by Subai, he could become a council member in a few short years. The thought of a 20-year-old council member was truly terrifying. They were not well acquainted with Subai, so presenting gifts would alter the nature of their relationship. Thus, Zhao Wujing could relish the experience of being served by council members. He could only utter one word: truly exhilarating. Within a vast estate, two middle-aged men sat, leisurely fishing and chatting. The man on the left side. "Today's youth are becoming increasingly inferior. Our generation had more geniuses." The speaker was Wan Feipeng, a prominent pioneer whose performance in the Eternal Tower had also been remarkable, reaching the 98th floor and ranking among the top 3. In the early days of the Beast invasion, the losses among pioneers were staggering. Out of 10, only one might return alive. It was thanks to these individuals that the quality of life has improved today. Although various cities still faced beast tides annually, the sacrifices were far fewer than before. Many level 9 legends had emerged, yet the number of level 10 legends had actually diminished. During the second descent of the Eternal Tower, not a single prodigy had entered the top 10. Calculating the time, this would mark the third descent of the Eternal Tower. One could only wonder if any promising talents would emerge this year. Ling Tianyu nodded. "Grown in a greenhouse, true warriors cannot emerge. I hope this year brings forth a few exceptional prodigies." As they conversed, a personal secretary approached. Without raising his head, Ling Tianyu inquired, "Xiao Wang, report the status of the Eternal Tower." It is the vice master. Xiao Wang produced a stack of documents and stated, "This year, one prodigy has entered the top 10. "Oh." Instantly, both men became intrigued. "Who is it?" Xiao Wang recounted the events, and the two looked at him as if he were a fool. While it was understandable to defeat two of their souls, especially with the emergence of a figure like Sangtian and Longhua, it was baffling that this individual named Su Bai was merely 18 years old and had only recently awakened his profession. Was this not indirectly suggesting that they were worthless? That all these years of training had gone to waste? They couldn't even defeat a mere child. Although it was merely their heroic spirits that were vanquished by Su Bai, one cannot overlook the disparity in their ages at that time. Wan Feipeng's temper flared instantly. "Wang Ergu, we are discussing serious matters here. Such jesting is far from humorous." Ling Tianyu admonished. It is one thing for Xiao Wang to jest in our presence. But should he utter such words before the Lord of the Hall and incite his wrath, we would be powerless to assist you. Unfazed by their reactions, Xiao Wang was not surprised. He too had found Su Bai's information hard to believe initially, confirming its authenticity multiple times before accepting it as truth. Without further ado, he produced a stack of documents. Here is the latest information on Su Bai, he informed the two Vice Hall Masters. Upon receiving the documents, they scrutinized them earnestly. The details were astonishing. Merely 18 years old, a 4th-tier Beastmaster, having conquered the 99th level. Each statement was comprehensible in isolation, yet when combined, it became bewildering. A 4th-tier capable of matching a 9th-tier legend? Surely, even the young Lord of the Hall could not have achieved such a feat. Could it be that Su Bai is a monster? Chapter 61, The Eternal Tower, 16. In the conference room, numerous figures were seated, with only a few vacant spots remaining. All members of the headquarters had assembled. One individual queried, "Did the Vice Hall Masters summon us for a specific reason? Has that vile cult made any further movements?" He expressed his long-standing disdain for the traitorous faction, proclaiming that they must eventually be eradicated. Just then, 3 figures entered through the doorway, Wan Feiping, Ling Tianyu, and Zhao Wujie. While the first two were understandable, the appearance of Zhao Wujie raised eyebrows. Wasn't he a 9th tier? What was he doing in such a meeting? Curiosity piqued, yet they were astute enough not to inquire further, especially since the Vice Hall Masters had remained silent. "What brings you two Vice Hall Masters to summon us?" was the question that lingered in everyone's minds. The duo did not respond immediately, but instead gestured for Zhao Wujie to take a seat. "All right," he replied. Ling Tianyu turned his gaze towards Wan Feiping. "Old Wan, would you like to announce it? Or shall I?" "You go ahead," Wan Feiping replied. "Today, we have called everyone together to announce something of great significance," Ling Tianyu began, a smile gracing his lips. "This year, an extraordinary prodigy has emerged. Thanks in no small part to Zhao Wujie." The others instinctively turned their attention to Zhao Wujie. Facing the scrutiny of several council members, Zhao Wujie maintained his composure. Ling Tianyu signaled for him to speak. Standing up, Zhao Wujie declared, "I am sure you are all curious about the identity of this genius. Su Bai, at the tender age of 18, matches the prowess of a 9th-tier legend as a 4th-tier Beastmaster and has successfully traversed the 99th level of the Eternal Tower, making him the first legendary Beastmaster in history." Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's proclamation, their expressions varied widely. One individual skeptically inquired, "Surely, this information cannot be accurate? It is difficult for me to reconcile an 18-year-old 4th-tier Beastmaster with the 99th level." Apart from Zhao Wujie, who stood as a 9th-tier legend, all present were 10th-tier transcendents. They had also once challenged the Eternal Tower in their youth, leaving behind their heroic spirits. The notion of being defeated by a 4th-tier Beastmaster was simply unacceptable to them. Did that not imply their years of cultivation had been in vain? "Is it so difficult for you to acknowledge another's excellence, old Xia? Just because you cannot achieve it does not mean others cannot," retorted Yi Shuanglu. Jian Shen added, "Old Yi, old Zhao, and I have been closely monitoring the situation of the Eternal Tower, and we can confirm that Su Bai indeed conquered the 99th level, merely a step away from completion." Morong Shui remarked coldly, "I initially thought this was merely a personal showcase by our disciple, but it appears a dark horse has emerged." With the 3 witnesses corroborating this matter, it seemed increasingly likely to be true. "Ha ha ha, old Xia, old Ming, old Li, do not wear such glum expressions. The emergence of an unparalleled prodigy in the Dragon God Hall is a cause for celebration," Wan Feiping declared. "The Lord of the Hall is not present. Yet we have gathered to deliberate on this young man." Ling Tianyu added, "If Su Bai can conquer the Eternal Tower, then our Dragon Kingdom would have 2 individuals who have achieved this feat." Upon hearing this, they too began to harbor expectations. 2.5 days passed, and the scene belonging to Su Bai remained frozen at the 99th level. The time for the Eternal Tower's conclusion drew near. Was it possible that Su Bai intended to concede? Did he lack the courage to challenge the final level? Even if he were to lose, they would not have been surprised. What left them bewildered was that Su Bai had come this far, yet was unwilling to even attempt to challenge. Everyone assumed Su Bai would stop here. Eternal Tower, 99th level. Su Bai lay upon a folding bed, a praying mantis fanning him gently. "Master, is this force sufficient?" the mantis inquired. "Quite refreshing," Su Bai replied. "Master, what is a comic without chilled cola and chips?" The little dragon chimed in. Su Bai praised Little Dragon. "You are thoughtful." The little dragon beamed. "It is my honor, hee hee." The 2 Beastmasters exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with a palpable tension. Observing the camaraderie between the mantis and the little dragon, Su Bai felt a sense of satisfaction. He glanced at his other 2 Beastmasters. The abyssal terror was nibbling on grass, while the cat remained its usual self, soundly asleep. Remarkably, the cat seemed to spend nearly 24 hours a day sleeping, and Subai found himself admiring its unparalleled quality of slumber. Ding! Host's evolution points have surpassed 10 million. At last, he could evolve his Beastmasters. All his efforts over the past days had not been in vain. He was exhausted from gaming. The 4 Beastmasters were summoned into the Beastmaster space. Which one should he upgrade? Abyssal Terror. Blessed Cat. Both were dismissed. The former provided minimal frontline damage, and even upon evolving to mythic level, its only improvement would be in durability. The best defense is a good offense. If he could eliminate the enemy swiftly, who would need to defend? The Blessed Cat, like the Abyssal Terror, was in charge of damage output, while the Mantis and the Little Dragon were the real powerhouses. Upgrading the output-focused Beastmasters first, then the support ones, was the true path to success. As for whether to upgrade the Mantis or the Little Dragon, Subai found himself in a quandary. Ultimately, he chose to upgrade the Little Dragon. The reasoning was simple. The Holy Light Dragon would evolve to mythic level, transforming from a dragon into a Dragon King, resulting in a qualitative leap in strength. Furthermore, the Holy Light Dragon had shared a longer bond with Subai. Additionally, once the Little Dragon evolved into a mythic Beastmaster, riding it would certainly have more presence. The Mantis was simply too small to mount. Subai preferred something larger. In the Beastmaster space, the skies darkened as clouds gathered, the mist torn apart, and thunder began to coalesce. The Holy Light Dragon transformed into its true form, its wings unfurling to eclipse the sky. In the face of the impending tribulation, the Holy Light Dragon exhibited not a hint of fear, but rather a flicker of anticipation. Indeed, following the Master had proven to be wise. Black lightning descended from the heavens, crackling with dark arcs of electricity. The Holy Light Dragon commenced the process of refining this power. 1 bolt, 2 bolts, 3 bolts, 5 bolts of heavenly lightning rained down. Yet the storm showed no signs of abating. To evolve from a serpent to a dragon required 1 bolt of heavenly lightning. To evolve from a dragon to a Dragon King demanded 3 bolts. The final evolution from dragon to Dragon King necessitated 6 bolts. Moreover, the power of each bolt would exponentially increase, particularly the last. For a full 30 minutes, it felt as though the very air had been suspended in time. The ominous presence of a looming thunderclap was palpable, even before the celestial strike descended. Rather than fleeing, the Holy Light Dragon soared towards the heavens. With a resounding roar, the dark thunderbolt cleaved through the sky, striking the Holy Light Dragon at its center. Black arcs of electricity enveloped its form. The Holy Light Dragon let out a deafening roar, its body undergoing a gradual transformation. Its wings vanished, and its appearance shifted dramatically, enlarging tenfold. The divine radiance illuminated the surroundings, persisting for 2.5 minutes before dissipating. The Holy Divine Dragon King descended with an air of majesty, stirring up clouds of dust. As Subai scrutinized the attributes of his opponent, he was taken aback. Name: Holy Divine Dragon King. Realm: Mythical. Level: 40, scales with the Beastmaster S level. Talent: Dragon King Bloodline, Mythical. Health: 2 billion. Strength: 20 million. Constitution: 20 million. Agility: 20 million. Spirit: 40 million. Skills: Meteor, Mythical. Dragon Breath, Mythical. Dragon King Descend, Mythical. Meteor consumes 100 mana points, with a radius of 400, 000, 10, 000 coefficient x 40 Beastmaster level meters. Dealing 200 million, 5 coefficient x 40 million spirit, damage to enemies within range, with a cooldown of 3 seconds. Dragon Breath consumes 10, 000 mana points, locking onto a target to inflict 600 million, 10 coefficient spirit, 10 coefficient strength, true damage, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Dragon King Bloodline increases skill range to 2, 000, damage raised to 2, 000. Dragon King Descend consumes 1 mana point per second, with a radius of 400, 000, 10, 000 coefficient x 40 Beastmaster level meters, reducing all attributes of enemies within by 50, depending on their realm, with no cooldown. Note: the Holy Divine Dragon King requires 100 million evolution points to evolve into the ultimate Holy Beast. Chapter 62, The Eternal Tower, Final. Upon witnessing the attributes of the Holy Divine Dragon King, Subai was momentarily speechless. All attributes amplified tenfold. Is this the might of a mythical beast? While other beast masters are capped at the epic level, Subai had already attained a mythical beast. The Holy Light Dragon had evolved into the Holy Divine Dragon King, not only enhancing its attributes but also granting it a domain skill, Dragon King Descend. All beings below the mythical level would suffer a 50 reduction in all attributes. The range was as expansive as Meteor, consuming merely 1 mana point per second. The most crucial aspect was that this skill had no cooldown. This meant that as long as the mana regenerated quickly enough, The skill could be maintained indefinitely. Engaging an enemy would trigger Dragon King Descend, diminishing their attributes by 50. Just contemplating this was exhilarating. Without even engaging in battle, one could feel utterly drained. Who could withstand such an overwhelming force? Wait, isn't the mythical beast the highest tier? What, then, is the ultimate holy beast? Such a concept was not even recorded in textbooks. It is said that a legendary beast requires 10 million evolution points to ascend to a mythical beast. The leap from a mythical beast to an ultimate holy beast is even more ludicrous, demanding 100 million evolution points. Given Su-Bai's current yield, he could only acquire over 3 million evolution points daily, meaning it would take a month to elevate one mythical beast to an ultimate holy beast. The founder of the Dragon Temple, having reached the 10th transition, had yet to surpass it. This signifies that at the latest, within a month, Su-Bai would emerge as humanity's foremost powerhouse. There was no need for strenuous effort. However, such thoughts lingered only for a fleeting second. Beyond the mythical realm lies the ultimate holy realm. What could possibly exist beyond that? With a system at hand, his aspirations could not be confined to the present. He must strive to become the strongest. Only then could he ensure his own safety. Su-Bai's gaze hardened. I am coming for the 100th floor. The surrounding scenery shifted. On top of a towering structure stood a figure clad in black, with crimson glimmers flickering within its dark pupils. The black figure leaped down with grace. The ground splintered beneath the impact, leaving a web-like pattern, yet the figure emerged unscathed, showing no signs of injury. As the figure removed its helmet, its visage was revealed. Name, Sangtian. Level, 90, pinnacle of the 9th transition. Status, heroic soul. Class, mechanical sage. 90 levels. Rather than feeling daunted by the opponent's stature, Su-Bai felt invigorated, as if sizing up prey. Prior to the evolution of the Holy Divine Dragon King, a confrontation with Sangtian would have been a lopsided affair, 10-0 in Sangtian's favor. But now, the tides had turned. No matter how formidable Sangtian was, Su-Bai possessed a beast that surpassed him, the Holy Divine Dragon King. A radiant golden portal hovered in the air, swinging open to reveal a golden Dragon King. Above its head loomed a grand character, King. A roar echoed across the heavens as the Holy Divine Dragon King gazed down with disdain upon the mere ants below. Little Dragon. The designation elicited not ire but joy from the Holy Divine Dragon King, whose eyes widened in excitement. Master. The Holy Divine Dragon King approached Su-Bai, exuding an air of subservience. Little Dragon, you are now the Dragon King. Display some of that regal authority. As you command. A glint of coldness flashed in the Holy Divine Dragon King's eyes. I can hardly contain my eagerness. Seated upon a golden throne, the Holy Divine Dragon King unleashed its domain skill, Dragon King Descend. The radius of 8 million meters was instantly bathed in gold. A pair of colossal golden eyes snapped open, their size rendering the figure itself invisible. Within the domain, Sangtian's attributes plummeted by 50, even before the battle commenced. The situation felt dire. Who could understand this plight? Without granting Sangtian a moment to recover, Su-Bai activated Beast Rampage. A crimson glow fused with the Holy Divine Dragon King, doubling its attributes. With the opponent's attributes diminished by 50 and his own augmented by 100, it was akin to experiencing 2 boosts in strength. The dragon's maw opened, unleashing a golden beam of light. Sangtian attempted to evade, but in the face of such radiance, his speed was akin to that of a sluggish snail. With a targeted skill, there was no escape. Sangtian was engulfed by the golden light, and a blood-red damage number appeared above his head, 2436E. With over 20 billion true damage dealt, Sangtian's health bar crumpled like paper, vanishing in an instant. It had been over 2 days since Su-Bai entered the Eternal Tower, with less than an hour remaining before its closure. Having conquered 99 floors, why had he not challenged the final level? Was it possible that Su-Bai intended to forfeit? Surely not. Having cleared 99 floors, he was merely 1 step away from victory. What harm could there be in attempting to conquer the last floor? What if he succeeded? I suspect Su-Bai has given up. If he intended to challenge it, he would have done so earlier instead of delaying. Then, a voice rang out. Su-Bai is challenging the final floor. Instinctively, everyone turned their attention to the leaderboard. Enveloped in a silence so profound that even breaths could barely be heard, no one departed. The sole reason being their desire to witness whether Su-Bai could conquer the Eternal Tower. Throughout the many years since its inception, only one individual had ever succeeded, Sangtian, the founder of the Dragon Temple. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time trickled by, each moment laden with anticipation. Suddenly, the leaderboard underwent a change, marking the name of Sangtian. He plummeted to the 99th tier, while a new contender claimed the 100th. Eternal Tower rankings as follows. First place, Su-Bai, level 40 Beastmaster, tier 100. Second place, Sangtian, level 90 Mechanical Sage, tier 99. Third place, Ling Tianyu, level 87 Sky King, tier 98. Fourth place, Wan Feiping, level 84 Earth's Chosen, tier 97. Wow. Upon witnessing the rankings, it felt as if a missile had been hurled into a tranquil lake, sending the entire venue into a frenzy. Am I perhaps dreaming? You are telling me that a level 40 Beastmaster has conquered the Eternal Tower? Even novels would not dare to depict such a tale. Sangtian has been vanquished, and he is the founder of the Dragon God Temple, a formidable level 90 warrior. A staggering difference of 50 levels between level 40 and level 90. Yet you claim victory? From now on, should anyone dare to belittle Beastmasters, I shall be the first to contest. If Beastmasters are deemed worthless, what does that make me? Subai is Subai, and the Beastmaster is merely a Beastmaster. What connection does Su Shin's prowess have to the Beastmaster class? While other Beastmasters struggle to even break through the 9th transformation, look at Su Shin, who has even defeated Sangtian's heroic spirit. There are no worthless professions, only worthless individuals. At merely 18 years of age, he conquered the Eternal Tower, while I, at 24, cannot even surpass the first tier. Who among us is not astounded? I suspect Su Bai is not human, but rather a monster. No, even monsters cannot be this extraordinary. Quickly, take out your phones to capture and commemorate this glorious moment. Upon seeing someone pull out their phone, others followed suit. The white flashes of light erupted like a frenzy, never ceasing. In that moment, Su Bai upended their worldview. Who says Beastmasters are weak? What does this have to do with Su Bai? In this world, there are only worthless individuals, not worthless professions. Chapter 63, Mythical Equipment, Chosen Set. The 3 council members exchanged glances, able to see the admiration in each other's eyes. There was no resentment. The gap between them was simply too vast, akin to the moon and an ant. They had anticipated a personal showcase, yet a dark horse emerged, transforming it into Su Bai's personal exhibition. In the future, I can boast that I have crossed swords with Su Bai. Shang Xiaodian was so elated he nearly leaped with joy. Gu Qinghan scoffed, Shang Xiaodian, how can you be so happy after losing? I truly cannot comprehend your thought process. There was something she refrained from saying. If she hadn't known his ranking, she might have thought he had won. So what? Shang Xiaodian replied nonchalantly. Su Bai has defeated me and also vanquished the Hall Master. Does that not imply that my strength is on par with the Hall Master? Li Guangdao and Gu Qinghan regarded him with peculiar eyes. Under their scrutinizing gazes, Shang Xiaodian felt uncomfortable and coldly remarked, why are you looking at me like that? Xiaodian, I find you to be quite the talent, Li Guangdao praised. I never would have imagined it. Su Bai conquered the Eternal Tower, and our defeat to him is not shameful. A genius. Gu Qinghan gave a thumbs up. Flustered by their compliments, Shang Xiaodian humbly responded, well, do not forget who I am. I am Shang Xiaodian, and I have had the fortune of crossing blades with Su Bai, albeit with a disheartening outcome. Wu Yong, holding a 30 billion black card, contemplated a thought. Back then, you all mocked me for calling a junior my elder brother. Now, I am being slapped in the face. Not only do some wish to be Su Bai's underlings, but others aspire to be his adopted sons, even his biological children. From my understanding of Su Bai, he would hardly pay any attention to such individuals. Adding insult to injury is often viewed with ill intentions. Wu Yong recalled Zhao Wujia's words. Individuals like Su Bai are to be befriended, not offended. Initially, Wu Yong did not regard this sentiment with seriousness. However, reflecting upon it now, had he offended Su Bai back then, his fate would have been predictable. Indeed, experience is the most profound teacher. In the conference room, everyone was fixated on the large screen, their eyes wide open, nearly popping out. As council members, they had witnessed many prodigies. After all, who among them was not a genius? Yet they had never encountered anyone like Su Bai. Not to mention seeing him, they had not even heard of such a being. Level 40 versus level 90. Any fool would know who would prevail. Yet, the unexpected occurred. Su Bai triumphed, conquering the Eternal Tower and defeating the Hall Master. They could comprehend each word, but when strung together, it made no sense. Is this truly something a mere human can achieve? Compared to Su Bai, those so-called geniuses lacked even the qualifications to tie his shoelaces. They had previously dismissed a saying, genius is merely the threshold to meet me. Gazing upwards at the ceiling, a sense of confusion washed over them. Had their years of cultivation been wasted, unable to surpass a mere child? Ultimately, Wan Feiping shattered the peculiar atmosphere. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a commendable matter. Su Bai is one of us from the Dragon God Temple and moreover, a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. With him among us, we possess infinite possibilities. Here, I must commend Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia's smile was broader than AK's, almost bursting into a pig-like snort, his legs instinctively wanting to prop up on the table. However, noticing the current atmosphere, Zhao Wujia managed to restrain himself. Deputy Hall Master, you flatter me. I am merely Su Bai's supporter, Zhao Wujia humbly replied. That cannot be said. Without you, we would never have discovered such a peerless prodigy. Wan Feiping remarked with a grin. Old Wan is correct, the Hall Master is back. This meeting is now adjourned. Upon uttering these words, Ling Tianyu suddenly shattered a window and soared out. Wan Feiping felt something was amiss. The Hall Master had never exhibited such excitement upon returning. Wait. That direction is where the Eternal Tower descends. Damn it. Ling Tianyu, you old rascal, may you meet a wretched end. Wan Feiping shattered another window and flew out. Congratulations. You have conquered the Eternal Tower and received substantial rewards. You have completed the 5th transformation task. Experience has been unlocked. The Eternal Tower will vanish in 10 minutes. A countdown appeared in midair. Su Bai did not immediately check the rewards obtained. Instead, he approached a soul crystal. Defeating the guardian spirit would allow him to leave behind his own heroic spirit. The strength of the heroic spirit would be determined by his current prowess. Would you like to leave a message for future challengers? Long before entering the Eternal Tower, Su Bai had already contemplated what he wished to convey. I am Su the Great. Why do you not bow upon seeing me? An imposing voice resonated across the heavens. Su Bai was seen seated upon a golden dragon throne, legs crossed, holding a glass of red wine, his gaze filled with mockery, as if regarding refuse. The wine glass shattered. An 8 million meter radius was bathed in gold. A pair of golden pupils suddenly opened wide. The Dragon King descends. Having completed these actions, Su Bai examined his gains. 1 set of mythical equipment and 1 broken stone. The former was acquired through the Eternal Tower, while the latter was an additional reward. Level 4 cultivation had conquered the Eternal Tower. First, he checked the set attributes. Name, chosen set. Quality, mythical. Level, 40, 1100 level. Attributes, all attributes 40, 000. Attribute 1, cooldown time reduced by 50. Attribute 2, maximum mana 50. Attribute 3, maximum health 50. Attribute 4, movement speed 50. Entry 5, damage 50. Entry 6, healing effect 50. Entry 7, resistance 50. Note, both Beast Tamers and their beasts can benefit from the above attributes. Set effect, 77. Familiar, automatically restores 1 maximum mana and maximum health per second. Both the Beast Tamer and the beasts can enjoy this set effect. Note, the familiar set can evolve by devouring other equipment. Evolution value, 0. Description, the equipment level is determined by the wearer's level, with a maximum of level 100. Su Bai glanced at the equipment he was wearing and compared it. What a ridiculous item. The sage set only increases spirit and agility, and the boost is pitiful. Then he looked at the familiar set with a total attribute of 40, 000. It was an astounding 10-fold increase. What caught Su Bai's attention the most was the set effect. Familiar, restores 1 mana and health per second. It may seem minimal, but in reality, it is quite significant. After activating the life-sharing skill, Su Bai's health bar surpassed 1 billion. Even at a rate of 1 per second, he could recover 100 million health. The most crucial aspect was the mana recovery. The effect of Beast Frenzy was exceedingly formidable, enhancing all attributes of the beasts by 100, but the consumption was also substantial. Losing 1 mana per second perfectly offset this. Moreover, the Holy Dragon King, having evolved into a mythical beast, had acquired a new domain skill, Dragon King's Descent. Activating this domain required 1 mana per second. Now it had transformed into a perpetual motion machine, allowing him to maintain this skill indefinitely. But that was not all. The familiar set could also evolve by devouring equipment. If mythical equipment was already this powerful, how formidable could the sacred equipment be? Chapter 64, New Skill, Beast Resurrection. Su Bai removed the sage set and donned the familiar set. His attributes surged several-fold. Not only did his battle power increase significantly, but the set effect triggered, automatically restoring 1 mana and health per second. Beast Frenzy, Dragon King's Descent. These 2 skills could continuously operate in perpetual motion mode. The sage set, after all, was dark gold equipment. Surely, the familiar set would yield a considerable increase in evolution value after devouring it. Without hesitation, Su Bai sacrificed the dark gold equipment. The sage set transformed into a beam of dark golden light, merging into the familiar set. You have consumed the sage set 1. Evolution value, 001. Is that all? Upon seeing the increase in attributes, Su Bai's expression darkened considerably. He had anticipated that evolving a mythical set into a sacred set would be challenging, but he did not expect it to be this arduous. A single dark gold equipment only increased the evolution value by 1/10,000th. It would require devouring 10,000 dark gold sets to evolve. The set consists of 7 components. At the very least, he would need to devour 70,000 pieces of equipment, none of which could be below dark gold quality. Where could Subai possibly find so many pieces of equipment? He could only take it one step at a time. If dark gold equipment increases the evolution value by 1/10,000th, what about epic and legendary equipment? Besides the mythical set, Subai also acquired a broken stone. The surface of the stone was inscribed with numerous arcane patterns, and due to its broken state, it was incomplete. Name: Fragmented Heritage Stone. Quality: Unknown. Effect: Collect all 3 lost fragments from the world to forge a complete heritage stone. Quantity: 13. Unknown. Even a mythical set could detect its quality. How could this broken stone not reveal its grade? The records in the Dragon God Temple's database mentioned that using a heritage stone could grant one a legacy. Heritage stones are also classified by level, the highest being divine. It seems that the heritage stone I obtained is above divine level. However, finding the other 2 fragments is currently a mystery. Searching blindly is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. I can only leave it to fate. The fragments were placed into a spatial ring, temporarily gathering dust. Subai checked his personal panel. Name: Subai. Occupation: Beast God, unique. Level: 40, 5th Transcendence. Health: 7. 140,000. Mana: 8, 160,000. Strength: 47, 600. Constitution: 47, 600. Agility: 47, 600. Spirit: 54, 400. Evolution points: 368,000 40s. Entry 1, cooldown time 50. Entry 2, maximum mana 50. Entry 3, maximum health 50. Entry 4, movement speed 50. Entry 5, damage 50. Entry 6, healing effect 50. Entry 7, resistance 50. Beasts: Abyssal Terror, legendary. Caring Cat, legendary. Holy Dragon King, mythical. Crimson Mantis, legendary. Equipment: Familiar Set LV40, mythical. Exclusive skills: Enslavement, Life Sharing, Infinite Beast, Eye of Insight. Heart of Defense, Beast Frenzy, Beast Resurrection. Beast Resurrection: Your beasts will resurrect at the original location after death, with a 24-hour interval between each unit. All attributes have surpassed the threshold of 10,000, with spirit exceeding 50,000. After the 5th Transcendence, each level gained increases the 4 primary attributes by 800 points, along with an additional 800 points of free attributes. What intrigued Subai the most was the newly acquired skill. The primary distinction between beast tamers and summoners lies in the fact that, when the former's contracted beasts die, they are truly dead. In contrast, the creatures summoned by the latter can be re-summoned after death. Each profession has its advantages and disadvantages. Beast tamers are undoubtedly numerical monsters, under equal levels. Their beasts can overpower summoned creatures. Beast Resurrection compensates for this shortcoming. Even if a beast dies, it can resurrect once at the original location, effectively granting it an additional life. While it may seem trivial, one must not forget that Subai possesses life sharing. His health doubles directly, with life sharing activated. His health can surpass 10 billion. If his beasts die but can resurrect once, it equates to having 20 billion health. Dying would be a formidable challenge. Everyone stood at the entrance, eagerly awaiting Subai's emergence to witness his splendor firsthand. Some extreme individuals even planned a grand gesture. The moment Subai stepped out, they would rush forward, sliding to embrace his leg while shouting, "Father, please accept my bow." What is face compared to becoming stronger? To others, they are exalted prodigies beyond reach. In Subai's eyes, their identities have completely reversed. The wait was interminably long. Just then, a silver-white warship approached, a royal-grade battleship. Although they had never seen a royal-grade battleship, they had witnessed a king-grade fighter jet, the very one Wu Yong had just piloted. In comparison to a royal-grade battleship, the king-grade fighter jet paled in comparison. Only council members are eligible to obtain a royal-grade battleship. The royal-grade battleship found an empty spot and landed, raising clouds of dust as the hatch opened, revealing a middle-aged man. Upon seeing the newcomer, Li Guangdao and the others instinctively approached to greet him. "Vice Hall Master." The 3 clasped their fists in a gesture of respect. "You have performed admirably, not bringing shame to your master," Ling Tianyu remarked with a smile. In the past, hearing such praise would have filled his heart with immense joy, but now it felt laced with condescension. After all, Subai had successfully conquered the Eternal Tower, while they had yet to even challenge the last 10 floors. Without comparison, there is no pain. "Deputy Hall Master, what brings you here today?" Shang Xiaodian swiftly diverted the topic. "Of course, I came to see Subai," Ling Tianyu added, "and to take a glimpse at you all." The onlookers around him were filled with envy upon hearing that Ling Tianyu was seeking Subai. "Brothers, I admit I am envious. If only I could receive such treatment. You? Not that I look down on you, but you haven't even breached a single floor, yet you wish for him to seek you out personally?" Suddenly, Another royal-class battleship descended, its obsidian exterior contrasting sharply with the surroundings. As the hatch opened, a jovial middle-aged man emerged. Upon seeing the newcomer, Ling Tianyu's expression darkened with ill intent. "Old one, what brings you here? Does old Ling allow me to come, but not you?" One Faping teased. "Let us not forget. We are both deputy home masters." "You, what do you mean by that?" "Don't think I am unaware of your intentions," One Faping scoffed. "You simply wish to get close to Subai. Such people are insufferable." Ling Tianyu regarded him as one would a fool. "Then why have you come?" Wan Faping countered. "It is merely because I am concerned for you." The surrounding crowd looked on in shock at their exchange. If one were unaware of their identities, they might easily mistake them for two gossiping women. Just as their quarrel escalated, a flash of white light appeared. Subai had emerged. Chapter 65, The 18-Year-Old Counselor. As Subai stepped out of the Eternal Tower, he was greeted by two familiar faces. Ling Tianyu spoke first. "Subai, allow me to introduce myself. I am Ling Tianyu, the Deputy Hall Master of the Dragon God Hall." "Greetings, Deputy Hall Master," Subai replied. "There is no need for such formality. From the very first glance, I sensed the connection between us. You may call me Brother Ling or Brother Tianyu." Ling Tianyu, unabashedly familiar, noted that he was nearing 50, yet he was asking an 18-year-old to call him brother. They were indeed eager to advance. Observing Ling Tianyu's attempt to ingratiate himself with Subai, Wan Faping cast him a disdainful look. "Ling Tianyu, you are nearing 50. How can you shamelessly ask Subai to call you brother? How utterly ridiculous. Age is but a number. My young brother here has conquered the Eternal Tower, demonstrating his extraordinary prowess." Wan Faping interjected as he sensed another argument brewing. Subai quickly interrupted. "What is it that you two esteemed seniors wish to discuss with me?" "The Hall Master has returned and wishes to meet you." The royal-class aircraft, crafted by the Hall Master himself, awaited. Though Subai had bested Song Tian, that was merely a remnant spirit. 20 years had passed. Song Tian's strength would undoubtedly have grown. Subai was not so arrogant as to underestimate him. The Sacred Dragon King, though a mythical beast, was of a lower level. Merely at level 40. "I, too, wish to meet him. How shall we proceed?" "Of course, we shall take the battleship," Ling Tianyu replied with a smile. "My young brother. This battleship is remarkably comfortable. What gives you the right to claim that your battleship is superior to mine?" Wan Faping retorted angrily. "My battleship is also royal class and no less impressive than yours." Subai inwardly lamented. If one were unaware of their identities, they might think two old women were squabbling. If they took Ling Tianyu's ship, Wan Faping would be irate. If they took Wan Faping's, Ling Tianyu would feel the same. How to resolve this? A glance at Wu Yong sparked an idea. "Esteemed seniors, I sincerely appreciate your kindness, but I arrived with young Wu and ought to return with him." Subai politely declined. Seeing Subai refuse, the two men offered no further insistence. "Very well. It matters not to let that old fellow Hall Master wait a little longer." Wu Yong, who had remained silent until they boarded the aircraft, finally spoke up. "Brother Su, you are truly incredible, my idol." Wu Yong launched into a flow of words. "You cannot imagine how much respect people hold for you. Many call you brother. Some even foster father or dear father. Such is merely the passing wind," Subai replied nonchalantly. As his own strength grew, so too did his perspective. In the past, he would have reveled in being called foster father or even dear father for an entire day. There is nothing that cannot be resolved by the term foster father. If it fails, one may simply repeat it. In this world, it is not merely about combat. Rather, understanding human relations is of paramount importance. Were Ling Tianyu and Wan Faping genuinely so courteous to Subai due to his looks? Subai had not yet become so self-absorbed as to believe he was universally appealing. What mattered more was strength. Even if one were a yordle, as long as their power was sufficient, countless admirers would eagerly follow. Wu Yong observed Subai's calm demeanor and felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Were he in Subai's position, his lips would struggle to suppress a grin. Is this the essence of strength? Wu Yong silently vowed to become like Subai. "Brother Su, I made a bet with Li Guangdao and a few others, wagering on whether you could defeat their spirit. I have won a total of 30 billion. And here are 15 billion for you." "This feels inappropriate." Subai hesitated, realizing that 15 billion was no small sum, especially after having only 5 million left after bidding on 3 items. "Brother Su, without you, I wouldn't have won so much. In that case, I shall accept it." Subai was not one to be overly sentimental. To refuse further would be impolite. Half an hour later, they arrived at their destination. This marked Subai's first visit to the Dragon God Hall. Upon becoming a member, he had gone directly to the Eternal Tower. "Brother Su, the Hall Master awaits you in the Dragon God Hall. I shall not accompany you further." "Understood," Subai replied as he and Wan Faping proceeded to the Dragon God Hall. In the center stood a statue of a black dragon, while a red-haired middle-aged man occupied the main seat. As Subai prepared to bow in respect, he was interrupted. "There is no need for that." Song Tian rose from his seat and approached Su Bai with a smile. Congratulations on conquering the Eternal Tower. Just days prior, upon learning of Su Bai's illustrious achievements, Song Tian had been incredulous. 18 years old, a fourth transition beast master, having conquered the 99 layers. Each word was comprehensible, yet together they seemed unfathomable. Even in his youth, he had never encountered such a prodigy. Upon returning to the Dragon God Hall, Song Tian learned of Su Bai's triumph over the Eternal Tower and the spirit he had once left behind. Eagerly, he sought to meet Su Bai. Eye of insight. Information about the three of them materialized before him. Name, Song Tian. Level, 100, peak of 10 transitions. Occupation, mechanical sage. Name, Ling Tianyu. Level, 97, late stage of 10 transitions. Occupation, king of the skies. Name, Wan Feiping. Level, 96, mid stage of 10 transitions. The strength of the three exceeded that of Su Bai's spirit by countless magnitudes, particularly Song Tian, who had reached the pinnacle of human potential. Merely a step away from the next realm, Song Tian scrutinized Su Bai, sensing a probing presence directed at him. It seems I have been seen through. Quite intriguing. The heavens have grown increasingly curious about Su Bai. Can Su Bai summon your beast? Su Bai had no intention of concealing his capabilities. He could sense the amiable disposition of the three, devoid of any hostility. At times, revealing a modicum of strength yields greater advantages. Very well. The Holy Divine Dragon King. From the golden portal, a diminutive dragon, no larger than a palm, emerged. The Holy Divine Dragon King lifted its proud head, surveying the world below. In the next moment, the Holy Divine Dragon King scuttled behind Su Bai. Master, I am afraid. Su Bai rolled his eyes, exasperated, and admonished, Little dragon, considering you are a mythical beast. Such timidity is unbecoming. The three stared in astonishment at Su Bai's summoned beast. Wan Feiping, Ling Tianyu, Song Tian. None uttered a word, silently gazing at the beast. Wasn't the upper limit for Beast Tamer's epic beasts? What on earth is a mythical beast? They had surmised that Su Bai's beast was at the legendary tier, but they never anticipated it was, in fact, of the mythical tier. In the brief silence, Su Bai spoke. Am I allowed to retract it? Yes. Song Tian replied with a smile. I have no grievances in my loss. Su Bai, I hereby officially bestow upon you the title of Counselor. Chapter 66, The Royal Class Battleship, Shura, Counselor? Upon hearing this title, Ling Tianyu and Wan Feiping were momentarily taken aback. What had they just heard? Song Tian was bestowing Su Bai with the status of Counselor. But how old is he? Barely 18. The very notion of an 18-year-old counselor is preposterous. The youngest counselor in the Dragon God Temple surpassed 30 years of age. Su Bai had shattered the record, and not by a trivial margin. There has been no precedent, and future generations will find it exceedingly difficult to surpass him. How long had Su Bai been with the Dragon God Temple? Merely a few days, and he had ascended from an ordinary member to the rank of counselor. Such a rapid promotion is astonishing. They suspected that before long, Song Tian might even relinquish the position of temple master to Su Bai. Astonished as they were, the two said little more. With a mythical beast at his command, Su Bai had already reached the threshold of the 10th transition. To become a counselor, one must fulfill one of the following criteria. 1. Break through level 90 to become a 10th transition powerhouse, surpassing the legendary tier. 2. Possess strength on par with a 10th transition powerhouse. Except for Su Bai, everyone else met the level requirement. Even the temple master, Song Tian, did not rival the strength of a 10th transition powerhouse at level 90. Though the difference between the 10th transition and level 90 appears to be just one level, the disparity in strength is monumental. It is no exaggeration to say that 10 level 90 professionals, without any breakthroughs, would not stand against a single 10th transition powerhouse. Cross-dire battles exist only among the lower ranks. Who among them, to become a 9th transition legend, or even surpass the legendary tier, is not a genius? Thank you, Temple Master. Indeed, as I had surmised, revealing a bit of strength brings not detriments but benefits. Had Su Bai concealed the Holy Divine Dragon King, his counselor status would have been forfeited. There is no need for such formality, my little brother. From now on, you may call me Brother Song, or Tian Ge will suffice. As he spoke, Song Tian produced a medal from seemingly nowhere. Donning this medal symbolizes the status of counselor and allows one to alter their attire at will. Thank you, Brother Tian. Su Bai adorned himself with the radiant moon medal, which bore the emblem of a moon. Upon touching the emblem, his black cloak transformed into a black suit. Then, the suit morphed into black athletic wear, which subsequently reverted to the black cloak. With but a thought, Su Bai could alter his attire to any ensemble imaginable, even JK, Lolita, or Hanfu. However, Su Bai had no penchant for cross-dressing. It was akin to a single garment transforming into countless others. Are you satisfied with this medal, my little brother? Indeed. Ha ha. As long as you're satisfied, that's what matters. Song Tian chuckled. I have another gift for you. Another surprise? Brother Tian, this is quite overwhelming. Although he verbally declined, his body was decidedly honest, trailing closely behind Song Tian. Ling Tianyu and Wan Feiping internally scoffed. This old man is utterly shameless. Nearly 50. And he has a mere 18-year-old call him brother. His face is thicker than a city wall. Shameless. What are you two still doing there? Song Tian shot a glare at them. Coming. The two hurriedly followed suit. Temple Master, what gift are you presenting to Subai? Wan Feiping inquired with curiosity. You shall soon find out, Song Tian replied cryptically. Ascending in an automated lift, they arrived at an expansive underground warehouse. The warehouse housed a battleship, its blood-red exterior adorned with numerous weapons. Do you like this battleship, my little brother? I do. If you like it, then it is yours now. Zhao Wuji had expended considerable savings to acquire a royal-class fighter, yet here Subai was, receiving a battleship for free. If Zhao Wuji were to learn of this, he would likely lose sleep over it. Not just Zhao Wuji, Ling Tianyu and Wan Feiping's eyes glimmered with envy upon seeing the battleship. They had endured countless hardships to purchase their own battleships. Yet now, Song Tian was simply gifting Subai one. Without comparison, there is no pain. Brother Tian, isn't this a bit too extravagant? Subai said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. My little brother, with your talent, this battleship is hardly excessive. Then I shall not be polite. Subai was not one to feign modesty. To refuse further would be impolite. This battleship has yet to be named. What do you intend to call it? Shura. In the virtual realm, Subai's codename was Shura. Thus, naming the battleship Shura was entirely fitting. A splendid name, Song Tian remarked. This battleship is royal class and can withstand any damage from beings below the 10th transition. Even a 10th transition powerhouse would require time to destroy it. The royal class battleship boasts not only formidable defense, but also impressive offensive capabilities. It has 3 forms. The first, standard mode, in which the battleship can unleash a barrage of bullets without consuming nuclear energy. The second, super mode, in which the battleship can launch tons of missiles at the cost of a small amount of nuclear energy. The third, ultimate mode, in which the battleship can fire laser cannons, consuming a significant amount of nuclear energy and requiring a recharge. The first 2 modes pose no threat to 10th transition powerhouses. The final mode, however, even a 10th transition powerhouse must weigh carefully. No wonder Zhao Wuji spared no effort in acquiring a royal-class fighter. Although royal-class fighters are inferior to royal-class battleships, if used wisely, even a 9th transition legend must tread cautiously. Royal-class battleships are not something every counselor possesses. Brother Tian, will the size of this battleship prove inconvenient? Not at all. Song Tian produced a metallic cube, known as a mechanical cube, upon binding with it. One can summon the battleship at any time, retracting it as easily as a beast tamer retrieves their beast into their beast space. Now it was Subai's turn to feel awkward. He realized he had asked a foolish question. A battleship of such size could not possibly be summoned from the underground warehouse each time he wished to set sail. How cumbersome, even with its autopilot feature. It would consume considerable time. Each journey would require issuing commands, a process that would also take time. Now, with the mechanical cube, it could be utilized at any moment. With a mere twist of the cube, the battleship would emerge. Returning it to its original position would retract the vessel. Subai gazed at the cube in his hand, biting his finger until a drop of blood fell, transforming the cube into a crimson hue. After 2.5 minutes, the blood-red color faded. The binding was successful. As the cube rotated in Subai's hand, the Azura was summoned back. Songtian, Su, my brother, are you aware of the ancient god relics? Subai shook his head. He had only recently awakened to his profession and knew little about the Dragon God Temple, let alone the ancient god relics. He had never even heard of them. The ancient god relics appeared without a fixed schedule. The materials for royal-grade battleships and king-grade aircraft were sourced from these relics. It had been 20 years since the last appearance of an ancient god relic. Inside, there were not only precious materials, but also rumored legendary beasts. Now that you've mentioned it, I'm wide awake, Subai exclaimed. He currently possessed 3 legendary beasts and 1 mythical beast. Who would ever find having high-level beasts a burden? He had to venture to the ancient god relics. Chapter 67. Su Gu is now a counselor. When will the ancient god relics descend? Subai inquired eagerly. Each time the ancient god relics manifest, there is no specific time frame. I can only estimate that it will be within the next few days. Songtian's expression turned serious as he added, Subai, I must caution you. If enemy nations and cultists learn about your identity, they will go to great lengths to eliminate you, no matter the cost. This was not mere hyperbole. Imagine if your adversary had just awakened to their profession. Would you sit idly by and allow them to grow stronger? The answer was undoubtedly no. Subai was akin to a nuclear weapon from a bygone era. If he were to grow, the consequences would be unfathomable. perhaps even more terrifying than nuclear arms. Would the United States and cultists remain silent? Subai understood the gravity of the warning. It was a call for him to lay low. I have a system now, and you tell me to be cautious? There's no room for caution. With his current rate of growth, Subai could evolve one of his legendary beasts into a mythical one within 3 days. At that point, possessing 2 mythical beasts would make it difficult for him to perish. Even if enemy nations and cultists dispatched 10 transcendent beings, they might not stand a chance against him. Seeing Subai's silence, Song Tian assumed he had grasped the seriousness of his situation. I must respectfully disagree with you on this point, Master. Subai replied with a smile. There is a saying, true strength cannot be cultivated in a greenhouse. Your generation produced many powerful individuals, yet in ours, despite superior resources and education, why is there not a single transcendent being? It is because they have grown too comfortable. Only through life and death struggles can one truly become strong. Always lurking in the shadows guarantees a short journey. Do you all agree with my perspective? Song Tian wanted to retort, but found no grounds to do so, for every word Subai spoke rang true. The Eternal Tower had descended 3 times. In the first instance, only the earliest batch of professionals entered. In the second, none of the professionals beyond the 90th floor succeeded. In the third, had it not been for the emergence of the prodigy Subai, none would have breached the 90th floor. Despite advancements in education and resources, why had the number of strong individuals dwindled? When fierce beasts first appeared, it was a stroke of luck for 1 out of 100 pioneers to return. Perhaps Subai was correct. The current generation had become too complacent. True strength is only forged through the crucible of battle. You are right. I have grown old. Song Tian said earnestly. Subai, I offer you 2 choices. Your information will be encrypted, and only I will have access to it. As for the second choice, we will not conceal your identity. As you said, a genius should face challenges head-on. I choose the second option, Subai stated without hesitation. Let the storm come with greater ferocity. Su, my brother, I have faith in you, Song Tian said, patting him on the shoulder. Tiangu, I have matters to attend to. We shall speak later. Witnessing Subai leave, Wan Feiping could not restrain his curiosity. Master, did you not wish to take Subai as your disciple? Indeed, but as the strongest in the Dragon God Temple and the foremost in the Dragon Nation, I have yet to find a disciple. To take Subai as a disciple? Perhaps not. Before he revealed his mythical beast, I had some confidence in this regard. However, after seeing it, my perspective has shifted. I do not intend to take him as a disciple, nor do I have the qualification to be his master. To form a connection would be most advantageous. Forcing the issue would not only fail to earn his favor, but could also foster resentment. There is wisdom in the saying that a forcibly picked fruit is not sweet. Investing now will ensure greater returns in the future. Outside, Wu Yong paced curiously, eager to know what Song Tian had discussed with Subai. Wu Yong, what brings you here? Sugu, what a coincidence. We meet again. Wu Yong did not reveal that he was waiting for Subai. What is it? Subai asked. What did the master say to you? Wu Yong inquired, curious. Not much, just gave me a medal. A medal? Wu Yong's attention was drawn to the emblem adorning Subai's chest. The sight startled him. The Bright Moon Medal symbolized a counselor's status. As a disciple of Zhao Wujie, Wu Yong had seen the Bright Moon Medal before. Zhao Wujie's medal was of a lower grade than Subai's, merely the Starry Medal. An 18-year-old bearer of the Bright Moon Medal? A counselor at 18? Wu Yong's mind nearly short-circuited. He knew Subai was strong, but he never anticipated such strength. He had only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. To earn the Bright Moon Medal, a minimum of transcendent strength was required. It was no exaggeration to say that Subai could now pin Zhao Wujie's head to the ground and rub it back and forth. If only I possessed Su Ji's strength, Wu Yong murmured quietly, envisioning the scene of Zhao Wujie begging for mercy on the ground, which thrilled him. What did you say? Nothing. Wu Yong shook his head vigorously, dismissing the audacious thought. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. As he turned to leave, Subai paused, recalling something. If anyone bullies you, just let me know. I'll ensure they learn how to regret. Watching the young man depart, Wu Yong felt a surge of emotion. Who said only the opposite sex could be a source of inspiration? In that moment, he saw his own light. The mere thought of having a counselor brother was exhilarating. Even Li Guangdao, Gu Qinghan, and Shang Xiaodian would greet him with, Yongge, hello? Wu Yong let out a laugh, reminiscent of a villain. Suddenly, a sharp tap on the back of his head jolted him. Ouch, that hurts. Wu Yong rubbed his head angrily. Who dares to sneak attack me? Do you know who I am? It's me. Upon seeing the assailant, Wu Yong immediately deflated. The one who struck him was Zhao Wujie. Master, why did you hit me? Wu Yong complained softly. Were you just standing there laughing like a fool, plotting to grow stronger for revenge? Zhao Wujie said coldly. Wu Yong's eyes darted away. Was Zhao Wujie a mind reader? Do not feign silence. I am indeed your master, Zhao Wujie declared with confidence. I can discern not only your thoughts, but even the color of your undergarments. Really? Wu Yong retorted cheekily, "Master, what color am I wearing today?" This time, it was Zhao Wuji who found himself embarrassed. His earlier boast had merely been a casual remark. Clearing his throat, he attempted to mask his discomfort. "By the way, why has the Lord summoned Subai?" Wu Yong lifted his head with an air of pride, adopting a demeanor that suggested he would only divulge the information if prompted. Upon noticing the icy glare from Zhao Wuji, Wu Yong felt a bead of cold sweat form on his forehead. The Lord himself is bestowing the Haoyue medal upon Subai. He has now become a member of the council. Chapter 68 Summer Snow. Wait, you're a council member? At the Dragon God shop, a staff member stood at the counter, adorned in a form-fitting skirt and sheer black stockings, her ample bosom concealed by her lowered gaze. She was breathtakingly beautiful. "How much do you sell this equipment for?" "It's you?" Summer Snow immediately recognized her. There were only a handful of people in the Dragon God Temple, and apart from Subai, it was hard to find another 18-year-old who could join. Given his striking good looks, it was difficult not to remember him. "Weren't you a tour guide?" Subai casually inquired. "The auction house holds events monthly. Aside from the auction, there aren't many people in the virtual world. Moreover, there are only a few newcomers, and once they grasp the basic content, they no longer require a guide. Thus, being a salesperson is my primary role. Guiding is merely a side endeavor." "What equipment do you offer here?" Subai's purpose for visiting was straightforward. To upgrade his mythical set, he needed to devour a plethora of equipment. With 15 billion in hand, he realized it was better to convert that wealth into combat prowess. The costs for professionals were exorbitant. A single epic beast could start at 10 billion. Subai was uncertain what he could acquire with such a sum. The lowest tier was black iron, and the highest was legendary. The finest equipment available in the shops of Shanghai City was merely dark gold. Did this shop truly possess legendary equipment? Subai soon understood. Shanghai City was merely a level 3 city, and having dark gold equipment was already commendable. The Dragon God shop, located within the Dragon God Temple, would naturally showcase superior equipment. How much for a full set of legendary equipment? 300 billion. Summer Snow held up 3 fingers. Upon hearing the price, Subai felt deflated. He had thought himself sufficiently wealthy, only to discover he couldn't even afford a single set of equipment. Noticing Subai's silence, Summer Snow chuckled. "That's the price for regular members. As a formal member of the Dragon God Temple, you enjoy a 20 discount. It will only cost you 240 billion. Glancing at the balance on his card, he noted he was still short by 90 billion. Wait, formal members enjoy 20 off. What discount do council members receive? 50. Summer Snow added. However, any equipment purchased cannot be resold. If discovered, one would face fines and a ban from the shop. Such cases have occurred before. A 50 discount is already at cost price. If anyone could undermine the market, how would we continue to conduct business? This card holds 15 billion. Swipe it. Mr. Su. Only council members can enjoy cost price. Before she could finish, Subai touched his metal, transforming his black trench coat into a tailored black suit, complete with a hat. "Can I receive a discount now?" he asked with a smile as he removed the hat. Yes. Summer Snow nodded vigorously. What had she just witnessed? Subai possessed the Haoyue medal. What did that signify? There were scarcely more than 10 individuals in the entire Dragon God Temple who held such an accolade. What astonished Summer Snow most was his age, an 18-year-old bearer of the Haoyue medal. Was he not an 18-year-old council member? The mere thought sent chills down her spine. Summer Snow took the card from Subai and processed the payment. Afterward, Subai departed with a confident stride. Summer Snow stared at his retreating figure, momentarily entranced. "Xiao Shui, what's wrong?" A colleague waved a hand before her face. "When did you arrive, Sister Yu?" "I came just as you were gazing at that young man." Her colleague teased. "Xiao Shui, do you have a crush on him?" "Don't say such nonsense, Sister Yu," Summer Snow replied with an eye roll, exasperated. "Subai has just turned 18. I'm 24. So what?" Her colleague shrugged nonchalantly. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than a man can embrace 2 gold bricks. Summer Snow shifted the conversation. "Sister Yu, may I ask you something?" "Of course, what is it?" "Have you ever seen a council member?" "Certainly. This is a place where council members frequent. But have you ever seen an 18-year-old council member?" Her colleague glanced in the direction Subai had left, then back at Summer Snow. "Xiao Shui, are you joking with me? It's only been a few days since the awakening day." "Sister Yu, do I look like I'm joking?" Summer Snow sighed. "I met him at an auction a few days ago. Subai joined the Dragon God Temple at 18, and I thought that was outrageous enough. But now he has become a council member?" Her colleague wore a look of disbelief. She understood Summer Snow well enough to know she would not jest about such matters. "An 18-year-old council member?" She repeated the words, her heart racing with realization. Inside the Shura's cabin, Subai retrieved the legendary set. He couldn't even be bothered to examine its attributes, as it was merely nourishment for his affiliated set. "You have lost the Blazing Flame set. Evolution value 1. Evolution value 101. A dark gold set would increase the evolution value by 0.01, an epic set by 0.1, and a legendary set by 1. Therefore, a mythical set should augment the evolution value by 10. The Dragon God shop offered the highest quality legendary sets available. Even if he were to devour legendary sets, he would need 100 of them. A single legendary set cost 150 billion, so 100 would amount to a staggering 15 trillion. Setting aside whether Subai had that much money, could the shop even possess such inventory? It seemed that upgrading his set would not be achievable in the short term. Subai pulled out a meticulously detailed map, indicating the lowest and highest levels of monsters in each region. The 1 million spent was well worth it. After reaching the 5th transformation, his level cap would rise to 50. With less than 2 days until the college entrance examination, Subai aimed to reach level 50. With his current strength, he would pose little threat until the 10th transformation. He pinpointed a leveling location, Tianhahu. The weakest monsters there were at least level 50, with the strongest at level 60. Additionally, a boss named Jerry the Turtle King resided there. Destination, Tianhahu. Understood, Master. The AI assistant activated the autopilot feature. 10 minutes later, the AI issued a warning. Master, there are flying beasts 100 kilometers ahead. The radar was now cluttered with red dots. Although there were fewer ferocious beasts in the sky, it did not imply their absence. Xiao Xiu intercepted these ferocious beasts. Yes, Master. The warship accelerated its flight speed. Subai, feeling disheartened by his low level, realized that an experience package had conveniently presented itself. Now that it has come, there is no need to flee. The flying beasts did not choose to attack upon seeing the warship. The reason was simple. The two sides were not in the same weight class. The higher the level of the beast, the greater its intelligence. They could discern the disparity between foe and ally at a glance. If you choose not to attack, then I shall take the initiative. Xiao Xiu activated its first form. A barrage of bullets, blocking out the sun, surged towards the beasts. With a piercing sound, their wings, bodies, and heads were pierced. 3 seconds later, all the red dots on the radar vanished. Subai ascended from level 40 to level 41. The experience required for each subsequent level after 40 was monumental. Fortunately, the Tianhe Lake had also arrived. Chapter 69, Leveling Up. Tianhe Lake stretched vast and endless before him. The creatures here included fish, turtles, and water shrimp. Subai decided to test the power of the warship's second form. Missiles were launched from the cannon's mouth, sending white smoke billowing and splashing water into the air. Soon, a multitude of dead fish floated on the surface. Subai gained further insight into the warship's capabilities. He refrained from activating the third form, as the first 2 forms were not particularly impressive, at least, not for Subai. The bullets from the first form posed a threat to beasts below level 9, while the missiles from the second form could challenge legendary beasts at level 9. Only the third form could inflict damage on those who had surpassed legend at level 10, albeit requiring a charge up. The warship's primary functions lay not in offense, but in travel and defense. Subai turned the magic cube, the Shura, back into storage, causing his body to descend. Divine Dragon King. A golden portal opened, and a palm-sized dragon emerged. Master. The little dragon blinked its big watery eyes, looking adorably spoiled. Quickly revert to your true form. As you command, Master. With a roar, the little dragon grew from the size of a palm to a staggering 10,000 meters. Subai landed upon a golden throne, surveying the entire lake. Does Master require my assistance? Not in haste. Abyssal Terror. Subai intended to grind through a few layers of the feast to allow the Abyssal Terror to grow a bit larger. Black mist enveloped the area. A pair of crimson eyes glimmered, and when the fog dissipated, a colossal creature of 40,000 meters materialized. With a thunderous crash, the giant beast plummeted into the lake, its immense size causing the water to barely reach its knees. The Abyssal Terror in the Beast Master space was ravenous and nearly drooling at the sight of food. Feast. The Abyssal Terror opened its gigantic mouth, swallowing a multitude of fish monsters that had been swimming peacefully before darkness engulfed them. And then there was silence. Your beast. Abyssal Terror activates the feast skill, devouring 1,000 monster fish, reaching layer 1, 314, health 13, 140, 000, size 1, 314 meters. Your beast, Abyssal Terror, activates the feast skill, devouring 520 water turtles, reaching layer 520, health 5, 200, 000, size 52 meters. Your beast, Abyssal Terror, activates the feast skill, devouring 380 shrimp monsters, reaching layer 380, health 3, 800, 000, size 38 meters. In one gulp, several thousand layers were accumulated. Subai also ascended from level 41 to level 42. The feast was fully stacked, and the Abyssal Terror was recalled to the Beast Master space. Little dragon, it's your turn to shine. Yes, Master. The little dragon was eager. Dragon King descends. A radius of 8,000 kilometers was bathed in gold. Even the surface of the lake turned golden. A pair of golden eyes suddenly opened, surveying the entire lake. But that was not all. The divine Dragon King conjured a massive star with its hands. Smite it. Meanwhile, two figures appeared, one old, one young. The young girl sat atop an iceberg, standing at 1.5 meters tall, clad in a dark Gothic dress with knee-high black stockings. A lollipop in her mouth and a well-developed figure. The elderly man rode a firebird, donned in a white robe, exuding an ethereal demeanor, holding a folding fan, with a long white beard and a kindly smile. The girl was named Chu Mingya, and the elder was called Chu Fengyun, the president of the Beastmaster Guild. They had come to Tianhe Lake to assist the granddaughter in completing her advancement task. With a peak level 8 elder guiding her, Chu Mingya's leveling speed was rapid, reaching level 40 in just a few days. Her level 5 task was to tame the Jelly Turtle King, a level 60 dark gold boss, without Chu Fengyun's assistance. Accomplishing this task would have been an insurmountable challenge. As the saying goes, background is also a part of strength. Once she tamed the Jelly Turtle King, she would ascend to level 5, shining even brighter in the upcoming examinations. Alas, the upper limit for Beastmasters was set at level 8 peak. Even though Chu Fengyun was the president of the guild, the strongest Beastmaster in Longhua had only reached level 8 peak. Breaking through to level 9 was exceedingly difficult, requiring a contract with a legendary beast, which were said to exist only in tales. Chu Mingya doubted the existence of such legendary beasts, pondering why no one had successfully obtained one. Grandfather, the Jelly Turtle King, is a level 60 boss. Can I really succeed in taming it? Chu Mingya voiced her insecurities. Little ya, with your grandfather here, you have nothing to worry about, Chu Fengyun assured, stroking his beard. Your grandfather is the president of the Beastmaster Guild. Among Beastmasters, none dare claim the second position if I hold the first. I don't believe it, Chu Mingya teased. Is there any doubt? Chu Fengyun lamented. It's a pity that the upper limit for Beastmasters is level 8 peak, otherwise, I would have long reached level 9. A sigh escaped him, laden with frustration, helplessness, and melancholy. For himself, it was of little consequence. He had grown accustomed to it. Yet Chu Mingya was still young, having just awakened her profession. And her future seemed bleak. It's all your fault for being incapable, grandfather. Just as Chu Fengyun wallowed in self-reproach, the entire lake transformed into a golden expanse. A pair of golden eyes snapped open. Just the gaze alone instilled an overwhelming sense of dread. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He wished to speak, but found himself voiceless, as if all strength had been drained from him. The most evident change was in the beasts beneath him, their wing beats slowing significantly, as if they had encountered some great terror. Suddenly, a colossal star appeared in the sky, radiating golden light. Following the direction of the star, a dragon could be seen, over 10,000 meters long. A mythical beast? Even Chu Fengyun's voice trembled. The icebird was merely of the dark gold realm, and the firebird belonged to the epic realm. Even if it were a legendary beast, the firebird should not exhibit such fear unless this dragon was beyond legend, a mythic beast. The immense star descended, as if heralding the apocalypse. This is bad. Even from a distance, Chu Fengyun felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. He instinctively protected his granddaughter. Chu Fengyun knew that with his peak 8 transformation strength, attempting to block that celestial body was nothing short of a fool's errand. Yet, Chu Mingya was his granddaughter. Fortunately, the target of that celestial body was not the two of them, but rather the monstrous fish. A deafening rumble echoed as a colossal shockwave radiated outward, sending water splashing everywhere. Though they were outside the explosion's radius, the residual waves left their cheeks stinging, underscoring the immense power of that celestial body. The heavenly river, who vanished without a trace of water. The monsters were reduced to mere specks of dust beneath that celestial entity. Chu Mingya plopped down onto the ground, cold sweat soaking her back. Grandpa, that dragon of yours is a mythical beast, isn't it? Indeed, Chu Fengyun nodded, surprised to discover that mythical beast tamers still existed in this world. Thankfully, he was a citizen of the Dragon Nation. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Chapter 70, 50 evolution points per second. Grandpa, doesn't that mean my advancement task has failed? Chu Mingya suddenly realized her predicament. The Jelly Turtle King was indeed formidable. A level 60 dark gold ferocious beast. However, that recent attack could only be described as apocalyptic, not an exaggeration in the slightest. Forget about a level 60 beast. Even a slight brush with the shockwave would have been enough to obliterate Chu Fengyun instantly. With only a few days left until the college entrance examination, she had hoped to break through to the 5th transformation, but it now seemed utterly hopeless. Witnessing his precious granddaughter's despondency, Chu Fengyun felt a pang of heartache. If anyone else dared to snatch their chosen prey, he would have certainly confronted them. But for now, it was best to let it go. Despite being the foremost beast tamer in the Dragon Nation, he lacked the courage to even lift his head before those esteemed predecessors. Xiaoya, the Jerry Turtle King isn't the only one. Grandpa will do his utmost to help you tame another one before the college entrance exam. Are you afraid, Grandpa? Chu Mingya asked innocently. Chu Fengyun retorted, your grandpa is the president of the Beast Tamer Guild. In the Dragon Nation, I would rank second or third, and no one dares to say otherwise. However, he still needed to meet that predecessor. Chu Fengyun hastily changed the subject. It was well known that the upper limit for beast tamers was peak 8 transformations, yet he possessed a mythical beast. Chu Mingya did not think much of it, as she had only recently awakened her profession. But Chu Fengyun had remained at peak 8 transformations for many years, believing he would never advance further in this lifetime. Now, however, he glimpsed hope. How could he not be exhilarated? Xiaoya, don't blame Grandpa for not reminding you. When you meet the predecessor later, you must not lose your composure. If you anger them, I won't be able to help you, understand? Chu Fengyun warned from the side. He was not being alarmist, for such a formidable being. Wishing to annihilate them would be as simple as crushing an ant. Grandpa, I'm not foolish. Chu Mingya huffed. Meanwhile, on the other side, the level of Su Bai soared from level 42 to level 50 in an instant, an astonishing leap of 8 levels. Su Bai examined his status panel. Name, Su Bai. Profession, Beast God, Unique. Level, 50, must complete advancement task to continue leveling up. Health, 9, 840, 000. Mana, 12, 060, 000. Strength, 65, 600. Constitution, 65, 600. Agility, 65, 600. Mentality, 80, 400. Evolution points, 2, 096, 000, 50s. With 50 evolution points per second, that amounted to 180, 000 in an hour and 4, 320. 000 in a day. It was said that evolving a legendary beast into a mythical beast required 10 million evolution points, which meant he could upgrade one mythical beast in just 2.5 days. Evolving a mythical beast into a supreme beast required 100 million evolution points, necessitating a full 25 days for one upgrade. Reaching level 50 not only enhanced his gains, but also significantly boosted his attributes. His blessed set upgraded from level 40 to 50, granting him an additional 50, 000, to all attributes. The 5th transformation task was to conquer the Eternal Tower. What was the 6th transformation task? 6th transformation task, as follows. Task description, eliminate 1 10 transformation powerhouse. Time limit, none. Exhausted, Su Bai thought, let it be destroyed. He had anticipated the advancement task would be challenging, but never imagined it would be this arduous. There were only a handful of 10 transformation powerhouses in the Dragon Temple, barely a dozen. Others who broke through from the 9th to the 10th transformation did not face such a monstrous task. Su Bai was only at the 5th transformation. Where was he to find a 10 transformation powerhouse? Did they think 10 transformation powerhouses were as plentiful as cabbages? While he grumbled, he knew he still had to complete the task. The strike from the Holy Dragon King not only granted Su Bai a wealth of experience, but also dropped numerous pieces of equipment. Riding the Holy Dragon King, he soared towards the loot. All equipment within a radius of 10,000 meters was automatically collected into his storage space. Thankfully, he had an automatic looter, otherwise, gathering all this equipment would have taken an eternity. Half an hour later, all the spoils were cleared away. It truly echoed the saying that a few minutes of battle required tenfold the time to clean up the battlefield. Su Bai, feeling lazy, fed all the collected equipment to the mythical set. Evolution value, 1. Evolution points, 201. Having devoured so many pieces of equipment, the progress bar only increased by 1. The monsters in the Heavenly River who had all been slain by Su Bai. To level up, he had to complete the advancement task. With only a few days left until the college entrance exam, Su Bai planned to return. He had to participate in the exam. Achieving a good rank would not only provide abundant resources to his city, but also reward him personally. I'm only participating in the college entrance exam for Shanghai City and the rewards, not to showcase myself in front of others, Su Bai silently reminded himself. Turning the magic cube, the Shuro appeared. With a mechanical roar, Su Bai departed. Shortly after, an old man and a young girl arrived. Watching the disappearing figures, Chu Mingya sighed. Grandpa, that predecessor is too fast. We can't catch up. Chu Fengyun replied. What I can confirm is that the predecessor is a member of the Dragon Temple. As the president of the Beast Tamer Guild, I recognize their battleship at a glance. Only members of the council are eligible for royal-class battleships. I've never heard of a Beast Tamer among the council members. Could they be a newly inducted member? At the gates of Shanghai City, 2 figures stood waiting, Jiang Chuan and Jiang Hai. They had received news of Su Bai's return and had been there early. A battleship was stationed not far away. As a person disembarked, Jiang Chuan and Jiang Hai exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting mutual confusion. When Subai left, it was Wu Yong piloting the aircraft to fetch him. What was this battleship? In just a few days, Subai seemed to have transformed entirely. The battleship was retracted into the magic cube. Subai cast a surprised glance at the two. Name, Jiang Chuan. Level, 60, peak of 6th transformation. Profession, Beast Tamer. Name, Jiang Hai. Level, 50, peak of 5th transformation. Profession, Water Mage. When Subai left, Jiang Hai had been in the late phase of the 5th transformation, so it was normal for him to break through to the peak. However, Jiang Chuan had directly vaulted a major realm from the peak of the 5th transformation. City Lord, you've broken through to the 6th transformation? Ha ha ha, I owe it all to you. Me? Seeing Subai's confusion, Jiang Hai explained. Not long after you departed from Shanghai City, officials approached us and even assisted the City Lord in contracting an epic beast. Jiang Chuan felt immense gratitude. Had it not been for his status, he would have bowed deeply to Subai. Without Subai, it would have been nearly impossible for him to break through to the 6th tier in his lifetime, likely remaining stagnant at the 5th tier. By the way, are there many prodigies in the Eternal Tower? Jiang Hai inquired curiously. Prodigies? Subai recalled that indeed there were many, none having even breached the 1st level. Among them, Li Guangdao stood out, having only reached the 90th level. Noticing Subai's silence, Jiang Hai assumed he was feeling disheartened. Subai, significant events have transpired during your absence. Jiang Hai redirected the topic. Significant events? Did we encounter another beast tide? Subai questioned. There can't possibly be that many beast tides. Jiang Hai rolled his eyes. Once you arrive at our location, you'll understand. It's rather mysterious. Chapter 71. The eve of the exam in Shanghai City, in the central square. A colossal statue stood tall. It depicted a dragon and a man, with the man perched on the dragon's back, legs crossed, gazing down upon the masses. Around the statue, countless citizens knelt in reverence. Su God, you are our savior. Without you, the entire city would have perished. A little girl, clutching a rag doll, expressed her gratitude. My father was nearly killed by those monsters. Thankfully, we have Su God. When I grow up, I too want to be like him. Xiaoxi, eat a bit more. One day, you will be as formidable as brother Subai, a woman doted. Yes, mama, I will. Xiaoxi tightened her little fist, her gaze growing resolute. Some had lost hands, others legs. They were both fortunate and unfortunate. Fortunate to be alive, yet unfortunate to have become disabled, making it nearly unrealistic to advance further. Observing the kneeling citizens, Subai felt a heavy heart. Although only a few days had passed since arriving in this world, his mindset had irrevocably changed. This was a harsh world where the weak were destined for elimination. Only by continuously growing stronger could one possess the means of self-preservation. In war, who escapes unscathed? A war devoid of casualties is hardly a war, it resembles a fairy tale. What Subai could do was to continually strengthen himself until the day he could annihilate all foes. Where did these ferocious beasts originate? Why did they invade Blue Star? Subai had no answers, nor would anyone reveal them to him. Overthinking would only lead to unnecessary troubles. Seeing Subai in silence, Jiang Hai shook his head helplessly. This child bore far too much on his shoulders. At merely 18, he was compelled to undertake numerous responsibilities. Jiang Hai patted him on the shoulder, offering comfort. Subai, do not burden yourself excessively. Yes, Principal, I understand. The inspector has arrived. Let him wait for me at the City Lord's mansion. Jiang Chuan instructed the two beside him. Su Chuanqi, old Jiang, accompany me. Meanwhile, at the City Lord's mansion, the secretary attended to the inspector. Is this tea to your satisfaction, esteemed inspector? It's acceptable. Just as they conversed, the grand doors swung open. Upon seeing the visitor, the inspector abruptly rose from the sofa. Counselor Su, greetings. You are the inspector? Subai scrutinized the individual before him. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the inspector from the Windchaser Dragon Temple. Hearing their exchange, Jiang Chuan and Jiang Hai were utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? The inspector was at least a 9th-tier powerhouse, with a status surpassing that of ordinary members. Yet, in this moment, he treated Subai with remarkable courtesy. No, respect. What had Windchaser just called Subai? Counselor. Although they had never encountered a counselor, one could not help but recognize that a counselor represented the pinnacle of strength in the Dragon Temple. Only those who surpassed the legendary 10th tier could qualify as counselors. Could it be that Subai had already reached the 10th tier? As this thought flickered, it was swiftly extinguished. Subai was far too young to be a 10th tier powerhouse, unless he possessed strength rivaling that tier. Had Subai previously concealed his true abilities? The legendary beast was already astonishing enough. They dared not entertain such thoughts further. Seeing the two freeze in place, their expressions akin to encountering a ghost, Windchaser was unperturbed. He himself had been taken aback upon learning about Subai. Who could have imagined that a mere 18-year-old could ascend to the rank of counselor? Such a narrative would be deemed too fantastical for any novel. City Lord Jiang, your Shanghai city has birthed a peerless prodigy. Wind Chaser expressed, filled with envy. Esteemed inspector, you flatter me, Su Bai replied humbly, though inwardly he reveled in the praise. Who could have foreseen Su Bai's rapid growth? It was as if the old adage rang true, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. Su Bai, what have you experienced in the Eternal Tower? Jiang Hai could not contain his curiosity. This was also Jiang Chuan's question, but given their relative unfamiliarity, Jiang Hai was the one to inquire. This is something I can answer without needing Counselor Su, Wind Chaser interjected, admiration evident in his demeanor. Counselor Su has conquered the Eternal Tower, defeating the Hall Master. This simple statement left them utterly astounded. What had they just heard? Su Bai had cleared the Eternal Tower and vanquished that individual, the founder of the Dragon Temple and the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom, a well-known fact. They had initially assumed Su Bai performed poorly in the Prodigy War, yet he had stunned them all by conquering the Eternal Tower and now held the title of Counselor. Counselor Su, why didn't you mention your triumph in the Eternal Tower earlier? Jiang Chuan queried, puzzled. Su Bai shrugged and replied, you never asked. Indeed, they had not inquired about Su Bai's performance in the Prodigy War. Jiang Hai had merely inferred from Su Bai's expression that his performance had been less than stellar. It was unreasonable for Su Bai to approach someone and proclaim, brother, I conquered the Eternal Tower and defeated the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom. That would be absurd. To speak of such accomplishments oneself differs greatly from having them acknowledged by others. The former sounds boastful, while the latter conveys a sense of humility alongside undeniable prowess. This was also why Su Bai refrained from sharing. There was another significant matter concerning the city's upgrade. Upon hearing the word upgrade, Jiang Chuan felt as if he had been invigorated. He had often dreamed of Shanghai City advancing to a level 2 city, and it seemed that dream was on the verge of realization. Jiang Hai was equally elated, for as the principal of Shanghai, the benefits of a city upgrade were manifold. Resources would multiply exponentially, and the influx of students would also rise. With more students came more prodigies. Most gratifying for Jiang Hai was having nurtured a student like Su Bai, despite Su Bai's immense efforts. Could it be said that Jiang Hai's own influence was not a fraction of that? In the future, he could boast about having a counselor as a student. Just the thought filled him with delight. Had it not been for the current circumstances, he would have indulged in a celebratory pole dance. How many levels can Shanghai City ascend? Jiang Chuan inquired with curiosity. I understand your eagerness, but please remain patient. Chasing Wind interjected. Mayor Jiang, with your current 6th-tier cultivation, Shanghai City will automatically elevate to a 2nd-tier city. This banner symbolizes its 2nd-tier status. Consequently, the resources allocated to Shanghai City will multiply significantly compared to before. He continued. Moreover, there is Counselor Su, who now serves in the Dragon God Temple. Shanghai City can progress from 2nd tier to 1st tier, although this will require some time. Chasing Wind, wary of misunderstandings, elaborated. Counselor Su has only recently been appointed. Typically, as the inspector, Chasing Wind would not need to provide explanations, yet given Su Bai's prominent status, it would be unwise to provoke any discontent that might lead to complications. A fleeting glance at Su Bai revealed his indifference, prompting a sigh of relief from Chasing Wind. I will remain in Shanghai City to assist with its development, Jiang Chuan remarked, his eyes brightening. The presence of a 9th-tier powerhouse would render them unfazed during beast tides, significantly accelerating their growth. However, despite Counselor Su's role, he could not possibly stay in Shanghai City indefinitely. His path was destined to be extraordinary. Chapter 72. The College Entrance Examination, Linyuan City. In a taxi, Su Bai gazed at the morning sun. Shanghai City is a subordinate city of Linyuan City. Each year, students must travel to Linyuan City for the college entrance examination. The journey between the two cities is arduous, taking a full 2.5 hours to reach the examination venue. After settling the fare, he exited the vehicle. The surroundings were bustling with people, some accompanied by family while others arrived solo. Mom, I want braised pork, a child exclaimed. Once your exam is over, I will personally make you braised pork. The mother replied, her tone indulgent. Observing this scene, the boy turned to his father. Dad, I want braised pork too. No way, if you don't perform well. You'll be having century eggs stir-fried with shredded pork tonight, the middle-aged man responded kindly. Compared to them, Su Bai felt solitary, though he harbored no envy. Having lived 2 lives, Su Bai's mindset was far more mature than that of his peers. The path of the strong is destined to be a solitary one. Solitude is not to be feared, but rather the inability to confront it. Solitude fosters growth. At that moment, an announcement echoed. All examinees, please form an orderly line. No cutting or disturbances, or you will be disqualified. The crowd fell silent. Due to Shanghai City's distance from Linyuan City, Su Bai found himself towards the back of the line. After half an hour, it was finally his turn. Registration clerks sat on either side. Please register your information in the booklet. Name, Su Bai. Age, 18. Identity, student of Shanghai No. 1 High School. Upon completing the registration, the staff handed him a token. You may proceed to the waiting area for the examination. When your token number is called, the exam will commence. The examination venue is easy to locate. Simply follow the arrows. A man in his 30s stood on the stage. This year's examination consists of two main segments, the level test and the practical exam. I will call the numbers of those who should come forward. Test Site 13, Examinee 001. Those called stepped onto the stage. Do not be nervous. Simply touch the testing crystal. Jiang Xiaobei, level 38 power enhancer. Gasps of envy rippled through the crowd upon hearing the level. The minimum requirement for the college entrance examination is a level of 10 to participate, while ordinary individuals hover between levels 10 and 15. The truly gifted range from levels 15 to 20, and only those with connections can breach the 20-level threshold. Jiang Xiaobei's awakened profession is not even a hidden class. Achieving level 38 in just 10 days seems implausible. However, they refrained from voicing their thoughts, as connections are indeed a part of strength. Some are fortunate enough to find mentors, just as others are. There are no rules against assistance in the college entrance examination, after all. Some are born into privilege while others toil in the fields. It is not without reason. How can one generation's efforts compare to the advantages of 3 generations? Examinee 002. Step forward. Chu Mingya, level 40 Beast Tamer. Just when it seemed that 38 was extraordinary, another prodigy emerged. Following the theft of the Jerry King, Chu Fengyan had helped Chu Mingya find a new beast companion. Yet this process took considerable time, causing her to barely break through to the 5th tier. Otherwise, her level could have been even higher. Chu Mingya displayed no discontent. After all, the Jerry King was a wild beast. And failing to capture it was a reflection of her own shortcomings. Examinee 003, step forward. Hao Tianchen, level 44 Dragonblood Warrior. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Despite Chu Mingya being at level 40, the gap of merely 4 levels to Hao Tianchen was significant, as higher levels demand exponentially more experience. Moreover, the nature of their professions is crucial. The Dragonblood Warrior is a hidden class, while the Beast Tamer and Power Enhancer are merely rare professions. Even among hidden classes, the Dragonblood Warrior stands as one of the most elite, with hopes of breaking through to the 10th tier, with both talent and a strong background. This year's top scorer is undoubtedly destined to be Hao Tianchen. Noticing the astonished expressions around him, Hao Tianchen raised his head high, his smile broader than the horizon. Reveling in the adoration, this exhilaration was unmatched. The real spectacle was still to come. Hao Tianchen was determined to become the national champion. Meanwhile, in a conference room, many high-ranking leaders were seated, all mayors of various cities. At the head of the table sat a middle-aged man named Mu Yunfeng, the mayor of Linyuan City. Jiang Xiaobei, Chu Mingya, and Hao Tianchen all hailed from Linyuan City. One was over level 30, while the other 2 were over level 40. The envy from the others was palpable, as most examinees from their cities lingered around levels 10, with those breaking the 20-level barrier considered geniuses. Not a single individual had reached level 30. It seemed this year's top scorer would again emerge from Linyuan City, as the difference between a first-tier city and others is not trivial. The resources alone could easily overshadow their efforts. Jiang Chuan simply smiled without speaking. This year, the top scorer will undoubtedly be from Shanghai City, he proclaimed. The wait was tedious. After 2.5 hours, it was finally Su Bai's turn. Touch the testing crystal to proceed. The examiner repeated the earlier instructions. Su Bai, level 50 Beast God. The examiner's voice trembled with disbelief. What had he just witnessed? Hao Tianchen was only at level 44. Yet this Su Bai had achieved level 50, a staggering 6-level difference. The examination had been ongoing for several hours, and the crowd's attention had waned significantly. However, upon the revelation of level 50, it was as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped into a tranquil lake. The entire venue erupted. What did I just hear? Someone is at a higher level than Hao Tianchen? In just 10 days, someone had surged to level 50, averaging 5 levels per day? Wait, buddy. I'm only at level 10, and you're telling me you've already reached level 50? What kind of joke is this? Who is Su Bai? I've never heard of him before. Could he be a scion of a prominent family? Regrettably, he is a beastmaster. You lament his situation, but at level 50, how does your own level compare? Even without summoning his beasts, he could easily overpower you. What I lament is that had he not been a beastmaster, he would undoubtedly have been this year's top scholar. A flicker of unwillingness flashed in Jiang Xiaobei's eyes. It is entirely reasonable for Chu Mingya and Hao Tianchen, both of whom hail from Linyuan City, to possess higher levels than he. But who is this Su Bai that has suddenly emerged? Could it be, as those around suggest, That Su Bai is a scion of a prestigious family? Otherwise, how could he possibly level up so swiftly? He has just reached level 38 with guidance, while Jiang Xiaobei lags a full 12 levels behind him. Chu Mingya's beautiful eyes sparkled as she murmured, I've been working tirelessly to reach level 40. Yet this Su Bai is already a staggering 10 levels above me. How Tianqian clenched his fists, a glint of battle intent flashing in his eyes. He had expected to stand head and shoulders above the rest, only to discover that there was someone even stronger than him, by a whole 6 levels. Even with a few extra days, reaching that level now seemed a futile dream. He could not fathom why Su Bai's level towered so far above his own. The bad news was that the two were separated by 6 levels. The good news was that their opponent was a Beastmaster. As is well known, the Beastmaster is regarded as the most ineffectual class, without exception. This year's top scholar must surely be Hao Tianqian. I assert that. Chapter 73. Are you telling me he is a Beastmaster? What the heck? Who is this Su Bai, who has reached level 50? What was the highest level in previous year's college entrance examinations? I recall it being 45, or perhaps a decade ago. Does that mean Su Bai has shattered the record, exceeding the previous high by a full 5 levels? I have never heard of such a figure before. Could it be that Su Bai is a dark horse? I suspect he is a descendant of some grand family. Others instinctively glanced at Mu Yunfeng, who held the highest status among those present. At this moment, Mu Yunfeng was equally perplexed. Who am I? Where am I? He knew better than anyone the significance of a level 50. With his own level soaring to 90. He stood as a pinnacle of the 9th transformation. Hao Tianqian had ascended to such heights in a mere 10 days, largely thanks to him. Yet even so, there were those who surpassed him, stirring Mu Yunfeng's curiosity about Su Bai's identity. He signaled to his secretary to retrieve the information. City Lord, here is Su Bai's dossier. As Mu Yunfeng opened the file, his pupils gradually dilated. It was one thing not to look, but another entirely to be shocked once he did. What had he discovered? Su Bai hailed from Shanghai City. Wasn't he that merely a level 3 city? The strongest there could only reach level 50 at most. How could someone like Su Bai possibly exist? Xiao Lu, is this information accurate? In Mu Yunfeng's mind, for Su Bai to rise so high, there must be some extraordinary power behind him. The city lord's information is without error. Taking a deep breath, Mu Yunfeng managed to calm himself somewhat. Who is the lord of Shanghai City? Greetings, City Lord Mu. I am Jiang Chuan, the lord of Shanghai City. Jiang Chuan rose from his seat, feeling an unprecedented straightness in his posture. The other city lords cast curious glances at him, more so with envy. How wonderful it would be if their own cities could produce someone like Su Bai. Seeing their expressions, Jiang Chuan nearly burst into laughter. It has been so long. I have finally made my mark. In the past, he had been a mere shadow, unnoticed by anyone. Now, even Mu Yunfeng regarded him with shock. Jiang Chuan could only express one sentiment. Exhilarating. He had never felt such joy before. So this is what it feels like to shine in front of others. It is quite delightful indeed. In a moment of dazed reflection, Mu Yunfeng asked, City Lord Jiang, is Su Bai one of your people from Shanghai City? Indeed. Jiang Chuan added, Su Bai is not only one of us, but also a source of pride for Shanghai City. Mu Yunfeng chose not to pursue further inquiries. Everyone has their own secrets. However, this year's top scholar status remained unchanged. No matter how high Su Bai's level, it could not alter his identity as a Beastmaster. The first examination had officially concluded. Next was the second examination, practical combat. Shortly, all candidates would be transported to the examination instance. This jade pendant is called a teleportation pendant. Should you find yourselves in danger, shattering it will forcibly transport you out. However, this also means you will be eliminated. When compared to life, this is of little consequence. The examiner handed out a teleportation pendant to each participant and performed a hand gesture, opening a portal. You may now enter. With a flash, Su Bai vanished from his spot. When he opened his eyes again, the surroundings had transformed. An endless grassland stretched before him. Instance, Slime Kingdom. Level, 1050. Population 1, 34 million. Description, do not be deceived by their appearance. Defeating slimes will earn you points. Large instances differ from regular ones. The former imposes no limits on numbers, while the latter restricts participants, usually allowing no fewer than 1 and no more than 5. Though over 1 million candidates may seem like a lot, it is not. This figure represents all candidates from the Dragon Kingdom. The Slime Kingdom is vast, making encounters with professionals exceedingly rare. Finding someone familiar would be even more challenging. Gurgle, gurgle. Su Bai glanced in the direction of the sound. There he spotted 4 slimes. Name, Slime. Unit, Black Iron. Level, 10. Pathetically weak. Su Bai had no desire to summon his beasts. The slimes, upon noticing a living person, charged at him without hesitation. Su Bai stood his ground, showing no intent to evade. When struck by the 4 slimes, he felt not injury, merely a slight tickle. Boom. His fist sliced through the air, producing a piercing sonic boom. Splurt. One slime exploded into jelly. Without giving them a moment to react, Subai's fist moved like a blur. 2.5 seconds later, 4 blobs of jelly lay scattered around. You have defeated 4 level 10 slimes. Points, 4. Total points, 4. Gazing at the jelly, Subai's eyes sparkled with delight. Let us see how it tastes. For a foodie, there is no joy greater than eating. With a bite, he found it cool and far superior to regular jelly, melting in his mouth and sweet. What is jelly without cola? Subai retrieved ice-cold cola, a folding bed, chips, and a comic book from his storage space. Ah, this is the life. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobei was annihilating slimes in front of him. At level 38. These slimes pose no threat at all. The slime kingdom is divided into 3 regions: the outskirts, the inner region, and the core. The monsters in the outskirts generally range from levels 10 to 20, while those in the inner region are typically between levels 20 and 30. As for the core area, the lowest level monsters are at least level 30. Jiang Xiaobei aimed to venture into the core area to hunt monsters. Neither the outskirts nor the inner region posed any danger to him whatsoever. 5 minutes later, Jiang Xiaobei spotted a figure. A youth lay on a folding bed, reading a comic book, wearing sunglasses and a sunshade. Who am I? Where am I? A large question mark appeared above Jiang Xiaobei's head. Is he not participating in the college entrance examination? Who would indulge in a meal during the exam? Shouldn't he be striving to slay monsters for points? Curiosity piqued. Jiang Xiaobei recognized this individual, Subai, who had shown brilliantly in the first round of examinations. He boasted an impressive level of 50, a full 12 levels above him, and seemingly belonged to the Beastmaster profession. Although the Beastmaster class is often deemed inferior, the disparity in their levels was too significant. If it came to a direct confrontation, Jiang Xiaobei harbored little confidence in besting Subai. Yet, who could blame Subai for his arrogance in dining during the examination? Defeating a fellow examinee would yield no points, yet it would serve as a testament to one's prowess. A level 38 versus a level 50, merely imagining a victory brought him immense satisfaction. Su, you can't blame me for this. Who told you to be so ostentatious? Don't you know that arrogance attracts misfortune? With that, he struck with all his might, determined to swiftly incapacitate Subai. A resounding thud echoed. But the anticipated scene did not unfold. His fist was ensnared by an invisible hand. Subai lowered his comic book, his gaze turning frigid. Were you not aware I was reading? The words dripped like a devil's whisper in Jiang Xiaobei's ears. What had he just witnessed? His full-force strike had been effortlessly repelled by Subai. Chapter 74. An unexpected turn. Although Subai had not allocated points to strength, the potential of the Beastmaster profession was undeniable, boasting a growth potential of 10 stars, compared to the mere 1 star of ordinary professions. The attributes gained from a single level for Subai equated to that of an ordinary individual leveling up 10 times. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The 50-level mythic set augmented all attributes by 50,000. Subai's strength now exceeded 60,000, rendering the task of withstanding Jiang Xiaobei's attack exceedingly simple. I swear I didn't mean it. Do you believe me? Jiang Xiaobei's face contorted into a grimace more grotesque than a cry. Who could have anticipated that a Beastmaster possessed greater strength than he? Who truly was the enhancer of power? At this moment, regret washed over him. Had he known Subai was this formidable, even 100 lives would not compel him to court death. Regret, if it held any value, would render the police unnecessary. Wouldn't you agree? Subai wore a benign smile, his hand firmly grasping Jiang Xiaobei's fist. You brought this upon yourself. Jiang Xiaobei summoned the vitality within him, channeling it into his fist, the energy coiling around him, muscles bulging. Activating this skill would demand considerable vitality, and Jiang Xiaobei had no intention of resorting to it until the final moment. Initially, this trump card was intended for his encounter with Hao Yinchen. Yet, scarcely had he entered the dungeon when he was compelled to deploy it. In an instant, Jiang Xiaobei's strength surged exponentially. Smash! As his voice crescendoed, Subai remained unmoved, even taking the liberty to clean his ears. Is that all? His full-force strike was effortlessly neutralized without a crack in Subai's defense. The mere utterance of Subai's name shattered his resolve. Even the energy coiling around his fist dissipated. How could this be? Aren't you a Beastmaster? How is your strength so immense? A child should possess the wisdom of a child. Farewell. Jiang Xiaobei wished to say more, but found himself launched skyward, crashing down onto the ground. A deep pit formed upon impact, and he lost consciousness. The teleportation jade pendant at his waist triggered, enveloping him in a flash of white light. Jiang Xiaobei was eliminated. The teleportation jade pendant offered 2 modes of activation. One could shatter it voluntarily for immediate transport, or it could be triggered passively. Regardless of the method, the pendant was not entirely foolproof. Interrupting my comic reading serves as a lesson for you. In the conference room, Numerous city leaders stared in awe at the scene featuring Subai. His remarkable performance in the first-level examination had piqued their anticipation for his capabilities in actual combat. What baffled them was Subai's stark contrast to other examinees. While others fervently battled monsters for points, Subai had opted for a comfortable spot to indulge in food and read comics. They began to wonder if they were witnessing a college entrance examination or a culinary show. Just as their confusion mounted, Jiang Xiaobei approached. They assumed his surprise attack would swiftly eliminate Subai, only to find it effortlessly thwarted. It was common knowledge that beast masters were not known for their personal strength, relying instead on their beasts. The ensuing astonishment deepened as Jiang Xiaobei's attempt to summon his vitality failed to even rattle Subai. Who truly was the beast master? Who was the enhancer of power? Within mere seconds, Jiang Xiaobei was eliminated. This left Mu Yunfeng in a precarious position. Jiang Xiaobei represented Linyuan City. A sneak attack had backfired, resulting in his own demise. What concerned Mu Yunfeng most was Subai's strength. Would Hao Yan have fared better in such a scenario? He wished to believe so, yet the evidence was irrefutable. Even without utilizing his vitality, Hao Yan would struggle to withstand Subai's assault. In terms of strength, Hao Yan was at a disadvantage. As for the other metrics, Subai surpassed him without question. The top scorer of this year was likely to change. Bang! At that moment, the door was forcefully flung open. Upon seeing the intruder, Mu Yunfeng expressed his displeasure. Xiaochen, do you not see we are in a meeting? How many times must I remind you that one must maintain composure? Must you not learn from me? Xiaochen disregarded the city lord's reprimand, urgently exclaiming, City Lord, there is a grave issue. The dungeon has been sealed off. Those inside cannot exit, and no one can enter. What? The news struck like a missile dropped into a tranquil lake. A sealed dungeon meant the teleportation jade pendant was rendered ineffective. The casualty rate would skyrocket beyond mere multiples. It was entirely possible that all individuals trapped within could perish. Over 1 million examinees were inside the dungeon. If such a vast number were to die, the repercussions for the Dragon Kingdom would be monumental. Naturally, the enemies of the Dragon Kingdom would revel in this news. The Japanese, the Americans, and the cultists. Mu Yunfeng's first thought was of the cultists. Only they would possess the malevolence to orchestrate such a calamity. Damn it! A flash of murderous intent crossed Mu Yunfeng's eyes. Yet, he concealed his panic. As the city lord of Linyuan, he was the linchpin of this place. If he exhibited negative emotions, what would others think? What must the city lord do now? Follow me to the dungeon entrance. At the dungeon entrance, Mu Yunfeng clasped his hands in a gesture to shatter the crystal, yet found it unyielding. Curse those beasts, they were well prepared. Activating the communication jade pendant, Mu Yunfeng recounted the events. He took a deep breath, feeling as though he had aged a decade. I hope it's not too late. Far away in the capital's university, President Zhang Wei received Mu Yunfeng's plea for assistance. With a resounding crash, the mahogany table before him shattered, startling the young assistant beside him. What has happened to the principal? Intelligence from Lin Yuan City indicates that the examination dungeon has been sealed. Those inside cannot exit, and no one can enter. I must go out for a moment. The principal declared. I understand the reasoning, but why not use the main entrance? You choose to escape through the window. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Zhang Wei had already shattered the window, leaving the young assistant in a daze. Within the dungeon, a concealed cave lay shrouded in darkness. A young boy, clutching his knees, was drenched in cold sweat, his back soaked. The teleportation jade pendant had shifted from a vibrant green to a dull gray, rendering its use prohibited as the dungeon remained sealed. Coupled with his current frail state, should a monster discover him, death would be inevitable. Do not find me. Do not find me. Do not find me, the boy repeated fervently. As the saying goes, the more one fears something, the more likely it is to manifest. A slime creature opened its beady eyes, fixating on the boy before it. Gooey gooey. No. The boy attempted to flee, but he was far too slow. The slime barreled into him, and in an instant, his already meager health was obliterated. Such incidents were occurring in various places, causing a steep rise in the casualty rate among candidates. Subai encountered an uninvited guest. Chapter 75. 5th Transition versus 9th Transition. The advantage lies with me? The youth in white sneered. You dare not kneel before this immortal? Perhaps if I were in a good mood, I might consider sparing your life. The young man stood with an air of superiority, his chin held high, hardly sparing a glance at Subai. To him, these candidates were mere ants, easily crushed with a single swipe. Before killing, he harbored a peculiar obsession with witnessing the despair of his victims. A thought that thrilled him as his blood surged with anticipation. The silence was deafening. No one responded. Only then did the young man scrutinize the boy before him. To his astonishment, he found the boy reclining on a folding bed, engrossed in a comic while munching on chips. The earlier threat seemed as trivial as a passing wind. How outrageous. This being was a 9th transition powerhouse, and yet he dared to behave so insolently. Fury coursed through him, his aura expanding as Subai, still immersed in his comic, was abruptly interrupted. The comic book tore in half under the pressure. Seeing the other's disheveled appearance, the youth could not help but chuckle. Ha ha ha, this is the consequence of provoking me. That was merely an appetizer. You will be next. He pointed menacingly at Subai's chest, a twisted smile playing on his lips. I shall grant you a chance. Kneel and knock your head 100 times, and perhaps I will consider sparing you. Outside the examination hall, Mu Yunfeng and the others witnessed this scene unfold. This is dire. That youth in white is a cultist. Is he Liang Wei? Who is Liang Wei? You don't even know Liang Wei? He is quite notorious among cultists, reputed to be a true disciple. Few ninth transition individuals can match him. Does that mean Subai is doomed? Alas, Subai is powerful, but ultimately, he is still a candidate. The level disparity is too great. Damn those cultists. One day, I shall eradicate them. Are we to merely watch our own student being slaughtered? The spatial barrier was insurmountable. Even Lord Mu could not breach it, let alone us. All we can do now is wait for reinforcements. A pang of anxiety struck Mu Yunfeng. No one understood Liang Wei better than he did. They had clashed multiple times. As the saying goes, one knows their enemy best. Liang Wei was exceedingly sadistic, relishing in tormenting his opponents before delivering the fatal blow, witnessing their demise. In terms of strength, Liang Wei was his equal. With Subai at level 50, he was a mere child. Though Subai was not from Linyuan City, he was still a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. It would be a lie to say he felt no sorrow at the prospect of such a promising talent being slain. If only his own strength were greater to shake the barrier. But now, it was too late for such lamentations. A 5th transition beastmaster against a 9th transition legend. It was obvious who would triumph. Mu Yunfeng instinctively glanced at Jiang Chuan, noticing his lack of anxiousness, and instead an air of anticipation. Could he be mistaken? Did Jiang Chuan harbor a grudge against Subai? Within the dungeon, Subai glared at the remnants of his comic book, his expression turning icy. Everyone keeps interrupting my comic time. I now offer you a chance. Kneel before me, bang your head 100 times, and bark like a dog. And perhaps I will consider sparing your wretched life. Liang Wei questioned his own hearing. What had he just heard? Not only did Subai refuse to kneel or plead for mercy, but he also dared to demand such a ludicrous act. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. You dare to insult me. I shall tear you limb from limb. Liang Wei extended his hand. Reaching for Subai, from the depths of the abyss, the creature of fear emerged. Black mist rapidly enveloped the area, crimson eyes glinting ominously. As the smoke dissipated, a gargantuan beast, towering at 50,000 meters, materialized. With a swift motion, Liang Wei grasped its fur. The creature lowered its gaze, and the two locked eyes, each bewildered by the other's presence. Who am I? Where am I? What is this legendary beast? Liang Wei pondered in confusion. Were legendary beasts not mere myths? How could a mere boy summon one? Before he could contemplate further, the creature of fear opened its maw, shrouding the sky in darkness. Liang Wei attempted to evade, but was a moment too late. The creature bit down, chewing twice before unceremoniously spitting him out, his pristine white robe now stained with saliva. You have successfully provoked my ire. As Liang Wei beheld his ruined attire, a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. What if it were a legendary beast? Subai's level loomed over him. The gap between them was a staggering 40 levels, a distinct advantage, compared to the allure of exterminating other candidates. Subai's threat was palpably greater. Allowing this individual to continue growing would inevitably spell doom for the cult. With a fierce thrust, his sword pierced the air, a substantial amount of damage surfacing above the creature's head. The blood gauge dipped slightly. What a resilient creature, Liang Wei scoffed internally. What use is all this blood? It merely prolongs the inevitable. Yet, the next moment, the humor drained from his face. Heart of Thorns, activated. Attacking me is tantamount to harming oneself. The swordsman class was inherently fragile, favoring strength and agility. How infuriating. Liang Wei calculated swiftly. Even if the creature of fear stood idly by, he would not be the first to die. How to escape this predicament? He had never anticipated being so utterly stymied by a mere youth. Now, he found himself at a disadvantage. Unable to fight back, fleeing was nearly impossible given the creature's speed. Yet, should word of this escape spread, how could he ever face anyone again? A 9th transition powerhouse fleeing from a 5th transition fledgling? No, he must eliminate Subai. Only by returning in this manner can one hope to reap substantial rewards. The abyssal terror, feeling outmatched by Subai, questioned whether he could truly contend with him. I concede that you possess some strength, but should I slay you, your beasts will fall without resistance. Prepare to meet your demise. Faced with this lethal strike, Subai exhibited no fear whatsoever. When the long sword made contact with his body, it struck with the force of hitting solid stone, inflicting merely negligible damage. His health bar diminished only slightly. How can this be possible? The abyssal terror, despite having considerable health, was perplexed. How could a beast master possess such vitality? It seemed this beast master was more resilient than his own beasts. But this was not the end. The favored feline was summoned, merging its essence with Su Bai, instantly replenishing his lost health. 2 legendary beasts? At that moment, Li Yongwei's worldview shattered. Was it not said that there were no legendary beast masters in this world? Not only was Su Bai a legendary beast master, but he also commanded 2 legendary beasts. What hope did he have against such odds? With the cat's healing ability, it would be exceedingly difficult to vanquish Su Bai, not to mention the ever-watchful abyssal terror lurking nearby. Who would be the hunter, and who the hunted? You are encircled. Chapter 76. The emergence of a 10th transition master. In the conference room, numerous city lords fixated on the figure displayed on screen. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting confusion, disbelief, and bewilderment. What were they witnessing? A 5th transition beast master suppressing a 9th transition legendary powerhouse. That was a legendary powerhouse. Although Li Yongwei was a cultist, he belonged to the elite echelon of the 9th transition. What the hell? I can't believe my eyes. An 18-year-old surpassing a 9th transition legend. No wonder he leveled up to 50 so swiftly. I previously thought someone was aiding him. Does this imply that Su Bai's strength exceeds that of Mayor Mu? Damn it. I feel like my years of cultivation have been wasted. I can't even match a junior. Who would have believed the disparity between people could be so vast? Mayor Jiang is extraordinarily fortunate. If our city could produce a talent like Su Bai, I would gladly marry as many beautiful wives as I could. How could Mountain Sea City have the fortune to produce a Su Bai? Our Black Wind City is also a level 3 city. Why can't we have a genius like Su Bai? Jiang Chuan, you are truly cursed. Some envied him, but many more were consumed by jealousy. The adage holds true. Without comparison, there is no pain. Before Su Bai's emergence, they believed their own students were exceptionally gifted. Yet after witnessing Su Bai's prowess, even the awakened hidden-class Dragonblood warrior, Hao Qianchun, paled in comparison, lacking even the qualifications to shine his shoes. This is no exaggeration. Su Bai is not only the foremost beast master in Dragon Country, but also the best in the world. With just 2 legendary beasts, few 9th transition legends could rival him. Mu Yunfeng cast a glance at Su Bai, then at the disheveled Li Yongwei. Could he have gained any advantage against Su Bai? He wished to believe so, but reality was a heavy slap in the face. He was not much stronger than Li Yongwei. If Li Yongwei was no match for Su Bai, then neither was he. Taking a deep breath, Mu Yunfeng turned to Jiang Chuan and asked, Mayor Jiang, could you enlighten me about Su Bai? Mayor Mu, I know you are anxious, but please remain patient, Jiang Chuan replied with a smile. In the past, had Jiang Chuan dared to say such a thing, Mu Yunfeng would have slapped him across the face. How dare a subordinate city lord boast before me? Yet now their roles had reversed. With Su Bai's emergence in Mountain Sea City, what about their own city? Even 100 Hao Yanshans combined would not suffice to challenge him. Although this matter had little to do with Jiang Chuan, the fact remained that he was the mayor of Mountain Sea City, and respect was due. No wonder Jiang Chuan appeared unfazed, Mu Yunfeng mused. Within the dungeon, Li Yongwei found himself in a disheveled state after prolonged combat. His health dwindled to below 50, while Su Bai's remained robust and steadily regenerating at over 100 million per second. How could one even hope to fight back? Fleeing wasn't a viable option. I underestimated your strength, boy. However, you shall still meet your end today. I insist on calling for assistance. Li Yongwei formed a seal with his hands, igniting the talisman. He would only use the teleportation talisman as a last resort. After 2.5 seconds, the flames dissipated, revealing an elder beside Li Yongwei. The elder opened his eyes and surveyed the surroundings. Li Yongwei, what is the meaning of this? I pay my respects. Elder, Li Yongwei recounted the events. Upon hearing the tale, the elder scolded, useless. You cannot even handle a mere junior. What good are you to me? Calm down, elder. This boy is no ordinary human. He is a monster. The elder refrained from pursuing the matter further. As Li Yongwei had stated, the youth before them was terrifyingly powerful. Having only recently awakened his profession, he could summon 2 legendary beasts. If given more time, he might soon surpass even Su Bai. Boy, I offer you 2 choices. Either submit to my beast god sect, or I shall personally end your life. No. Before Su Bai could speak, Li Yongwei interjected in a panic. He harbored a deep-seated vendetta against Su Bai and yearned for his demise. Even 1,000 deaths would not suffice. What if Su Bai allied with the beast god sect and turned against him? Silence. The elder glared at him, causing Li Yongwei to lower his head in submission. Now, what will it be, young man? The elder presented his choices. First, kneel before me, bow 100 times, and bark like a dog. Perhaps I will leave you with a whole corpse. Second, I will tear you limb from limb. Meanwhile, in the conference room, the city lords observed this unfolding scene. The elder, known as Ji Buitsong, was a 10th transition transcendent legendary powerhouse. They never anticipated that in the face of a 10th transition master, Subai would exhibit no fear and boldly declare his intent to slay the Elder. What immense courage this displayed. Setting aside whether Subai could actually defeat Jibuitsang, who among those present could match such audacity, even Mu Yunfeng would hesitate to utter such words. Subai was still too young. The authority of a 10th transition master was not to be trifled with. If only he were granted a bit more time. No wonder Mayor Mu struggled to break the barrier. It all related back to Jibuitsang. It had long been known that he was a formidable spatial mage. Now it seemed they would have to wait for a 10th transition master to arrive to dismantle the barrier. But could Subai withstand this ordeal? How infuriating that they could only watch helplessly and offer no assistance. Even if one could enter the dungeon, what good would it do? Setting aside the Elder's prowess, could Li Yongwei truly be a match for him? Damn it, those wretched creatures should perish. They waste air and life and soil and death, these vermin. Compared to the ferocious beasts, they harbored a greater hatred for these traitors. Were it not for them, how could Dragon Country find itself in its current predicament? They were like repugnant rats scuttling beneath the earth. Mu Yunfeng's heart sank. The Dragon Country had finally given birth to such an extraordinary prodigy, only to witness him potentially perish before their eyes today. He found himself utterly powerless. Damn, if only I were stronger. It is too late for complaints now. All I can do is hope that Subai can endure a little longer. Yet, such hopes are patently unrealistic. The disparity between the 9th and 10th ranks is akin to that between the earth and the heavens. Mu Yunfeng instinctively glanced at Jiang Chuan, only to discover that he appeared even more anxious than himself. Jiang Chuan was aware that Subai had attained the status of a counselor, possessing strength on par with the 10th rank. However, merely being on par raises the question, could Subai truly contend with a genuine 10th rank? Within the dungeon, Jibuitsang's expression froze as he processed what he had just heard. Subai intended to make him kneel and bark like a dog. Furthermore, he threatened to dismember him? How audacious! As a 10th rank powerhouse, when had he ever been subjected to such humiliation? Kid, since you seek death, I shall grant you your wish, he sneered. Li Yongwei, wearing a look of schadenfreude, muttered, isn't it better to ally with the beast god sect? Why choose death? Now that you've offended an elder, your demise is inevitable. Chapter 77, Confronting a 10th rank powerhouse. Ha ha ha, do you truly believe you are qualified to kill me? Saint Divine Dragon King. A golden portal swung open, revealing a colossal dragon stretching thousands of meters. Subai leaped onto the dragon's back, seated upon a golden throne, resting his chin upon his hand as he gazed down upon the world. Mythical beast control. The aura surrounding the Saint Divine Dragon King was magnitudes more formidable than that of the abyss. They knew Subai was strong, but they had not anticipated him to be this powerful. The presence of 2 legendary beasts was already outrageous, and now he had summoned a mythical beast. Could it be that this boy had activated some sort of cheat? As the two remained in shock, Subai made his move. Dragon King descends. A radius of 10,000 kilometers was bathed in gold. A pair of golden pupils snapped open, fixing their gaze upon the two. Li Yongwei experienced a 50 reduction in all attributes, while Jibuitsang, being a 10th rank powerhouse, only felt half the effect, resulting in a 25 reduction across all attributes. Falling star. The Saint Divine Dragon King's claws stirred the starry night sky, instantly illuminating it. On the other side of the battlefield, Hao Yin-chun was enveloped in blood-red scales, his pupils shimmering with crimson light. Blood Dragon Warrior allowed him to consume his own blood to temporarily enhance his combat prowess. With a swift stroke of his sword, several slimes were cleaved in two. However, the scales adorning his body were gradually dissipating. He cast a glance at the teleportation jade pendant at his waist, still gray and inactive. What on earth had transpired? Hao Yin-chun was at a loss. All he could do was relentlessly slay monsters to accumulate more points. The city lord could undoubtedly resolve the issues, and if he could not, then he would be left waiting for death. Rustling sounds emerged from the underbrush. Who goes there? Hao Yin-chun gripped his great sword, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. It's me, came a feminine voice. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Hao Yin-chun lowered his weapon. It was none other than Chu Mengya, a presence second only to him. Seeing him sheath his weapon, she sighed in relief. Hao Yin-chun, we are like grasshoppers on the same string now. What do you wish to say? Hao Yin-chun replied coldly. The teleportation jade pendant is unusable. The dungeon must have suffered an invasion. All we can do now is wait. Wait. Indeed, we wait for rescue, Chu Mengya analyzed. With another person, we have an additional strength. With your power, even facing the Slime King poses no threat to you. Chu Mengya was not flattering him. Hao Yin-chun was now level 44 and had unlocked the Blood Dragon form, capable of battling above his rank. You stated that a level 50 monster poses no threat to me, so why should I cooperate with you? Although the monsters within the dungeon may not threaten him. What if it were cultists? Upon hearing the word cultists, Hao Qianshen's disdainful expression vanished. Among his peers, he felt he was not lacking. But cultists were a different matter entirely. As Chu Mingya had pointed out, having another person would provide more safety. What shall we do next? We must head to the most central area, Chu Mingya suggested. This dungeon accommodates over 100,000 people. Even if cultists attack, they cannot resolve it quickly. Most individuals are situated in the outer regions, with only a few capable of reaching the inner circles. As for the core, unless one is a top-tier genius, no one dares to venture there. Abandoning ordinary people to survive is a cruel reality, but it is the truth. As for forming an alliance against the cultists, that thought never crossed my mind. They have just awakened their classes, lacking combat strength. The cultists have surely plotted for a long time. The individuals they send cannot be trifled with. Joining forces with others would only lead to a swifter demise. If given a choice, I would not wish to abandon ordinary adventurers. After all, we are all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. I understand. Hao Qianshen clenched his fists, then relaxed them. He had never felt so humiliated until now. Yet this was not the time for impulsive decisions. Just as they were conversing, the dim night sky was suddenly illuminated. It was not daylight, but rather a colossal star emerging in the heavens. The star radiated intense golden light, painting trees, walls, and rocks in gold. A pair of golden eyes snapped open, as though piercing through the very essence of their beings. Was this the mythical beast? Chu Mingya recalled the earlier scenes. Upon seeing the star, she was reminded of the events that transpired at Tianhe Lake. Could that elder have been a cultist? Such thoughts flitted through her mind, but were dismissed almost instantly. If that elder had been a cultist, he would never have allowed her granddaughter to escape. He could have easily crushed them like ants. This meant that the cultists had not appeared for so long because they were being delayed by some elder. Although the Slime Kingdom served as an examination dungeon, for a being of such power, breaking through the restrictions to force an entry would be all too simple. What did you say? What mythical beast? Hao Qianshen inquired, perplexed. A few days ago, I encountered a similar scene at Tianhe Lake. Chu Mingya pointed at a nearby slime. Do you not see how this slime differs from the others? Aside from being bathed in gold, it bears no other distinction. Look at its attributes. All attributes decreased by 50? Hao Qianshen inhaled sharply. The golden light had a vast coverage area, coating the entire dungeon in gold, yet it did not affect them. This indicated that Su Bai was not an enemy, but rather an ally. When did the Dragon Kingdom acquire a mythical beast master of which he was unaware? Shouldn't beast masters be relatively weak? It is not the beast masters who are weak, but rather us, Chu Mingya sighed. Suddenly, the star plummeted from the sky. The two instinctively sought to evade, only to find there was no escape. Boom! A massive shockwave radiated outward, sweeping in all directions. Fortunately, this star's target was not them. Otherwise, even 800 rounds would not suffice for their survival. In the conference room, they gazed at the scene belonging to Su Bai, their eyes wide with disbelief, nearly popping from their sockets. What were they witnessing? Not only did Su Bai possess a legendary beast, but he also commanded a mythical beast. Wasn't the limit for beast masters the peak of the 8th rank? What on earth was this mythical beast? If anyone dares to call beast masters weak in my presence again, I will not hesitate to confront them and declare that Su Bai is anything but weak. If he is weak, what does that make me? Merely a waste, or the very essence of waste? Why do I feel as though I am ensnared in a dream? The man addressed as Old Dog pinched his old friend sharply. Are you out of your mind? Why are you pinching me? Did you not wish to ascertain whether this is real? You could have pinched me anywhere else. The man cast a glance downward, revealing a smile more grotesque than tears. My apologies, I shall be more mindful next time. Mu Yinfeng disregarded the cacophony surrounding him. He was aware of Su Bai's strength, but never anticipated it to be so formidable. Jiang Chuan, upon witnessing the mythical beast, was not overly astonished. The patrol officer had informed him prior that Su Bai was already a member of the Dragon God Temple. Was it not normal to possess a mythical beast? What truly concerned him was whether Su Bai could prevail. Chapter 78. I await evolution points. What do you await, death? As the smoke dissipated, the spatial barrier conjured by Ji Butsong was shattered. Li Yangwei's gaze towards Su Bai transformed utterly, from disdain to fear. He could never have imagined that a newly awakened novice would possess such power. Had Ji Butsong not intervened to deflect the attack, that star would have been sufficient to send him to his demise 10 times over. Truly, the difference between a 10th tier expert and a 9th tier legend is of an entirely different dimension. This was even with the utilization of the Beast Tamer's frenzy skill. Otherwise, he would not have breached the opponent's shield. Since acquiring the system, this was the most formidable adversary Su Bai had encountered. Kid, I did not expect you to possess a mythical beast. Yet today, you shall still meet your end. Mark my words. The Holy Divine Dragon King opened its massive jaws, unleashing a burst of golden light. In that moment, Ji Butsong sensed his own mortality within the radiance. Spatial traversal. Just as the golden light was about to envelop him, he vanished from his location. You lack the qualifications to kill me. Ji Butsong scoffed coldly, but the next instant, his smile was abruptly silenced as he found himself locked onto by the golden light. The locking skill could be countered in two ways, either by withstanding it physically or by nullifying it with another skill. Although Ji Butsong was a 10th tier expert, his physique was fragile. Should he be struck by the skill, he would be gravely injured, if not killed. In a battle of the strong, a severely wounded opponent seldom sees a reversal of fate. Thus, Ji Butsong decisively opted for the latter solution, spatial cutting. An invisible blade of wind sliced through the air, colliding with a resounding boom as the two skills met, causing the very space to tremble. Falling Star, Dragon Breath. Both skills fell into cooldown. Dragon King's descent merely served to diminish the opponent's attributes. Even as a 10th tier expert, the effect was halved. The cooldown for Falling Star was relatively brief at 3 seconds. But with equipment bonuses, it extended to 15 seconds. However, Falling Star could be obstructed by the spatial barrier, and Ji Butsong still possessed movement skills. Only Dragon Breath posed a genuine threat to him. Run. Fleeing was not a sign of cowardice. It was sheer folly to engage in battle when defeat was inevitable. The Holy Divine Dragon King was acutely aware of their current predicament and promptly urged Su Bai to escape. Elder, this kid is trying to flee, Li Yongwei hastily warned. Flee. Do you think you can escape? Drawing boundaries. The surroundings were enveloped in spatial confinement. One could either eliminate the caster or wait for the skill to dissipate. Ji Butsong offered no respite, intent on extinguishing a threat like Su Bai in its infancy. Should he be allowed to grow further, the cult would inevitably face annihilation. Even if this scheme resulted in the death of only Su Bai, so be it. In Ji Butsong's eyes, Su Bai's worth far surpassed that of all the other candidates combined. A mere child possessing a mythical beast could not be allowed to survive. What a pity for such a prodigy, Ji Butsong lamented. If only you were a member of my beast god sect, I might have considered taking you as a disciple. Ha! What are you laughing at? You think you are worthy of taking me as a disciple? Su Bai regarded him as one would a fool. At your age, and only at the 10th tier, what gives you such confidence? You seek death. A 10th tier expert was already among the pinnacle of combatants on Blue Star, with billions of inhabitants. The number of 10th tier experts was fewer than 100, merely dozens, yet Su Bai dismissed them as inconsequential. I shall not only kill you, but I will also tear your body to shreds. Spatial compression. Ji Butsong snapped his fingers. 100-fold spatial compression swept through the area. The drawbacks of life sharing were laid bare. When multi-headed beasts sustained damage, Su Bai would suffer multiple instances of harm. For instance, spatial compression could inflict 100 million damage per second. Thus, with two summoned beasts, Su Bai would endure 300 million damage every second. The Abyssal Terror. The Holy Divine Dragon King was drawn into the beast space. The cat remained in a possessed state. Unless Ji Butsong killed Su Bai, the cat would escape unscathed. Disgusting. Su Bai muttered. Spatial compression was not just a wide-area skill, but also dealt true damage that disregarded shields. The rate of health recovery lagged significantly behind the damage inflicted. It would not be long before his health was entirely depleted. Meanwhile, within the conference room, numerous city lords watched this scene unfold. A chill ran through their hearts. In mere minutes, it felt as though they had ridden a roller coaster. The might of a 10th tier expert was overwhelming. Even with Su Bai's mythical beast, it was of little consequence, given the vast disparity in levels, over 40 levels apart. For Su Bai to endure this long was indeed remarkable. Damn it, Ji Butsong is far too powerful. Su Bai is simply no match for him. Where's the rescue? If they do not arrive soon, Su Bai will perish. How infuriating. Am I to merely watch as the talent of the Dragon Kingdom falls? Such a battle was beyond their participation. They hoped for Su Bai to create a miracle. Instinctively, they looked towards Jiang Chuan, only to find him slumped helplessly on the ground, as if he had aged a decade. It's over. Su Bai has exhausted his trump cards. Mu Yunfeng gazed skyward in bewilderment. With over 1 million candidates in the instance, the repercussions of this assault would undoubtedly be severe for the Dragon Kingdom, especially for Su Bai, the future of the nation. If he were to perish, would there be any future for the Dragon Kingdom? Damn it. I, Mu Yunfeng, vow that once I break through to the 10th tier, I shall one day annihilate you all. A pack of beasts deserving of death. Smack. The conference table before him was cleaved in two. Within the instance, Su Bai's health was plummeting at a visible rate. Li Yongwei felt invigorated. This is the consequence of crossing us, Su Bai. Do you regret it? I now offer you a chance. If you kneel and kowtow 100 times while barking like a dog, we might consider sparing you. As for whether they would spare Su Bai, Li Yongwei could only think of 2 words. In your dreams. Su Bai's talent was undeniable, as long as he lived. The cultists would tremble in fear, unable to sleep soundly. Only with his death could peace be restored to the world. The mere thought of humiliating Su-bai before his demise was a source of delight for Ji-Song, who was all too familiar with Li Yangwei's character. He too wished to witness Su-bai beg for mercy. If Su-bai wished to avoid death, he would have to heed Li Yangwei's demands. As long as you kneel and bark like a dog, I shall forgive your earlier affront. You think you are worthy, even when death looms. You still dare to be defiant. I am eager to see if you can muster a smile soon. 2.5 minutes later, Su-bai's health points were depleted. Finally, he has perished. Ji-Song let out a sigh of relief. It took so long to eliminate Amir Jr. This time, eradicating all the examinees has become increasingly difficult. Nevertheless, this is of little consequence. As long as Su-bai is dead, it will all be worth it. Who dares to kill me? Who has the audacity to attempt it? Ha! You are utterly unworthy to aspire to take my life. Redemption. Beast Resurrection. 2 skills activated. Beast Frenzy. Health points surged back to their zenith. Curse it. The time wasted on killing Su-bai was substantial. And even the skill drawing the ground as a prison had vanished. Su-bai, now at his peak, was intent on fleeing, and he could not be pursued. Why is he running away? Evolution points. 10 million, 50s. Chapter 79. The second mythical beast, Dark Star Mantis. It is said that evolving a legendary beast into a mythical beast requires the expenditure of 10 million evolution points. The points were just sufficient. Su-bai currently possessed 3 legendary beasts. Abyssal Terror, Cat's Favor, Crimson Mantis. Among them, Abyssal Terror had been with Su-bai the longest. However, Su-bai not only had to survive, but also needed to personally slay Ji-Song. He had narrowly escaped being killed himself. You have the path to your demise. The evolution of Abyssal Terror into a mythical beast would at most enhance its endurance. The evolution of Cat's Favor into a mythical beast would improve its self-preservation abilities. Even if either of these beasts evolved to mythical level, they would still be incapable of slaying Ji-Song. The Spatial Mage was simply too agile, with nearly no weaknesses. With both offensive and defensive capabilities, he was formidable. Thus, the only option left was to upgrade the Mantis. Beast Space. The Crimson Mantis lay low, poised for the hunt. Suddenly, a familiar sensation surged within. This was the precursor to evolution. The Crimson Mantis raised its gaze to the full moon above. The blood-red moon gradually dimmed. The Crimson Mantis absorbed this power. Its exterior and eyes became increasingly scarlet. Even its claws were stained crimson, as if they had claimed countless lives. A blood mist enveloped it. The Crimson Mantis flapped its wings and soared towards the moon. The closer it got, the more voraciously it absorbed the power. In mere moments, the blood-red moon transformed into a colorless orb. The Crimson Mantis did not spare this moon. The entire orb was consumed by the Crimson Mantis. Its size remained unchanged, but its appearance morphed from crimson to a starlit hue. Its eyes deepened and its claws sharpened, allowing it to perceive its own silhouette. Ding! You have consumed 10 million evolution points. Crimson Mantis, Legendary, evolves into Dark Star Mantis, Mythical. Name, Dark Star Mantis. Realm, Mythical. Level, 50. Talent, Hunting, Mythical. Health, 5 billion. Strength, 50 million. Constitution, 25 million. Agility, 25 million. Spirit, 25 million. Skills, Isolated and Helpless, Mythical. Void Traversal, Mythical. Endless Void, Mythical. Isolated and Helpless. Consumes 100 mana points. Locks onto a target, dealing 500 million. 10 coefficient 50 million strength damage. When only one enemy is nearby. Damage increases by 50, and 50 skill cooldown is refunded, with a cooldown time of 3 seconds. Void Traversal. Consumes 1 mana point. Any displacement of 500, 000, 10. 000 coefficient 50 beast level. Meters. Cooldown time 120 seconds. This skill refreshes upon killing an enemy. Endless Void. Locks onto a target and pulls them into an alternate space, allowing the use of Void Traversal without cooldown or consumption, lasting 150 seconds, with a cooldown time of 24 hours. Hunting. Physical damage increases to 2,000. Displacement distance increases to 2,000. Note, Dark Star Mantis, Mythical, requires 100 million evolution points to evolve into the Sacred Beast. Description: change is a good thing. Upon evolving into Dark Star Mantis, the Crimson Mantis saw a tenfold increase in all attributes. It also derived a new skill, Endless Void. Within this realm, the Dark Star Mantis could use Void Traversal without cooldown or consumption. What does this mean? As long as the Dark Star Mantis desires it, it can traverse the void endlessly. One moment, it stands before you. The next, it vanishes. Just imagine the frustration. This is the true essence of an assassin. Prior to acquiring the skill, Endless Void, the Crimson Mantis could manage against weaker foes, but when faced with opponents of greater strength, it found itself at a disadvantage. Moving and meant being at the mercy of its adversary. Moreover, the duration was too brief, lasting only 2.5 minutes, with a lengthy cooldown of 24 hours. Exiting the beast space, it seemed an eternity had passed, but in reality, only a heartbeat had elapsed. If you have the ability, don't run, Jibo-tsang declared menacingly. As soon as the skill, drawing the ground as a prison, cools down, he could still eliminate the youth before him. Subai appeared to have heard the grandest of jokes. Why should I run? The one who should be fleeing is you. Darkstar Mantis. A grayish-white mist appeared, revealing a pair of cold eyes surveying the two. As the mist dissipated, the Darkstar Mantis stood there. A mythical beast. Both exclaimed in unison. They had never anticipated that Subai possessed not one, but two mythical beasts. What a farce. You think you can escape? Mantis, eliminate them. As you command, Master. Endless Void. Jibo-tsang was locked onto just as he attempted to flee halfway, dragged into the alternate space. On Subai's side were Abyssal Terror, Cat's Favor, Divine Dragon King, and Darkstar Mantis. Jibo-tsang stood all alone. Old man, I offer you two choices. It's 5 of us against you, or you against all 5 of us. Choose wisely. You overstep your bounds. Youngster, do you truly believe you can slay me? I am a 10th transformation expert. And even with 2 mythical beasts, you shall not prevail against me. Within the space, Jibo-tsang aimed to eliminate Subai first. No matter how strong the beasts were, if their master fell, the rest would soon follow suit. Before he could activate his skill, the Darkstar Mantis was already in motion. Jibo-tsang felt a chill at his back and decisively utilized spatial traversal to evade the attack. Without granting him a moment's respite, the Mantis locked onto him again. Dream on if you think you can escape in my domain. Its claws tore through flesh, blood gushing from Jibo-tsang's back. Ah! Cries of agony echoed. Falling star, a celestial body plummeted towards Jibo-tsang. He activated a spatial barrier to neutralize the attack. Dragon Breath. Spatial Slash. The two skills collided. Jibo-tsang was left with only the skill of spatial compression. However, the Darkstar Mantis was simply too nimble. The spatial compression could not land a hit. The spatial traversal had fallen into a cooling period, rendering it impossible for him to approach Subai. A despicable fellow, if you possess the ability to challenge me one-on-one, what merit is there in your numbers? Subai nonchalantly cleaned his ears, regarding the old man with an expression of incredulity. Old man, I am a beastmaster. Why would I engage in hand-to-hand combat without summoning my beasts? Are you foolish, or am I the one lacking sense? Your question alone suggests a deficiency in your intellect. You speak of fairness? How long have I awakened, and how long have you? Speak to me of fairness then. Jibo-tsang had also come to realize his precarious situation. Continuing on this path would undoubtedly lead to his demise. He needed to stall. If he could just delay until the Endless Void skill dissipated, he might find a glimmer of hope. Kid, I admit you possess some strength. But do you dare to kill me? I am an elder of the Beast God Church. Should you slay me? Before he could finish his words, the Mantis appeared behind him. Reacting instinctively, Jibo-tsang used spatial compression, narrowly evading the attack, and then utilized Void Traversal once more. The claws brushed against his throat. With a squelching sound, a head tumbled to the ground, the headless corpse collapsing due to the loss of support. The Endless Void skill also dissipated. Talkative, aren't we? Chapter 80, 60 evolution points per second. This boy is undoubtedly not human, but rather a monster. Li Yongwei felt a wave of regret. Knowing how formidable Subai was, he dared not provoke him. Who could have anticipated that in this world, not only were there mythical beast tamers, but Subai could summon 2 at once? Is that reasonable? Certainly not. Compared to Subai, it seemed as though these years of cultivation had been squandered on a dog. Li Yongwei glanced at the teleportation talisman and discovered it had returned to normal. The elder has perished. A 10th tier powerhouse, just like that? Slain by an 18-year-old boy. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He had to flee and report this matter to the sect leader. Just as he was about to activate the talisman, a figure appeared before him. A person and a beast locked eyes, each staring at the other. Suddenly, sharp claws sliced through the throat. With a squelching sound, another head rolled to the ground. Meanwhile, in the conference room, they were fixated on the screen displaying Subai's actions. Initially believing he would be slain by Jibo-tsang, they were astonished to see him resurrect on the spot after his health was depleted. Even more astonishing was that he had summoned a second mythical beast, a Darkstar Mantis. The Darkstar Mantis activated Endless Void, drawing the opponent into an alternate space. They could not see what transpired within that space, but as the Endless Void skill dissipated, Jibo-tsang's head had already relocated from his body. A silence as profound as death enveloped the room. No one uttered a word. It took a full 5 minutes for someone to break the bizarre atmosphere. Holy cow. Subai killed a 10th tier powerhouse, an elder of the cult, 2 legendary beasts and 2 mythical beasts. Does this even make sense? From now on, if anyone dares to claim that beast tamers are worthless, I shall be the first to disagree. If Subai is a waste, then what does that make me? A combat aircraft among refuse. Thankfully, with Subai around, all the examinees would not be slaughtered by this horde of beasts. Old Wong. Tell me this isn't a dream. The man referred to as Old Wong targeted the opponent's most vulnerable spot. Old Lee anticipated the opponent's next move. Old Wong let out a cry of agony. Old Lee, damn it. Ha ha ha. It hurts, which means I'm not dreaming. Mu Yunfeng rarely displayed a smile. This was more thrilling than a roller coaster ride. Initially thinking all the examinees were doomed, the situation had reversed. 2 cultists had fallen at Subai's hands. The Beast God Church had suffered significant losses, including 1 10th tier elder and 1 9th tier direct disciple. What a clever boy, hiding so deeply. You nearly scared me to death. Jiang Chuan pulled out some antihypertensive medication to ease his nerves. Subai was not only the future of Long Country, but also the hope of Shanghai City. The city's upgrade to a second-tier metropolis was inextricably linked to Subai. After this battle, it would not be long before Shanghai City ascended to a first-tier city, a prospect Jiang Chuan had never even dared to dream of. City Lord Jiang, your Shanghai City has produced a prodigy. Do you remember me? I am the City Lord of Black Wind City, neighbors with your Shanghai City. In the future, let Subai visit us more often, treating Black Wind City as his own home. By the way, City Lord Jiang, Subai is still single, right? At 18, he's not that young anymore. Our extreme cold city lacks everything except beautiful women. If Subai is interested, I can introduce a few to him. A beautiful woman spoke with an ingratiating smile. What a disgrace. Mu Yunfeng rapped the table, signaling for silence. The presence of a 9th-tier powerhouse in the room instantly hushed the crowd. City Lord Jiang. Once the exam concludes, I wish to meet Subai. Not for any particular reason, but because I feel a connection with him. If these words were overheard by outsiders, they would surely be left astounded. The City Lord of Lin Yuan City actually wished to meet a junior? And in such a respectful tone? Inside the instance, Chu Mingya and Hao Yanchun gazed at the teleportation jade pendant at their waists, noticing it had been restored. This signified that the invaders had been vanquished. Following the fall of that star, all monsters within the instance had turned to dust, utterly vanquished. It seemed the exam would conclude ahead of schedule. They understood the weight of life and death compared to mere points. Activating the jade pendant, the 2 were teleported out of the instance. The parties involved were unaware of the events unfolding outside. Even if they did, it would matter little. Upon slaying Ji-Bo-Tsang, Subai's advancement task was also completed. He reviewed his gains. His points had surged from single digits to 9 figures. His level had risen from 50 to 60. Ji-Bo-Tsang and Li Yongwei still had equipment on them. Ji-Bo-Tsang's was a mage set, boasting a remarkable level of 90 that Subai could not equip. Li Yongwei's was a teleportation set for swordsmen, which Subai also could not use. Without hesitation, he sacrificed them for his affiliated set. You have consumed 1 spatial set. Evolution value, 10. You have consumed 1 swordsman set. Evolution value, 1. Evolution value, 1301. Only a little over 80 more evolution value points were needed to evolve into the sacred set. Not only had he acquired equipment, but Subai had also obtained 2 identity tokens symbolizing the identity of a cultist, an elder token and a direct disciple token. Turning them in at the Dragon God Temple could yield military merits. Military merits were a valuable resource that could be exchanged for many things, while money could not be exchanged for military merits. However, it remained uncertain how much military merit these 2 tokens would provide. Finally, Subai checked his status panel. Name, Subai. Class, Beast God. Unique. Level, 66 transfer. Health, 13, 740, 000. Mana, 18, 360, 000. Strength, 91, 600. Vitality, 91, 600. Agility, 91, 600. Mentality, 122. 400. Evolution points, 18, 000, 60s. Attribute 1, cooldown time 50. Attribute 2, maximum mana 50. Attribute 3, maximum health 50. Entry 4, movement speed 50. Entry 5, damage 50. Entry 6, healing effect 50. Entry 7, resistance 50. Beast companions, Abyssal Fear, legendary. Cherished Kitty, legendary. Divine Dragon King, mythical. Darkstar Mantis, mythical. Equipment, Affinity Set LV60, mythical. Exclusive skills, enslavement, life sharing, infinite beast mastery, eye of insight, heart of concealment, beast mastery frenzy, beast resurrection technique, beast mastery dominance. Beast mastery dominance consumes 1 mana point per second. All contracted beasts gain dominance effects during this period, with no cooldown. 3-dimensional attributes exceed 90, 000, among which the spirit has surpassed 100, 000. The benefits have correspondingly increased, yielding 60 evolution points per second, totaling 5,184,000 in a day. Within just 2 days, a legendary beast can be evolved to mythical status. A new skill has also been acquired, Beast Mastery Dominance. This skill is somewhat akin to Beast Mastery Frenzy. As long as mana regenerates swiftly enough, it can be utilized continuously. In future encounters with skills like drawing a cage, one will no longer be relegated to a passive role as they are now. The only downside is that one cannot personally enjoy the effects of dominance. Perhaps this drawback can be resolved in the future. The 6th transition task involves slaying a 10th transition expert. What does the 7th transition task entail? 7th transition advancement task as follows. Task description: Contract 1 Legendary Beast. Time limit: none. Chapter 81, 100 million points. A dazzling victory. Legendary beasts correspond to 9th transition experts. Although it appears the task has become simpler, the reality is quite the opposite. 10th transition experts are among the pinnacle of combat power on Blue Star. With only a handful existing, merely dozens among billions. Statistically, among several hundred million individuals, there exists but one 10th transition expert. Yet, not a single legendary beast has been contracted. The probabilities of contracting and possessing are fundamentally different. The former demands the contracting of one legendary beast, while the latter only requires elevating a beast to legendary status. If the task were altered from contracting to possessing, Subai could complete it immediately. Indeed, there are legendary beasts and above within the ancient god ruins. But those remain mere rumors, unseen by any eye. Considering such matters now is premature, one can only proceed step by step. On another front, at the dungeon entrance, nearly all candidates have emerged. Previous practical examinations lasted 3 days, but this year concluded early, with some failing to score even a single point. Complaints erupted in waves. It's unfair. I demand a rematch. I had only just entered the dungeon when all the monsters were slain. The clash of deities is terrifying, thankfully. I wasn't the target, or I would have perished countless times over. Losing points is one thing, but do you wish to lose your life? Without that esteemed elder present, none of us would have survived. We would have become mere cold corpses. I barely escaped a slime's attack. Thank goodness the teleportation talisman activated in time. If I could become the elder's girlfriend, I would have no regrets in this life. Aren't you a guy? So what? What if the elder prefers my type? Look at the leaderboard. What is there to see? This year's candidates have the lowest scores in history. Despite their complaints, they instinctively glanced at the scoreboard. Upon seeing it, they were struck with disbelief. What did they behold? Slime Kingdom scoreboard as follows. First place, Subai with 131,452,000 points. Second place, Hao Tianxin with 200 points. Third place, Lin Tian with 999 points. Fourth place, Jiang Yichuan with 888 points. Fifth place, Chu Mingyao with 666 points. Note, this scoreboard only displays candidate scores. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Some even counted Su Bai's points on their fingers. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, father, grandfather, great-grandfather, ancestor. Over 100 million points. What does this signify? The second place Hao Tianxin barely amassed over 1,000 points. This was not merely a lead, it was a staggering advantage, rendering the others incapable of even glimpsing Su Bai's taillights. It would not be an exaggeration to state that the cumulative scores of this year's candidates do not surpass what Su Bai alone has achieved. Is this reasonable? No, it is not. All are 18 years old. Why is he so vastly superior to the rest? The fervor of the youth was vividly on display. Surely, the dungeon must have malfunctioned. Even if the monsters did not retaliate, how could one accrue such points? Over 100 million points is outrageous. The second place only has 4-digit scores. How could he possibly accumulate 9-digit points? This Su Bai must possess a beast master level higher than Hao Tianxin. Is it conceivable that the dungeon has not malfunctioned and that Su Bai is simply too formidable? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Are you suggesting that he is stronger than over 100? 000 candidates combined. Even the legendary Tsang Tian could not achieve that. Unfair. I demand a rematch. Zhang Xiaobei gazed at the leaderboard, lost in thought. He had crossed paths with Su Bai. Even without utilizing beasts, he found himself outmatched by Su Bai's raw physical prowess. While he was not surprised that Su Bai's score exceeded Hao Tianxin's, such a vast discrepancy felt abnormal. Due to Zhang Xiaobei's early elimination, he had not encountered the cataclysmic events nor laid eyes on the colossal celestial stone. He had only heard others speak of an esteemed elder within the dungeon. Witnessing and hearing are two entirely different experiences. Had he known, he wouldn't have provoked Su Bai. Perhaps he could have caught a glimpse of the elder. He quickly dismissed this absurd notion. Without that elder, all candidates would have perished. Chu Mingya's beautiful eyes narrowed. Could it be that Su Bai and that mysterious beast master are one and the same? This would explain why Su Bai could amass such points. I must be losing my mind, Chu Mingya murmured, shaking her head. A level 50 beast master possessing a mythical beast is evidently illogical. The exam dungeon has never encountered issues until now. Yet, it is artificially constructed. Human error is inevitable, albeit in varying degrees. If only she could meet that esteemed elder. Perhaps the current predicament of beast masters could be alleviated. The peak of the 8th transition is an unattainable dream for ordinary individuals. The 9th transition, legendary among many beast masters, seems equally unreachable. Absent unforeseen circumstances, beast masters are unlikely to break through to the 9th transition in their lifetimes, destined to remain at the 8th transition. Before encountering the elder, Chu Mingya was indifferent. 8th transition was acceptable. After all, if the sky fell, a tall person would prop it up. But her aspirations have now shifted. She yearns to break through to the 9th transition and prove to everyone that there are no worthless professions, only worthless individuals. Being a beast master is not a feudal vocation. Hao Tianqian glanced at his rank, unable to bear to look further. He is a level 44 Dragonblood warrior. Even though Su Bai boasts a level 50, Hao Tianqian had confidence in surpassing him. Yet, the leaderboard revealed a staggering difference of over 100 million points between them. Is this reasonable? No, it is not. There must be an error with the scoreboard. Otherwise, he was confident he could defeat Su Bai. Unfortunately, the Slime Kingdom is vast, and he has yet to encounter him. Otherwise, I truly wish to engage in a duel with Su Bai. Inside the conference room, the tense atmosphere dissipated. Compared to those examinees, they were acutely aware of Su Bai's formidable prowess. Was there a malfunction in the dungeon? Absolutely not. It was solely due to Su Bai's extraordinary capabilities. One star descended, enveloping the entire dungeon. Under the shadow of that star, all monsters were reduced to dust. It was impossible to score poorly. Jiang Chuan nearly leapt for joy, almost bursting into an impromptu pole dance on stage. However, mindful of his identity and the occasion, he restrained himself. Bang! Just then, the door was violently kicked open. An enemy attack? A bald, muscular man strode in. Upon seeing the newcomer, they relaxed their guard. Take me to the dungeon entrance, Zhang Wei commanded coldly. The principal no longer needed to be involved. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei's heart sank. He had investigated on the way here and discovered that among this year's examinees was a member of parliament, Su Bai. At that moment, when he first saw the information, he thought there had been an error. An 18-year-old with 10 transitions of power? What a joke. Did that mean all his years of training had gone to waste? Even the legendary Tsangtian of yore had not been so monstrous. After confirming the information was accurate, Zhang Wei was even more astonished. Yet, after recalling the cultist invasion of the dungeon, the weight on his heart finally lifted. Ji Buitsong, the elder of the cult, was not particularly strong among those with 10 transitions. However, killing Su Bai would still be relatively easy given the disparity in their levels. Even the mythical beast summoned could not exhibit its full battle power. Damn, this group of beasts is a parasite to humanity. After Dragon Country has finally produced a prodigy, he may perish before he even matures. To claim that it doesn't hurt would be a lie. Noticing that Zhang Wei seemed to have misunderstood his words, Mu Yunfeng hastily clarified, Principal Zhang, what I meant was that the trouble has been resolved. What? You must be joking. Zhang Wei grasped the other man's collar, his face alight with excitement. Principal Zhang, how could I dare to jest? The trouble has indeed been resolved. You can ask them. Mu Yunfeng gestured towards Jiang Chuan and the others. Principal Zhang, the invading cultists were slain by Su Bai. Bang! It was as if a missile had been thrown into a tranquil lake. Zhang Wei stood frozen in place, while Mu Yunfeng fell to the ground, oblivious. Shock, confusion, and exhilaration mingled within him. Soon, it transformed into a hearty laugh. Ha ha, wonderful. Su Bai is the pride of our Dragon Country. Do we have any footage of Su Bai battling those beasts? Yes, Principal Zhang, please watch the VCR. Chapter 82. This is not Su Bai's limit, but the dungeon's limit. On screen, Su Bai reclined on a folding bed, munching on chips, sipping cola, and perusing a comic. Zhang Wei's expression was peculiar. He had never witnessed someone so nonchalant at this moment. This was the college entrance exam, while others were desperately slaying monsters. He was not only avoiding them, but also enjoying a meal. Is this something a human could do? However, Zhang Wei kept his thoughts to himself and continued to watch the replay. Zhang Xiaobei's sneak attack on Su Bai resulted in a single punch KO. Li Yongwei engaged Su Bai and was left in a disheveled state. The main event was approaching as Li Yongwei played his final card, the teleportation talisman. Ji Buitsong materialized before Su Bai. Su Bai also summoned his mythical beast. Initially, Su Bai found himself at a disadvantage, even having his resurrection skill activated. Yet, unbeknownst to all, Su Bai concealed his true strength. He summoned a second mythical beast. The Darkstar Mantis employed the Endless Void, rendering the visuals inside invisible. Once the Endless Void dissipated, Ji Buitsong's body and head were relocated. The footage concluded. Silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the sound of swallowed saliva. Hearing and seeing are two entirely different matters. At the 10th transition, killing the opponent becomes exceedingly difficult. If one cannot overpower them, can they not simply flee? Unless one possesses overwhelming strength, one can only repel the enemy. Mayor Mu, I wish to meet Congressman Su. Please summon him. Understood, Principal Zhang. Just as Mu Yunfeng was about to take his leave, a figure darted past him even faster. Never mind, I shall go personally. Principal Zhang, that's a window. Mid-sentence. Zhang Wei crashed through the window, leaving a mess of shards behind. Mu Yunfeng was perplexed. Why bypass the front door for a window? Was this meant to appear more dashing? On the other side, Su Bai emerged from the dungeon, greeted by countless gazes. He ignored them, as with his growing strength. His confidence had also transformed. Had this been when he first received the system, being under such scrutiny would have thrilled him. Only those who have experienced it understand the joy of showing off before others. However, with each act of bravado, Su Bai had grown accustomed to it, even finding it somewhat mundane. Indeed, possessing overwhelming strength was not always a boon. While others fretted over which academy to attend, Su Bai had already slain a 10th transition powerhouse. How dull. How tedious. Look, who is coming? Someone shouted, drawing curious glances from the crowd. Zhang Wei, the president of the Imperial University. A 10th transition, transcendent powerhouse. Zhang Wei was not only the president of Imperial University, but also a member of the Dragon God Temple. His dual status evoked envy among onlookers. If only Zhang Wei would take notice of them, enrollment at Imperial University would be guaranteed. This institution was the best in Dragon Country, bar none. Could it be that Principal Zhang was here to pick up Hao Yinshen? Upon hearing this, many felt it made sense. With Hao Yinshen's strength, barring unforeseen circumstances, he was assured to emerge as the top scorer. Hao Yinshen lifted his proud head, reveling in the adulation of the crowd. For a 10th transition powerhouse to personally come for him was quite a spectacle. Hello, Principal Zhang, my name is. Hao Yinshen extended his hand halfway, only to see Zhang Wei stride past him. This wasn't the script. Wasn't Zhang Wei supposed to shake his hand and praise his outstanding performance? Su, my dear brother, you have greatly aided me this time. Had it not been for you, I would not know how to explain this matter. Zhang Wei casually draped an arm over Su Bai's shoulder, prompting much envy among those nearby. Why were they not afforded such treatment? Moreover, as a principal, addressing another as brother seemed inappropriate. Didn't that muddle the hierarchy? Before Su Bai could speak, Hao Yinshen could no longer contain himself. Principal Zhang, are you mistaken? Su Bai's impressive score is due to a malfunction in the dungeon. Malfunction? Zhang Wei gazed at them as if they were fools. The examination dungeon had never encountered problems since its inception. My dear brother Su earned every bit of his score through his own capabilities. To be frank, not only are you all no match for him, but even if all this year's examinees banded together, they would not rival Su Bai. This statement was somewhat disheartening. A genius possesses their own pride. To declare in front of the main character that they are inferior to Su Bai, especially when considering that over 1 million examinees combined would not suffice. Who could bear that? Just as they were about to retort, Zhang Wei's next words interrupted them. The only reason you are still standing here speaking is thanks to Su Bai. 2 cultists perished at his hands. Su Bai is not only this year's examinee, he is also a member of our Dragon God Temple. Hiss. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, as if they were beholding a monstrous spectacle. If the prior remarks had elicited discontent, this statement unmistakably conveyed that even if one were displeased, they must suppress it. An 18-year-old wielding the prowess of a 10th transformation, such a claim, if uttered by another, would have been met with incredulity. Yet, Zhang Wei, the principal of the imperial capital and a council member of the Dragon God Hall, epitomized the confluence of 2 formidable forces. His words bore weight. To speak carelessly could lead to dire repercussions. Counselor Su, I have matters to discuss with you. Zhang Wei's light-hearted demeanor vanished, replaced by a grave seriousness. Very well. Witnessing the 2 figures vanish into the distance, the onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. Did this imply that Su Bai's accumulation of over 100 million points was simply a testament to his overwhelming strength, placing him in an entirely different realm from the rest? The notion still perplexed them. How could a beast master possess such extraordinary might? Were not beast masters typically considered ineffectual? Are you all fools? Did you not notice the colossal star-like stone within the dungeon? It seems evident that Su Bai amassed such points because the monsters were obliterated by the falling stones. Is it true that mythical beast masters exist in this world? If only I could possess Su Bai's strength, I would gladly reside in a villa and drive luxury cars. What's Su Bai? He should be referred to as Counselor Su. Jiang Xiaobei, far from experiencing disappointment, wore a grin that rivaled the sharpness of an AK. The reason was simple. Being bested by a foe of superior strength only fueled the desire to surpass them. when the disparity in power is vast, rather than feeling frustrated. One perceives it as an honor, a tale to boast about in the future. I once sparred with Su Bai and managed to endure for a full minute. A sinister chuckle escaped Jiang Xiaobei's lips, resonating with the laughter of a villain. Chu Mingya's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. She glanced at the direction in which Su Bai had disappeared, then at the leaderboard. Was that esteemed individual truly the same as Su Bai? She had only garnered a few hundred points, while Su Bai's score was a staggering 200,000 times greater. Without comparison, there is no pain. Amid her vexation, her heart swelled with joy. She had finally pinpointed that illustrious predecessor. Alas, had Zhang Wei not whisked Su Bai away, she could have inquired about the secrets to acquiring a mythical beastmaster. How Tianxin's gaze dimmed, the last vestiges of his fighting spirit extinguished. He released his clenched fist and looked skyward. How absurd, how tragic, how pitiable. He felt akin to a mere jester. In comparison to Su Bai, he lacked even the courage to lift his gaze. Were the over 1,000 points he had earned substantial? Not at all. Su Bai had amassed over 100 million points. This was not merely Su Bai's limit, but rather the ceiling of the dungeon itself.